In August of summer, clouds are densely covered. The raindrops intersect the dense lines, falling through the sky and falling lightly on the ground. 2. A high-level apartment. So, the spirit revival will be fully launched after one day, and now, the whole world is constantly developing modern society in an orderly manner. I have no idea that in the future, the academic and wealth they are sought after will become the most useless waste paper. The era of practitioners will be opened after one day. Fang Yi stood in front of the mirror and murmured. His figure is reflected in the lens, thin but not slim, and his face is light but resolute. He has a long appearance that the older people like. Once the resurrection of spirit is opened, the boundary will undergo earth-shaking changes. The magnitude changes the vague city. The entire boundary will evolve in the direction of knowledge. Strength is everything. Only by strengthening can you have the qualifications to occupy a place. Fang Yi took a deep breath. He has read countless spiritual rejuvenation novels and knows the truth. Fang Yi is just an ordinary senior high school student. He failed the college entrance examination and was in a non-science subject. The only thing worth mentioning is that it is because of the appearance of the audience. In high school, there was a school beauty girlfriend, Chu Qingli, who was very beautiful in appearance and slim in figure. She was not picky about her appearance and background. After the college entrance examination, she was named Zhong, Tsinghua, and Peking University, with an unpredictable future, a family background, and a great appraisal girl. When Fang Yi thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. It just so happened that Chu Qingli was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University, and Fang Yi, ignorant fellow, should have only been able to get into a college entrance examination. So the students in the school were lucky to say that this person was absolutely finished. Tsinghua and Peking University are just like the bright moon and the mud on the ground, and they are completely two levels of existence. But the times have changed. Fang Yi was slightly moved in his heart. I don't know what kind of situation would be like when the university beauty learned after learning that her college years and her knowledge she learned through hard work. His eyes were shining brightly. Who could have thought of it? What happened to me when the spirit resurrection happened? As for why he knew so clearly, a cold mechanical sound came to his ears. It was detected that the spirit has officially started to recover slowly, and the automatic writing system has been activated dash. Spiritual recovery time. 364 days, 11:55:35 seconds dash, as the owner of the system. Fang Yi said that this is the standard for time travelers, and every time traveler with a strong aura has his own system. Amen. Now is the beginning of the spiritual recovery and the beginning of everything. The system comes from the end of the universe and uses top-level algorithms containing the secrets of the universe to automatically edit and write the method based on the spirits seen by the host. The method is currently available. 0. See the system details to be displayed. Fang Yi's pupil shook. Automatic writing method? In this era, everyone has no idea about spiritual recovery. Only I learned through the system that spiritual recovery is about to begin. I took the lead in time for everyone. And in this time, spiritual recovery has begun slowly. All kinds of spiritual recovery and abnormalities will be enjoyed by me. This is a journey that everyone has started. When they realized that I had already gone through thousands of miles ahead of my martial arts. Fang Yi's eyes lit up. After the resurrection of spirit, not only humans, but also animals and plants will suffer from spirit irrigation and cause changes. Now the entire earth will be filled with worms and will produce no super spirit fruits with special effects. After swallowing, you can gain extraordinary power. The most important thing is that after the spirit is revived, the celestial phenomena will also be affected. There may be a rainbow column of light like a ray of light, and strange constellations will appear in the starry sky. The divine fire will descend, and the sky thunder will explode. If I can get the benefits, I will also welcome the evolution of the fire. And these are the best materials for my writing ability, and I will write powerful methods and abilities. What I see can be edited. From the introduction, This seems to be just their preliminary development capability and may also lead to various good things that are in line with the spirit of rejuvenation. Now the spirit has gradually recovered, and the changes in the world have begun to appear in all corners. The spirit has become sufficient to accommodate the rebirth of practitioners. The curtain of the spirit has not been completely unveiled now. Cultivate the croaker in secret and walk in a blunt way. After a while, I have developed enough. Fang Yi looked out the window with his head low. In the prosperous and rich city, the crowds are crowded and bustling. The money in this world puts people at the level of 360 and 600 levels and is of great rank. And this will be broken one after another. The boundary will be turned upside down, reshuffle, those with high positions fall, and those with later reach the peak. Chu Qingli has not contacted me for 3 days. Fang Yi suddenly thought of his school beauty's girlfriend at this time. After being admitted to Tsinghua University, she was definitely the top-notch female, judging with her appearance and other conditions. Her future is unlimited. Compared with the professional Fang Yi is definitely a slap. But the spirit revival starts. These are all different. But at this moment, what Fang Yi never expected was his cell phone suddenly moved. News from Chu Qingli came. Fang Yi, I thought about it carefully. I think we are not very realistic. The love of the student era will eventually reach the moment when we all wake up. Maybe it was only when we realized that about 2 of us were not very suitable. It takes courage and a door-to-door approach to our lives. So let's do it. The old man often talked about. Fang Yi Xuan, who knew everything, had a different feeling. Depend on, why do you feel inexplicably 30, or 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 the corners of his mouth were more stressful than those of AK. Sincerely, Chu Qingli's breakup was expected by Fang Yi. After all, most of them, should be except Fang Yi, who knew that he had regained his spirit. Everyone thinks it. When Chu Qingli was admitted to Tsinghua University, and Fang Yi was admitted to the college entrance examination, these 2 people are determined to be punished. There once might have been beautiful, but as Chu Qingli said, the dream should have woken up. The dreams of fairy tale love in the student era must have woken up. The opening that the old man often talked about. Before, I could always see this dumped opening when I saw the spirit revival. Can it be a little innovative? I used to see it. This is the first drama to go ashore. Do you like someone first? I didn't expect that it would happen to him now. Fang Yi smiled lightly without comment. The times have changed, Mississippi. Fang Yi tapped the screen, typed a word, and sent it. The other side, Villa Area by Jianghua Lake. On the platform, a figure of Qin Lingyan appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. The rain kept brushing her beautiful eyes. She tightly held her phone, looking a bit confusing. The phone vibrated, and a short word popped up. Yi. She looked down, and her eyes were slim, as if she couldn't believe it. But even though she was about to stare at the phone, she only replied to the word and did not send any messages. It was like a stone plunged into the sea without causing any waves. Chu Qingli couldn't help but bit her lip, leaving deep marks. His answer was so straightforward. Was it a decoration, or was it true? Chu Qingli couldn't help but click the message again and check the reply repeatedly. But what made her anxious was that from that word, she could actually see a sense of coldness. A snap sound. Chu Qingli's face turned cold. She threw her cell phone on the sofa and turned around and walked down the building without looking back. The rain fell all over the ground until the city was wet into a wet capsule, and finally it closed. High-level apartment. After Fang Yi replied to the news, he stopped caring about this school beauty's ex-girlfriend. He walked into the living room and turned on the TV for a long time. At this moment, the afternoon news was playing on the TV. Fang Yi sat on the sand and checked intently. The coastal area found a huge fish, and 10 people hugged each other, and it was suspected to be a nuclear waste product. On the screen, an expert sat in the office, dressed in a lace, and talked rigorously about the lens. The current situation of human beings is very serious, which is unprecedented in history. This time, we cannot find a solution from history. We can only rely on our own abilities and adapt to the environment as much as possible. Fang Yi said in his speech, slightly brows. This time I heard this, it was a nonsense, and I was extremely frightened when I thought about it carefully. Sure enough, the following report was that this kind of extra-large fish was also discovered in the inner world. Bayman of Tsinghua University. The fierce sun is empty. The prosperous sunny door corridor. With a temperature of 74 degrees, the ground seemed to be about to burst into smoke. Fang Yi stood in the milk tea shop next to the north gate, looking away. I saw that the sunlight formed dazzling golden light spots on the ground, and the hot air seemed to be buzzing faintly. The slight winds were full of burning breath, making people feel as if they were in a huge fire, and time seemed to be frozen by this hot sunlight. What's strange is that the North Gate is so charming that everything is normal in the campus behind the North Gate. The sun seems to be taking care of this northern gate alone. Spiritual revival. The world is different. Fang Yi's heart already understood the reason why this scene happened. At this moment, I detected the great changes in the world and the initial detection of the yang attribute fluctuation. Please approach the yang attribute with your fingers. The system will automatically start to obtain data and start writing data. A successful writing will receive 50 points for writing. The mechanical prompt sound is on. Fang Yi was slightly stunned. Writing points? What is that? You can write points and implant the edit data you have obtained into any object. Does edit data refer to the sun? What does strong implantation mean? Fang Yi seemed to understand, but not understand. One thing that can be clearly understood at the moment is that there are definitely some editing points. What should I do? I will read it later. When working, you should first contact the sun and get the editing point. Thinking of this, Fang Yi stood up and walked quickly towards the north gate. My little brother, please don't come here. The temperature here is so high. I have applied to the school leader to close this school gate. Let everyone go to other schools. Don't come here and you will be injured. The security guard stood at the door, seeing Fang Yi gradually approaching, and immediately rushed. Obviously, the school has issued notice. There is no ghost at the entrance of the north gate, let alone learning. Of course, Fang Yishuan was silent about this. Without observing the door, he walked to the entrance of the north gate and placed his hand under the golden sunlight. The moment he stretched out his hand, Yang Guang dyed Fang Yi's fingers into gold. His so burning. He couldn't help but gasp. The skin became red as it touched the scorching sun, and the kidneys were slightly irritated. Fang Yi held the injured finger and felt a violent pain coming from his fingertips. At this time, the sound of his ears sounded. Detection of strong yang attribute wave. Unlocking. Yang attribute data template. Enforced extreme computing power, editing. In an instant, the golden light watch was like golden wires, surging towards Fang Yi's fingers and rolling to his arm. What's the matter? The security guard on the side couldn't help but be stunned. In an instant, he saw the dazzling sunshine that was falling like a waterfall on this young man. The dazzling sunlight is more eye-catching than the scorching sun in the sky. Damn, what's the matter? This man seems to have become a small sun. How is this dazzling light surging? How do I feel that the sunlight is like talking to the giant sun in the sky? No, why is the light on his body more dazzling than that sun? The security guard put his hand in front of him, narrowing his eyes to look at the scene in front of him. At this moment, he was shocked. At this moment, Fang Yi was listening to the sound of the system. The southern gates of Qinghai in north. The squid is flying, and the person is moving. The newcomer who was willing to welcome the scorching sun was on the scorching sun. His eyes searched back among the future younger students, looking for the newcomer of themselves. No exception. Everyone's eyes fell on the tall figure at the door, and they thought it would be moved for 2 or 3 seconds. The value is inconsistent. The quality is cool. Her lovely eyes were like peach blossoms, and her face seemed to be quenched with ice, looking cold and scattered, and her head was as soft as a waterfall, adding a purity to her temperament. This person is Chu Qingli. She came to Tsinghua University alone and was waiting for her luggage. She was standing at the door, her eyes falling on the side. Love your brain. After looking at it for a while, Chu Qingli withdrew her eyes and snorted. She knew very well that once she stepped into Tsinghua and Peking University, her life would be halfway through. After stepping into this place, she would be separated from everything before. Fang Yi's face appeared in her brain. When the moment they came out, they were sure that they were people from 2 worlds. If they broke up, everything in the past dispersed with smoke. She will start a new life. In Fang Yi, it is determined that she will only drag her down. After finally shaking the thought in the sea of brain, Chu Qingli stood up straight and opened her legs and walked towards the Tsinghua University campus. Until, as soon as I stepped into the campus, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the direction of the North Campus. The North Gate seemed to be lighted by a sun, and golden light fell like a waterfall, and half of the campus was reddish on the surrounding trees and buildings. Under the golden light, the entrance of the school gate was filled with mysterious breath. The students around them stopped stepping and watched the sudden scene with surprise. A girl trotted to Chu Qingli. This is Chu Qingli's newly recognized friend. She has a good temper and a complacent personality. At this moment, she also noticed the strange scene in the North Gate. Beijing School? Wasn't that closed? Yes, it may have happened again. Super self-contained phenomenon. There are more and more strange things recently. Chu Qingli murmured in a low voice. Recently, strange phenomena have appeared everywhere, changing giant trees, high hills, and pythons. The strange rain has been falling in the south for several months, not only in China, but also abroad. Behind the seemingly silence, there seems to be some undercurrent, which is raising a world-shaking change. It was also full of wonder when it was panicking. Let's go and have a look. The high-temperature warning of the Tsinghua University and Beibei campus. Please come to the students away from the North Campus. Please do not get close to it. The campus broadcast station instantly broadcasts. But Chu Qingli had already arrived at the North School, and the scene in front of her made her eyebrows slightly slight. Looking around, the metal gate of the North Campus was melted strongly and warmly, and cracks on the ground were spread out, as if they were ravaged by huge flames. The rocks and soil were melted into a mixed lava under the action of high temperatures. The lava emitted strong heat, making people afraid to get close. The hot smell in the air made people's eyes swell, and some metal fragments left light on the ground. The scene is terrifying. Just that's how you told me that it was high temperature? I believed it when I was knocked away by Iwaki. Why tease me? How could 74 degrees cause this phenomenon? The bullets are not as good as the ground. I really feel that the times have changed. Have you not realized that Xiaogua's recent news is strange? It's all over the world to watch the world, so it's hard to believe it. Is there any academic master who explained it to the truth that it was just dark? It's not just me that I felt that it was dark for a while, and I thought I was blind. Fang Yi returned home, and it was already evening. He simply ate outside, took a shower, and finished everything less than 9 o'clock, but he was already planning to go to bed. Today, I can't even get interested in playing games. I can't sleep. Fang Yi turned around on the bed for a while, sighed, and sat up again. The heat of burning flowed in his body, which made him very excited. Fang Yi at this moment. Start the golden sung breathing method again. The strong yang attribute quenched his viscera, and all the yang attribute spirits were breathing, constantly walking on him. Buzzing. The lungs in his body were washed by the golden breathing method. When he breathed, he could hear the high-pitched sound of blood. Inside his body, he was filled with blood that was like a hot wave. Fang Yi was slightly tiny and felt an unprecedented sense of excitement flowing out continuously, and his body evolved without any upwards in the harsh stimulation of the strong sun. Fang Yi's eyes were filled with golden light, and he let out a long sigh. The golden breathing method is indeed strong. After repairing twice, the clearest feeling was that his body had improved, and he didn't feel any stomach problems. At this time, he only felt warm in his stomach. I have begun to touch the cultivation. This is a road of evolution. The spirit of heaven and earth is the most precious nourishment in. Some diseases in my body have also disappeared, and my body's condition is unprecedentedly good. Fang Yi said in a low voice. This is the advantage of evolution. Now we have not officially started to regain our energy. It is conceivable that in a year, the quality of the whole people will be raised to a strength that our predecessors could not imagine. After calming down his breath, Fang Yi couldn't sleep and lay on the bed to make news. The news is still dominated by strange forces and gods. Most people have noticed the increasing number of strange phenomena and have also led to some speculations. Some say that it is a heavy burden to nuclear pollution and is very serious. Some guess that Xiagua was testing some new weapons, which is inconvenient to disclose. Some people believe in the destruction of the earth. Hey, what is this? Fang Yi's eyes were attracted by a hot search. The Spiritual Immortal Cultivation Association updates the realm table. Spiritual Immortal Cultivation Association. This is an online association organized a year ago, mainly to issue some spiritual bracelet from time to time. When this association was just established, a small knowledge of spiritual repairing was released, which caused a lot of impact on the internet. In the eyes of most ordinary people, this association is just a picture. The spirit rejuvenation novel has been so popular for so many years. There is really someone who has sorted out a little knowledge of repairing the bracelet. It is probably a devil. The broadcast was quite extensive at the beginning, but the public quickly discovered that this Spiritual Cultivation Association would only issue some rules that were not good-looking in novels, so they turned into birds and dispersed. Later, only a few hundred fanatics were talking in it from time to time, maintaining sporadic vitality. Fang Yi also saw the so-called clamming policy when it was popular. At that time, he was a pure passerby and had not clammed. He looked like he was back. Unexpectedly, a year later, this association became popular again. Thinking of a strange phenomenon recently released, Fang Yi entered the post by making a mistake. Pinto, Spiritual Practice Guard. The leader is the turtle curse he saw before. The opening chapter is the spirit of heaven and earth, the roots of qi, the celestial phenomena, and the cultivation of all living beings. This kind of mysterious thing is, let's summarize, spirit is rare. We need to suck our bodies in a correct way to go longer. It's right, but what is the correct way to ask? For those who believe in science, this is not as simple and rough as get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and sit in the living room at a 45-degree angle to absorb the spirit of the world by the moon. So this association will soon be revealed on the internet and will soon be sold out. Fang Yi flipped through a bunch of invalid tops, and his fingers were almost squirting, and finally he flipped through the message that caused the heat. Details of the realm of cultivating immortality. Let's take a look at it. Once you go in, you will see the layout of the blue-bottom character. There's a big mark of the Spiritual Cultivation Association directly above. There's also time, date, and conference signature in the lower corner. It's simple and clear. There is no fancy decoration, which makes it feel like the Xiagua announcement. After a closer look, there is even a watermark marked by the national certification behind it. National watermark? Fang Yi stared at the watermark for a few seconds, already knowing that his spirit is about to recover. His first reaction in his heart was, this announcement shouldn't have been issued by the country, right? Is this Spiritual Cultivation Association a sign that the country has contacted spiritually in advance now? It is easiest for novices to take the path, even if they practice. Without the master and correct skills, it is too easy to get out of fire, and the fire out of fire will be troubled in the future. After looking at the clear official seal, It was found at the end of each roof announcement. Xiaoguo is so strict in this block that it is impossible to fake the national watermark and will be warned by the official. But this association will follow the old trick to get over the market. Could it be that behind him is really... Fang Yi thought about it more and more likely and continued to turn down. Just one step into it, there's several high praises. Damn, you're not just playing around with me, right? I really give me a plan to practice, right? When a novel has taken effect, haha, it's so interesting. Don't say anything about everything, brothers. I've already started practicing. Family, my pig circle suddenly broke inexplicably in the middle of the night yesterday. I doubt that it was the super self-conception. I have to learn one move and half stance to catch all my pigs. The building has a great ambition. Or, if the netizens are all lazy people nowadays, look at this serious announcement review. You can imagine how beautiful your mental state is. Fang Yi Kudikudin. At the top is a simple and clear form. Click yes. Land 1, Axe. Land 2, Spirit Creation. Land 3, Jin Jing. Land 4, Divine Moon. Land 4, Sun Rising Sun. Land 3, Stars. Land 7, Nuclear Secret. 8, King. The human body is a treasure filled with endless possibilities, but in this world, it is born with a lock and spirit, which is the key to opening up all of these. These realms come from only ancient records of traces. When people have the possibility of cultivation and evolution, more and more ancient traces are explored, and these realms are gradually being integrated. As soon as, to avoid fellow Taoists going astray, I hope that fellow Taoists will follow them. Fang Yi said with a loud voice. Looking at this introduction, it looks quite like that. Turn down, and there is a detailed introduction. 1 realm. Axe. Use the spirit of heaven and earth to create human weapons. Use the innate chi of heaven and earth to energize the projection of the body. This state has no limit, no quality, no distinction between wisdom and stupidity. Just hold on to the point of being able to step into it. Use the spirit to build the body into a human weapon. Fang Yi thought for a while. He sat up and adjusted the golden yang breathing method. After feeling the heat surge, the mind sinks into it. Under the guidance of the golden breathing method, the spirit inside the body is strong and powerful, like a giant dragon that is shaking. This spirit is extremely hot and full of mysterious and extraordinary flavor. The beginning of the cultivation is to quench one's own body into a human weapon, and then use weapons to contain the spirit of heaven and earth. The first step is to try to control the spirit and exercise the magic axe. At the beginning, Fang Yi's movements were still a little alive, but soon he could feel his spirit twisting and gathering in his thoughts like a dragon and snake, gradually condensing and forming. Instantly, Fang Yi's body was like breaking the shackles. A magic axe flowing with rock turtles was projected slowly and condensed. The realm of wonder. Fang Yi felt an unprecedented force surged on his body, as if he was stolen from the fetus and bones. As if the spirit is about to recover. The whole world is in the dark, and he has the method of breathing golden sun, and he has undoubtedly opened up a bright road in the dark. There is probably a second person in the world who could be as easy as him. Moreover, Fang Yi's magic axe is a bit uneven, with gold-plated Chinese colors and golden scents, which should be due to the golden breathing method. The beginning of stepping into the realm of the ghost axe. It is said that after breaking through the realm, you need to urge your spirit to drive the magic axe. The magic axe fell once, which means that my realm has improved by 1 star, but now I can only dance with all my strength. Fang Yi murmured. There are 9 stars in the realm of the magic axe. Every time you drive the magic axe, it takes a lot of energy to consume. The hypermotion in the body is shocking. The magic axe was about to move, roaring and falling down. 1 star. This is Fang Yi's realm. The powerful golden breathing technique was so powerful that he felt as if he had touched the magic axe in an instant, and the hot breath burned his soul and burned him. The golden light covered his whole body with a slight swelling, like a squid. The blood in his body was surging and boiling, and the cells, bones, muscles, and every inch were striking together. The golden light kept lit up, and the watch was like a round of sun covered by big hands, revealing a mysterious face. He hummed up in a while. The hot force flows through the limbs and bones. A very fast sound came out from Fang Yi's throat. If you are now, what effect will it have when you adjust the golden breathing method? Fang Yi's mind moved, and the golden breathing method was instantly activated. I used this method to temper my body before. He was an ordinary person's body. Even a most powerful method was difficult to exert all the effects. Although the blood vessels also changed, it seemed that all the power was stored in one place and could not exert any real force. But now it's not coming. The power was like a boiling river, and it flowed to the limbs and bones. His skin emitted a hidden golden light, and there was a terrifying force attached to his hair, to his fingers, and he truly achieved internal balance. After stepping into the magic axe realm for 1 star, Fang Yi felt that every pore seemed to be ironed, which was very comfortable. He was about to fall asleep, but suddenly he remembered that the Lutian system had unplugged a new function and was not available to see it. Open the system panel. In the corner, several big words he had forgotten for a long time came into view. Writing point 50. Fang Yi looked at the lines of the words and browsed slightly. What exactly is this writing point useful? He had been immersed in his creation of writing skills before, and had not had a deep understanding of this. Let's study it while you are here. The introduction on the system page is simple and explains the purpose of the editing point. You can use the editing point to implant the obtained editing data into any object. Fang Yi was watching this. This seems to be a mysterious passage to an unknown domain and may be stronger than writing skills, but it must be not bad anyway. However, there are editing points. Edit data refers to yang attributes. So what does this forced implant mean? Fang Yi glanced at the mug on the table casually, and the body of the crystal glass was flashing under the light. Is this considered anything thing? Does the editing point be consumed, and the yang attribute is implanted into this object? The panel appears with a prompt. Seeing this, Fang Yi's eyes flashed. If I come and engrave the body, I will enchant the body and give it the ability to be extraordinary. Take my example. If I choose yes, this cup will change to a cup with yang properties. This is so bad. Although the cup is useless, what if it is a gun, or some other martial arts? A injected by the yang attribute will undoubtedly show its unbridled power in the battle, and the burning and destroying power will be handed over to the enemy for a moment. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's thoughts rotated quickly. If I create a handy martial arts and then implant the yang attributes into it, wouldn't I be able to make my martial arts? A martial arts tailor-made with extraordinary power will be more outstanding than any martial arts on the market. Thinking of this, Fang Yi opened the shopping software on his mobile phone, and after a search, he found a special store. As soon as he entered, his eyes closed on the shop's homepage. The 3'7" body is wide and powerful, with a straight blade that is incomparable. The handle is made of sandalwood, which is plain and unpretentious, with only a touch of gold on the top of the top, and a crystal pearl inlaid in the middle. Although the lantern is not opened, it looks pretty good. It's all. Fang Yi clicked the order button with his finger and ordered the order immediately. The screen shows the next day on it. Wow, it's so efficient. After doing all this, Fang Yi finally felt a little sleepy. After hitting a ha, he stretched out his waist and threw himself into the soft big bed. At this moment, in the dark night city, a figure wearing a black-silver uniform was walking through. Her figure was not as strong as an ordinary person, and her eyes were scattered with a faint silver color, like the spirit in the dark night. She seemed to be chasing something. Her ears kept waving the light. The rabbit that swallowed the dark night spirit fruit was still not caught. The speed of this thing is really amazing, she said to the ear mist. While speaking, she was fluttering and flew across an apartment building. Under the moon, a beautiful arc flashes away, like a meteor in the night sky. A passerby was raising his head and rubbing his eyes. It was just now that he seemed to have seen someone flying over, but that was an elevator building. The earphones flashed a little blue, and a lively female voice came out from it. You must be careful. It just swallowed the spirit fruit. The evolution has not been completed yet. It is very likely that it will continue to evolve and become stronger. Don't be cautious. I'm going to do anything. The girl in uniform said lightly, looking ahead, and her figure gradually merged into the night. Under the wave of revival, the new era is about to begin. This is an era full of opportunities, but it is also accompanied by huge crisis. The world changes greatly, and the strange phenomena appear. The resurrection of spirit has given birth to countless pioneers, and at the same time, it has also produced many evil beasts, which are tyrannical and have a huge threat to human structure. The rabbit in front of me is one of them. It has swallowed the night fruit and has the ability to move in the dark night. Not only that, they are full of aggressiveness to humans. If you don't control it in time and let it get mixed into the crowd, it may cause harm to the lives of ordinary people. When Su Qingli thought about this, she suddenly burst into a snail. She realized that the breath she had been following suddenly turned around and dripped straight into a high-level apartment next to her, which meant that ordinary people's lives might be severely threatened. Don't die. This rabbit has entered the residential area. Su Qing's pretty face turned cold and turned away in the darkness. Squeak, squeak. Fang Yi lay on the bed, planning to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a very strange sound. The sound was very complicated, and it sounded like a mouse was hanging under his bed. What thing? Fang Yixin suspected that he had heard it. He had lived in this house for a few days. How could a mouse suddenly appear? Thinking of this, he turned around and didn't return. But after a while, the sound came again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound this time was louder than before. It felt like the mouse silver party had reached its climax and started some dirty PY transactions, with the sounds going up and down. Fang Yi couldn't stand it. He opened his eyes quietly. A snap sound. The lights lit up. He got out of bed with his slippers and looked around the room carefully, but he couldn't find anything. Is it someone else's pet? Fang Yi frowned slightly. He has entered the realm of wonder, and now his eyesight is far superior to ordinary people. It is not surprising to hear other people's voices. He is neither the other person's nor anything to say. Fang Yi returned to the bed and continued to lie down. Then he finally didn't hear the sound, but when he entered the dream world, the stinging sound began again. Squeak. This time it was not as simple, but it was a sound of silence. When it sounded, it seemed like I was forced to conduct some PY transactions of strong men. Each sound was like a with nails, which made people's skin numb. Fang Yi lay on the bed, his eyebrows getting tighter and tighter. Damn, it's so noisy. The night is like water. The quiet building was filled with a cold breath. Whose pets have not finished their homes at night? The key is that the sound is so sad. Could it be that they are abused? Fang Yi got up from the silence and discomfort, pushed the door open, and walked out. After the beginning of autumn, the evening wind had already brought a sense of joy, but the night wind did not penetrate him at all. His body was burning with heat like a fireball. In the dark road, Fang Yi seemed to have a faint light radiating on his body, which looked very different. Following the guidance of the sound source, Fang Yi walked all the way and finally saw the head of the culprit, a rabbit. The rabbit curled up in the corner. Its whole body trembled, and a painful breath blew. However, when Fang Yi approached, he smelled a pungent smell. He stopped and narrowed his eyes to observe the object in front of him. This rabbit is far beyond the description of a rabbit. Its whole body is pitch black, with a pair of sharp teeth cracking from its bloody mouth. The red pupils are flashing, and the hair is chaotic and messy, like a steel pin, which is very terrifying. Under the dim escape, this beast is even more evil and distorted, and it is not lovable at all, and it is simply disgusting. Fang Yi couldn't help but feel moved. This rabbit, it's ugly. This monster can no longer be a rabbit, but a thing that is twisted and changed by evil forces. Its hissing pineapple came out from its mouth, and when it heard the sound, its eyes closed Fang Yi. The dark corridor was silent and silent. Only the faint light shook in the shadows. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the silence. and the light lit up instantly, reflecting the red liquid flowing down the corner of the rabbit's mouth, as if the color of blood was hidden under the light. Fang Yi's heart sank. When he came, the scent of noise he had just heard was bloody. This rabbit has become a mutant beast. It has shown its strong offensiveness before it is completely too. The nature of the dark night will strengthen its mania. If it is not stopped in time, this entire building will be bloody. Fang Yi's eyes flashed slightly. The next moment, he walked towards the rabbit. The light between the lights and the beasts was getting closer and closer. The rabbit's eyes were exposed, and its body was rising, and it roared at Fang Yi. It's roaring, it's terrifying. The golden light flowing on Fang Yi's body radiated a powerful divine power, which made it fear from the bottom of his heart, as if it was suppressed by an irresistible force. In the darkness of alternating lights, the confrontation between man and beast is particularly cohesive. It is afraid of this thin figure. Rush! Just as it was howling, the figure suddenly moved. The golden light shines like a sun shining in the palm of your hand. The magnificent airplane surged, and Fang Yi was lying in his body with a terrifying golden light, reaching purity and sunshine. He punched him out. Rush! The sound of thunder bird exploded. The golden ripples were flying around. A blood hole appeared on the rabbit's chest. Then, the bloody body exploded, and countless pieces of flesh and blood danced, each of which was flashing with golden light, like dazzling golden fragments. The rabbit's eyes flew out helplessly and finally fell under Fang Yi's foot, with endless hope and fear in his eyes. The eyes seemed to be silent about confusion and confusion. It could not understand until the last moment of death. Why is the guy in front of you so terrifying? Fang Yi looked at the eyes coldly. A snap sound. His feet stepped on the eyeballs accurately. The sun is bright, and the clear wind blows. After sleeping well, Fang Yi got up early, sat upright on the window, and was ready to start practicing. The day is in the morning, and the sun shines brightly on my body, and it also makes me practice. Practitioners like them sometimes make some extremely dangerous movements in order to pursue pure primitiveness, such as practicing yang attributes under the great sun, and practicing thunder attributes on thunderstorms. The effect is self-contained. Thinking about the sun can help him improve the efficiency of the golden breathing method. So Fang Yi stared at the rising sun, breathed in the early morning air, and breathed slowly. The golden breathing method moves within the body, continuously turned into a long golden breath and rushed towards him. After entering the realm of the magic axe, the scene in the inner palace that you see when you move the golden sun breathing method is even more wavy and powerful. The rocks flow on the huge magic axe, majestic and domineering and mysterious. The golden breathing method turned in a breath like a thread snail that surrounded the axe handle like a line covering the magic axe giant dragon, and was about to try it. Fang Yi beat it. As the number of golden wires increased, it seemed as if a ray was crafted next to the magic axe and supported it on it. The magic axe is quietly hung on it. That's when, suddenly, the wire grabbed the magic axe, and then suddenly pulled the magic axe. Only the magic axe that was as heavy as 1,000 beads, like a mountain, suddenly moved slightly, as if it was about to dance downwards. Is it going to break through again? Fang Yi's eyebrows were filled with joy. Every time you break through the magic axe realm, you need to wield the magic axe, which is 1 star at a time. It takes a huge amount of energy to wield the magic axe. If you don't make sufficient preparations, it is easy to damage yourself due to insufficient power. He tried to consume his mind to respond. I've touched the 2-star door now, only 1 foot away from the door. Fang Yi could feel that the axe was not as heavy as yesterday. He was like a tireless wood chopper. He could only sway his axe for the first time. After practicing for a while, he could dance twice and use this kind of push. Diligent and hard work and revive day by day. One day, he can control this magic axe with ease and dance freely. The same is true for practice. No one, just persevere. The golden breathing method has also made great contributions to this past. In fact, practicing is many times more exquisite than chopping wood. If you do not have the exquisite and powerful technique to guide it, it will be difficult to achieve results even if you practice it for a long time. At this moment, Fang Yi's heart moved. He urged the golden breathing method with all his strength, and the golden light of the silk fell tightly on the magic axe and pulled it down hard like a broken bamboo. The golden light overflowed, and the heat swelled up and the rocks melted, just like the hot waves of the golden dragon swaying the magic axe. Rush! The sound of thunder is like thunder. The magic axe suddenly fell, plowing out a long black storm, hot and sensual. 1, 2. The magic axe danced for the second time. This means that Fang Yi directly promoted 2 stars. Yesterday, it broke through 1 star, and Tian only had 2 stars. This upgrade speed is terrifying. Oh, Fang Yi ehalit a burning birit. At this moment, looking outside, his blood vessels on his body showed a strange golden pattern. The golden color was very light and was hindered. That was the effect brought by the golden breathing method after the breakthrough. His blood in his body had been dyed a pure golden sea. I'm improving the speed of his fast, but this is because I felt something when I broke through 1 star before, and the cultivation of has not been used up. Next, I will step by step to upgrade. If other pioneers hear Fang Yi's words, I'm afraid they will not be able to attack my heart and vomit blood and make a verbal match. In 2 days, only 2 days, 2 stars will be filled with magical acts. Is there any reason for nature? This silence is too big. I wonder if I will be reported to be setting fire to the mountain when I am seen. Fang Yi put away the Tang sword and looked around. Fortunately, when he came up, he saw that there were no one around next week, and it was time to work, so no one noticed him. Fang Yi turned around and left. Little do you know, when his figure disappeared behind the mountain, a beautiful figure appeared in a hurry at where he was just now. Su Qinglu was carrying a cup of milk tea and wandered around the rooftop without seeing anyone. She stomped her feet in a hurry. It's so bad. He ran away again. I didn't sleep all night, so I just went to buy a cup of milk tea to refresh myself. I recently designated a little Mercury retrograde. Su Qingfeng opened his mouth and bit a few straws hard to relieve his anger. After receiving instructions from the organization last night, she finished packing up the rabbits and waited for the rabbits near this apartment, and the students squatted. Based on her rich experience in prison, 9 out of 10 prisoners like to be found on the scene. Don't ask why the last one is not. This is what the video says. In short, she waited near the rabbit building last night. When the flowers were thankful, she didn't wait for anyone, but just waited for a little brat who was about to fall asleep and cry and be beaten while crying. He said that he had a naughty child's attributes, which was true, but there was no sunny attribute. It's so bad. I have to force me to work overtime again. Su Qingli sighed deeply, and immediately her visual line was attracted by the traces of the mountain behind. Wait, that's it. I saw gold falling from the rooftop. Even though my breath had already blew a lot, the light still hurt my eyes. There were several pots of small flowers on the ground that I didn't know who had grown, but they had been roasted and scorched at this time, and they were burnt. Scattered golden lights were on the ground, covering the dusty earthen turtle under a thin layer of golden gauze, dazzling and messy. Su Qing's face changed suddenly. It's like this again. It's like this again. I'll leave a bag for me to clean up. What should I do? Where can I buy a pot and put it on? I felt so tired. As members of the spiritual association, it is their unresolved responsibility to ensure that ordinary people have a stable life. Currently, they are planning to boil frogs in water and unfairly announce that the spirit is about to recover. These strange messages are penetrated through the lives of people through news and other means. At this time, ordinary people are not unprepared for it. When they were out, they were cautious for fear that they would go to see the stinky faces of the good back. But now, Su Qingfeng, who was not even the most accused person, had never seen it. It was the second time that she had cleaned up her widows for him, and she was too far apart every time. I have to remember this account. Su Qingli squatted down, and as she lowered her head to check, her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. Impossible. Last night, the breath I felt was not so strong. It should be just a magical axe in one realm, just a star. But the breath of the sky has become much stronger. She was shocked more than this. She was breathing rapidly, and she saw a trace of it. Not only that, there's an extremely strong atmosphere here. A spirit soldier? Impossible. This is simply impossible. The number of spiritual soldiers is extremely rare. Even the entire association is only 1 or 2, and the core installation of the spirit energy is not perfect at present, so no one is allowed to use it. Su Qing's beautiful little face is tight and vibrating. Spiritual soldiers are a technology that only exists in concepts. Injecting attributes into weapons can make ordinary weapons powerful. In contrast, those who control the spirit soldiers will be much stronger than ordinary cultivators who do not have spirit soldiers. The account page is simple, and even the nickname is a default. The other party seemed to have confirmed that Fang Yi was a pioneer and also sent several messages. Nickname Tug72. I looked at your browsing record. You are very concerned about the recent strange phenomena of the world. Yesterday you gave me a question, so I guess that you're also a spiritual pioneer. Nickname Tug72. I have several friends. They're all pioneers. We often get together to discuss things, and have been looking for other pioneers. Fang Yi's eyebrows were slightly snaked. Instead of replying to the other party's information, he cut out the screen first, looked for the privacy settings, and set the browsing and reply to the privacy status. If the spirit has not yet recovered, martial arts will be the first. Under the curtain of the times, there were too many unreasonable pioneers of martial arts. Fang Yi was not sure about the other party's details, and he was still careful in his actions. After doing all this, Fang Yi switched back to the chat interface. Fan, what's the matter with you looking for me? Nickname Tug72 is being entered. Nickname Tug72. In fact, we just want to win a friend. It's nothing. Nickname Tug72. We have 3 people in total. After the world changed, we gathered together to hug the group to keep warm. You know, it's very common among pioneers. We all have a feeling that there may be big problems in the future. It's always good to have more friends, so we have been looking for the big boss online to see if we can find the pioneers. If you come and find me, right? Fang Yi felt that this person was quite honest, and when he saw this chat, he shook his bottom so clean. Well, my friend's bottom pants were shaking. Fan, I am also a newcomer. Nicknamed Tug72. Oh, you're also a newcomer, so I don't have that much pressure when I say it. The big guys are all newcomers. After that, you can discuss it in one piece / put. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask me. I will definitely know everything. Fan, thank you, brother / put. You can see the level of the spiritual cultivation club. How is the cultivation process like? Nicknamed Tug72. I'm about to tell you this. I'll tell you, that quenching magic axe I tried to condense yesterday. Mom, I pay my breasts to feed my breasts. That magic axe was so difficult to condense. The 3 of us brothers were all made of one. Hee, isn't you so bad? Fan, I'm going to hurt you. Nicknamed Tug72. I don't think you can. I feel that at this time there are not many that can condense magic axes. As for those who can step into the strangeness of the axe, that is all monsters, pure monsters. Fan, oh, nickname Tug72. Actually, I have the rumor. Do you know that there are many pioneers in the country now, right? They are now at a very amazing level. With 4 twists and 5 joins, we are just in the national team. Is the national team only 1 star? Fang Yi was thinking, and he tried to touch the side and hit a few more. He found that the other party knew everything and felt very sincere. Nicknamed Tug72. Yes, like the rumor. I found a special place here. There should be a world of changes. Do you want a piece of cake? If possible, we can team up in the future. Fang Yi thought for a moment. Fan, okay, please contact me with the address. Heaven and earth change. He really needs such a similar information. Nowadays, many pioneers are constantly collecting changes in the world. They are beneficiaries of the times, and are eager to gain more benefits from it. The pioneers can increase their strength by contacting this kind of change, whether it is a treasure of nature or a weapon of nature. Immediately, the nickname Atug 72 released a piece of information. It turned out to be a compressed bag. Not only are there detailed addresses and pictures, but also a 5,000-word analysis and deduction short article. A figure emerged from the forest, a tall young man, who looks no more than 20 years old, wears a tang sword on his waist, looks very energetic. He walked over and walked towards a door, and the time he had a cell phone was exactly 10 o'clock, no more or less. "You are Brother Fan." The old man glanced at him for a few seconds. How could he be younger than he wanted to be? He also thought that the other party should be about years apart from him, and although everyone is in the third year. "Are you a system man?" Fang Yi smiled faintly and greeted him. Then he took the initiative to stand aside without saying anything. Haha, when you look at it, everyone is I-like, with a more introverted personality. Unlike me, E-person, you're old social terrifying. The short and fat flat-headed man jumped out to fight the ball. He laughed happily and smiled full of pleats, and looked like a person who often smiled. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but look at Fang Yi-sin for a few more times. She noticed that the other party's strength was good, but unfortunately, she was rather cold and didn't say much about being close to each other. Since everyone is sturdy, let's prepare. Zhang Xiaoyao pushed open the stone door. Rush. The stone door opened, and the golden light of Jean Loa projected out. As the gap became bigger and bigger, the wave inside was also empty. Everyone was sweating and sweating, but their expressions revealed a sense of heat. The new era is coming, and this is their chance. Zhang Xiaoya's fingers were trembling with excitement. Is it a machine or a danger? This is the place where the failure is. And Fang, he just raised his head and looked at the golden light. The fruit is a Yang property. Just the underground river, also known as a fuli, is located in a cave. Many caves will grow stone tiles, stone pillars, stone curtains, and stone flowers, which are magnificent and magnificent. Judging from a combination of analysis and pictures provided by the pressure package, this dark river is also the same. It should present an unstandard tree shape with a long length. After entering, Yi suddenly became dark. Someone turned on a flashlight and shone a rough road. There were rocky cliffs next to it. The feeling of entering the cave was like being kept in a secret room, which would make people involuntarily give birth to some unfavorable things. "Who comes to the front?" Zhang Xiaoya asked. The teacher looked at me, and I looked at you peacefully, and he felt as if his mouth was being slapped. "Let me come." Fang Yi, who had been silent, opened his mouth. He passed Zhang Xiaoya, who was wearing a flashlight and was at the forefront of the team. His back looked solid and full of security. "I'll take a look. I'll come back to you. You can match yourself," Zhang Xiaoya said without hesitation. This is how an angry team is, and the teacher is at the back, and it is considered a single slap. Zhang Xiaoya carefully shone the road, and her eyes were involuntarily behind Fang Yi. She felt this guy was mysterious from the beginning. It's not that she doesn't mean being cold, but that's the mystery revealed in her temperament. Zhang Xiaoya has also seen many pioneers, but most of them have a sense of superiority, but she doesn't feel anything in front of her. For some reason, she felt a very warm breath, which was very contradictory. "Brother Fan, please wait a little while. Be careful of the gravel under your feet. Do you get it in? And it seems that water will drip on the left, and it has been dripping a few times on my head. Are you tired? I'm thirsty, and I've brought mine water in my bag." There were a few shouts behind me from time to time. Several dolls will talk about too, but most of the time, it was the three of them who said that Fang Yi heard it alone. In this team, Fang Yi was considered a later generation, but from the perspective of those people's attitudes, they regarded Fang Yi as their own. Be familiar with it? Old man. Fang Yi now understood the urgency of the person who nicknamed Itug 72 on the internet. They really want to find some reliable teammates in this uncertain era. Very real. It's almost. Fang Yi, who was in the front, suddenly opened his mouth. "Ah, it's Yenin," Zhang Xiaoya shouted in surprise. Several people arrived at the underground riverbank. The scene in front of me is more convincing than the photo. The dark corridor is like a tunnel that opens deep underground, with red and storm flowing in it, raising winds and winding ripple. When the rock flows, it hits the cliff, making a sound of waves hitting the shore. It's really a rock stake. The real price is flowing in the underground river. This looks too strange. When you post it, others will say you will read it. Do you feel hot? It's so strange. It feels a little hot, but not very hot. You said that we are really wet all the way, but this is normal in summer. Should we be next to the rock stake? Outside the stone forest, there are several more people in the original open space. One breath is inside, and it is obviously a pioneer of spiritual recovery. At this moment, they were standing outside the stone gate, following the map of the mobile phone. The world has changed greatly, and the strange image is celestial. We have to come in tightly, so as not to be taken over by others. That strange image should be here, and I can feel that special wave. Let's go. Every machine before the spirit revives is worth a lot. Don't be too late. Woo! Below the ground, a sharp blast suddenly burst out. The hot waves came out of the basin at the entrance of the stone gate, as if a sun melted under it, bursting like thunder. Once it was red, and red waves swam out of the ground like a snake. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. A powerful wave. It is transmitted from the underground. Could it be the land of great change was taken first? They glanced at each other and immediately drew into the stone door. When several people arrived, they saw a person sitting on his legs, absorbing his spirit and practicing. Instantly, the faces of several people became cold, and they had bad faces. In this era, there were often conflicts caused by pioneers who fought to fight for the great change of the world. The world changes greatly. Every point involves extraordinary things, and every point may bring good fortune to itself. In front of this kind of treasure, the fewer people enjoy it, the more vulnerable it is. But at present, two groups of people appeared in this underground river, just like wild animals entering the verge of war, and the two sides were full of enemies. What's even more serious is that as the number of people in the dark river increases, the internal inflammation inside begins to become restless. The energy of different generations is limited, and generally after reaching the maximum number of carriers, it will collapse. The place of competition is also a compulsory course for pioneers. And this time, both of these two people are eyeing this place. The atmosphere was a striking moment. You want to come too? This is the place we found first. My friends have already begun to absorb the spirit. Brother, why don't you get along? The flat man stood up and stood on the side of Fang Yi and Lao Li, who was absorbing the spirit. Who is your brother? A waste that has not yet entered the realm of the magic axe is worthy of being called brother and brother Su. The pioneer on the opposite side smiled contemptuously and took the lead. The breath that came out of his body was a star in the miracle realm. Then another person behind him stepped out. The man was so tall that he was tall and big. The 1.9-meter high man was like a wall, and he seemed to be very powerful. He is also a star in the magical realm. The face of the flat man changed. In their team, only Zhang Xiaoya is 1 star. He and Lao Li have not yet entered the miracle realm, and Fang Yi is new. Seeing that he doesn't know anything, he probably has no strength. If the enemy is strong and I am weak, the gap is different. In this case, no matter how frivolous the mouth is, it is not as hard as the fist. Do you understand? Not going to sweep. The 1-star forerunner sneered and didn't look at them and walked straight towards the underground rock steep. It seems that I didn't put this pedestrian in my eyes. Zhang Xiaoya was so angry that his body was trembling. The other party has 2 pioneers of the magic axe realm, and they are not weaker than themselves. Not something they can afford to provoke. Things compete with each other and eat the worst. This is the iron law of nature. Under the premise of revival of spirit, the pioneers are more than the group of kings and the animals who control the powerful power. The king of heads does not rely on the slightest reliance on the number of corpses torn under his feet, which is more straightforward than any throne or crown. A weak pioneer is not worthy of having stronger resources. Zhang Xiaobent bit her lips slightly, and she took a step forward just to open her mouth and turn her back. At this time, the figure moved one step ahead of her. Fang Yi took a step and stood between the two teams. As the evening breeze rose, his hair flew. There seems to be a golden bulb all over his body, and when he looks carefully, it looks like an illusion. This moment, the team of the first to escape in a deserted state. They scrambled to escape from the underground cave and went outside. Stone door. One of his lips was white and trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear, so he said it in a trembling language. It's so scary. That guy was just so scary. What kind of weapon was in his hand? I've never seen such a terrible weapon. The high temperature in the cave just rose up, which made me feel like I was almost melted. When his mat with flames was pulled out, the cloth wrapped in it was burned. When that mat fell, the ground became scorched earth. Even the earth couldn't hold it back. Why should we be these mortal bodies? Is this terrifying person already there in the Ianglii? Mom, he's the Ianglii. His strength is far higher than that of us. This group of Ianglii talks about you, and I say, and the conversation is filled with shock. First, it was originally the Tianshan of this era. If the world has a prosperous life, then the prosperous life must fall on them. But after seeing the scene just now, their sharp teeth and mouths disappeared. The huge gap in strength makes people unable to resist. Luckily, we didn't have a conflict with them. If he slashed me with that, I would be sure to die on the spot and stay hungry because the gap between me and him was so big. It's so scary. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful abbey. Such a person cannot be offended. It's not because we are so tired. We are right to escape. The future is unknown. You can expect that it must be a brilliant era. We all have the conditions of being proud of it. Now all of this is under the water. There is no doubt about the protection of the ancestor. Once you are angry, that is, it is normal to be killed directly. Several people glanced at each other and exclaimed. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Compared with ordinary people, the situation of this weak little guy who has little strength to fight is even more difficult. If you accidentally mess with the big guy, then today the person who came out would be carrying 3 pounds of boxes. We believe that we can only give up this piece of land first. The first 1-star magical realm that first stood out made a decision. All the people are the spots. They were willing to spend more time looking for other changes in the world, and they were not willing to face the Tang dynasty, who was so strange that he could burn everything. Underground cave. The air reveals its differences in silence. Brother Pingtu first came over his mind, stared at Fang Yi in a daze, and after a while he raised a thumb. Awesome, brother. That's just that. There are still traces of scorched earth left on the ground, and there is a burning smell in your nose. Everything is talking, and that scene is just true. The traces of flames on the burning cloth and the flying rock. No one was surprised. The surging waves seemed to be rubbing against their faces, and the burning waves made their faces hurt, and they were still full of red faces. What a terrible thing. Zhang Xiaoya covered her crooked face. Her hair was swept by the heat waves, and in an instant, it broke. After the shattering landed, it burned into ashes in 1 second, so fast that it made people's hair. If they were the ones who were aiming at them, then there would only be a few focal groups here now. As a star-studded star, she was originally a little complacent. But now, all the pride is shattered by this. 1. How many dreams of the first ones have been eliminated? What happened? How is this floor irritating? I'm sorry. Has the volcano sprayed just now? At this time, the old man who had just recovered from the state of absorbing the spirit meditation was screaming. With a glance, I saw such a big calcified girl on the ground. Just under him, it was still emitting white heat. The soul was almost scared. The old man immediately got up from the ground and saw that several other people looked strange. He poked the flat man. Why are you hiding here? Are you in danger? Say it. The flat man murmured. Are we? I feel that danger is more dangerous now. The old man. What bullshit are you putting on? Are you stupid? Evening. The sky was filled with fire clouds, reddishing half of the sky. Beautiful and beautiful. Among the countless people taking photos, Fang Yi walked through it, and the scabbard on his back attracted some strange attention. Is that a fake knife? I'm interested in a real one. It's a cosplay. I feel so hot and smell like a flowing blade like fire. Back home, Fang Yi took off his shoes, changed his slippers, and walked into the room. At the first time, he took off his knife on his back. The knife attached a new inflammation property in the cave. Now that the knife is unsheathed, you can feel the surging heat inside. The blade body is extremely hot and can be 2,000. Moreover, the special attribute of the genus can explode. This is definitely a powerful and incomparable ability. Fang Yi the dry cloth wipes the blade lightly. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he met the team that first mover today. Although there are two amazing stars on the other side, they seem to be very weak and don't beat me at all. Even if I'm not a 2-star, just like them, I'm sure I can easily fight them. Fang Yi murmured. It's not his own fault, but the other party's strength is indeed a big difference. The golden breathing method makes me far ahead of others in the same realm, not to mention that the other party's realm is lower than mine. In this era when everyone is moving forward in the dark, not everyone can have a profound practice gate like me. Fang Yi was slightly excited. These undoubtedly allow him to calm down and even slim in the era of spiritual recovery. This feeling is still very pleasant. This time, the improvement is very good. Fang Yi's harvest in the underworld was not only limited to inner flame and red fire knife technique. Above the dark river, he also moved the golden breathing method. The underground rock hydrant is an abnormality of the nature of the yang, and the golden yang breathing method can greatly expand its absorption effect 10 times. The oldie sat there for half an hour and only absorbed less than 10% of his spirit. The remaining 90% were all sucked away by Fang Yi. The human energy has limited energy to accommodate. Even in the miraculous realm, this is already the maximum absorption of Fang Yi. However, the news is that after this absorption, he has already felt that his body fluctuations are shaking, and he is about to break through the 3rd level. If you turn again, you should be able to directly break through 3 stars. Fang Yi went to the back mountain, found a remote place, and his mind fell into it. The gilded light is swaying, and the rocks flowing with the axe is floating in front of you, and there's a swaying trend. Fang Yi was fully focused and began to control his spirit. Another place behind the mountain. A figure diamonds out of the bushes and wipes the sweat. It's finally done. Su Qing was covered in dirty face. She spent the whole day today in this mountain, wiping her, but for the yang element. Suddenly, her pretty face changed. He raised his eyes suddenly in a terrifying manner. Is someone going to break through the 3 stars of the ghost axe realm? During the confrontation, she felt a warm torrent. A breath of irritability is rising gradually. The whole sky was shining thousands of feet like a god. That day light covered the entire mountain behind, and a terrifying pressure spread toward all directions. Buzz! The space screams. The sky was filled with fire and clouds, as if it had become this sky light, and the light was dim. The sky was as bright as a sun, and the bulb covered countless spirits, shining on the body, making people's hearts warm and warm, very warm. Is this a breakthrough to Samsung? Can the realm of the ghost axe realm really create such a big and static state? What kind of terrifying level can he be? Su Qinghua walked on the path in the back mountain. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and couldn't help but slouch her ears and join the specialist. I feel like I'm being fooled. Huh? The specialist was stunned. Really? How could this coincidental thing be? I went there every time, and I was 1 step late every time. This was definitely intentional. Last time the rabbit died, I rushed over and picked up the minced meat that had been stagnant for the night. Well, I was too late. Last time, I squatted for a night and just went out to buy a cup of milk tea. The people were gone. I dug soil in the next half day. The traces on that land made my hands tremble, and I felt that it was not hard for me to go down the mountain to work and farm. This time, I saw the breakthrough light just seconds, and everyone who ran over was gone. You said that this was a joke. Isn't you kidding me? Su Qingli said, Are you broken up with a broken voice? What a miserable person. I don't want to live anymore. The specialists there were silent after hearing this. As soon as she was a husband, she only thought Su Qingli said it was reasonable. There is no such a coincidence in the world. In order to calm Su Qing's feelings, she decided to break up the topic and talk about some good news to divert her attention. Okay, don't worry about these first. Actually, I think it's a good thing that you've stayed outside to do a mission recently. Recently, anomalous has appeared. In speech, Su Qing's pupils shrank, and his expression suddenly became clouded. Exception, did they appear again? Her voice shook. She will always remember those monsters, which are the dark side of the city. They are evil, strange, violent. They are extremely arrogant and easily play with human life in their palms. Those monsters are often ill-fated and endured, not just plain killing, but hobbies of abuse. They are like to benefit from the great changes in the world and to advance with the pioneers. The only thing that does not go further is that they are of darkness. The unusual shapes are similar to the monsters in some film works. They are often powerful and violent. The last time they appeared, the spirit cultivation of immortals would lose several first-class players. Su Qing clearly remembered that his unusual appearance was very ugly and sensible. Its body was covered with a dark mist, scattering an odor that made people feel cold and irritated. The skin was like a dead person, covered with cracks and scars, and burned with evil. She had been in contact with that unusual eye. It was a red ape, flashing with endless darkness and fierce pupils, as if it could swallow a human soul. The unusual asylum was extremely violent. It not only killed simply, but enjoyed the pleasure brought by the murder. Therefore, when it appeared abnormally, the surrounding area was always filled with bloody breath, and the wailing sounds and the sound of shattering bones intertwined, which was enough to form a horror intercourse of death. The appearance of this lyrics represented endless pain and hope. It was a good dark dream that Su Qinglu could not sleep in a good month. The specialist observed Su Qingli's silence and comforted him. It's okay. It's a good thing for you to stay outside. At least it's not unusual, but you should also be careful because you don't know where to hide those things that are about to die. Su Qing's eyelashes are light and dirty. I understand. Thank you. Not long after, light rain started to rise in the sky. The rain has become heavier. Soon, the rain was like thousands of troops running in the dome, and the water droplets formed a blurry picture like silver, blurring the scenery in the distance and drowning out all the sounds. Occasionally, a dazzling flash would pierce the night sky, and the thunder would explode as if the heart of the earth was roaring. In front of the window, Fang Yi looked outside calmly. Jade Emperor Peak, mountain foot. It was so long that it was impossible to see the night, with flood-like rain flowing on the ground, and thunder exploded in the darkness, and the entire barren mountain was shaking in the thunder sound. The head is huge and thunder is instantly roaring like a giant. Suddenly, once thunder struck down, the mountain broke into pieces instantly. The walls broke, the load-bearing pillars collapsed. The statue of the god fell from the platform, smashed into pieces in the rain, as if the whole world was collapsing to welcome the thunder god. Since ancient times, thunder power has been the symbol of the most powerful and pure. The fantasy thunder tribulation, the ancient mythical decree, and the sacred dynasty. And the sacred dynasty are inseparable from thunder. The power of heaven is great. The thunder god's forgiveness order. Thunder is in charge of the magical punishment, and it will kill evil, tyrannical and unbounded. Every thunder comes with the innate tyranny factor. Even if he has created the magic axe, Fang Yi, he dare not touch it easily. When this thunderstorm feast was extremely exciting, the wind blew through the mountainside and rolled over the road like a black river. The rainstorm was turbulent, and the thunder exploded. The man in a black robe stood there, his golden eyes lit up, piercing the white fog. Fang Yi raised his head slightly, and his pupils reflected the sky, full of tyrannical breath. He felt the face was grand and majestic, as strong as a shattering scene. It's not enough. It's not the center of thunder. The Jade Emperor's top is as high as 1,545 meters, with a height of 20,000 kilometers. The mountain foot is far away and is not the closest place to thunder. The closer the distance is, the more refined the extracted thunder attributes are. He wants to go to the center of the storm. If it were someone else, the thunder of the mountain was enough to tear them apart. Even if it was hiding in the wardrobe, it would be useless. The enemy Fang, he has the method of breathing with Golden Yang. This is his greatest reliance on facing thunder. Swish! In an instant, golden light evaporated from Fang Yi's body. The golden breathing method followed his body and his muscles one by one, following his breathing rhythm, and his watch was like a piece growing on him. At this moment, Fang Yi seemed to be falling in the dark night and rainstorm, and the Sun King fell. The world changes greatly. Evolution and death are born. In this era of great change, the brave will always win more prizes. Fang Yi took a firm step. A thick thunder pillar fell, as if it was slashing the mountain and silenced, and the earth was filled with rain. The purple thunder roared and suddenly landed on the golden-shaped road. Fang Yi's throat spilled out his low voice and stepped out again. Thunder voiced and rushed towards the figure again. The next moment, Fang Yi was swallowed by Zishao. His body was filled with thunder, and the thunder rushed, crawling over his body from top to bottom. He is like a god embodied in a heavy rain, and his every move is full of destruction. Fang Yi's body was shocked. A panting sounded. There is the golden breathing method to protect my body. The rogue symbolizes the divine thunder, and thunder hit me, but my body still can't bear it. The storm of the clouds was like 1,000 troops, and thousands of arrows shot into his body. Fang Yi felt pain in his body. Thunder struck a flash of 100 meters above his head, and the human, I could only see its shadow. The lightning pierced into Fang Yi's body, and the golden light began to show a melting, burning state. Huge gravel was shattered, and the guests of the hotel on the mountain were also shattered in the thunder. Hundreds of human-made construction experience could not have a moment of resistance to the thunder. Everything was exploding and shattering, but there was only the figure in the middle. The lightning rays formed a clamping line in the air and struck him, as if it would never stop. Fang Yi touched his ear with his hand. The thunder sound stopped him and felt that his world was silent, with only a lot of thunder sounds and thunder, and everything around it was destroyed by this thunder. This is the great change of heaven and earth. This is the destruction and rebirth of times. The first one is to go against the will of heaven and know that it cannot be done. In this unpredictable world, we seek a first-line animal for humans. Everyone else was away from this thunder-forbidden area. Only Fang Yi walked towards the center step by step. Fang Yi kept walking, and as he walked, he felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and he had to fight with all his strength, especially after walking within 10 steps of lightning. It seemed as if the whole world was pressing on the body. Every bone and every muscle were dying. Into the apartment. With a tinging sound, the floor lights light up, and the elevator door suddenly opened. A figure wearing a long black sweater stepped out from it, and the rainwater that kept rolling out from the sweater meandered on the corridor floor, dragging out a long line of water. Fang Yi, who had been home, put his clothes into the trash can for the first time. The clothes were torn apart by the thunder. Fang Yi sat on the sand. He should have felt tired. At this moment, his body looked like a marathon runner who had just finished running. He didn't feel tired, but instead felt energetic because of the exercise. I remember that when he absorbed the thunder, his body seemed to fall apart. It was quite painful at that time, but after absorbing it, he was very energetic. Thunder attribute is also the most powerful attribute. Compared with the Yang attribute, it is not as gentle as the Yang attribute. The enemy is stronger when fighting. Fang Yi closed his eyes and began to cultivate the thunder and thunder. A long thunder telescope penetrates into the body. He felt the power of thunder wandering around his body, as if thousands of snakes were dancing in every cell of his body. The power of thunder is not a simple destruction and destruction, but a mysterious washing and rejuvenation. Every thunder wires shuttles between his muscles and bones, and is carefully polishing and strengthening every part. Under the tempering of the thunder attribute, Fang Yi's body seemed to be placed in a melting furnace, sparking 4 times, and he could not feel the pain, only a strange numbness and comfort. Every time his muscles and bones were broken, it was accompanied by a difficult-to-speak pleasure, feeling a little bit of quenching by lightning. The golden blood gradually penetrated the blue-purple light. As can be seen by the naked eye, Fang Yi's body became more erect and solidified, and every inch of her skin revealed a power and mystery that could not be expressed in words. As Fang Yi thought, this thunder attribute is an extremely spear, and the sky is the best shield. After the thunder attribute is enhanced, the body is several times stronger than before. As I said before, his physical quality was the most powerful after the change of the golden smoke breathing method. Then now he has added another thunder attribute. Again, facing the higher attribute that is as violent as the thunder attribute, he will not feel as painful as this time when he stepped in. If it was a thunderstorm, the effectiveness of practice would be better. Fang Yi looked at the rain outside the window and felt regretful. After the thunder nature was introduced into the body by him, the judgment of this world was also over. The rain was filled with rain, and it was pounding in front of the window without any sign of thunder. When I said that, I stepped into the center of the thunder to see the thunder. Does it have the smell of thunder's nature before? Thunder's nature only needs to touch thunder, but thunder's catastrophe is hard, and it hurts even if it is not moving. He was hitting thunder in the center of the thunder. With my body at that time, I could never withstand it. It seems that fantasy power is still a powerful power. Thunder's catastrophe is the recognition of the powerful, and it is an unavoidable hurdle on the road to evolution. I don't know if my divine thunder 100-year-old cultivation will be passed on to me. Fang Yi is looking forward to it now. He wanted to use the divine thunder in the sky to try his soul that was reshaped by the divine thunder and 100 elves. Fang Yi checked the thunder attribute template. The pure thunder judgment force will punish all evil things and get 300% violent damage. It's worthy of being the thunder attribute of the divine punishment of the palm. It's such a rough and violent attack. Fang Yi was secretly shocked. With a resurgence of spirit, not only humans benefit, but even humans are just the weakest. A great disaster was first caused by the great changes in the world, and, secondly, the changes in animals and plants. This is the rabbit he killed before. The evil spirits are much more terrifying than these different animals and plants. At that time, they will inevitably have to deal with them. In this way, the effectiveness of this thunder attribute will definitely be a timely help. The other side, top of Jade Emperor Peak. The red warning was pulled up in the heavy rain, leaving the ruins behind the thunder. A group of soldiers in uniform were walking in the ruins of the Jade Emperor Peak as silently as a ghost, with steady steps and fixed eyes, and high degree of precautions and training. The army was shocked, and looking at their condition and well-trained style, they didn't look like ordinary soldiers at all. Special forces? Natural disaster? It's definitely not just that simple. Fuck, is there such violent thunder in the world? Even if I'm 1,000 meters apart, I feel the hairs on my body stand up. Go and go, they've seen it. The audience was shocked by the sudden military clearing operation. They originally wanted to see the scene after the thunder passed, but were beaten outside by strict defense. When ordinary people see this kind of scene, even if they have great curiosity, they will leave with a low head. Some people try to get close to them. There are some people who are eager to seek a machine after receiving the news, but are blocked by the indifferent and determined eyes of the soldiers. The red warning line forms a strange contrast inside and outside, as if it is the separation of the two worlds. On the dark and rainy night, there was no sound on the mountain peaks. The military takes over the people first. He has a strong breath and a sharp look. It seems that there's a kind of energy that is killed on his body, which makes ordinary people feel huge pressure. Chief, there is news from a city defense team. In front of the city defense team members, their eyes did not dare to look directly at this terrifying military leader. The other party's atmosphere was too strong, and when you glance over, you felt a strong sense of pressure. Did you say, "Have you seen someone come out from there?" the military chief asked. Although his voice was gentle, every word had a strong sense of authority, and every look revealed the power of being unable to challenge. The city defense team couldn't help but open their mouths and answered, "Yes, Chief, when the thunder landed before, we were nearby." The people from the city defense team described the scene they saw in detail. When they talked, there were still thunderstorms in the sky, surviving just like a dragon traveling. Such thunder would definitely be a disaster. The air is scattered and leaves a lot of charge, and you can feel the skin numb when you get close to it. However, this is not as good as the thunder that was shocked just now. It is precisely because of this that figure was shocked by everyone. What's even more strange is that when they faced these soldiers, they also felt an amazing atmosphere, and it was like a thunder that they saw that they were walking out of the thunder. After telling the scene at that time, the city defense team members couldn't help asking, "Chief, what happened? I feel strange recently in Taichung." The head of the city looked cold. "You shouldn't ask. Don't ask more. You will know when you know." The city defense team members lowered their heads in awe. Soon, they were taken away, and several soldiers were dealing with the mess on the scene in an orderly manner. Han stood up, patted the mud on his pants, stood in the mountain, and looked into the center of thunder. It was originally a temple, but now it was destroyed by thunder and was buried halfway through the Buddha statue, and its head was penetrated. The surrounding hotels, B&Bs, and other buildings were not exempted. In this thunderous scene, nothing was left, only one survived. The man who lived in front of the city defense team, 3 people came out of the prosperous thunder. In this mess, he unexpectedly didn't find any traces about him. Another first move? This is the number 66 first move found in Taishu. Walking out of the Jade Emperor Peak Thunder Center, safe and sound, others describe it as a violent attitude. Well, the number is determined to be a tyrant. It seems that he has gained a lot of energy from his thunder. The predecessor of this era must be good. If you accidentally a plane hit your face, it is the heavenly accusation of sniffing. This tyrant looks like he has a purpose and actively contacts the world of heaven and earth with a revival of spirit. This kind of people are the most terrifying. I don't know which side they are on. If they're not in conflict, they will be harmful to them. The disaster is difficult to be abnormal. We must start the population survey as soon as possible and find him out. When the news is urgent, first block the message and release a little natural disaster-prone smoke. Han Litten felt anxious and reached into his pocket and wanted to touch the smoke again, but he touched the air. He tightened his eyebrows. Finally, he slowly called out a phone call. Fang Yi didn't know. Because of him, many people couldn't sleep all night. Apartment on the sand. Fang Yi was trying to use his thunder hand. After noting the properties of the lightning, the hand showed a very different change. The silver-colored, flash-shaped pattern body crawled over the palm of the hand and the back of the hand. With the movement of a light handshake, the thunder and electricity in the palm surged. The attributes of the are different from those without the. Mai has become the most indestructible part of the body. The bonus of the thunder attributes has a much stronger attack. What's more, the attributes of the thunder attributes have a unique violent effect on evil spirits. It will cause 300% of the damage to evil spirits. In other words, when facing some evil spirits, Fang Yi can make it a thunderous point when he rolls his hands and fans out. The palm of your palm is thunderous, and the violent attacks are coming. It is simply a bad dream for evil spirits. Not only that, these thunders attack the evil spirits, but also cause huge damage. If it is operated properly, it is possible to slap a demon to death with one hand. A slap to death a spirit of evil nature. This requires extremely high-level pressure or sufficient realm pressure to have this possibility, but Fang Yi's hand can reach this height. It's also a good killer. Fang Yi smiled with a smile on the corner of his lips and held his palm. The thunder in the palm of his palm was stormy, and the light of the rays couldn't open his eyes. Like a little cat who listens to the good. I'm now the top-notch level in the first place, right? Fang Yi returned home and started to check the news routinely. He discovered a love affair when the world changes greatly, perhaps to protect the safety of ordinary people. Xiaoguo will always issue a warning at the first time. If you move forward, you can see a first shot from this warning. An explosion occurred in the chemical factory, and no one is injured at present. A piece of news attracted Fang Yi's visual line. Explode? Fang Yi thought something. This kind of love related to the explosion is generally not innocent, and 99% of the behind it contains some kind of love. I clicked in and found that it was an official clarification. An explosion occurred in the chemical factory, causing black smoke to spread and cause urban pollution. The above are normal. Please do not panic and take good care of yourself. Several pictures were posted below the text. Looking far away, it was at dusk, and an explosion occurred in a factory similar to a chemical factory, and half of the factory was flooded in the sea of fire. The black light was like a huge cloud. Half the sky is dyed black. It looks scary and incredible. The review area is also very exciting. Is it really just an explosion? I live nearby. I heard the sound when the explosion occurred. But if you say, I don't know how to describe the feeling. Is the cold, evil breath? For the same reason, it is the cold, evil, and you described it very accurately. The two people on the building are not mentally ill, right? An explosion made you feel cold and evil. Could it be that there is something indescribable inside? Are you crazy online? The chemical factory here also exploded. The taste is a bit unpleasant, but evil is too annoying, right? It's quite cold when you look at the pictures. Half the sky is black, which makes me feel very stressful and heavy. My depression is going to worsen. This review is about several hundred floors below. Fang Yi looked and was about to turn down. Suddenly a prompt popped up on the screen. The comments you're viewing are folded. Has it been folded? Fang Yi was a little surprised. He thoughtfully went out to read the post. Not surprisingly, the entire post was banned, and the account number for the post was changed. In Fang Yi's opinion, this kind of behavior was obviously a bit tempting. The official is so anxious to ban this post, so he can't guess anything. This content cannot be dissipated. Once more people know it, it will affect the military, so the official immediately deleted the post from the scene and prohibited from discussing this topic. Fang Yi recalled his past reading this post. Others are pretty good, and the only thing that is the most suspicious is that review. Meaning evil, forbidden words? If what he said was true, it would be not good to feel the difference between yin and evil. It's hard to say, under the background of this great change in the world and the resurrection of spirit, is there something that began to invade? Fang Yi's eyes were deep, and he looked out the window. It was raining outside the window. Because of that thunder, the weather has been raining heavily recently, and the entire air is covered with a cold and haze. In a city covered by rain, is it hard to say what really has woken up from the deep sleep? The rainstorm is blowing. There were no pedestrians on the street, and the surrounding merchants closed early. In this flashy weather, no one wants to leave, and he is willing to watch TV and play games at home. In the vast night, nothing except the heavy rain. There was no thin light on the high floors far away. The realm was so quiet that it seemed that there was only scattered rain. Sizi. The sharp sound of the music broke the silence. Then a pair of red eyes. A few trash piles in the corner suddenly appeared. The bloody red eyes were waving, and the watch was like a pair of burning balls. File number 7, Huanai. Pleasant, dark, damp eater from the outside. This is a big mouse with a thin and distorted body, covering its dark skin, as if it was swallowing all the light and radiating dim light. It has no hair on its head, covering a layer of mucosa like a frog's skin, which looks a bit disgusting. Plus, the long limbs and sharp tail all emit a smell of rottenness and death. The top of the high floor above its head. Several figures stared down below. The silver-white earmuffs were shining with a glimmer of light, and the head of the earmuffs gently pressed them. Only by giving you more, we can accurately locate the assassin of this thing. Standing on his side was a temporary member of the head of the headquarters, Su Qingfeng. Su Qinglu heard the sound of the voice. Yin Yi likes to wait for the dark in Tideland. I have patrolled the area around it. The most likely thing to appear is here, it turns out. After Su Qinglu found Ye, he contacted the destroyer team to come. Yes, but why are you wearing a security uniform? I love it personally. They came so quickly that Yin Yi didn't have time to kill anyone. The leader of the destroyer team turned over and ordered seriously. During the movement, you must avoid the death of the personnel as much as possible. One of your own, safety first. What kind of love will you encounter? Come to me at the first time. Don't show off. Have you heard it clearly? I understand, team leader. The eyes under the masks of the three members were bright, and their voices were neat. The leader of the destroyer team pointed his head slightly. He looked at the EE below, exhaled a breath, and spit out 4 words. The swaying began. In an instant, everyone's clothes were windless, and the spirits that emerged from their bodies lifted up the corners of their clothes, and everyone seemed to be covered with a faint moonlight. At the beginning, the captain was the captain. He bent down and walked downwards with a posture of embracing the earth. Next is the second and the third. They opened their arms and fell from the high floor like a light wind. The next moment, his feet fell on the dark stone bricks on the ground. There was only one light sound from the ground, melting into the heavy rain. But the dark night suddenly raised her head in the gap between running. The bloody eyes were like a dagger, accurately illuminating the position of the destroyer team. Been discovered. Seeing this, no commander needs to be given. There was no such thing as the destruction team. Through the tacit understanding between life and death for many years, the team opened up the 4 directions of the escape from the night. East, south, west, north. The escape passages in 4 directions have been blocked. Between the narrow, secret passage of the night, the red eyes lit up in the dark night, like a trapped beast. Sazizi dash. As soon as the detective team spoke, everyone stopped at a moment. The figure quickly closed, gathered back to back, glanced around, and confirmed the situation in front of him. This is a waste factory. The equipment that was tied to the spider net was old, half of which fell on the production line. The oil flowing on the ground had dried up and solidified. It seemed that the seeds had been abandoned for a long time. As the lights are dim, the rains dry up the visuals, and it is difficult to observe even if they are pioneers of spiritual recovery. They are traps carefully organized by the destroyer team and are difficult to escape. Have you taken it? The captain murmured lightly. This kind of waste factory is not like being desperate and running in. Instead, it's more like a trap that beats them all in one net and catches them in a jar. In the darkness, a large black snake swiftly turned over its body, revealing its large and muscular body. The black piece was like the color of death, and a dim light flashed under the dim light. The long snake tongue stretched out continuously, emitting a suffocating fishy smell. Every time its film rubs, the sound of the heart makes people feel terrified, and the hissing sound keeps returning to Chin's old moment like a certain kind of pick. A big black snake with a dark nature. He cheated them all and introduced them to the scrap factory with a runaway attitude. The dark nature itself is also the best at concealing the long-term obscurity to a certain extent. The night is dark, and the big snake is dark. Rush. A huge sound. The door was swept away by the snake's tail, and it closed. In the quiet, dark night, the uneasy and dissatisfaction atmosphere gradually spread. I feel that I am being raped. My remaining feeling becomes particularly sensitive. The ears were filled with the hissing of the snake, and the ice and evil breath filled the face, making people feel subtly nauseous. The location of the night cannot be found in the dark. I could only hear the sound of dragging on the ground by the snake's tail, and the entire destroyer team was quite passive. Suddenly, a disgusting smell drips into the tip of the nose, swaying the sky spirit. Dark toxic fog. Do away quickly. The captain responded first and immediately alerted. But it was too late. A team member beside him couldn't dodge enough, and the poisonous fog directly stuck on his arm. A icy feeling penetrated the clothes and crawled all over his arms. He gasped in pain, reached out, and touched the warm blood in his hand. Corruption. In the darkness, the face of the member suddenly changed. It is easy to know, without looking at that, his arm is already covered in blood. Retreat. The captain immediately ordered. The toxic fog has extremely strong corruption effects, which is even stronger than the poisonous tutoring items, and it is instantly affected. There is no way to fight this domineering ability. Everyone held the injured man and quickly pulled to the door. A line of blood was winding out on the ground, and then the torn clothes were scattered. But there was a smell of blood in the air, which was intertwined with the pungent black fog. The other people's expressions were not very awkward. Captain, the poisonous fog has been dissipated. If this continues, all of us will die. This factory that was unable to see the 5 fingers, the poisonous fog blocked their visual lines. They could not find the exit and could only hide. But no matter how much I hide, this space is always limited, and the poisonous fog will touch the corners of their clothes long ago. Sitting and waiting for the opportunity is not the style of the destruction team. 10 minutes ago, Fang Yi kept searching for keywords about the evil and evil on his mobile phone, but he got nothing. If the official wants to hide something, it will never be possible to leave any spider horses. It is also true that the revived love will be so confused. Evil, cold, abnormal. These are all abnormal. Fang Yi finally could only spell out the word anomalous from the online Sherlock Holmes password of the verbal. Abnormal. Now, after seeing this mysterious creature, Fang Yi had a concrete understanding of this. Next second, he stepped down from the broken residential building. The heavy rain fell on his sweater and made a crisp sound. He stepped into the black fog. In an instant, dazzling golden light radiated from him. The golden breathing method is a terrifying and fierce sunlight, like a huge sword entering the dark realm. The black fog was twisted and surging, as if it was a monster trapped in the deep impurity of the evil, and most of it was dispersed in the blink of an eye. Is the darkness attribute? Fang Yi murmured faintly. Instantly, the breath on his body suddenly burst. The huge breath instantly pressed the black fog around him. The black fog felt a huge pressure, and the shadows of darkness gradually melted by the golden light, like a thorn that was powerlessly pierced under the fierce sunlight, being hit by this breath without any strength. It seems like a group of shadows that are being narrowed, washed by the light, and the black fog is difficult to resist this extremely young property. They keep regressing and are forced to escape by the radiant rays of radiance. Sizzling, in the black fog, a huge black snake hissed at him. The black snake was pulled out for a few pieces and was bleeding. It looked like it had fought with someone and suffered some injuries, so it was not fatal. It opened its huge mouth, and its fangs leached black venom. I tried to swallow Fang Yi into his stomach. However, he had not arrived in front of Fang Yi yet. Fang Yi drew his sword. The Tang Dao's blade reflected the traces of flames. Under the head of the scorching breath, the flames pulled a red line in the air. A red line appeared in the center of the snake's head and eyes. The next second, the red line looks like a split line in the picture, dividing its entire snake into two. The snake's head splits into two in half and falls towards the two sides. The black snake was cut into 2 1/2 with one knife. The explosion sounded like thunder, rising inside the snake's body. The hot flames burst out and instantly turned the snake into a group of blazing flames, causing the air around it to twist. The broken snake flickered in the flames, shining with the remaining light like red stones. The big black snake's body, which was originally strong and heavy, cracked in the explosion, scattered all over the ground, with countless fragments, scattering the smell of suffocating sulfur. As the explosion gradually dissipated, leaving only a messy scene, and the broken snake head seemed to be hiding in the smoke, its giant light-like snake eyes seemed to have not reacted, leaving behind the undisappeared coldness and evil poison. Death and reluctance. Kill the heart and the destruction. All under this knife, the gray flying smoke was left without any trace. If someone saw this scene at this moment, he would only be awe and awe at this terrifying scene. Unfortunately, in the darkness of the black fog, the destroyer team could not see this terrifying scene. The snake's body instantly fell into 2.5 on the ground. Sizzling, the air still makes a terrifying sound. Well, there's another one. A small beast came towards Fang Yi. This thing is extremely fast. Fang Yi had a slight brow. His palms swept in an instant. In an instant, the power of thunder filled Fang Yi's palm, as if thousands of currents were intersecting in his palm. Between the light flash, an unparalleled force of judgment gathered in it, emitting a terrifying atmosphere of war. The moment when the palm of his hand touched Yi, the factory in the destroyer's team station. They could not forget this scene after seeing it. In a pool of blood, the black snake's body was 1 point. The red blood flowed all over the ground, and there were traces of burnt on the side. The pure and abundant yang energy surged around. The faces of the destroyer team were filled with surprise. When did extremely arrogant selves appear here? Su Qingli held his arm, his white face frowned slightly, and his words were calm. It's him. I think I know what happened. Su Qingli said, with a faint discomfort on his face. I should know this person. He is my mission target. Supervising the mission, the captain said. Yes, here I am trying to monitor a highly qualified and advanced assassin. He is a young assassin. Su Qingwei briefly described his monitoring situation and implicated his embarrassment of always wiping his but from behind. Always, every time I almost find him, he always leaves first, as if intentional. I wonder before if he did it on purpose, it was actually intentional. Now, he should have always known that I was looking for him nearby. Thinking of his supervisory mission being counter-surveillance by the person in charge. Su Qingbing only felt that the skin was numb. She has been fooled. However, this emotion only appeared for a moment and was soon replaced by a complex emotion. Come on, I can't protect him, but I was protected by him. After hearing her words, the destruction team lost all the time. I don't know what to say. Awesome. Too awesome. In such an old apartment, there is such a powerful pioneer hidden in it. What a powerful force, you just said, is a young nature. Then what is this? The captain squatted on the ground, pointing at a corner with a serious look. That was the body of Yi. Yi's body was clearly struck by the thunder force. There's also a large charge force left above. If you stretch out your hand a little, you will be caught off guard. It can be seen that the person who took action had a strong personality. Is this thunder attribute? It depends on purity or high attribute. Su Qing's beautiful eyes were round, but he is yang attribute. I saw those traces in front of me, and it was absolutely yang attribute. You said that 2 people appeared here yesterday, one in front and the other, no more than a minute apart. One killed the black snake, the other killed the knight, and then another one left. The captain looked at her. Su Qingli can only remain silent. Where is such a coincidence in the world? When the 2 people entered, they appeared in a place, and both sides killed each other for an abnormality, and then turned around tacitly and left. I'll just compare the attack habits, killing methods, footprints, etc. After analysis, it is very likely that the 2 abnormal ones will be killed. The detective team held the eyeglasses and said a little suspicious. One person? She didn't believe it very much. But facts show that these 2 people are indeed one person. High-level apartment, mysterious place. Fang Yi took off his black raincoat and hung it on the hanger at the door. He lowered his head and watched the thunder charge surge in his right hand, thinking that the sensation of strange phenomena have become increasingly frequent in recent days. It's less than a year since the official revival, but as the land changes today, strange phenomena in various places are coming out. The climate of the earth, the thunder of the Jade Emperor Peak, the rock flowing in the underground river. The pioneers have set out on the road of cultivation. After opening up the interface between the body and the spiritual world, they can feel the changes between the world more sensitively than ordinary people, just like the group of people in the underground river before. They just felt the changes in the nearby river and found them themselves. Now, all pioneers have embarked on the road of independent cultivation. Those who have not recognized the pioneers of the country have generally achieved a very good level of success. This is explained. The pioneers are taking the initiative and eager to find these spiritual holes in the world to improve their strength. Those who are the underground river are the best evidence. It's still a relatively stable exploration stage, because most pioneers are seeking great changes in the world and improving their strength. Often, there is no major conflict between pioneers within the controllable scope of the country. On the national level, we have even established an open spiritual cultivation association. Although there is no clear identity at the moment, the chapter is very clear. The spiritual cultivation association. Fang Yi confirmed that this is Xia's handwriting. It can be seen that Xia is showing goodwill to the wild pioneers and is also giving some guidance. However, in my opinion, the problem lies in the country and the spiritual immortal cultivation association. The country has clearly established the Spiritual Immortal Cultivation Association, but has not resigned its existence, but has allowed it to develop freely and given some support in secret, which shows that the country has not yet planned to resign everything. Fang Yi said, reminds of the recent news. Since that opening, terrifying changes have begun to occur in various places, and some intellectual forces have also been awakened. Mysterious cracks often appear in the sky. Confusing songs appear in the ocean, and the land is suddenly distorted everywhere, swallowed by fog, and disappeared on the map. This information is mixed in daily news, as if it has opened another world door for ordinary people. When you're on the road, you can hear people everywhere discussing hidden, unsafe factors in the surrounding environment. The world seems to be magical all of a sudden, and it is full of uncertainty everywhere. It can be seen. The country is looking for ways to alert ordinary people, protecting them on one hand and trying to understand that this crisis is coming. But in this wave of rejuvenation, the biggest problem lies here. In fact, the country does not have the confidence to start the era of full cultivation directly. Fang Yi rubbed his finger. Xia has a large population. Once the information is revealed, the first thing is that the order is declining and internal disturbances. No country can bear it. There are too many dangers to be revived. Once it is opened, the first thing to do is to die in a big way. There are changes and abnormalities everywhere. Not only do we need to protect ordinary people from death, but we also need to protect some people who try to die. In this case, it is not ruled out that many people will be killed in order to become pioneers. The possibility of catching the most energy-consuming group. Of course, there are also some cowards who think that the world pattern is about to change, and money is no longer the master. From then on, they will make some robbery and stupidity to challenge the country's majesty. These factors are within the scope of national considerations. Once the nation starts to practice, it will only be even more inconvenient. Therefore, Fang Yi could actually understand the general method of Xia dynasty. Human hearts are more terrifying than ghosts and gods, so there is no need to test them. What's more, dark nature breeds anomalies, and whether it is for ordinary people or pioneers, it is a terrifying threat. Fang Yi thought of the two unusual creatures with the dark nature seen today. What is abnormal is the most painful thing. Lucky, Fang Yi closed his eyes, took a deep breath in the early morning air, and felt the warmth of the sun. The golden breathing method is smooth and smooth. The golden light is dazzling all over the body, like the sun shining on the body. The silk is long and golden blood flows through the blood vessels. Every blood was filled with warmth, like a stream of warmth spreading around him. The blood became hot and dazzling. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of the body, and a healthy and burning light was emitted from the skin. After persisting with the quenching of the golden breathing method, Fang Yi felt that his body was filled with no heat and vitality inside and outside. Every inch of the skin absorbs sunlight. He felt his body become more flexible, and every muscle was filled with great vitality. It's so cool to breathe with golden yang. Fang Yi couldn't help but sigh. This extremely powerful nature is a powerful weapon, and the powerful martial arts of the Golden Sun breathing combined with this weapon has greatly enhanced the value of the weapon. Now, he just felt like he was ineffective in his body. These are all brought by the method of gold and yang breathing and yang properties. Just keep going like this, and one day, Fang Yi's body will become invincible, reaching the level of a cultivator in the legend. However, if you really want to reach that step, you must first survive the water droplets and stones. Repairing is still a lonely road. Fang Yi sighed lightly. The pioneers are the pioneers of times. They are extremely uncertain and undecided. The more they are, the more they need to be strong, perseverance, and courage. On this avenue, many people will die halfway. After completing the daily morning breathing method, Fang Yi sniffed out a long breath and planned to go to eat. Just then a phone call came in, and Fang Yi looked at the note on the phone and showed surprise. I haven't called them for many years. Why did my aunt suddenly contact me? Fang Yi didn't contact much with relatives since she was a child. Since his parents went there unexpectedly, his aunt had proposed to take care of him, but he was rejected by him. Even if you're a relative, you will still be sent to someone else after living there. You may also be treated as an imaginary enemy by your relative's children, which is worse than being alone. Then Fang Yi lived alone in the big house left by his parents, happy like a god. Auntie, Xiaoi, have you eaten? I've eaten. Auntie's opening is a classic 3-piece set. Have you eaten it? How have you been doing recently? Alas, I have a relationship and want to tell you. Fang Yi patiently greeted my aunt, and sure enough, the topic came to the last one. That's right, Xiaoi, I have a love story with you. Your cousin is going to study in Taichung City recently. I'm really worried that she can stay in a hotel alone. Can you stay with you for a few days? Cousin, Fang Yi was stunned. Unexpectedly, his aunt said that it was this one. Instantly, a black long man appeared in the sea of brain, with thin waist and long legs in a slight shape. That's right, my cousin is very beautiful, and she is the kind of cool and domineering good girl. In Fang Yi's memory, this good girl's biggest love is to study quietly in the book room. Of course, her success is always the first in the year. Maybe because she was beautiful and had a good learning experience, Fang Yi always felt that this cousin was not very sociable and had a bit of a mysterious secret. Yi, when will my cousin arrive? I'll pick her up. No, you can do it. Just send the address to me. I'll call her to take a car by myself. My Aunt Jay took the initiative to ask him to do it, which was a bit unintentional. She didn't need to pick her up after repeated calls, and asked her to bring him many specialties. Fang Yi pushed and pulled twice, stopped recommending it, and then posted the address after closing the phone. Afternoon. What is the same as having a beautiful cousin and living with me? After a few days of contact, Fang Yi felt that he was very qualified to answer. First of all, I feel that there is one more person at home, and I feel very uncomfortable, especially when I take a bath every day. The water temperature in the bathroom is always so high. Through the glass window, you can see the slim figure outside swaying and blowing hair. There's a sweet fragrance of her hair washing water in the air. Occasionally, there are some awkward problems, such as when it rains, she's not at home, should I just put away her underwear, and when I left the door last time, I always felt that I had a beautiful schoolgirl, and I always hit the side and wanted to pick it up. Of course, these are not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is that since she lived with me, I have been eating time every day. I have to buy vegetables and cook every day. Of course, she buys her. I have to eat it. I have to pick it up, and she cooks it very delicious. Dawn is not like that. Yes, she also has a habit. Every day when she gets up, she will clean the room without any stain. It's like now. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of knocking on the door came out, and Lin Yi's cold voice immediately echoed. Cousin, today I had to eat tomato brisket and cucumber mixed with cucumber. The stew is corn ribs. Do you need to add a little less tomatoes? Add a little less. I don't like to eat sour cucumber. Okay, you can eat it in 20 minutes. The sound of my footsteps gradually moved away. Fang Yi took a moment, and after 10 minutes, he walked out and opened the door and scented the vegetables. The floor of the room was dragged over by someone, so clean that it could reflect his shadow. At first glance, All the mops and the cabinets were slid together, revealing a smell of obsessive-mindedness. He has lived alone for so many years, and except for just finishing the decoration, the house has not been so clean. Fang Yi walked to the living room and looked at the kitchen. In transparent glass, the girl wearing a sling skirt was busy, and the black length was stretched into a relaxed tail. The denim trousers outlined the delicate calves, and she was wearing a pair of pink rabbit slippers. Lin Yi lowered her head and was drooping, and she raised her bare hands and then flirted with her. "Is there anything I can help me with?" Fang Yi walked to her refrigerator and took out a bottle of vinegar and a bottle of coal. "My cousin likes to drink sour and jealousy, and this is the only thing she wants to stay here and ask him. Please take down the bowls and chopsticks. The dishes are ready." "Okay." Fang Yi put the bowl in front of her. 2 plates of fragrant sprinkles are served in a bowl with golden cucumber flowing on the beef brisket, which makes people's index fingers sway. In the restaurant, the 2 of them sat together, and they all ate with their heads, and there were only the sound of the bowls and chopsticks touching the sound of the whole house. "I'll come and wash the dishes today. I'm embarrassed to let you do the food and wash the dishes." Fang Yi said, "It's okay. I live here. I should do it." This conversation is almost every day. Lin Yi never let Fang Yi wash the dishes. If Fang Yi wanted to wash it, she would silently eat a few fewer bites and wash his bowl first. The gifts are comprehensive, and there is no criticism. In short, Fang Yi thought it would be nice to have a cousin to stay. The only inconvenience is that it is inconvenience to practice at home, and the golden breathing method is too static. Thinking of this, Fang Yi smiled helplessly. After Lin Yi washed the dishes, she studied in her bedroom. Fang Yi changed his clothes and planned to leave the door and go back to the mountain. However, just as he put his hand on the door handle, he suddenly felt a strange breath. Fang Yi looked at him in his breath, and his deep eyes fell on the second bedroom. A long crystal is gathering. "My cousin's room?" Fang Yi raised his eyebrows and moved his body. Next second, Fang Yi appeared outside Lin Yi's window. The curtains of the windows are slightly open, revealing a corner. The girl sat on the bed. The slim and soak on the girl's skin. The rays of light were like starlight, forming faint rays in the air, gathering towards her like a tide. Her skin was slightly lit and delicate, as soft as the spring wind blew over the fine grass, and her breath became stable and deep, blending with the surrounding spirits. Sun Volcanic Valley. Located in a remote town near Taisha City, it looks like a red town. The ancient building group is filled with a street of roasted roasts, milk tea, and high-priced popsicles. At first glance, it is filled with the smell of IQ tax. Is this the place where the world is about to change? 6 men and women stood at the entrance of the town, looking very young. They are members of the Spiritual Resurrection martial arts leader team. Lin Yi was wearing a t-shirt and long pants, and her snow-white skin was very eye-catching among the crowd. The group of people, including her, are 4 daughters and 2 men. At this moment, a short-haired girl was pulling her arm and asking her, "Yi, I heard that you have lived with your cousin recently. How did you live? Are you still erect?" Lin Yi said with a slight head, "It's okay. How is your cousin? Are you not tall?" The short-haired girl had a fire of gossip in her eyes. Her ID, the internet, was cheated at 5 yuan and was very cute and innocent, but she was a funny girl who liked her brother. "The net picture you saved more than you." Lin Yi recalled her cousin's long appearance and praised her sincerely. "Anyway, it's not the one who is the little boy who has burped her breasts." The net was cheated of a huge sum of 5 yuan and felt that her beauty was humiliated. After these few days of cohabitation, Lin Yi felt more and more that this cousin was actually very mediocre. In her memory, my cousin has always been in the middle of the class, never going up or down, and failing in the college entrance examination should be a major. It's not much to be a major, but this cousin is also very harmonious. He has lived together for so long, but he has never seen any bad habits. When he is sleeping, he often goes out to exercise. I feel like an ordinary person in the vast crowd. Is that like that? I thought I could get the first month to get close to the water building platform, so I would like to take a look at my friend's school cousin. The internet was cheated of a huge sum of 5 tuitions and felt a sigh of relief. If she was a little bit more capable, she really wanted to recognize E, a cousin, and join the upgrade to her cousin's wife. What kind of dreams of spring and autumn? The tall imperial sister beside her sneered. She was wearing a short skirt, and her legs were longer than some people's lives. This is the 81-year-old beautiful young lady. Just as they greeted and waited. Nowhere far away, a tall tree lies underneath. Fang Yi was gently swaying the antique paper fan he bought on the road and was fanning the wind leisurely. The overall strength of my cousin is quite good. She herself is a magic star. She is more average, and her teammates are not bad. There is even a magic star among them. The worst of the other people is also a magic star, which is relatively even. Fang Yi glanced at the site and found out the strength of the few. The Samsung, except Lin Yi, is a silent young man beside him. He stood aside from the beginning to the end, as if he was thinking about something, and he looked more cautious and stable. By the way, is that person not here this time? Lin Yi suddenly spoke. The silent young man shook his head. She's busy. She can't come. A quiet valley, a quiet and empty spirit. The light fell from the valley, pulling out a long light and shadow, and in this light, a huge vine fell down. The vines are green, and the three of them hugged so thickly together. They hung down from the sky and hanged under the foot of the mountain, like arms that could naturally relax when they were resting. At first glance, I can't see the end. Too bad to watch. That feeling is empty and deserted, lonely and lonely. Is this that vine? This mountain looks beautiful, but in fact the mountain is steep and clouds are rippling. 1 or 2 vines hang down, and I can't see clearly. No wonder many people noticed this news. Yes, after looking far away, I thought it was the vine on the mountain, which was very impressive. It was not attractive at first glance. Yes, what the news said is a bit true. This vine looks really shocking. At first glance, I thought it was a painting or a painting. The internet was cheated and rubbed his arms with a huge sum of 50 cents. Several people stopped halfway up the mountain, and they all stared at the huge wonderland, feeling a very strange feeling in their hearts. The vines hang from the sky. The seemingly simple words actually have a very impressive picture, very similar to a fairy tale I read when I was a child. Have you heard that fairy tale? What is Jack and Pea? Someone wrote in the fairy tale a magical pea seed, and then the pea seed grew and grew to the sky. I haven't seen it, and then someone asked curiously. Then the man climbed into the sky with his leaves. A giant lived in the sky. Then he stole the giant's gold, and finally let the giant die, and confessed that he had taken a happy life. The 81-year-old beautiful young lady twitched her mouth. Stealing, mercy, and finally got into a happy life. Do you call this a fairy tale? Fairy tale was not written for children at the beginning, but was used to sting the society at that time. Okay, let's stop this question. Lin Yi frowned slightly, slashing their crooked questions. But there was a little bit she said it right. The feeling of this vine gives people is very similar to what is described in the fairy tale. It is a high-spirited and tall all the way, giving people a mistake in climbing up and seeing what the root cause is. Especially, this vine gives people the feeling. Reasonably, this vine should be woody. I don't know why. I feel a kind of absurd breath from it. Absurd. I also feel it. I don't know how to describe it. There's a feeling of sinking a long river of old and long things, and the machine is lost. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I also feel like I am coming. As soon as I get close here, my whole mood becomes very depressed. Could this vine swallow our machine? After this terrifying guess, everyone always feels frizzy in their hearts. Looking at this vine again, there's a bit of jealousy in the eyes, as if it would be swallowed by the stomach in the next second. Look! Suddenly, the 81-year-old beautiful young lady pointed at the vine. As many people looked at each other, their faces changed in an instant. I only saw the vine hanging off the cliff, and the slightly curled branches were left with dry blood. There were several figures that were rolled up on it. Unlike wild animals in the valley, and their exposed limbs were still covered with fabric clothes. It should be the pioneers who were killed by the vines. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but feel numb. No one can keep it absolutely calm when seeing the companion. They should have wanted to touch the vine and were swallowed by the power of desolation. The taciturn young Samsung male in the team spoke up. My suggestion is that we should not get closer, just feel here. I want to do it. I want to do it too. As expected, his voice was unanimous. If you want to take chances, you can't take your own life to change. Lin Yi swept the crowd and said in a deep voice, then let's feel it here. Everyone should look at activities within the wild area and don't go too far. Okay. Several people chose a seat to sit down. The young man went to the nearest entrance of the cave and was not far away from everyone. The girls gathered together just beside the cliff. Lin Yi chose an old tree with lush leaves. Escape. After hearing the voice of the young man, everyone subconsciously realized that the same reaction appeared in their hearts. If you don't run away, you will die. The vines are as dense as thousands of horses, with countless stretched horns hidden under the verdant pieces, and the watches swept forward like demon claws. Each vine carries unlimited strength and ruthlessness. Wherever I pass, the rocks collapse, and smoke is flying. Ancient trees were scattered by vines, branches were torn into pieces, and cliffs were cut off by vines' wastes. The huge vine was like a ruthless monster devouring a life. The vine stretched out and shone like sharp blades, making a harsh sound. In front of this green sea, everyone was like facing ordinary people without any force because the gap between them was actually too big. They were about to run wildly. No, you can't run. He hasn't pulled away from the breakthrough state yet. We ran away. She will die here. We have to help her protect her. The 81-year-old, beautiful young lady shouted in the wild wind. The young man looked at Lin Yi with a difficult face. As she said, the girl is still at the verge of breaking through and rising to the star. Every time she just swept the magic axe, her body will be reshaped in practice, which is something that others cannot see. Lin Yi is obviously just the reshaping. Use spirit to protect her. I'll try to cut these vines. The young man fell down. Everyone surrounded Lin Yi and urged their inner spirits to come. A stream of spirit emerged from the front and fell into their bodies. The sky gathers, organizes, and gradually forms a transparent barrier. The surface of the barrier waved slightly, as if it was a pool of clear lake water, and ripples appeared under the injection of. Bang! With the green slap violently, the barrier trembled slightly, and every green slammed. It triggered a faint wave on the barrier. Everyone struggled to urge the spirit and supported the barrier. The turbulent greenness of cannibalism slapped hard on the barrier again and again. Bang! Slap! Hold on. Wait for E to come out. Everyone bit their teeth tightly, constantly squeezing their body's inner spirit, maintaining the barrier to operate. But they obviously underestimated the vine's damage. The vine slapped hard on the barrier and made a sharp explosion sound. The thin barrier was so huge that it became thinner and thinner, and it seemed that it was about to break. A sound of the sound. Suddenly, one of them knelt on the ground, and he said, tremblingly, "My energy is about to dry up. I can't hold it anymore." He was only 1 star, his realm was very low, and his body did not support him to be so arrogant. Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yi. The other party sat in place on the old plate, with his eyes closed, not knowing what happened to the outside world. "E, wake up. Wake up quickly, E. If you go like this, we will all die. E, can you hear it? Come out tightly. Don't die. She can't hear our voice at all. This won't work." Someone whispered, and his face was already very difficult to see. They gathered together in the team, and in the future, they were like a body. If possible, they are not willing to abandon any teammates. But what should I do? If you don't give up Lin Yi, can you tell me that everyone wants to bury her here? I can't hold back. The internet fucked by a huge 50 cents, and her face turned pale, and her body was getting less and less, and it was about to be extinguished. Other states are not much better, and one's face is like a paper. Let's run away by yourself. If we go down like this, we can't run away. Okay. The young man was furious, and he was about to open his mouth. Just then, 1,000 haircuts. A hot flame wiped his hair, and a blood mark was directly wiped out from his face. A knife appeared on his head. The sword was filled with raging flames, as if it was about to burn the entire world. Even the vine soul was still unrestrained, and the absurd breath was forced back by this storm and bowed to it. The man glanced at them indifferently and immediately slapped his knife. An extremely dazzling light was emitting from the blade like a sunroof, and people couldn't see it directly. Everyone subconsciously covered their eyes and was forced to retreat by the dazzling light. The next second, a fine line appeared on the vine. I only saw the incomparable vines, like a huge rock. With this knife, the watch was slippery and slimmer like tofu. The martial arts team members were stunned. What exactly is this fire-burning sky with a knife? Before they could react, a more terrifying scene appeared. When a knife was swept out, the vine shattered and smashed down like stone blocks. The remaining part of the vine seemed to feel that it could not resist the power of and it quickly shrank back and forth. The vine was retracted by this knife. The retreating vine reflected in the pupils of the martial arts team, and they actually felt a bit funny, like a wild beast that could not be out of nowhere. After seeing that he was absolutely powerful, he became obedient and down. Absurd. Too absurd. Everyone looked at this scene with silence. And there was a sudden person. He stood against the light and stood on the cliff, his knife's head sagging slightly, and the sunlight shone on his body, making his back look like a god standing, and people were intimidated. Go ahead. Several people opened outside the Sun Fire Town. Lin Yi took a car back to Fang Yi's house alone, almost asleep on the road. Breakthrough is too exhausting. Every time you drive the power to urge the magic axe, you need to concentrate. It is even more exhausting than a month of night. Ordinary people will die suddenly after a few days of night, and it will not be better if they're the first to go. Lin Yi spends several times more time learning every day than others, which is one of the secrets of her staying true to her. Open the door and strip the shoes. Lin Yi was about to go back to her room to sleep when she suddenly noticed a person sitting on the sofa. Fang Yi. He was drinking coffee and playing with his cell phone. Back. Yes. There was no more conversation. This was how the brother and sister had lived there for so long. Are you okay? You think your face is a bit bad. It's very tiring to learn. Lin Yi responded tiredly. She went out for an excuse to attend a learning gathering. After learning for a long time, the chromatic difference in face is normal. Let's have a rest. My cousin smiled faintly, looking very understanding. I'm very tired. Why don't you do it at night and order it for sale? I'm not sure how long I need to rest. If I can, I want to do it myself. Lin Yi pointed at her cousin. She insisted on doing something, and Fang Yi would not stop him. After all, she was enjoying the fruits of her own. Fang Yi watched her walk into her room. It's quite hard. I wonder if it's wrong. Lin Yi heard her cousin read this sentence lightly. If she was just for learning, she would not have worked so hard. But this great change in the world is coming soon, and practicing is to move towards fate first. However, there is no need to talk about these things to my cousin as an ordinary person. Lin Yi slammed her head slightly and walked into her room. The air was very hot, and the clothes were stuck to the body were uncomfortable, so Lin Yi took a shower. When she walked out of the bathroom with her hair, wiped her hair, the news was 99 plus. Lin Yi clicked and saw that the 81-year-old beautiful young lady was full of heart. 81-year-old beauty young lady. So beautiful, that one is so beautiful, do you know? When I saw that the vine was chopped down, the whole person was controlled for 30 seconds, and I could not return to the gods/cats were holding their hearts. The internet was cheated of 50 cents. It is completely understandable that the dazzling sunrise instantly. I announced that he was the god of ancient Greek control over the nature of the young. 81-year-old beauty young lady. No wonder I am from the sky, and calculate the 2 hexagrams. One is bad, and the other is good. It turns out that he is our top tag. Lin Yi, Are these two people a little crazy? She wiped her hair and typed to send messages. Fang, you said that if you go first, you are also looking for vines. We don't know each other. How could he come to save us? The internet was cheated of a huge 50 cents. That's the same with you. Maybe, is it possible that it is because of my beauty? 81-year-old beauty young lady. Have you become a brain-loving person before you even talk about it? Dama Wenju. Maybe it is a smooth hand. A diving member rarely bubbling appears. Wenju is the young man with a defensive and terrifying 3-star axe. It depends on the situation. He has already repaired himself by being defeated by the high attributes of genius. Fang, did you invite him to join? 81-year-old beauty young lady. If not, we are worth it too. The internet was cheated of a huge 50 cents. If not, do we deserve it? X2. Dan Mo Wenju. I didn't invite you, mainly because there are 2 original ones. One is that they are able to do more than us. It is too presumptuous to invite you. Come on, we don't know the details of the other party's identity. At that time, I'm not saying that others have bad character. He saved us. We are very grateful. Maybe the other party's identity is special. Now, Fang Yi was bathed in the sun and rode on the street. He is looking for a load that bears the nonsense. Why is it here? In front of me was a forest. The forest is located on the edge of Taisha City. There was a book that said it was going to be built into a park, but this forest is too big and it is very troublesome to melt. Now it stands here as an ordinary forest. Looking around, my eyes are full of green. The absurd attributes should be closer to plant types. At least it must not be placed on me. After all, these are all evil attributes. If they're placed on me, they may have bad reactions, and they may even be in trouble with the thunder attributes in my hands. Fang Yi thought, absurd nature is actually corrupt in nature. Corruption is very dangerous, and if you accidentally injure yourself. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the vines hanging from the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. The best way is to replicate something like a vine hanging in the sky. The reason why the vine hangs from the sky is because it feels the revived spirit at that moment. It has chosen its own evolution, so it has urged the property of a waste. So, I need to choose a lucky robber, a plant that can share my spirit and express my feelings of affection. All things have spirit. He is looking for a plant that has some closeness to him and give it absurdity. Thinking of this, Fang Yi walked in the forest and began to release his spirit. He is now a magical star with a majestic spirit, and covering the forest is not a problem. Rush. Once the spirit is released, it flows out continuously from its body like a clear spring, spreading out of every corner of the forest. As the spirit spreads, all the trees in the forest seem to have a new machine. The trees are swaying under the spirit's nourishment. The leaves are flickered with green light, and the flowers are even more radiant, inspiring the spirit. The dewdrops on the petals are flickered with crystal dewdrops, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. The forest seemed to be alive in an instant. As the gentle spirit brushed over their heads, Fang Yi felt a storm of wind. This is how plants respond to their own spirit. It's quite responsive, but the degree is not enough. Fang Yi closed his eyes and walked in the forest and felt the same way. I don't know how long he had been, but he stopped and stood in front of a wilderness. In front of the purple and red big slut. This wild slut is actually very inconspicuous. Not to mention the small one, it is still light in color. But Fang Yi squatted down and stretched out his fingers lightly. A transparent spirit overflowed. The wild wolves were like living creatures. They stretched their necks and went forward to touch the spirit. It moved slightly, absorbing the spirit from Fang Yi's fingertips very tightly. Very spiritual. This is obviously a plant, but when I touch my spirit, I feel like a passionate puppy who eats a meal. I suck my spirit and rub my fingers. In the whole forest, this can react the most to my spirit, and it is very suitable for implanting the absent properties. Is it the absent properties enforced to implant this object? Yes. The voice fell. Suddenly, a green light flowed out from Fang Yi's body. It was like a trickle of flowing into the skull, pouring the wild skull from the top to the bottom. The wild womb petals shook, and the neck climbed up the green, as if he had inhaled a drop of green ink. As he grew wildly, a surging and vigorous breath suddenly radiated, and this breath was like a song singed by an angel. It was clearly a scene that looked like a recharge. But the next second, rush dash, a green airplane spreads with wild sieve as the center. In an instant, the surrounding grass quickly withered. The closest ancient tree to the sky is originally lush with lush leaves and green. But when it was brushed by the green airplane, starting from the tender green leaves at the top, a dull, withering color gradually spreads, spreading rapidly along the tree, and the fragile branches begin to produce crisp sounds. A green leaf turned into a dry yellow in an instant. A rabbit ran on the grass, his powerful legs jumped up, and the next moment, it turned into a womb in the air. The power of absurdity. Just like an invisible demonic hand, it gently brushed over every grass tree around it, and snatched up their machines. The greenness of the original tummy pill has turned into a dullness. The blooming elixir flowers withered rapidly under this irresistible force, and the petals were like petals blown away by the wind, falling with wind. The spider crawlers around fled in shock. In just a few seconds, the forest turned from green to a gray color, as if destroyed by the torture of the long months of age, and could no longer find traces of life. Fang, he couldn't help feeling moved when he looked at this scene. In 5 seconds, the entire forest will be almost absorbed. Is this the power of desolation? So domineering. Under his feet, this Onishiro, who looked a little sick, suddenly became extremely delicate and charming because he absorbed the same type of machine. Fang will take it off. When the soil was gone, the rapid and distant surroundings seemed to have been pressed down on the pause key. The tree is half green and half yellow. Half of the wrinkles are withered, and the other half is still in full bloom. The power of the wild has not stopped yet. Fang, he could feel the gun in his hand and continued to absorb the machine. However, compared to the previous draw that was not jealous, is much more comfortable now. A faint airplane flowed from the surrounding trees to the sacred petals, as if an invisible detail line connected to them, a subtle common state. Very magical. Can you survive without roots? Fang, he was a little distorted. This wand was rubbing against its palms, like a petty animal, attracting people's attention. Moreover, when it was pulled out of the ground, the feeling did not weaken. It seems to have wisdom. But before he chose this, it was obviously just an ordinary wild man. It's hard to tell that after being attributed, this plant began to evolve. It seemed that it had opened a certain kind of shackle. After Fang, he left. The breath in the forest lasts for a long time. The misty fog covers the sky above the entire forest, like a layer of light or a layer of translucent boundary, splitting the two world areas. The abnormal value is over 30. What happened? Not long after, a team of people arrived. They were wearing a neat dark green suit and a hand ring that monitored abnormally heaviness. The hand ring can measure the abnormality of the surrounding spirit. Once it exceeds 10, it must be isolated immediately, and ordinary people are prohibited from contacting. The north gate of the Tsinghua University campus had an unusual value between 8 and 10, and then suddenly exceeded 10 and was taken over by the army at a temporary moment. Now, the unusual value of this forest actually reaches 30. Even the pioneers must be extremely cautious in the degree of danger. At this moment, they were stunned as they looked at the scene in front of them. I can only see the forest in front of me withered and deserted. A female researcher squatted down and inserted the detector into the soil under her feet. The large surface of vegetation withered, usually due to local moisture, light, and soil. The air humidity is normal. The surface humidity temperature is normal, and there is no problem with sunlight. The plants here seem to have collectively withered in less than a few seconds, which is a bit like humans being drained from their energy. This is so strange. Is it caused by the great change of heaven and earth? The female researcher took a step forward and was about to check it out carefully. Don't get closer. Suddenly, the old man in the head shouted loudly, stretched out his hand, and pulled her back. The female researcher was pulled by his excitement and almost fell down. "Teacher." The old man stared at the forest with his eyebrows deeply raised. "Don't touch it. This is absurd attribute." "Absurd?" "Absurd attribute." The young people in wardrobe looked confused. They are pioneers of the Spiritual Recovery Plant Research Department, and their main business is plant research. At this moment, the spiritual recovery has not yet been fully recovered, and their knowledge in this area is empty. The old man is their teacher, much more knowledgeable than them. At this moment, he opened his mouth quietly. "Did you hear the vines hanging in the sky?" Everyone's face changed in speech. Vines hanging from the sky. As members of the spirit plant, they know this very well. This is a scientific explanation. It has been listed as a level variation in the official file and cannot be solved. I heard that the vine was killed, and the official has sent many pioneers in it, all of which are barely boneless. Because of extreme danger, it is classified as A, and the fundamental reason for the vine's danger is the absurdity it has. The old man explained. The absurd attribute can extract the surrounding objects and make the surrounding area a powerful attribute. Hearing this, the female researcher looked at it. Fear after face. Just now, if the teacher hadn't held her, she would have probably accidentally been infected with this nasty breath. "I'm not going to kill the moment I step in, so I'll die?" "It's right." The old man pointed at it. "I woke up the wild plant, and no one could get close to me because there was a dead land beside it, and anyone who stepped into it would be swallowed up. I've seen another wild plant data in Xyland. It was the ancient tree forbidden area located in the city of Juan. There was an ancient tree stained with decay, which had turned the entire forest into a forbidden area. People close to it would be penetrated and squeeze the machine." Hearing this, the researchers were full of facial expressions. The world has changed greatly. Not only humans, but also animals and plants have begun to change. From the current known situation, absurdity should be the strongest attribute that plants can awaken. It can absorb other machines, and this ability is too domineering. The old man sighed lightly. Looking at the rotten forest in front of you, everyone couldn't help but point their heads. I can only see that the forest is covered with cracks and spots, and the dead branches are covered with leaves, and the weeds are dry and withered, and the air is dead. Such top-notch ability to plunder is actually too terrifying. Strange, teacher, you just said that there are only 2 places that have absurdity, but the vines in the sky have not appeared here. That is this absurdity? After Fang Yi and Wang Liang met, there is no sense of strangeness that I haven't seen in 3 years at all. The two of them grew up together and grew up together. After a tight hug, I immediately found the feeling of the year. "What are you staring at me?" Fang Yi curled his lips. "I always feel that you have changed a lot." Wang Liang's eyes were full of roars. Probably training in the army made his eyes look like a wolf, and he said that Fang Yi was speechless. "It's been 3 years, and it will change, and you'll also change it." Wang Liang was burly and powerful without anger. He felt a sense of resoluteness that appeared under the influence of military life, which made Fang Yi couldn't help but sigh at the true words. He regretted being a soldier for 3 years, and regretted not being a soldier for a lifetime. The two looked at each other and finally smiled at each other. "Where?" "Old place." "Let's go, I'll start the car." "Damn, you bought the car." Fang Yi yelled in a fury half-joking manner, and then got on Wang Liang's car. It was a small car with a price of more than 10,000 yuan, a very strong appearance, and a large interior space, which was suitable for Wang Liang. The two people came to the fried skewers that they often ate when they were young. A table was filled. "I'll ask for a guest." Wang Liang patted his chest, like the generous and honest model when he was a child. This made Fang Yi feel uncomfortable. Now they have grown up. The dry and clean fried skewers that they loved when they were young are now tasteless in their mouths. Only the spicy taste of the taste buds that touched his taste buds made him feel a little more energetic. But both of them ate a lot. I always think of the past fun and laughed at each other. For these 3 years, I feel deeply moved. The life of the army. Alas, The two of them clinked glasses, but Wang Liang continued to say it. Wang Liang knew that the life of the army would not be calm, especially in this special period recently. Wang Liang seemed to have matured a lot, but the maturity of a man was always forced to go, so he must have worked hard. Fang Yi patted his shoulder and then said, "Now I've been able to get out of my head, right? You'll become a qualified big soldier. What about you? What about you? I took the exam for a big exam." Oh, the atmosphere was silent for a while, as if it was a little awkward. Perhaps everyone was puzzled by everyone. The future of the big student must be dim and vague. However, it was so fast that Fang Yi suddenly felt the difference. Wang Liang's eyes in front of him became bright, and Fang Yi was a little unsuitable. "Next, I will tell you something. You may think I'm laughing and comforting you, but you must hear it. Then in the near future, maybe a few months, maybe a year later, the academic and wealth we value now will turn into the most worthless waste paper, and everything will be reshuffled." Fang Yi's heart was slightly moved. He naturally knew about these. After hearing what Wang Liang said, his heart felt a little warm. It was not uncommon for the troops to know these news, but Wang Liang must have been ordered to be bailed for a long time and would not allow any leaks. However, Wang Liang said this at this time. It is obvious that he wants to point Fang Yi in a concealed way so that he can predict the arrival of spiritual recovery in advance. After finishing, Wang Liang also reminded Fang Yi very seriously that he should not reveal anything he said today. Fang Yi's heavy point. The two of them met at each other and did not speak out. At this moment, the sound of the year-old man suddenly rose and woke up suddenly. "I'm leaving school." Here at the entrance of the 4th middle school, the series of clear and crisp sounds seemed to wake up the memories of their blood, making them feel goosebumps coming out. Looking at a student who was fishing out, they smiled at each other and enjoyed this relaxed and lively atmosphere. What is the future? The future is an unknown road, and the darkness is everywhere they see. They can only walk out step by step, and this relaxed atmosphere makes them relax. Are we so alive when we were young? Anyway, the happiness at that time was simple. The two looked at the fried skewers in their hands and ate even more delicious. Wang Liang has a task this time. After asking for a short vacation, he had to eat till the meal. After drinking enough, Wang Liang insisted on sending Fang Yi, and Fang Yi did not recommend much. The car just opened the underground car, and the sound of the mobile phone suddenly rose. "In 3 minutes, I immediately arrived at this location." "Yes, chief official." Wang Liang was shocked. The hot-tempered female voice on the phone is his chief official. Although the chief official had a bad temper, he was unfamiliar. He answered that he asked for a short time and would not have a rebellion. He did not expect that a problem would come to an end at this time. "Have you come out?" "Yes." A short call made the old joy of the two reunion, and the atmosphere inside the car was temporarily suppressed. The feeling of being a vicious man on Wang Liang made Fang Yi realize more deeply that he was no longer the hairy boy, but a bloody soldier. "Yitzi, I'm here to go. Once I'm at the place where I'm carrying out my mission, you could just leave yourself. Sorry, it's really impossible to get a task. If you see anything, you won't see it." Wang Liang dinged seriously. He wanted to let Fang Yi go down the road, but he had to arrive within 3 minutes. There was no time, or maybe he had selfish intentions and wanted to take advantage of this accident to let Fang Yi take a look at the truth of the world outside of his knowledge. The world he thought was turned upside down long ago. "Yeah." Fang Yi pointed his head slightly and didn't make any sound. "I was in a hurry on the road and through the green lights far behind me." Judging from Wang Liang's familiar red lights, it seems that he has not been given a lot of stamps at ordinary times. However, in a hurry, the relationship he has to deal with is a second. Even if it is 1 minute later, it may cause unbearable death. Combined with Wang Liang's performance, Fang Yi had a rough guess about the phone call just now. The relationship that Lao Wang wants to deal with is probably related to the great changes in the world. The army obviously knows that the spirit is revived. If the spirit comes out on the way, they will definitely send someone to deal with it secretly. But the great changes in the world involve too many things, such as the vine that has traveled around, and the two disgusting anomalies I solved before. These are all problems to be dealt with. Since those abnormalities are solved by the Spirit Cultivation Association, then what is the military responsible for now? The car left very quickly, come to a place full of mountains and forests. As soon as Fang Yi stepped into this place, he found that the energy density here was extremely high, and the spirits flowing in the air first rushed into his body, as if fish were entering the sea. I didn't expect that the spirit has not completely recovered, and there is such a heavy spirit here. The first accuser was extremely sensitive to the spirit. Fang Yi could feel that the energy here was more than 10 times higher than other places, and he was about to reach the great change of heaven and earth. I arrived outside the prohibited area of number 19. Is the concentration abnormal? Have you entered? Okay, I'll be there right away. Wang Liang called after stepping into this area. He did not avoid Fang Yi, and Fang Yi also heard a lot of information from his phone. Today, although the spirit revival has not been fully opened, there are also some spiritual places, but all spiritual places are under the supervision of the army. Just like here, a high wall that prohibits access was erected outside, and there were several police cars parked next to it. When others saw this battle far away, they would avoid it, even if the first apprentice would not force the military's ground. Far away, Fang Yi could hear the roar of the wild beasts. These places are called maneuvers for the first responders, but some vicious beasts will also appear. Some vicious beasts are of mild nature and are used by the army, while others become abnormal, contaminated with dark properties, and begin to change. Here, Wang Liang suddenly opened his mouth. A sign suddenly appeared in front of me, number 19 Spiritual Prohibition Zone. There are many soldiers from the military open at the door, wearing uniforms and domineering people. A army first attacked the enemy team to guard the situation. Judging from the breath, they're all first-class players. Their strength is not strong. They are all the existences of magical stars, but they gather together to give people a very practical feeling. Certify and pass, enter. Wang Liang sent his certificate to the guardian officer and soon received a clearance permission. The door is open in front of you, and the car officially drove into the number 19 restricted area. After entering, Fang Yi thought that this should be a small spiritual military base, and there were military first accusers everywhere. They were hurried, and their faces were grim, as if there was something big. Wang Liang opened all the way and finally got off the car next to a valley. Roar! As soon as the car opened, a terrifying roar came from his ears, and the sand was like a turtle from the ground. It was a bad dog. To be precise, it is the beginning of an unusually different evil dog. The body of the evil dog could see the twisted muscles, as if they were torn apart by the power of darkness. Their eyes were flashing like blood-colored stones, revealing an evil breath. Its white fur begins to grow flame spots, like a shadow cast by the scorching sun. A trace appears on its body. The flame spots appear in a deep dark red color, as if it is the devil's shadow dance in the fire. With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth. The air around it became distorted and was swallowed by the black flames in its mouth. The pillar of fire sprayed out of its mouth, burning the sleeves of the soldiers in front of them almost burned the wounds, leaving behind a burn. The color of the flame was very strange. The terrible darkness revealed in the lush light. When Wang Liang saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. The unusual fusion of darkness and flames makes this dog particularly fierce and violent, and several soldiers were seriously injured. A clear voice came from the crowd. A female military officer, Naomei, stood beside her with a hot figure and a hot temper. A sound of sudden, the dog was trapped in a circle of 5 people and was about to be dragged to death. Suddenly, a strong black fog burst out. The black fog is everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. Retreat. The female military officer, Chu Yu's expression changed. At the same time as the order was exited, the 4 of them immediately retreated from the dog. The black fog wiped the corners of their clothes, and the corners of their clothes were burned with flames at the moment of contact. A scent of burnt smell spread into everyone's nose. The The black fog is getting bigger and bigger, and it is getting more and more depressed. It was like a dense spider net, covering the sky above everyone's head. The black fog was like flames, burning and jumping in the air. The more it burned, the stronger it became. In the dark fog, a figure also grew bigger. The savage dog is an ordinary wolf dog. It stands up as tall as an adult woman, but now the figure has grown and become stronger and stronger in the explosion of the black fog. The muscles and bones were more than twice as thick as before, and the fur tip was like a steel flare inserted on the back, and the terrifying flame spot on the body was like breathing, constantly opening and closing. The black fog was sucked by it, and gradually the spot began to extend terrible bone spurs, which were snow white and sharp, and just caught a trapped dog. At the moment the bone spur grew out, a sound of the sound easily teared their lines. The barrier made by spirit explodes like broken stars, making it a spiritual light all over the sky. The 5 people saw the situation, and their faces were terrifying. It's done. Chuyu stared at the change of the dog. The dark nature is powerful and domineering. The absolute corrupt nature made it the most powerful star of the pioneer. The vicious dog in front of him now gathered a strong, dark attribute in the bone spurs on his body. Once touched, you'll die. The black fog gradually dispersed. The stinging dog stood up, standing on all sides, with burning flames coming out his nose, and his eyes were as dark as night. The bone spurs on its body are like deadly armor and are also an ultimate weapon. When it is protected, the spirit touch and the black bone spurs will be instantly corroded and disintegrated. Ordinary spirits have no way to prevent them. This dead thing really makes it merge with the darkness attribute. The darkness attribute has a pressure on us, and my spirit is melted by it before it gets close, and it cannot cause any harm to it. The soldiers were instantly moved. The powerful, corrupt nature of darkness is quite as if it had not taken their weapons. Without weapons, they can stop this evil dog, and their bodies are left. In that moment, the dog suddenly moved. Its hooves stood up high, and the bone spurs instantly pierced, reaching the closest Wang Liang. It was a bone spur filled with dark venom. Wang Liang's pupils reflected the venom that was about to drip from the bone spurs. The venom was as dark as ink. The venom contained a strong dark property. When it touched, it would be corrupted all over the body, and even the bones would not be left behind. Fang Yi, who was standing beside him, saw this scene. His eyebrows slightly arose, and thunder roared in his palm. Once Wang Liang is about to come out, he will take action immediately. Wang Liang quickly avoided with a terrifying reaction speed. The bone spur could not stab him. It was inserted into the nearby stone block, and the stone block was instantly melted into a basil liquid. Wang Liang! Chuyu screamed in surprise, and saw him dodging and relaxed his voice. Damn, I almost got it in seconds. Wang Liang wiped his sweat, his heart beat like a drum. The huge amount of kidney epinephrine secreted in that moment made him react. Years of physical training saved his life at this moment. After escaping from death, Wang Liang looked at the dog with his eyes even more solemn. The dark and fire attributes of the dog. The fire attributes alone are already very difficult, such as the merged with the most difficult dark attributes to become Ge. Can they still hold it? Thousands of hair, one hair. He pressed the head of the dog with one hand. It was a thunderous rush, an electric breathing hand. The black shadow swooped out of the airline, and the clothes were waving like the battle flag in the wind. The moment the dog was pressed down by him, purple arc light burst out from his head, and Shun Xiong's roaring thunder shaking and opened the black fog. This supreme and evil dark attribute was easily penetrated by the lightning. He pressed the head of the dog with a palm, and the lightning pierced the black fog on its body, and the black fog was shattered in an instant. The dark nature that no one could approach, the terrifying bone spur, before him, it was as fragile as paper. In an instant, the dog was swept out. The scene suddenly sounded. The soldiers on the scene also saw great winds and waves, and they were all pioneers. At this moment, they actually felt a sensation in their hearts. He forced the soldiers in the entire restricted area to retreat with just one hand. The vast light of lightning emanated from the sky, and the thunder slammed, and in the blink of an eye, there were clouds on the top of the head. It's extremely horrible. What kind of monster is this? Is this a human being in a palm? Countless soldiers watched this scene in shock. They didn't see it wrong. Isn't this an ordinary person? A B-level difference that even a single player can't solve? Many people were stunned. What was even more shocking was Chuyu. Fang Yi's figure appeared in her shaking pupils, and she also remembered that this person was the young man who had just come in with Wang Liang. What a joke. Is this man not an ordinary person? He is a powerful pioneer. His appearance scared everyone. He wore an ordinary casual suit and had no highlights among a group of soldiers, just like an ordinary person who had never seen the great changes of the world. Get back a little. Fang Yi opened his mouth. Now, he stepped on the boulder, looking down at the B-level changes. Thunder in the palm is gushing. He was not quite burly, but at this moment he looked like a thundering king looking down at his knees on the ground. His eyes were as calm as water, but there were thunder hidden in the water. In a moment, Chu Wu was also suppressed by his majesty. Chu Wu was the chief official in the entire 019 ban area, and he was the tyrant who made thunder bow down to his ministers. When all the soldiers reacted, they found that they had taken a step back subconsciously. Are you, the pioneer of the high-level thunder, a tribute? Chu said in a low voice. She could feel the strong sense of restraint coming from the other party, and he could really suppress himself. Not only is it a tribute, but also has real power. She herself is at the level of 4-star wonders, but she is unable to sense the power of the other party and tells her that the power of the other party is on her. It's strong. Is this the pressure of the pioneer of higher attributes? I feel my body stiff, and under his attributes, I can't move at all. Chuyu looked at Fang Yi's figure, as if he saw dawn. And at this moment, Wang Liangren was stupid. He stayed in the ground, staring blankly at the cold back. Am I dreaming? I'm a child, and I grew up with a pair of pants since I was a child. Is his mother a pioneer? Or is it such awesome and powerful pioneer? It's so explosive. It was so terrifying to slap the dog directly on the head. On the side, his teammates looked far away at the dog that was punched with a punch and swallowed. I can't stand the buzzing of the melon seeds. How can I feel that this thunder attribute is 10,000 times more terrifying than the dark attribute? I can't stand the slap. The somewhat violent atmosphere suddenly resolved under Fang Yi's palm. The soldiers' moods became relaxed. Now they're not worried about the dog escaping from the 019 ban zone, and even want to see it escape. And then they're harshly taught by thunder. In the valley, there was silence. Chuyu looked at the figure of the thunder and lightning. She thought that she was a powerful person in the 4-star realm of the magical axe. But the B-level changes, the 5 stars are in pain, and she can't solve the problem. So she just needs to pull everyone in the army and resist the fierceness of this evil dog. But unexpectedly, they were so excited that they could kill each other easily. This person seems to be Wang Liang's friend, right? Chu's eyes were swept between Wang Liang and Fang Yi, but it was just that Wang Liang brought him in, and it was not in accordance with the rules. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have been out of the way. Now when I think about it, I am lucky that the situation is urgent. Otherwise, the 019 ban area would have to be finished. Speaking of Wang Liang, he looked like he was tall and had a good figure and had a good time. In fact, he had reached the realm of 2-star magic. He is kind and diligent in daily life. So this time I asked for a leave of absence. Chu Li agreed. Unexpectedly, Wang Liang, a friend, has a lot of things. Cough cough, yeetsy yeetsy. A light cough broke Chu Yu's thoughts. It's Wang Liang. Wang Liang looked left and right, trotting to Fang Yi with his surprised eyes on his teammates. Then punch him in the shoulder. Yeah. Will you report your grudge? If I hit the dog, you'll hit me, right? Fang Yi smiled and accepted. You said, you kid actually hide everything and don't tell me. Wang Liang smiled bitterly. He thought that the information he had with his back to the army was a new door for his friends. Unexpectedly, this boy kicked the door and walked to the front, asking him far away why he hadn't kept up. Fang Yi just showed the power, and this is what he felt. A powerful talent that can't be matched even if you shoot a horse. It's really envious. However, as brothers, Wang Liang was really Fang Yi. In this dynamic evolution, they all boarded a big ship to the new world. I didn't expect that you were the pioneer. Wang Liang looked at the move he had just revealed. One palm, one. With a thunder, the gods came to the scene. If you take a picture of the just now and post it to the internet, you will definitely be able to immediately enter the short video hotness top 3, which will ignite the middle of countless young people. When did you wake up? It's been a while. Damn, you're a master of low-keying, right? Wait until I ask you how long it will take to give me a while to write a little more, and I won't be there. I won't ask. The Acquaintance Bureau will chat like this. After Wang Liang said this, he really didn't continue to ask. He just cared about Fang. He could just see if he was injured. As for what is the strength in his eyes, no matter whether Fang Yi is strong or weak, a pioneer of high-level attributes or an ordinary person, he is his most important friend, which is enough. The same is true in Fang Yi's eyes. The sun has fallen, and the city has gradually kicked off the nightlife. The street was filled with fancy snacks, and the students who were just in the school lined up, and the community carriage carrying briefcases rushed to the underground during the evening rush hour. Very daily smoke. Fang Yi carried a fried dough fruit, walked through the crowd leisurely, and returned to his apartment. Huh? Is my cousin out? Fang Yi saw her cousin's pink rabbit slippers put on her door as soon as she entered the door. Without thinking too much, he brought the fried dough into his room, turned off the air conditioner, and took a shower. Fang Yi sat on the sand and ate the fried dough fruit and began to think about what happened in heaven. The world has changed a lot, and the various places are so peaceful and without any disturbances. It is indeed the result of the official control behind the scenes. For example, the 019 Forbidden Area, the dying places of the dying area have been dispatched. There are two advantages to doing this. On the one hand, the dying spirit of the military's pioneers, the most dying spirit of the military, can be used to protect the fighting power of the army. On the other hand, the dying army has set up a warning line between ordinary people and abnormalities. This is a kind of protection for ordinary people. After all, the more dying the spirit, the more likely it is to have abnormalities. The fragrant fruits of fried dough are filled with fragrance and fill every corner of the room. The fried dough fruits under the building are very popular. There are long queues in front of them. You can continue this morning spell boss and eat high sai at night. It is absolutely necessary to survive in the forbidden area. On the official side, the official ban area protects ordinary people, and on the other side, the signal that the spirit is about to be revived is released. It is the best way to do it. After all, the establishment of the ban area can give ordinary people a lot of time, so that they can be able to respond to this gradual boiling rhythm in the water, so that they will not be destroyed by abnormalities and lose their homes. At present, the above division is very clear. What the military is responsible for is such a night watchman, the gang in the shadow and the shield of the country, and the Spiritual Cultivation Association is responsible for checking out missing and cleaning up the fish in the city, and as much as possible, ensuring the residents' current stable life. Fang Yi felt that this division was very reasonable. After eating the fried dough fruit, he took out his phone and planned to find out the recent news of the world. For example, he has already realized his habits every day. This is the fastest way to obtain information. The screen lights up and the phone vibrates violently. Lao Wang, damn it. You kid hides so deeply. Even your brothers are cheating. I dare not think about what you dare to do in the future. Lao Wang, where are people? Are you strong people unable to read it? So cold? Lao Wang, brother, I feel that I am now a royal relative from Afu. Do you know how many people came to me to call you? There is also a female soldier who wants your contact method. Don't worry, I'll reply for you. No one wants to fight you to repair your hair. Message 99+. All were posted by Wang Liang alone. Most of the 99 articles are I haven't seen this guy so much before. Fang Yi couldn't help but smile. This boy was so stupid and cute. He even sent him a conversation with the eldest official Chu Yu involuntarily, and expressed his intention to be careful. Lao Wang, brother, your strength is too strong. My senior official said he couldn't hold on. I couldn't cover you anymore. You have to be careful when you go out in the future. Looking at this, Fang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very careful. Chu Yu said right, his thunder attribute has been exposed and attracted the attention of the army. Beep. At the door, a beautiful figure walked to the desk with a plastic bag, and the red light reflected on her beautiful face. I don't know if my cousin has come back. If he doesn't eat anything, he can also bring it to make his late-night snack. Lin Yi was collecting the faces of the Taiwanese snatchers on her own. She was holding 2 portions of the ingredients for the swallow noodles in her hand. It was her evening meal. When my cousin came back, she had already eaten the rest. The remaining portion could be put in the refrigerator. She would get up tomorrow and eat it for breakfast. After finishing the receipt, Lin Yi stuffed the receipt into the plastic bag and walked towards the door, just a few minutes away from the apartment building. Just as Lin Yi stepped out of the door, suddenly, a strong air burst out from the high building in front of him, causing Lin Yi's magnitude. She looked up. Under the dome, the residential building is calm. A round of projection of a magic axe that only the pioneers can see is reflected in the pupils. It is majestic and swept across like a rain of wind. That is the wave of rising stars in the magic axe realm. What a terrifying breath. A thought popped up in Lin Yi's mind. This thought is a bit strange. She is also in the miracle realm. If you go to another realm, there will inevitably be a star-level pressure, but it is absolutely not so terrifying. The air trembled violently, and a suppressed breath suddenly appeared between the heaven and earth, as if the torrent was in a state of mind, making her stand a little unstable. The breath was suddenly and extremely deep, as if it had entered a huge mountain and descended under this dome. How many stars do you want to break through? 3 stars? For stars. Lin Yi looked up at her. The dramatic light radiating ahead was shaking violently as the spirit waves continued to increase. The rock squid kept flowing down the magic axe, burning and scattering and dazzling. Rush. Suddenly, the magic axe rushed. 1, 2, 3. The terrible light illuminates the world. The night sky is torn apart, and the powerful spreads every inch. A dazzling column of light burst out from the apartment, like a pillar of divine light passing through the dome. The column of light contains endless energy, emitting mysterious breath. As the light column spreads, the flowers, plants, and trees around them are shaking slightly, as if paying tribute to this power. A clear wind blows over, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers, spreading in the air, intersecting with the waves of spirit. The volatility of the spirit became stronger and stronger, at least 5-star level. Lin Yi's eyes widened. There is such an extremely powerful pioneer hidden in the building where my cousin lives. This terrifying breakthrough breath was like a fierce sun in the sky, releasing all the white air, burning all the spirits, and the breath was strong and instantly soaring. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. The light became more and more dazzling, and a terrifying force surged, which then disappeared into the dark sky. Is the breakthrough finished? Lin Yi gasped slightly, gazing at this scene, and suddenly felt an indescribable awe and respect in her heart. The powerful pioneer is right next to me. The forefront is already at the forefront of the times, standing in front of most people, and they're still diligent in cultivating. Compared with the, can I slack off? Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly felt full of fucking and decided to stay up all night without sleeping. A rapid sound of footsteps, ejaculation came from the residential building, and then the sound of the door was opened. Lin Yi quickly returned to her cousin's house. As soon as I opened the door, I got to my cousin's video line in the living room. Back. The next morning, Fang Yi got up early. After exhaling the golden breathing method of morning light, he took a deep breath and heard a phone call. Fang Yi. Chief Chu, it's me. Fang Yi changed his phone number with Chu Lu yesterday, such as his phone call was just to give Chu Lu. As a member of the army, Fang Yi wanted to know more about the fire in Tsinghua and Peking University, and she had to go through her way. After all, she had been banned by the army. Do you want to go to Tsinghua University? It just so happens that I have to go there too. Chu Yi received a call from Fang Yi and was definitely a surprise. Just yesterday, she suddenly received an order from above to ask her to go to the Tsinghua University campus. Chu Yi originally planned to move after reading the news, but there were many students in Tsinghua University. Once there were any problems, they would not be able to bear it. In addition, Chu Wu was even more worried about the military's aircraft. For example, the great changes in the world are becoming more and more frequent, and there is no way to cover up the trend. It is urgent to announce that ordinary people have a great change. However, how to announce and how to cultivate pioneers after the announcement, you must carefully consider every matter. The military is discussing with the country whether it can take university as the starting point to let them understand the spirit and open up the opening of the pioneer training point in universities in various places. National means that this test idea can be implemented, but it is more cumbersome to try the test guide. Training leaders cannot be out of the army. The military management system is not suitable for college, nor is it suitable for beginners. Moreover, the military pioneers make them able to suppress abnormalities. Forget education. It seems that there are very few people who can choose. The Lingsong Association could draw a group of people to guide and teach. After all, they are managing this piece of money. However, there are too few pioneers in the Lingsong Association. The Lingsong Association team is already in full swing just to cover the city. There is no time or energy to give them a try. After counting, I still have to absorb more powerful pioneers. I need to have the strength, time, and be happy to be the instructor of this test. It's hard. Chu Yi was originally in pain in this choice. But unexpectedly, Fang Yi's phone call solved her urgent need. For example, with Fang Yi, a top pioneer, she had a look when she tried to have a question. It would be great if I could control this heavenly fire. Heaven? Well, you'll understand it by taking a look at it. Chu Yu and Fang Yi made an appointment to meet at the school gate. The Tsinghua University campus is only 2 hours away from the city where Fang Yi is located. Newsflash has a great impact. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a long lineup was already lined up at the entrance of the Tsinghua University campus. There were constant reporters and hot people who wanted to go in to check the fire, but they were all trapped outside the door by security guards. When Fang Yi arrived, he saw that he looked like he was flooded by the sea. So many people. Fang Yi raised his eyebrows lightly. At this time, a tall and beautiful figure walked out of the crowd, tearing a hole in the sea of people. Even the reporters carrying the long gun and short cannon could not help but look at the figure slightly. Tsuya. Fang Yi looked at the person coming. Chu Yu pointed his head slightly at him. She was wearing a simple casual dress, with long legs, a short waist, and a very hot figure. Without makeup on, my face is beautiful, and my short hair is always covered with my shoulders. The most eye-catching thing is that she is so arrogant that she exudes confidence and domineering in her every move, killing everyone in the field in seconds. I haven't been there, right? How long have you been here? I've arrived just now. Fang Yi shook his head. That's good. Let's go in first. Fang Yi and Chu Lu stepped on the Tsinghua University campus shoulder to shoulder, opening and closing the door, blocking the people behind them. People outside were stunned. Why do we get locked outside? They went in as soon as they came. Chu Yi was not wearing military uniforms, so she gave her waist and legs, which looked quite elegant. I'm curious why I didn't wear military clothes. Chu Yi looked at Fang Yi and said with a gaze, Yesterday, the sky fire came too suddenly, and I was shocked by many studies. At this time, wearing military clothes would easily stimulate these schools. Wang Lu's voice fell. The air was in a state of distant silence. Is it Chu Qingli? Are they fucking? I wonder, is there another boy? Who is their boyfriend? It's not Chu Qingli's. No wonder she ignored the attentive school. I haven't seen my boyfriend. May it be our school? There are classmates around the country who have been discussing. On the first day of Chu Qingli's studies, she was the class beauty who was tacitly understood by the big guys, and even attracted pursuers from other departments and outside the school. If there were any evaluations from a school beauty, she was not the first or the top 3. Wang Lu heard this and looked at Fang Yi again. She sighed lightly. Although it was beautiful at first, the current gap between them was something Fang Yi had no way to solve in Tsinghua and Peking University. Chu Qingli bit her lip, trying to say something, but in the end she still said nothing. Although Wang Lu's words were a little bit bad, it was not wrong. She and Fang Yi were already people from 2 worlds, and there was no possibility of being intimate. He received the aura of the 2 people and had that pity look. Fang Yi's face was inexplicably confused. Fate? Exhilarating? Fang Yi, is this your friend? The confusing sound suddenly attracted everyone's eyes. I saw only a pretty woman with a hot body appearing in the middle of the field, with deep eyes and slender legs, making it impossible to open her eyes. This person is not only beautiful on the outside, but also has a strong atmosphere on her body. She has an extremely rare iron blood and looks like she is killing her when she walks. Suddenly, when I saw a top beauty with a pretty figure and appearance walking towards Chu Qingli, everyone was surprised. A high school classmate is not a friend. Fang Yi asked lightly. It turns out that I'm just a classmate. Chu Yin glanced at the 2 female classmates and moved the video. She walked past the man and walked in front of Fang Yi, lowering her voice. I just talked to the principal. The matter of Tianhua is a little more serious than we think. It will be difficult to explain for a while. We want to go to the place where the fire started to catch up. You are the special consultant of the army, and you have to do it. Serious? Fang Yi's face also became serious. The great changes in the world are originally a disaster for ordinary people. It is neither predictable nor avoidable. This time I just landed in an uninhabited yard and felt this tranquility. What if it was a residential area next time? Or are you going to be in the teaching building? Sure, you can understand the grievances of the president of Tsinghua and Peking University. I just wanted to say something. Suddenly, a figure came over me. Chief Chu, president. Many students in Zhouyuan recognized this figure. The principal was working every day, but Shenlong didn't see the beginning and end, so it was difficult for the vice president to see him once, let alone these ordinary students. Many students even saw him far away in the classics. At this moment, the principal wearing a suit actually walked over quickly, with a smile on his face, which had always been serious. In everyone's shocked eyes, he shook hands with Fang Yi. Outside the playground, the school leader led the way in front. Behind Chu, one hand recorded the value of the Tianhua with his hand, and the other explained to Fang Yi. You can understand this way a basic tester. This time, the sky fire was the most powerful, exceeding the previous few records. Compared with the previous ones, all indicators have risen. If the value exceeds 10, it will be blocked for ordinary people. Human life is fragile. For them, more than 10 means that earthquakes and seas cannot be predicted to be dangerous. The silver-colored hand ring on Chu's wrist should be a national unified state, which can detect the intensity of spirit and the abnormal value of the great changes in the world. At this time, as soon as I approached the operating venue, the abnormal value column suddenly rose up, and the connection reached 11 and continued to wave upwards. Rush! As the sound fell, the ball frame in front of me once again ignited without fire, as if a creeping flame was thrown on it, and the sky was swept out, dyeing the sky with a tiny red. The light of the key fire reflected in Chu's pupils, and as the abnormal value continued to rise, her expression became more and more serious. This day, the fire is better. If you continue to let it go, once it spreads, it will be a big problem for the entire school, and may even affect the city. It seems at this time, it needs to be reported to the above as it is recorded and reported to you. At that time, you can ask the more powerful first-timer to solve it. Chu knew that at present, this situation was no longer possible. The great change in the world caused the abnormality of sealing and sealing and allowing it to spread in the college, which would only cause irreversible consequences. At this moment, Fang Yi next to him suddenly stepped out and took him into the boiling sky fire. The president next to him, was shocked. His eyes were almost falling out. He saw Fang Yi actually stepped into the sky fire, and the flying fire snake swallowed his figure. This sky fire is terrifying. The distance is not as simple as ordinary fire disasters, and the fire disasters are also divided into degrees. They have tested before that this sky fire flame can't be resisted even if the firefighters professionally equipped them. The temperature of this fire has exceeded the scope of the human race, so it is called the sky fire. The principal looked at Chu Yi with a tight expression. Why did he go in? What should I do now? Chu Yi was also a little surprised, but she was the first one and panicked like an ordinary person. Looking at Fang Yi's back, her eyes became calm. In the sky fire, Fang Yi's ears were heard and Mars collapsed. There was a swelling wave in front of him, and his eyes were not open on his eyelids. Fire is as thick as water, and it is extremely inseparable to the outside world. The yang performance can resist thunder, and this sky fire can also block it. Fang Yi dared to come in, but he did not think about it. As a yang nature, when he entered this heavenly fire, he did not melt instantly like ordinary people, but was like a fishing fish. A strong fire attribute wave was detected, responding to start the ultimate calculation power, edited into you have obtained the fire attribute method, 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing technique. 9-dragon heavenly fire, eliminate evil and seal a demon. The method you wrote is not required to learn. It has been unblocked. The extraction attribute is in progress. Template obtained. Wildfire is not enough. 1 minute later, Fang Yi walked out. The two people outside only felt that the day was like the year in this minute. After waiting anxiously, they finally saw a figure walking out of the raging fire. Fang Yi. Chu Yi took the lead and looked around Fang Yi. The human eyes were slight, and he stepped out of the sea of fire, but his body was intact, and his clothes were not damaged. Chu Lu and Fang Yi sat in a restaurant outside the campus of Tsinghua University. There was a fragrant stir-frying dish in front of him, and Chu Yu's video searched Fang Yi's face and didn't stop. The seal that Fang Yi used was actually too stunning. She knew Fang Yi was very strong, but she didn't expect that he was so strong that he could seal the sky fire. Even if he was the first player of the army, he would definitely be able to do it. Fang Yi, you hide so deeply. Fang Yi snatched his head. Chu Wu said again, forget it. It is normal for the first to have secrets. Your talent is too strong. I didn't miss you. As a result, in my identity, I don't have the qualifications to invite you. If you come to the army in the future, we will be considered half an acquaintance. By then, many friends will have many ways. The army is not involved in other careers. At this time, when the world changes greatly, there are countless dangerous things that may occur at any time, every day. There may be someone die every day. Many friends are always amateur. I will upload the report and seal today. By then, someone will definitely come to you. The army is also very busy now, and all the forbidden areas are slapping people. If you want to get something unreasonable, I don't mind giving you some advice. Fang Yi pointed at the head and thanked her for her. After eating, Chu Yu hurriedly left. Soon, Fang Yi also boarded the train back to the city. News about Wang Liang coming from the mobile phone. Lao Wang, did you hear that you and Boss Chu have a bunch of Tsinghua University? Have you also invited outstanding talents? Next time I will drink and talk to me about what's going on. Fang Yi never returned. He is going to go back immediately and write the newly obtained template in Tang. Wildfire is ineffective, and it is 100% consistent with my red fire arts when you hear it. This template can add more damage, the more good it will be. Fire is on the fire is bright and powerful, and it will be extremely vicious. In this 4-point crisis, it is very useful in fighting the mysterious abnormality. With the red fire art, it will encounter a large-scale reproductive system abnormality in the future. In one go, you can hit the full data. Fang Yi was very excited. Back to the familiar forest, he took out Tang. Doesn't you plant the wildfire in this object? Yes. In a moment, a dramatic light filled the long Tang dynasty. In an instant, a radiant fire color was emitted from the Tang dynasty, bright and wild. The wildfire template flowed into the Tang dynasty. Some of the flames on the Tang dynasty seemed to be ignited, and they were combined with breathing. Wildfire is nothing, and it sounds like a very lasting ability. Does this ignorance mean that this flame will burn like a heavenly fire? Fang Yi remembered the heavenly fire I saw at the Tsinghua Peking opera scene today. The sky is blazing with flames, never extinguished. The combination of the flame pattern in my hand became more and more frequent, and the heat emitted from my body was also extremely huge. The road surface under my feet was dry and cracked, and the surrounding leaves were rolled up. Wildfire does not match the red fire art. I don't know what effect it will be. Fang Yi murmured, and Tang lightly planned a curve in his hand. A fire suddenly appeared, and a crackling sound came out in the air. It sounded like a firecracker, which was extremely shocking. The temperature was too high, and even the trees that were very far apart could feel this powerful heat. The next second, the trees beside him began to burn. The fire grew bigger and bigger and spread rapidly in the forest. Family, I'm really not a fool. I'm the kind of person who is lucky to be A. I've been in a hurry since I was young, and I've never suffered a little. Now I'm on the first day of broadcasting, but the material will come to me. Do you understand? A female broadcaster was broadcasting outside the forest with a mobile phone. Snack, don't you? If you have the ability, you will take over the Baymen of Tsinghua University and Peking University to record the hottest high temperature recently. I'll use a rocket, but nothing else is worth it. The next day, Zhang Yi started the live broadcast again. Compared with yesterday's downer in the number of individual digit viewings, today's viewings are directly 4 more zeros. As soon as the broadcast was opened, it was topped on the popular list of broadcasts, which made the little transparent female anchor shocked. The audience inside, without exception, were all attracted by the figure in the forest. Did the anchor see it clearly yesterday? What's in the forest? Is there really anyone here? Is that fire really come out by someone who is shattering his sword? Damn, that's too bad. When I saw the video, I thought it was an edit of a live-action drama, but I didn't expect it to be more realistic than a movie. The live broadcast suddenly became popular. Innumerable people were following the figure of the sword-holding fire yesterday. Zhang Yi was about to take on the wealth of this tide. She responded wildly in the sea of her brain and said what she had seen. The camera on the mobile phone is not clear, and the distance was too far at that time. In fact, the picture taken was not particularly real. To be honest, it is not as shocking as I saw on the spot. I saw the knife holder you were crazy about. Yes, I saw it with my eyes. The flame was the knife from his hand. The feeling that gave me was a bit like a slash of spring swords. It was very cool. When that knife went down, the flame was sprayed like rain, which was much more shocking than the practice scene of Tsinghua University. What's the way he is? I've seen him. I can't just say that my family members who want to know, please use the rocket to see what they want. At this end, the word stopped. Then, the screen on the live broadcast went black. The live broadcast you watched ends. Why did you stop when you reached the key place? The equipment problem? It shouldn't be. Could it be that it was blocked? Zhang Yi was also confused. After news from the background, she found that her live broadcast was suddenly blocked, and the kind that could not be unblocked was as if it was influenced by some mysterious force. In a while, there were a few people wearing uniforms outside Zhang Yi's door, including policemen who showed her certificate to let her go, and Zhang Yi was in a daze and got on the police car and was taken away. The whole process was less than 10 minutes fast. After being taken to the police station, Zhang Yi was taken directly to the room for questioning. A strong and stern-faced man asked her to tell her about the details she saw in the forest yesterday. Once you're found to have a snail or a crafted gang, it is illegal. Korean looks very powerful in his uniform. Okay, Okowo. Zhang Yi was panicked when she encountered such a big fight for the first time, and she had already given her a complete rebirth. That person should be very light, face. I didn't see his face clearly. The content in the live broadcast was all I said. I could feel it from my body. I was not big. Maybe it was like I graduated from high school. Korean literature was shocked. High school student? At the first time of the live broadcast yesterday, he sent someone to check the forest. It was already empty when people went to the building. They checked the traces of the flames on the ground, which was pure fire. It can be imagined that if one can cause such a powerful heavenly fire, the most powerful and pure fire attribute will never be poor. For some reason, Hanli suddenly thought of the top of Jade Emperor Mountain with heavy rain and thunder. The same hand, the same tyranny. The first person who first met the high-level lightning attribute on Jade Emperor Mountain has not been found, and another high-level fire attribute has emerged. When did Taisher appear in the empty space? Do both the first persons of these two lightning attributes and fire attributes appear near Taisher? Is there such a good combination in the world? If what this anchor said is true, and he is so light, then the first person who is a hot-headed person is indeed amazing and powerful. It seems that the situation in Taisher City will be revised again. In the early morning, Fang Yi opened his eyes quietly. 8 o'clock in the morning. You don't have to go to work and school. You're up at this point. I usually make breakfast and call me up. Today, Julie and Ting Tang didn't hear her calling me. Are you sleeping? Fang Yi was a little confused and got up to wash. The Tianhua sword's heat went down very quickly. After only one day, it could not be recorded online, and it was as if everyone was wiped out by a big hand. It should be the top of the team. Without being confused, it will lead to social disturbances and various guesses. The official has no intention of starting a complete revival, so it is very reasonable. Fang Yijian left the room and knocked on the door of the second bedroom. No one responded. When he pushed it open, he saw that it was empty. Jiang Tunghua is out. Fang Yi made breakfast to fill his stomach and browse the news again. After 2 hours, my cousin didn't come back. Fang Yi was a little confused and looked at the door and felt wrong with slippers. I'm in a hurry to come out. After so long, why not send me any news? My cousin usually told him in advance when he came out to look for the great changes in the world, but he didn't say anything this time. Fang Yi felt that it was wrong and told Lin Yi's number to be clear. The mobile phone you called is not in the service area. Not in the service area? Suddenly, his face turned pale. Is it hard? Come out? Gun. The dark fog covered the surroundings, as if the thick sea water had flooded people, making them unable to breathe, and no light could penetrate here. The cold and evil breath made Lin Yi unable to help but slap her cold. How long has it been? Lin Yi looked around and looked around. Behind her, the 81-year-old beautiful young lady was shaking, and there was a blood stain on her shoulder, which seemed to be injured. They were trapped here for 2 hours. It's me who is tired of you. Lin Yi didn't respond and stared at her vigilantly. Black, extremely dark. Wherever the visual line is, there's only the thick blackness that is suppressed by people. The light of all things in the world is engulfed, and no light can be found. Even if you look at it, it is usually a luxury. The spirits were all over my body, and the faint rays of turquoise separated the black fogs. The black fogs were surging outside, like monsters hiding in the dark night, waiting for the moment when the treasure was distracted. When Mei Xiaowu saw this scene, she was filled with guilt. She had to blame her for the situation today. This unusual ghost was encountered by her, and then Lin Yi came to help. I thought it was just an ordinary abnormality, but I didn't expect that these abnormal methods and abilities were very cunning. She was tired all the time. This abnormality doesn't seem to be about to eat them, but to trap them here and melt them away. For abnormality, a strong first step is the ultimate nourishment. To be honest, we are still too weak. Lin Yi grabbed her hand tightly. Or can it be done? At this moment, Lin Yi's body shook suddenly, and a light came out of her hand and rushed in a direction. Brush. The sound of spirit penetrating the flesh is heard. Plop. A highly corroded skin, and the shrunk is pierced by the spirit. The numb blood-colored figure fell down. On the other hand, the expressions of the two people were not completely resolved. Too many. I don't know how many times this scene has happened. These should be all trapped here. Now, for the unusual mobile phone, it is playing with us and trying to assimilate us too. Here, it seems to be invincible. Lin Yi lowered her voice. The voice just fell. There were waves around, and the darkness seemed to be thick and thick blood, making the atmosphere around it particularly cold. In this black fog, their spirits were consuming wildly. Brush. The cold and evil eyes filled the air and suddenly opened in the darkness, like a cracked space gap. The 81-year-old beautiful young lady had a dilated pupil, and she could not see anything, but she looked at the bloody eyeballs that were made of, as if they were unusually deliberate. It stood in the dark, contemptuous of the two people who were seen as pets by it, and a touch of slander was hanging on the corner of her mouth. The next moment, in the darkness that was deeper and more suppressed than ink, a touch of distorted, squirming, deformed, dissipated with a rotten odor. They came here swaying, as if nothing was enough. Something to die. The young lady and the beautiful woman slashed her. On the way, the sound of the eyes disappeared. The thick black fog won't swallow them at all. That thing has lost patience. Be careful. Lin Yi's light-headed sweat gradually broke out. The surrounding area was getting more and more flesh, cold and numb, and the skin was oozing, as if they had been soaked in water for a long time. They suddenly started to move and ran wildly. Innumerable eyes were released in the blood drops. As they approached step by step, the dark fogs all over the sky rushed towards them, and the fragile barriers seemed to collapse the next moment. Are you going to die? Lin Yi's face was full of hope. She knew that the path of evolving was full of danger, and she also wondered whether she would fall in a dark corner without anyone asking about it. What will be the era in a year? What role will the pioneers who are hidden in the earth play now? Young woman, we may be lying at the last moment before dawn. We can't see the magnificent and powerful spirit of the spirit. She couldn't hear the sound of the beautiful young lady. Probably. It has been swallowed by the darkness. It's over. A click. The spirit barrier emits a crisp sound of shattering. The black fog in front of him was like a fat hyena seeing it, and she rushed towards Lin Yi crazy. But at this moment, a sound of tearing. Lin Yi suddenly burst into thunder in her ears, and she raised her eyes in surprise. In an instant, the thunder in the sky came, as if tearing open the dark light. It was a thin figure, straight, and even tore the invincible black fog. The eyes are a pair of slightly helpless eyes. He was like a god descending from a god. The air calmed down. In the extremely suppressed darkness, a bright light suddenly appeared, coming from the outside world, penetrated the dark boundary. It turned out to be a palm covering the thunder. Tear. The palm of his hand was experiencing force, and the thunder fingers made a tear-up state, tearing the darkness apart. The sun shines in. It was a backlit figure wearing a normal leisure uniform. I only saw the black fogs that trapped them here and swallowed them, like fragile babies in the thunder, shattered as soon as they touched. Lin Yi was stunned and stood there. The black fog corrupted her mental power. For a while, she was a little confused whether this was real or her own fantasy. In the age of girls, Lin Yi actually had fantasized that at the forefront of this crisis, someone would fall from the sky. But she never thought that she would realize one day. When she was in a desperate situation, she had fantasized countless times in her heart that someone could come to save her. But I didn't expect that the person who saved her was my cousin. The cousin she regarded as mediocre. However, at this time, Fang Yi tore off the black fog with bare hands, and the terrifying thunder made all the darkness here retreat like a star. Suddenly, at this moment, the figure of my cousin was reflected in Lin Yi's visual line, and the word mediocre had long been abandoned. Fang Yi stretched out his hand. In that moment, thunder gathered in the palm of your palm, and the dazzling thunder lightning suddenly teared open the terrifying black fog. Extremely quick, extremely violent. The black fog exploded and broke countless pieces. The black fog around him shrank for a moment, as if he was afraid of this person, so he rushed to retreat quickly. The black fog has retreated. Lin Yi was delighted, but the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank again. Roar! A cold and stern howl burst out. Only the ghost of Uro roared and rushed out. Abnormal. It was a very different, very similar to the ghostly anomaly. It was thin and floating in the black fog with only one face exposed outside, and it was so scary. "Cousin, be careful," Lin Yi exclaimed. Fang Yi saw the situation, and his expression was not moving. He directly pulled out the Tang sword from his waist with a single hand, and the Tang sword was unsheathed, bringing out the harsh sound of Ling Shi. Immediately, Fang Yi's sword came out with a fierce look. The blade rolled over midair and pulled out a surging fire dragon. The dazzling flames of Lin Sheng lit up the unusual vision. It was a dazzling sword. The flames dragged out a long dragon and pointed directly into the strange eyebrows. The flames on the blade were closed, like dragons swallowing and spitting out violent flames. The flames broke through the black fog and made a squeaking sound of explosive birds. Roar! The fire dragon broke through the black fog's war line like a broken bamboo. In the face of the strongest flame, the black fog exploded like a fragile wing. The black fog was burning, and the ghost-like cry burst out, sad and silent. This feeling is particularly terrifying. This terrifying cry filled the eardrums, making people feel like they were on the ground, witnessing the fire burning the ghost, and the ghost burst out with a terrifying cry. The fire not only burned the black fog, the ghost behind the black fog was also scattered by this fierce knife. The ghost was slashed with a cry of desolation and buried in the sea of fire, amid the sad cry. The black fog was burned, the environment gradually shattered, revealing the appearance of the streets outside. Under the scorching sun, the world was reduced to the scene before the black fog. Next to the remote street, there were only 1 or 2 stray dogs flipping through the trash can. There was no black fog, no gangsters in flesh. Everything seemed like a dream, but the 2 people who came out of the illusion were still shocked and gasping for a long time. Why did you come out and be blind early in the morning? In the end, Fang Yi opened his mouth and broke the silence. As he was about to eat, his stomach was already roaring. Lin Yi seemed to have just returned to her senses, and her beautiful eyes stared at her cousin in a daze. After the meal, since the secret was opened, Fang Yi no longer hid Lin Yi and went back to her room to practice. Lin Yi looked at his back in a daze. My cousin is actually the first step, or the 5-star magic. Then I saw the breakthrough image there that day. Could it be him? If it is really his word, then this talent is too terrifying. Among the people I know, only Sister Gaia can slightly squeeze him. But Lin Yi didn't think that Gaia's talent can really crush her cousin. After all, Gaia has a strong backstage beyond their imagination. It is a pile of resources, and her cousin depends entirely on herself. 5 stars in the axe is the first to reach the top 10% of the Pyramid of War. With the terrifying and high-level nature, Lin Yi felt that her cousin was expected in the future and could reach a height she could not reach. If my cousin has new resources, it's definitely not just that now. Lin Yi sighed. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table kept vibrating, and the staff member of the Wujixing Pioneer was asking about the situation of the young lady. The internet was cheated on a huge sum of 50 cents. Young woman, 1, are you okay? We just arrived at your location and found out that you had contacted me. Where are you now? After the team members arrived at the location, they found that the battle was over and there were only some traces of battle left on the ground, so they were very worried. After a long time, the young lady from Mei replied, 81-year-old Mei Xiao. Don't worry, the matter has been solved. I'm fine, but I'm just too tired, so I'm so late to go back. As soon as this word came out, the group relaxed. However, on the other hand, the private chat window of Mei Xiaowo and Lin Yi still retained 10 minutes ago. 81-year-old Mei Xiao. 1-1. Do you have to tell them about your cousin saving us? 1-1 win load. No. When Lin Yi saw this problem, she made a decision in the first reaction. To take the lead, the situation is that you are in a huge dark forest and you don't know the existence of each other, let alone the other's strength. The resources of the world's great change are limited, and finite means dispute. In the face of the great changes in heaven and earth, others are the tyrants. First and foremost are born enemies. Any threat to their own existence is allowed to be killed. This is the current and even the future. Although my cousin did not instruct to keep it confidential, it was too high profile and it was obviously not a choice. Lin Yi thought of Fang Yi's powerful strength. He didn't plan to keep it secret for long, but it was natural to be exposed afterwards, so there was no need to specifically emphasize it. So the young lady of Mei Yin hid Fang Yi, and the staff also slightly wrote a pen to take. If you have nothing to do, if you have nothing to do, if you have nothing to do. I'm just saying that. E has gone. What are you still worried about? E is our genius girl. The group started daily chatting again, 99 plus. But soon, a message was inserted and interrupted them. It is a mission notice. Understanding the task issuance notice, understanding, Gaia. After seeing the poster ID, it was like a hot voice was pressed down the pause button. Everyone stopped talking about the topic at the same time, and the air was calm. Gastronomy. Early morning. The sun shines through the curtains in the living room, dropping a little golden light. Fang Yi took a deep breath, and the golden breathing method ended, and a fragrance drifted in from outside the door. My cousin is making breakfast again. I have to say that it is really great to have a cousin who likes to make his own meals. The morning meals are all different every day. Fang Yi walked out of the door and came to the restaurant. Lin Yi was already sitting opposite her. The breakfast was a small bag, and she took it off in one bite and was filled with juice. Cool. Fang Yi wrapped a small pot with a mouthful of beans, and his stomach was warm. Lin Yi sat opposite her, eating quietly, biting the small bag in small bites. After Fang Yi finished eating a pot, she just finished one. During this period, her beautiful eyes kept staring at Fang Yi, wanting to speak but stopping. Grudge. Fang Yi drank bean paste and looked at her helplessly. If you have anything, just say it straight. Keep staring at me and fucking. Speech. Lin Yi's expressionless iceberg face showed a faint smile. Cousin, I have a mission here. I wonder if you're interested or not. It was released by someone in my team. Have I seen it? Fang Yi remembered the few faces that the vines in the sky had seen before. Lin Yi shook her head. You haven't seen her. She is very mysterious. How mysterious is it? It's very, very mysterious. Lin Yi's words made Fang Yi think. Even the members of my cousin, who are in the advanced team, feel mysterious, and there must be an ulterior motive behind them. Then the tasks she issued were probably very good. What is the mission? Lin Yi spoke, put down the chopsticks in her hand, and said seriously, Cousin, have you heard of the extremely secret belt? The extremely secret belt. Fang Yi really didn't hear it. As the mission says, it is a mysterious land covered by dark attributes. It is extremely dangerous, and the country has never explored it deeply. I heard that there is an unusual slab, and it is the starting point of all abnormalities. Many abnormalities in our city may be revealed from there. Lin Yi's temperament is very solemn, and this mission is indeed difficult. The light ink and bamboo also mentioned that the dark attribute is the most irritating attribute, and the extremely dark belt is an unusual paradise. To complete the mission, a strong vanguard team must be established. Ordinary pioneers can only drag their backs. So when I heard Gaia's request, Lin Yi thought of her cousin the first time. Lin Yi knows his cousin's 5-star, high-level attributes, and his combat power is no longer obvious. After hearing Lin Yi's description, some abnormalities that had been seen before appeared in Fang Yi's brain. Is it extremely dark? Is it covered by dark attributes? From the strange things I've been exposed before, dark attributes are really difficult to kill, full of enemies to humans. Is this a different nature of dark attributes? Fang Yi remembered the rabbit who was killed at the beginning. The rabbit was bleeding on his body when it appeared. It should have been after injuring people, fighting with people, showing the erect nature of killing them. There are also the big snakes and small beasts trapped in the scrap factory on that rainy night. They are all sane and will cooperate to create killing traps, which is obviously the one who kills the pioneers. Cunning and fond of killing are the characteristics of darkness. For example, they all run out of the extremely dark belt. So, how terrifying is there in the extremely dark belt? There is also the most important thing. The unusual is incredibly cunning. They seem to be avoiding the army defense in the city. Although I don't know what method they have, the abnormalities in the city are becoming more and more frequent, and it is already difficult to curb. So, it is urgent to take a trip to the city secretly. A high place enters the private high building in Yun. There was a silent girl standing in front of the desk. She was so exquisite and had a lot of energy. Her whole body seemed to be covered with ice, making people dare not breathe heavily when they saw her, for fear of being surprised. Gastronomy. Can they do it? A man in a uniform next to him had a tight eyebrows. It is extremely dark, and there is a dark nature and a fog seal when we go in. We cannot get the information in it all. This time we go, it is quite like we are in the dark. As for him, he was silent. This problem is too heavy. The country has never stretched its skills into the extremely secret belt. Previously, people had sent people to explore the ground to collect information near the extremely secret belt, but they were in a state of disgrace. Those people were sexually assaulted by the darkness and are still lying in the medical center and are still unconscious. The degree of danger is beyond the reach of the current first. There is no doubt that this is an extremely dangerous mission. Besides, if you want to get something this time, you can't get it even if you go in with a professional team of the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Are these ordinary first accomplices really okay? The first accomplices spoke again, and their language was uncertain. The Ling Association is the first to win the country. The battle is not as good as the military, but the teams complement each other and are good at handling various regular tasks. In the face of such situations, they can achieve unexpected results. The last time I entered the Spiritual Association team, the agent spiritorial man was responsible for many C-level abnormal tasks. The team members trusted each other and cooperated tacitly. It should be possible to gain something. But this team came from a very secretly, but it did not bring any information, and 2 members were injured. Since then, the extremely secretly belt has been listed as a Class A belt, with the note, information cannot be extracted at the moment. Unknown dangers need to be developed with the courage to use their lives. This is what other first-hand players do not know at all. The other side of the boundary is gambling language, looking out the window with your head raised. I don't know when a pool of clouds was accumulated outside the window, which was heavily pressed on the head, making people inexplicably produce a black cloud that squeezed the city and was about to destroy the tragic city. After a moment, she opened her mouth lightly. We have no choice. Xiao's top core warfare is our greatest reliance on discussing with other countries before and after the resurgence of spirit. They exist, no different from the nuclear weapons. Just sit there, which is a reassurance. Xia has time to develop with other forces and other forces. But now, people in them are in danger of their lives, and they must have a dark place to save him. So we must go for this trip. A certainty appeared in Gaia's eyes. Seeing this situation, the first person next to him was stunned and said lightly, Mingli. Gaia didn't say anything more. She saw that she wanted to bring her cousin into this striking event. This small team that was moving into the darkness was gradually expanding. Wait until the next to you, the first person to leave the room. Gaia's back looked slightly, and she lowered her head and looked at the Huang Tian's injury on the data, and there was little worry in her eyes. Uncle Wu is a long-lasting person, and he has watched me grow up since childhood. Even for such a love, I must get the quenching flower. Exit of the underground station. The vast crowd of people rushed out like a trench, rushing from one hole to another. Fang Yi and Lin Yi were beaten out by people. Brother, if you buy a car, you must buy a car. If you go this time, go to the 4S store and get it directly. Fang Yi breathed in his mouth with a smell of fresh air. The smell of sweat in the car was filled with the smell of cheap perfume, so he was almost marinated into the taste. This is the first time I feel so sensitive to my sniff. I support you. Lin Yi vomited without saying anything. After she held the trash can and vomited a dark place, Fang Yi gave her a bottle of water. You're also very hardworking, and you're still running away when you vomit. Lin Yi rinsed her mouth and drank water. Her small face was as big as a paper, and her lips were even blood-colored. It looked like she had just pulled a tube from the hospital and ran out of the patient. She was like this, and she still kept pursuing her mind and flipping through the map on her phone to show Fang either way. Let's go and get along. The body of the merciful body was in a deserted state. The extremely dark belt itself is an extremely special space that requires a specific method to enter, so they negotiated to get together in the closest distance. By the time Fang Yi and Lin Yi arrived, a small group of people had already stood there. A group of men and women stood on the empty ground, with 5 people in a cubicle, and some looked like college students, while others looked like 14 years old. Zhao Meng is the one that looks the most beautiful. She is only a little older than Lin Yi. She is just in her sophomore year and is indeed the youngest, but she is beautiful and good at dressing, so she is very eye-catching in the crowd. At this moment, she was looking westward in Dongzhong. Where is Yi? Is Yi still here? Strange. After you and you were in trouble, you suddenly became particularly concerned about her. Another girl was chewing the candy and looked at the dream suspiciously. Among the team, one of the middle-aged people looked at this scene first, sighed, browsed slightly, and opened his mouth with a point of view. The current first step is really lighter than the other. I hope you can all be reliable once you meet. Judging from the breath radiating from his body, this person is a 4-star in the magic realm and is considered a master. He saw that these people were all light people, and it was normal for them to be worried. But his voice was so old-fashioned that it was very awkward. What does this person mean? Zhao Meng was a little unhappy. This person and the 2 people around are all Chinese. In this sentence, they're all watching these few people lightly. The same team, before they entered, they started to make a sisters-in-law. Suddenly, her arm was grabbed lightly, and Ru Jiahe rushed her head, signaling her not to cause trouble. This action was organized by Sister Gaia. These people are the people on Sister Gaia. If you get up at this time, Sister Gaia may be difficult. Not to mention, they are all on the same team, and it is not good to affect the task at that time. Zhao Ming glanced at Fang Yi and Lin Yi's calm expressions, and didn't say anything more. She just put down a sentence. Control yourself well. Wait a while. You don't be scared to death. After she said, she glanced at Fang Yi secretly. Humph, the master of the 5-star magical axe, still takes the lead in the advanced nature. I can't wait to see their expressions. You're so busy, just go in. Uncle Zhongqi glanced at them, his hands surging, as if he was touching something. The door that was extremely darkly opened open at their entrance. The next second, everyone's pupils shook. Even the dreamy and pretty face suddenly started to revive. Black. The extreme black occupies the video. The thick black fog will create a single space of only fusion and black. The black fog is like a dark fog that swallows a single head, drowning everyone in black. This is the belt that is destined by the dark nature, and it is cold and damp, revealing a bad breath. What does this feel like? I feel so disgusting and want to vomit. I feel like I am now in the peace of the hospital. No, it is a burial wall with a rotten smell of foul body and a fishy smell of brain fluid. Is this that a very dark belt? They had been exposed to the anomalies of darkness before, but no anomalies could bring them such a dramatic disgust. If they just stepped into the dark belt, they would feel a difficult disgust in an instant. This kind of misfortune is a double blow from psychological and managerial matters and simply a torture. Some people were tempted and even more so, and they vomited out with a sound of wow. Under the dark nature, the smell of spit is not that uncomfortable. This is the sense of control of the nature of darkness on other practices. This is a strong sense of corruption. It can also be said to be pollution, which will greatly reduce the power of practice. If you live in this atmosphere for a long time, the life of ordinary people will be reduced. This is also the reason why the country is so compatible with the abnormal entry of the city. The middleman explained with his eyebrows. Before he came, he had been exposed to many abnormalities of dark properties. For those unusually deep and painful things, He wanted to kill them quickly, and his hand were covered with dark and unusual blood. Therefore, he is particularly sensitive and hates this kind of breath. The reminder from the middle-aged man made everyone alert. Although this person has some problem with his speaking attitude, he is a powerful first in real terms. With them like him leading the team, he is more likely to survive. On the road ahead, in order to preserve physical strength as much as possible and reduce the pollution of darkness properties, everyone closed their mouths and stopped talking, and silence filled the entire dark belt. Ahem. In the darkness, I felt a little coughing sound from time to time. Everyone is trying their best to resist the corruption of the dark nature, and the sound becomes weaker and weaker. Cough, cough. A suppressed cough sounded from Fang Yi's side. Lin Yi covered her mouth and nose with her hands, her eyebrows frowned, and she looked very uncomfortable. She was already a car, and along the way, she joined the darkness and stepped into the envelopment of the darkness. At this moment, her weak body was even worse, seeing that her face had a different look. Fang Yi sikit lightly. He stretched out his hand, held her back silently, and patted her twice. The next moment, Lin Yi's body shook and her eyes widened. She only felt that the place where the big hand slapped behind her was as gentle and comfortable as if she was shot by a big sun. Her hands were pasted on her back through the thin clothes. The temperature in her palm was poured into sunlight, and the abnormality brought by the darkness around her was dispersed in an instant. The feeling of difficulty disappeared all of a sudden, and I felt that my body was warm and the car was inappropriate. Thank you, cousin. Linny made a lip-shaped voicelessly. Fang Yi slightly shook his head. Just then, the middleman turned around and looked at the team inadvertently. The video fell on Fang Yi and Lin Yi, feeling a bit strange. Everyone here is enduring the corruption of the dark nature that is extremely dark. They look painful, and some people look like they have been constipated for several months at a glance. But Fang Yi and Lin Yi in front of us had a calm face, and there was no feeling of being affected. It's hard to say, are they too tolerant? Zhao Meng walked beside Lin Yi and saw Fang Yi's big palm falling behind Lin Yi. The spirit surged in the palm of his hand, covering a layer of strong spirit, and the overflowing warm power made people look very eye-catching. She couldn't help but walk beside Fang Yi, asking for help with trembling. Cousin, warm me up too. Fang Yi glanced at her. I saw Zhao Meng's body trembling and hunching her back, looking very sad. The corruption of dark properties is invisible and tasteless. Even a spirit can only be weakened and cannot be completely resisted. Enhanced patience will be very difficult. Fang, he was a little speechless, but he still stretched out his other hand and put his palm on his dreamy soft waist. Okay, warm you all day. Very dark belt. I am often covered and corrupted by darkness. The dark nature is like venom that penetrates everything. The longer I step into it, the more exhausted I feel, physically and mentally exhausted, and I am covered by an invisible fear, unable to breathe or think. Kazuo, someone exclaimed lightly. He saw the withered plant he had just stepped on was twisted. The branches grew like tumors, emitting strange light, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of black bacteria. Every step he stepped on it was like a tide on the verge of death, and the creepy sound came from the air. Sometimes she could even hear some vague low words, not knowing where it came from. Once a person enters this area, even if he does nothing, he will be in trouble because he can't bear it. It's not without such a precedent. We have entered the extremely dark belt. There are many anomalies hidden in the darkness nearby. Each of them is very strong, so be careful. The middle-aged man Pan Ning said softly. Suddenly, the darkness in front of me was even darker. The road under my feet, which could only be seen clearly, has now become blind. It can only be seen half a meter. After seeing the area next to me, it was full of thick darkness. Only by using special means can you see the road. Lu Jiahe didn't know where to find a special light to illuminate the road ahead and emit a blurred light. The darkness is deep. There are a large number of abnormalities in the stool. The abnormal numbers that rush into cities only account for 30% of the week that is extremely dark. In the 70th week of the remaining week, I watched this scene calmly in nowhere, waiting patiently for this group of delicious first steps to step into their trap. Everyone subconsciously cheer up and rely more tightly. Brush. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air sounded. The man holding the light shook and screamed in surprise. What's it? He saw a flash of shadows. The faint light illuminates the way forward, and you can only see a shadow and vaguely. A huge black figure passed over, his eyes dark, his body covered with cracks and devastations, and blood and rotten fur were scattered with a scent of rotten smell, like a dead soul crawling out of the tomb. Damn, it's an abnormality of the dark nature. Then the breath flew quickly and rushed to them. This terrible thing is just a breath away from them. Meow, a violent cat screamed, and only the cat demon, who was corrupted, burst out from the darkness, and the yellow mucus flowed down the ground along the way, almost rotting the ground, which was terrifying. Everyone on the scene has their pupils shrink. The rotten breath came towards me, like a sleeping slaughter suddenly lifted up and suddenly slammed into a person's face. The fangs on the fangs could be heard clearly when the mouth was opened. This feeling was no different from a kind of biochemical pollution. Exception. Lin Yi's eyebrows tightly. Her palm moved slightly, and a faint white light gradually condensed, as if the stars were condensed. However, when she was about to punch this, someone was faster than her. A harsh sound of breaking through the air sounded. She looked up subconsciously. Pan Ning took action. I saw Pan Ning's figure flashing like electric light, and punched it out with one punch. The spirit of the creep condensed into a powerful force and exploded towards the cat demon. I saw his arms slamming, his spirit gathered through the incomprehensible spirit, and his powerful power exploded. Puff! The corrupt cat demon was suddenly exploded with a punch, and he screamed directly, and his back exploded in mid-air. The real power of the magic 4-star is undoubtedly uncovered. See this scene. Lin Yi put it on, and the spirit condensed in her palm disappeared in an instant. Everyone relaxed their voices. A great sense of security swelled up in my heart. This 4-star first, although there was some friction before, his strength made people feel at ease. The cat demon's womb hit the ground, and the rotten ground suddenly began to absorb its flesh and blood. The ground was restored like a destructive painting. The corrupted pits began to disappear and gradually became flat. The ground actually absorbed the cat demon's womb, and then returned to a dark shape again. The ground also absorbed too many dark properties, and the dark power contained in the Su is even more powerful than that of the cat demon. Pan Ning sighed and looked at Fang Yi and others, helplessly slamming their heads. It's unusual to be on your face, don't stand still. Very dark. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They seemed to see the black. Waves? You can hear the roar of the sea in the condom, like a roaring giant beast to the sky, the sound of the waves spreading gradually approaching, making people feel as if they were on the shore, watching the deep sea shake the huge waves in the sky, swallowing towards the shore. What is this? Is it sea water? Why did I hear the sound of the sea? Is there still a sea in this dark belt? What is the dark tide? Lin Yi was stunned. She felt a strong sense of anxiety, and the feeling was even more terrifying than when she was judging the vine in front of her, and her skin was numb. The sound of the waves contains a terrifying danger. She noticed that the breath around her was exposed all of a sudden. That was an abnormality in the dark belt. They still ignored the abnormal number here. The creatures were originally inseparable, and this place was filled with various crazy different creatures. And now, they're all blown out by the dark tides. Seen by the naked eye, a huge fox demon burst out, and his rotten hair and red eyes met with each other. He threw a huge, unreasonable tail away and rushed towards him. Rush! Lin Yi slapped it in her brain. But it's useless. In the darkness, a terrifying wave suddenly appeared. A huge spiral appeared from afar. The watch was like a wave of wind, and countless abnormalities emerged like dark spots from it to the south. Everyone was tight. So many? At this moment, those powerful and tricky anomalies had no time to attack them, just screaming and roaring, and one ran out desperately, as if there was a death godling chasing their tails behind them. Dark tide. The sound of the waves is a dark tide formed by the dark attributes. If you just touch them, you'll be polluted by the corruption of the dark attributes. If you swallow them for a while, you'll be unable to resist them even if you swallow them. Run, Pan Ning shouted. Everyone immediately ran with consciousness. And the terrifying black tide, like the sea water, began to spread wildly towards this side. The waves slapped the ground wildly. He swallowed the road in front of him in an inch, and it was pitch black. Roar, a series of sad screams echoed, and the unusual connection that ran slower was torn into pieces in the tide, leaving only a sharp slight. That is a powerful dark nature that cannot be fought against in unison. Run quickly, you can't be caught up, you can't be caught up, you can't be done. I seem to be a little unable to run. The tide behind me was like a wild beast that could not be chased, approaching the number 3 team as fast as possible, and the distance between them was slightly closer. The haze and the hope began to spread. Can you escape? Pan Ning was a little dazed. He was the strongest pioneer in the team. The power of the 4-star team was enough for him to get awesome gaze. However, at this moment, he looked at the dark tides that were swaying in front of him, his eyes filled with fear and trembling. His hands were shaking because of fear. Am I going to die here? The terrible tides were not connected to the place where they had just stood, and there was a numb voice in the face of the human head. A strange thing that was often flooded by the tide was not. Pan Ning understood deeply. Team number 3 is already in a desperate situation. They're going to be buried in this tide. Cousin, Lin Yi tightly held Fang Yi's sleeves, her eyes slim. She had fantasized about her own death scene countless times. From the beginning of her first day as a first move, she knew that she would definitely welcome that day. But what she didn't expect was that this day would come so quickly. Dark attribute. Their spirit is suppressed, and their power is restrained. The sky fire shook the terrifying seal, and the terrifying power of the seal was strong, and the pressure was suppressed. The black tides surged in the fire ring, and dense cracks like shattered glass appeared on the surface, as if the dark attributes in it were slamming. Suddenly, another heavenly fire was opened up. The black water surface directly burned, and it instantly became a boiling force. There were a few dragons walking around in it, which was very terrifying. Under this unreasonable cremation, the black water turned into a thick black fog and flew out of the fire ring, emitting a pungent and unpleasant smell. For a while, the air was silent. As the saying goes, water and fire are in conflict. When fire meets water, either the fire is destroyed or the water is evaporated. Who is strong and who is weak can be seen at a glance. But the problem is that is the tide transformed by the high darkness attribute. The dark nature is overbearing and corrupts everything. But now it is evaporated by this fire. The man was standing in front of Lin Yi, his body straightened. Fang Yi turned around in his hand and retracted his waist, sealing the dark tide that had covered everything into the fire ring, and opened his mouth lightly. This seal can't last long, and there are too many darkness, so go there as soon as possible. This sentence seemed to wake everyone up. They returned to their senses and looked at Fang Yi with shock. Zhao Meng was the first to cry, and her feelings after the disaster made her unable to hold it in. Cousin, oh, cousin, you saved me again. I can't tell you. I can only use my body to say. A seal of the dark tide. Is this a real human being? Go, be a monster. My knee is soft. I just want to kneel down to him now. Really, I feel that I can't lift my head in front of him. Kneeling is more in line with the relationship between us. The genius has become a tangle for the first time. Awesome, brother. Just play with fire. At this moment, Pan Ning looked at the figure with a very complicated expression. What did he say before coming in? Oh, don't drag the back legs. Now it seems that these 4 words should be given to everyone except him, because in front of him, everyone is no different from being tired. You. Banning smilet bitterly. Originally, he thought these little people were not reliable, and he thought that this mission teammate was too hasty and might drag him down, so he felt a little dissatisfied. But when he looked at this moment, he just wanted to say one sentence. Damn, are all the young people so fierce now? Pan Ning put away his light eyes and showed a respectful look. And at this moment, although the dark tides were trapped in the fire ring, the boiling tides were burning. But the terrifying dark breath turned into water vapor and continued to dissipate, and the decayed breath continued to dissipate. When everyone walked forward, they deliberately avoided the fire ring, fearing that the dark nature would overflow and the terrifying and pressure of the tide would still make them feel thrilled. Fang Yi walked behind the back. At this moment, when everyone was facing him, no one noticed that a faint light appeared in Fang Yi's dark pupils. The strong dark attribute fluctuation has just been detected. The ultimate calculation power is being activated, and the writing is being edited dash. The writing is successful dash. You gain dark attributability. Infinite dark realm. Effective. Pull the opponent into a closed black space. In this space, they will be invaded by the dark attribute, which will effectively weaken 30%. The appearance of dark tides is not completely free. Taking advantage of the skill of sealing the dark nature, the practice of sa was successfully edited. Dark realm is a special domain. As long as I use this domain, I can drag the other party into me and add the corrupt effect of the dark attributes, and directly weaken the opponent's practical strength and carry out a 1v1 single challenge. The advantage lies with me. Fang Yi thought. The pupils are bright and a dark realm appears in the eyes. At first glance, it looks like a dark impurity, which seems to be in the darkness, and there is a deep spiral and spiraling relationship, scattering a strong sense of mystery. Just now, Linny looked back at this scene. She was numb and felt a little nervous. It's impossible. Such a bad and exhausted environment. Is my cousin stronger again? How'd he do it? It was obvious that there was no major change in the world, and the only thing that appeared was the dark tide. Lin Yi was in a state of turmoil. Could it be that he has gained a place from the dark tide? Pan Ning is a 4-star pioneer in the magical realm. Among the current pioneers, he is already 10% of the top, but at this moment, he is afraid of the gentleman in front of him. Ordinary people see, first, like a frog in a well, seeing the moon in the sky. But when he saw Fang Yi, he saw the blue sky like a mayfly. The huge gap in talent among them made him afraid. This is not something that can be achieved by hard work and diligence. The world changes greatly, and the world is written. Many people think that they are extraordinary. Many people break the shackles, and everyone thinks that they can go against the will of heaven and change their destiny. But when they see people like Fang Yi, their proud spine is deeply crushed. And Pan Ning's eyes move from Fang Yi's body to fall on Lin Yi's body. Is this his cousin? It was just a few times that Lin Yi killed it abnormally. The means are brittle and in danger. Although she was slightly worse than her evil cousin, she would be very good at making a splash in the future. Oh, thinking of these, Pan Ning couldn't help but sigh. These young people nowadays cannot be underestimated. In the future, we can no longer see the chaos of these countries. A very old joke appeared in his brain. Longjiang waves push the front waves die. Bah, it's so unlucky. Cousin. Suddenly, a female voice broke the silence, and her sarcastic smile reflected on Fang Yi's eyes. Zhao Ming trotted to Fang Yi's side. She was talking about her cousin, and she became more and more familiar with her, and she was even more sensible than Lin Yi, a real cousin. What's the matter? Fang Yi looked at her. I have some refreshing chewing gum on my body. The darkness along the way has a great impact. Although it may not be useful, it is very sweet to eat. Zhao Ming poured out the chewing gum and stuffed it into Fang Yi and Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi had a faint expression. Thank you, young lady. Zhao Ming. In fact, my 81-year-old beautiful young lady ID was random. I am only 18 now, and I am not a young lady. Zhao Ming secretly glanced at Fang Yi. Fang Yi pointed his head slightly. The gum is delicious. Is it delicious? If it tastes good, I will buy this flavor in the future. Zhao Ming returned to the team happily, as if she had received a prize. Next to her, Lu Jiahe saw her worthless appearance and looked at her. Didn't you say that this taste is hard to eat like shit, so you avoid lightning? Will you buy it every day in the future? Zhao Ming was so serious. What do you know? To tie a man's heart, you must tie his stomach first. Lu Jiahe. Zhao Ming has changed Fang Yi's brain powder. Oh no, my wife is so pink, and there's a sensation of confusion that comes from behind. However, Lu Jiahe thought of Fang Yi's extraordinary seal, and she silently flipped through her pocket. My cousin, I also have sugar, grapefruit flavor, which is better than hers. Do you want to cook it? Zhao Ming. Question mark. At this time, the team suddenly stopped. Zhao Ming and Ru Jia also stopped beating and watched curiously. Pan Ning, who was walking in front, stood there and looked at the strange bones in front of him. It's here. Pan Ning's voice trembled. In front of me was a huge wall. The black soil was filled with a strong, rotten smell, filled with the breath of death, and the soil was covered with a thick layer of black-gray, and time seemed to have stopped here. The bones of the verdant are scattered on the land. Some are broken, and some are arranged in a uniform manner, with broken corners of clothes and a half-breaking hand ring on it. Fang Yi noticed that the style of the hand ring seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. And in the black everywhere, a fuzzy flower suddenly opened and swayed, and a mysterious and noble atmosphere radiated on it, as if it could conquer all the darkness in the world. Quenching. That's quenching. We actually found it. Old Wu is saved. Xiaogui's top pillar will not fall. For a while, everyone couldn't help but feel tired and ecstatic. Their purpose this time was to quench, which was said to be a powerful high-ranking position in Xia dynasty and was seriously injured. Only quenching could be cured. At this moment, the temptation that symbolizes hope and future is in front of them. The mission goal of this is about to be reached. Abandoned land. A man with a sharp expression, a long thumb scar on his eyebrows, was waiting outside. He was breathing strongly and unpredictable. He stood at the door as stable as Mount Tai, seeing Fang Yi and others walking towards him. He looked at Fang Yi's hands with a loss of quenching flowers. Finish the task. Just hand over the flowers to me. Fang Yi took a step forward and did as he said. Behind her, Lin Yi grabbed her arm a little tight. The scarred man in front of her brought her a powerful and mysterious breath, as if she could easily crush them to death with just a slight raising her hand. This kind of terrifying pressure is definitely the first to win. All his subordinates are so strong. What is Sister Gaia's identity? After accepting the misguided flower, the man left Fang Yi's head. When he left, everyone in the field, except Fang Yi, relaxed their voices. It's so terrifying and stressful. He has a strong breath. I don't know what realm it is. I feel far beyond me. When I face him, I'm more nervous than the abnormalities inside. Just now, I didn't dare to breathe. My cousin dared to come up and meet him. It's so scary. After the mission was over, everyone retreated from the extremely secret belt and returned to the absent entrance. As soon as they came out, they found out that Gaia was sent to the Scar Man to wait here. Fang Yi returned to the team without any reason and asked his cousin, "Go home." "Yes." Lin Yi clicked the head and completed the task. Next, she just needed to wait for Sister Gaia to get the money. It would be meaningless for them to stay here. Zhao Ming was watching from aside. How can I break it if I want to go home with my cousin? Wait online urgent. At this time, she drove an SUV beside her. Under the slump of the car window, the slightest unmask of the Sun Jia magazine was suddenly in the window. "Young woman, my driver will pick you up and send you a ride?" "No, too. I won't call me young woman again in the future. I want to change my name." "Did you take a wrong medicine today? Are you always begging me to start this car? I want to experience the feeling of crying while sitting on the baby." Zhao Ming covered her mouth and explained to Fang Yi with a smile. She said it was not me. She had lost her wits. Ru Jiahe rolled her eyes, almost turned to heaven. She snatched the hand of the chaotic girl. waved to Lin Yi, and pointed her phone. Sister Gaia is looking for you in the group. Lin Yi was stunned by the voice. Look for me. Sister Gaia is usually very cold, and suddenly she is looking for her to fuck her? Is it related to this mission? Lin Yi took out her mobile phone from her backpack and started the martial arts group first. The Gazette news came into view directly. Gazette, please ask me if I can discuss it with your cousin. In this group, the gambling is like bringing lights, which can easily cause thousands of waves. As soon as the news came out, the people in the group could not help but feel like eating melons and jumped out from all over the place. Everyone was indifferent and self-sustaining. Wenzidu jumped out to ask it the first time. Dama and Juat, what's the situation? Your cousin has come too? Dharma King lay in the Dharma. Why did Sister Gaia look for cousin? Can you tell me that your cousin is the first person? Warm sweet milk sauce. Oh my God, did my cousin actually participate in this mission? My brothers and sisters are so terrible. I want to learn from you too. Danimo Wenju. I'm very curious, what did my cousin do? And it actually made Gala want to see him. 81-year-old beautiful young lady. Cathead.jpg Zhao Meng also made an expression in the group, but she didn't say anything, but just hummed angrily. Humph, a group of mortals. Do you understand my cousin's value? Gaia looked at Fang Yi, as if she wanted to see through Fang Yi, but she couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that with the help of the country and the army, she could still give birth to you first. Her eyes were cold, and she turned over, staring out the window, and blood dripped on her body to the ground. However, she didn't move at all, as if she had been hurt. This mission is to save me, an elder, who has been working hard for the country and died after all. Fang Yi pointed, for example, also knew the full picture of this mission. An elderly man in the country was seriously injured and dying, while the Spirit Association member had entered once, but the mission failed. This time I entered the Dark Land, so I was able to succeed because of Fang Yi's yang nature, and the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire seal was too domineering, otherwise the Dark Tide would be enough to make them completely defeated. Before, they had taken the lead in surpassing the level of the magic axe, but they were still defeated. Because it is so dark, I have a look at my colleagues. That darkness can swallow a lot. Only by finding the method of restraint can you succeed. When I found Fang Yi and the others, I just hoped to seize the last straw. Even if the hope was slim, I had to continue to try. Do you want to know what the country is like? Fang Yilu said with a light head. I'd like to hear it with politeness. Gala sighed, and his voice was crisp and sounded, and he could hear it solemnly. If the heaven and earth change greatly, but the most respected by the state, or in other words, it is a dark nature because under the influence of the resurrection of spirits, the spirits of the heaven and earth begin to become two, and the dark nature can make all the spirits begin to be two, which means that the two, which is abnormal. Now, the number of these abnormal dark attributes is increasing, and the impact is also increasing. They're like a cancer, lying in various countries and may cause disaster consequences at any time. Therefore, the country has to do its best to set up bans to prevent and defend the city strictly. The rapidity of abnormal numbers is increasing, and in the face of this, the situation will only become more serious. She glanced at Fang Yi and suddenly said, I told you that these things are not because I wanted to restrain you or because I was fighting you, but I felt that you were so outstanding and qualified to know these situations. Only by knowing things can you calm down in the midst of the great situation. I understand. Fang Yi pointed at the head lightly. The two smiled at each other. As the top leader, at this moment, they all have a tacit understanding of each other. Gala made a cup of tea, and the fragrance of tea was so refreshing. The two of them tasted tea for a while, and Fang Yi slowly said, If I encounter abnormalities, I will not stand by and watch. You can rest assured at this point. Gaia was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Fang Yi deeply. If you said that at the beginning, you just wanted to see you first. But now, I really want to be friends with you. If I was told by my little partner in the group chat, I was so cold that I had no friends with gorilla classmate who would say this, which would definitely be shocking. Gala stretched out her delicate jade hand, and Fang Yirong held her lightly to show her respect. The two of them drank tea and began to talk about the great changes in the world, and their spirits were revived, and they became more and more familiar with each other. If you have a task in the future, I will come to you. You will be too embarrassed to do ordinary tasks. Fang Yi responded. Suddenly, he moved downward and landed on Gaia's arm. By the way, you're hurt. Gazing was stunned for a moment. Then Fang Yi's hand thundered out of blue arc, and the gambling felt numb and slight. Then she could feel it clearly, and the dark breath on the wound was completely removed. No, it's more like being smashed. The dark nature of the wound will make the wound unfit, and it is also because of this. Gastrointestinal pupils slightly shrank. Is he actually a thundering personality first? As the first person, it is to feel the spirit of heaven and earth. Inducing the spirit is only the first step. What is more important is how to guide the spirit to quench one's body, that is, to cultivate one's body. Ordinary first accompaniment has no talent. If there is no sufficient powerful cultivation method to guide it, the realm will easily stop for a long time. This is why most of the current first accompaniment are the fundamental reason for the star realm. Like Linyi's Damaju, they have good talents. At the level of Gala, they all have strong support from each other. With the blessing of talent and resources, they are far ahead of others. After extracting the dark attributes, my strength has also increased a lot, and I have already touched the door of the star in a slight manner. Fang Yi exhaled a breath, urging the golden sun to breathe. In an instant, golden light was surging around him, and the surging golden blood poured him from top to bottom. And in this golden light, the black air of the silk is revealed. It looks both good and evil, very strange. Fang Yi felt the internal blood surging, and the spirit was strong. After a while, he could start to break through to the star. After a day of work, Fang Yi and Linyi were very tired. After dinner, they went back to their rooms to rest, and they turned to the next day. 8 o'clock. Fang Yi opened his eyes quietly and began to train against the rising sun. It was not until he had a thin layer of sweat that he breathed a long breath. Huh, my cousin, haven't you come to call me? Fang Yi opened the door and saw a bowl of hot fort-burning powder on the restaurant table. The pink rabbit slippers at the door are neatly packed and tidy. Very unforgettable. This time when I was not a hurry. He sat at the dining table and checked his cell phone information. Yaya Fang, cousin, my teammates and I went out to try my luck and came back tonight. Try with teammates. It can be judged from the word Wong that she deliberately avoided herself. Does this girl feel that there is no chance to try on a mission with me? Fang Yi realized it in an instant. Unexpectedly, Yi looked at Xiao Xiao, and her heart was so independent. A gratified smile appeared on Fang Yi's lips. He could understand Lin Yi's approach, and to change himself, and he would not be willing to live under the protection of others. It was certainly very safe and could not get enough. After all, the flowers in the room are definitely not the mainstream of this era. The future undercurrents of the realm are in trouble, and every first accomplice has the possibility of falling. It is a mess to have such an understanding of my cousin. Enjoying the perfect taste of fort-burning powder, Fang Yi went to wash the dishes and chopsticks, then poured the sand on it, and started to brush it every day. The sky has not seen the news of the great changes in the world, so Fang Yi was forced to read some boring news, such as hashtag the news block has always been like this. It is like the sound of not putting it down on it and the death of the great transformation of the world. In fact, most people cannot realize the change of the world. This is also confusing from the side. The impact of spirit resurrection is not very big for ordinary people, and the missions of the Army and Spirit Association are very complicated. My cousin is not. What is the sky doing? Fang Yi leaned over the sofa. The land is deserted and has no life. The trees that used to be thirsty have withered and withered. The branches are exposed to the sun like dead bones, and the weeds on the land have also disappeared. At first glance, the endless land is barren and cracked, without a single animal, leaving only a wasteland with dust flying. In a vast desert, only the voices and calls are heard, and the response is hidden in the empty forest. Fang Yi once again pulled up the spirit flower and put it back into the flower pot. Leave it back on the ground, hiding its name. If you absorb a few more places, the daily feeding mission will be completed. The rejuvenated forest is quite dangerous for other pioneers or ordinary people. There are many snakes, rats, and snakes in the forest. This type of hydrating spirit is very troublesome and is particularly easy to get close to the spirit of heaven and earth. If you are not careful, you will add the simplicity of glory. When they hide themselves and practice hard, they'll be frustrated. But if they come out and attack humans, even if they have professional equipment or old men survival experience, it will be difficult to escape. Therefore, the forest after the spirit is more deserted than the forest before the revenge, and even many experienced friends and outdoor live broadcasts dare not come in. Fang Yi walked inside for an hour, and no one could see his shadow. As for those saplings, at this moment, he was lying quietly with a wild spirit flower, and the extremely faint, absurd silk stockings scattered, as if they were crafting a detailed spider net in the forest. The spirit who smelled the spirit was unable to hide in time, and the pressure root did not dare to approach him within 10 meters. Fang Yi saw the situation and whispered lightly. The absurd attribute should be the top attribute in vegetation. It is extremely talented, enough to be the king. If the vine did not grow in the air, it would not be fixed when traveling around, and its height would be another A-level belt. Fang Yi looked down at the absurd flowers in his hand. The petals of the spirit flower sway with a faint light, which looks exquisite and wonderful, just like the most beautiful color under the calligraphy of a painter. It is completely different from other flowers in the forest, especially the drop of blood in the middle, like the eyes of a god, with a faint sadness in the breath emitted from it. This flower is clearly full of vitality, but it also reveals a decadent breath. If this is a painting, it will be put into the museum for auction. But when it really appears in reality, it only feels deep pressure and fear. Even ordinary people without spirit will subconsciously realize that they are far away when they see this flower. Under that seemingly beautiful appearance, there's a corruption of everything. In the future, if the world changes greatly and creatures and abnormal invasion of the city, you will be my last defense line. Fang Yi lightly popped the petals. The petals were windless and swayed slightly, as if they were hugging his fingers and scattering. That's when, a long voice of the slightest voice came from the east, affecting the deep forest. During the confusion, I heard some wolf screams, and the swallowing was filled with some craziness, revealing a faint ferocity. Fang Yi took a step forward. His eyes looked at a square roar, as if it was a wolf's cry, but there was a special breath in it, and Fang Yi immediately walked towards that square roar. East. This place has reached the depths of the forest, and on weekdays, even the thrillers will not step into it. The more remote the human society, the more dangerous it is. At this moment, the howling of the wolf reverberated in the quiet forest. The howlings of some wolves are harsh and sharp, making people feel cold. Their howlings sound like sad roars, deep hissings, conveying the breath of survival and death. These terrifying wolf howls intertwined and revered in this remote forest, making people feel awe and shocked. Not far away, Fang Yi stood behind the huge tree and gently lifted up the leaves covering the visual line, looking at the wolves and the mess in front of him reflected in his pupils. Is this in the morning? I saw that every wild wolf in front of me was wailing on the ground, as if he was experiencing an inexplicable pain. Fang Yi will flowers on the ground. The moment of the kind. A powerful green air burst out. The ground flies rapidly and the branches wither. The entire forest was full of ups and downs, and the power of the wilderness was like a flood rolling into the deep forest. In the forest, the pupils of the first accomplices were tightened, and they saw a terrifying scene. I only saw those wolves who suddenly felt a crisis and exploded in an instant. A long sound. The magical 3-star wolf suddenly rushed forward to the wolf pack and looked around with alertness. The next moment, The forest is as far as the head. A green wave emptied the fields and slapped at them. The huge wave of power was swaying straight into the dome, bringing an irresistible room to the forefront. The wolf looked down with her hair, and she whispered, making a fighting posture. What's strange is the green has not fallen on the wolf, but quietly penetrated into the land under his feet and disappeared immediately. Miss it? Everyone was stunned. The eyes told them that they had disappeared, but their direct vision could feel that the breath had not left, and it was deep inside the ground. That's flowers. Where did this flower come from? Did it just grow out of the land? Wait, there are more than one flower. There are so many flowers. What did they grow out? A green flower was placed on the earth. Then, the earth began to release more fresh flowers, which were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be absorbing the surrounding spirits and machines and began to bloom wildly, flowers after flowers. Storm, the sea of flowers surrounds the wolf pack in the middle, like a huge sea of flowers prisoner. Then tightly, a more distinctive scene is reflected in their eyes. The petals of the spirit flowers bloomed on the ground, like strange animals opening their mouths, swallowing the wolf in front of them into the stamens. Half of the wolf's body hung outside, and its strong and powerful body quickly became thinner, and finally it lost its ribs. A puff sound. The spirit flower spits out the wolf demon's body. There was no flesh and blood left, and all the tendons and blood were fucked, leaving only the bones of the skeletons. A perfect skull shelf. The flowers swayed and absorbed the wolf demon's machine. The red color on the petals became more and more vivid. When the first accusers saw this scene, they felt numb and their blood flowed backwards. The wolf demon's flesh and blood were all swallowed. This is absurd property. Absurd property? The number is called the most powerful property in the plant. It can decay and swallow. There is no problem of power. Once this absurdity is implemented, the surrounding weapons will be drawn by it, and thousands of lives will be their lives. If we encounter this breath, we will be decayed into a bone. Retreat. The first accuser looked back and immediately retreated. But the spirit flower did not chase them. The spirit flower seemed to be surfacing the group of wolf demons in one's own way. The sea of flowers surrounded the wolf demons, and the wolf was swallowed by flowers. The spirit flower dealt with the wolf demon too fast. 5 minutes ago, the Spiritual Cultivation Association, the Destroyer team, set out. In addition to team leader, there are 3 executives, 2 women, and 1 male. The information of positioning is in the forest near Taisher City, right? I heard that there has been a powerful force of the wolf pack. Fortunately, the official Pacific City has issued a statement that ordinary people are prohibited from going there. So this time the wolf pack has evolved. No one is injured. It is really a blessing in disgrace. The wolf pack? As soon as it evolved, the star level has become stronger than most pioneers. Is this the vicious being of the spirit? Is indeed deeply favored. Once the demon beast wakes up, the innate ancestors of the realm will have terrifying body and strength. The demon beasts in the realm of the magic axe are in large numbers, and their combined combat power is even not weaker than the spiritual realm. The team of the destroyers glanced at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. This kind of demon beast must be cleaned. Otherwise, once it is allowed to evolve successfully, even the army's prohibited area must be trampled. I just hope that when they arrived, everything was still in time. Here, the destroyer team stepped into the forest. However, as they went deeper and finally arrived at the location where the satellite was located, everyone was stunned. Without exception, they were all deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Only see in front of me, under the golden sunlight, a white area suddenly appeared in the dark forest of the original green. It was not a light effect or a special color tree, but white bones everywhere. Under the sunlight, the bones scattered on the ground, as if covered with a layer of ice. All trees, flowers, and even the earth were firmly covered by the snow white. And in the center of these bones, they discovered a complete wolf bone scattered with a special evolutionary breath in a miraculous realm. Now, everyone's pupils were slightly shrunk, and their spine was fluttering. Even if you have the best psychological quality, you can't help but have a tight eyebrows after seeing the team leader on the big side. What exactly happened to this? Evolved into a wolf demon, turning into a white bone? Is this the critical situation mentioned by those pioneers? Fire-burning eyebrows? Several specialists were stunned. They originally thought that when the pioneers encountered the news here, they would take a little action to stop the evolution of the wolf demon. At most, they would fight. As a result, the scene in front of them is very similar to what they think. How is this possible? It is obvious that several people who called the police said that they are only 1 star. 1 star kills 3 star. The following is a bit higher. Everyone had only surprise and confusion in their hearts. At this moment, the captain next to him suddenly smelled a different breath. He rose up sharply, stepped forward, raised his wrist, exposed the silver-colored hand ring, and began to detect the abnormality around him, and the others stood there. Don't get close to here first. The team members stood there, motionless, waiting for the team leader's supervision. When you see the special value on the hand ring, the long eyebrows are formed into a big chuan. So high. The captain took a deep breath, his face became unusually fierce, and pointed at the female specialist behind him who was responsible for detecting, and said in a deep voice, "You check it out again." Okay. The female specialist took a step forward. She was responsible for surveying and was even more skilled in this area. She stepped forward and started the inspection. After a moment, Fang Yi only brought a pot of flowers when he left. "There is an extra dog." Fang Yi opened the door and heard her cousin's lingling voice. "Cousin is here." "Yeah." Lin Yi also came. Her clothes had not changed, and she had a faint bloody atmosphere. She put the things into the kitchen and sent them out. At first glance, I saw the figure of Quasi jumping up and down beside Fang Yi. After a closer look, it turned out to be a gray little dog. I saw the puppy squatting obediently beside Fang Yi's foot, holding his little paws and sticking out his tongue and looking at Lin Yi passionately. The little tail behind him was almost spiraled. What a cute puppy. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Little stars appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Girls cannot resist the cute Fuchsia animal, and even the cool tycoons cannot avoid this. Fang Yi looked at the puppy that was rubbing against his foot. However, this little thing was indeed famous, especially his big eyes, which was very good at grasping people's hearts. At this time, the puppy seemed to understand Lin Yi's praise. The tongue was filled with heat. The tail is getting faster and faster. "Cousin, this cute, where can I bear it?" Lin Yi has been captured by this cute attack. She squatted directly beside Fang Yi and did not let her clothes be dirty, so she picked up the puppy and touched its soft dog head. It followed me and refused to let me know. I thought it was a quarrel with me, so it came along. Whoom! The puppy let out a grandmother's scream, blinking his big eyes, twisting his head toward Fang Yi next to him. Lin Yi was a little surprised when she saw this situation. "I'm holding this puppy, and I'm looking for you. I really respect you, cousin." Lin Yi was a little surprised. "For me, you haven't taken a shower, you're dead." Fang Yi looked disgusted and reached out perfunctorily, rubbing the dog's head that was coming. Woom wool. Watching the interaction between one person and one dog, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, but soon her smile became a little bitter. Looking at Fang Yi's eyes, there was also a hint of heartache. My cousin lost her parents early, and I was alone and helpless. My mother felt sorry for her. In the past, when he was in junior high school, she called Han Han to ask one. She loves him even more than me, and I was a little jealous, but my cousin was not in love, and later she became distant from our house. I used to think that my cousin was rebellious during his adolescence and did not want to accept our kindness. Now I think about it. It was because of the harmonious family and the love between my parents, whom I compared the other side, that my cousin became more and more single, alone. To contact us, it should be his self-protection. Lin Yi looked at this lonely and helpless puppy. I looked at Fang Yi next to me again. This puppy is also a stray dog. The reason why my cousin, who was cold, so he took it, was probably because he felt that he was ill with it. What are you looking at? He received Lin Yi's complicated eyes. Fang Yi looked confused. My cousin's look in his eyes wouldn't have thought that he couldn't afford to have a single dog if he knew what Lin Yi was thinking. Fang Yi absolutely exclaimed, "Roll. You are such a sentimental woman. Don't substitute the blind chicken into me." He bathed the puppy and blown the food dry. The little thing lost the dirt cover, revealing the original cute appearance. It turns out that its cost is white. I just wandered for too long and was stained with sewage. Bang! Fang Yi slapped the dog on the head and slapped the wet paws that it tried to rub. Don't be beaten by me. The puppy, who had just finished taking a shower, rubbed against him. One claw and one plum blossom mark. Fang Yi sat at home. The golden blood storm ignites, surging around the body like a swelling. On the top of the head, a huge magic axe projected, slowly condensed and formed, and began to dance. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6. The process flows through the flowing water, and it is exhausted. Slide. The 6 stars of the magic axe have broken through. After breaking through the 6 stars of the ghost, Fang Yi felt that the spirit in his body had condensed a lot. The spirit filled the space like the deep sea tide. Each silk spirit emitted powerful energy. After the breakthrough, every elbow and every inch of his skin were strong, and his perception became abnormally sensitive. The most direct feeling after rising stars is that the ability to urge is simpler. The same is the divine thunder cyclone. Fang Yi's previous urge could only knock the abnormality in an instant. After breaking through, Fang Yi could even control the other party's flesh and blood chunks, and each piece of flesh flew around. If he was letting him kill the abnormality now, he would not have seen the previous flesh and blood chunks and was not beautiful. Suddenly, Fang Yi opened her eyes quietly and looked out the window. He suddenly felt a breath coming towards him, and the breath had a little picky meaning, which made Fang Yi feel a little strange. Junyuan Street. It was once very popular here, but now it has become a timely property, with doors empty and no one usually comes here. At this moment, a red-haired boy stood at the intersection of the street, wearing only a vest, making his muscles even more protruding, looking at the high-level apartment that was nowhere to go. I didn't expect that there was a pioneer hidden in this place. He felt a powerful pioneer here. The blood in his body could not hold back when the war was in full swing. As soon as Jiang Rong's voice fell, he evaporated a red light, burning incomparable heat, and his face was like a burning mountain of flames, as if he was about to burn everything in front of him. A good battle appeared in his handsome eyebrows. The property of fire, a property of strong and violent. Only a very small number of people can cultivate this special attribute. Every pioneer of special attributes is not a genius among geniuses. Therefore, although Jiang Rong is arrogant, he actually has an arrogant capital. He is the same as his nature and has a little temper. He is extremely irritating and fighting. He likes to find various people to compete. He is of nature and cannot be bad. At this moment, the turbulent fire attribute was like a war drum that was pounding the sky, returning under the dome. If the other party is not a slut, he should come to the contract. The next second, Jiang Rong walked out of a figure in his sight. It was a thin young man wearing a black t-shirt, with cold eyes and a very calm look on his face. It forms a contrast with the ginger on the opposite side. See the calmness of the opponent. Jiang Yu's eyes were fluttering, because the moment Fang Yi appeared, he felt a considerable pressure. He was even more disloyal at the time. That's right, the guys I met before were not very good, and I couldn't be as happy as possible. Just as Jiang Yu looked at Fang Yi was also looking at the red-haired boy in front of him, and he was slightly helpless. He could feel that the other party was not good. Are all the young people so brave nowadays? But, since we have already found our home, if we don't give us some teaching, we may not be able to rest in the future. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the lead in reporting his home, with bright eyes. After self-introduction, no warning signs, Jiang Yu started to do it directly. The hot flames slashed in his palm, condensed, and the terrible flames exploded in the palm of his hand. 1, a swelling fireball flies out for the palm of your palm. The flames blew through the air, igniting the air in front of them, and a heat coming from the side spread out into the air. Such flames were enough to burn everything. The fireball is getting closer and closer, and it is majestic. The next moment, Fang Yi raised his right hand lightly. A terrifying power at your fingertips will always be released. The power of the storm exploded. Thunderbolt SARS. Lightning thunderbolt SARS. Buzz. In that moment, Ginger was like a sound. Then, the fire dragon collided with the thunder, collapsed, and collapsed in an instant, dissipating into thousands of red light spots. In a moment, Jiang Yu's pupils shrink. The next second, the ground under him suddenly collapsed, and cracks appeared like spider nets. The thunder's destruction power was extremely terrifying. It actually penetrated the flame that had not yet been extinguished and came straight towards Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Shu's brain hurt. A flashing arm's right hand pressed his brain and pressed his brain tightly to the ground. Jiang Yu, the pioneer of fire attributes, is the 4 stars of the magic and is about to break through to the star. Whether in the pioneer team or a variety of geniuses, he is a top-notch existence. But at this moment, he was pressed to the bottom of the pit and could not move. The watch was like thunder god's pressure, and the hand brought him no amount of pressure, which made him breathless. Jiang Yu's pupils widened. What's going on? Just now, when his flames hit the thunder, they were like fragile chicken eggs, and they were directly hit on the front. The originally burning flames seemed powerless in front of the thunder, and the other party's thunder attribute was even more extreme, and the level was far above his flame. Moreover, just like the pressure from his hands, his real power is definitely not just a 4-star. He is most likely to be a star of, or even a 6-star high-star pioneer. Kicked to the iron board. Jiang Yuqing said. But if he was pressed to the ground, he couldn't even lift his head. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. According to Jiang Rong's personality, in the face of such humiliating situation, he must jump up and fight back fiercely. However, under the absolute pressure of force, he had no strength to help. After a moment, Jiang Rong felt that the hand pressed on his head was relaxed. The terrifying pressure of his suffocation disappeared in an instant. He could finally move his stiff neck slightly and hear his violent heartbeat. I don't know how long it took, but Fang Yi had already left. He only sat down on the ground and let out a mouthful of black air. At this time, his originally carefully curled hairstyle had completely lost. The red hair became an explosion, and it looked a bit ridiculous. But Jiang Yu, who is now completely futile and has no time to see his own body, is just staring at Fang Yi leaving. The sorrow is greater than the death of his heart. Is he too strong? Or am I too weak? Baiyuan District hides a corner of the prosperous city. The old residential building is quiet and low-key, as if it is a forgotten pearl in the city, and most importantly, the rent is cheap. Jiang Yu exploded like thunder and stepped into one of the door in a daze. He stepped into the door with 1 foot, and he was caught by 2 figures at the door. The 2 of them stumbled around, and their eyes were as fierce as if they were questioning the prisoner. Are you here? You. This explosion looks quite fashionable. One person opened his mouth. Are you provoking trouble again? Jiang Yu, you can't always be like this. Now there are many people in the first place, and the resurrection of spirit has not officially begun. We are all small, and you will be revenged. This is not too risky. Another person advised him fiercely. When he finished speaking, the roommate next to him added helplessly, if you think he will listen, it will happen. These 2 people are Jiang Yu's roommates, so they're just going to join in first. Since the 3 of them woke up from the transformation of heaven and earth, they have accompanied them and experienced countless life and death tests. This period of the world has created a deep friendship. However, for Jiang Yu's character, they have been speechless for a long time. He is picky, loves to find fault, and wants to fight with others when he sees people. This is Jiang Rong's deeply rooted bad habit. Even if his roommates have complained hard for countless times, he never agrees with his own opinions. Such an irritable personality will eventually lead to disaster. With the revival of the day, they no longer have hope that Jiangyang will change because the scene has been staged too many times. Maybe it will be the same today, right? However, suddenly, they noticed that they were not in opposition. After 5 seconds, Jiangyu didn't even slap his mouth. They felt something strange about Jiang Rong. The unrestless silence made them feel that things were indisputable. What happened? Is it hard to be abandoned? Is this still Jiang Rong who we are familiar with? However, facing their pursuit, Jiang Rong just glanced at them in a daze, walked straight past them, and entered his room. His back looked listless. The person looked at each other shockingly. In the past, Jiang Rong's hot temper would definitely be able to argue with us. Were this something to train himself in difficulties? Challenge is the highest art. These are his famous sayings. But today he didn't say a word. What's the situation? Why did Jiang Rong today feel like has been the biggest blow? Dong dong. The rapid knocking sound broke the calmness of the dormitory, and the roommates asked Jiang Rong about the situation. However, Jiang Yang was silent all the time, and his roommates became even more worried. Just when everyone thought Jiang Yang would not speak silently, he said with a silence, "Second." "What's second?" "I was instantly." The door was pushed open with a snap. The two roommates rushed in, only seeing Jiang Rong sitting aside with her back. "Sir." Wang asked anxiously, "What does your mother mean when she said it was a second time? Tell me clearly." However, when he saw the expression on Jiang Yang's face, he looked furious and widened his eyes. Lian also joined the check and saw Jiang Yang's eyes were swaying and red in both eyes, and she actually cried. "Damn!" The shocked Tian Tian was shocked in the room. Who is Jiang Yu? He is the Win character of the dynasty, the top stalwart of the first ladder, and the golden thigh that competes with each other during the team's mission. His spirit has not recovered for a long time. He felt that he had woken up for less than a month, and had not had much background to bring him into the advanced cultivation. He only had his own strength to reach the realm of the 4-star magic axe, and his talent is terrifying. Who is so fierce? He actually beat this battle madman to cry. What's wrong with it? The man's strange intention has been ignited. Really, I should die. I should have observed that I was not in a match. If I stopped at that time, I would not have suffered such humiliation. The next day, the wind and rain are flying, the sky is sinking, and there are crazy calls above the sky. It's morning, but the clouds press the sky, making people feel depressed. It's really a ghost this day. Fang Yi, carrying the morning meal, and Lin Yi came on Lin's little breast. I didn't have a breakfast cooked by my cousin today. The two of them planned to go out for a walk, but were affected by the rainy weather. The rare warm time of brothers and sisters was destroyed. It's really irritating. Suddenly Fang Yi walked a step and looked at the streets and alleys buried by Yun. The heavy smell seemed not to be a heavy rain. "Just hurry up, I don't feel very good." Fang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the streets and alleys surrounded by Yun. All the children were closed, and there was a storm everywhere. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi seemed to have some perception, but she didn't have Fang Yi means. The next second, she stopped when she saw Fang Yi and was so stern. "There is an unusual breath." Fang Yi's voice fell. At this moment, it became steep. In the darkness, a strange bat approached quickly. Its wings decayed and wrapped in a pungent, rotten smell. When it was inciting, mucus dripped on the ground, making a disgusting, ticking sound, which made people feel uncomfortable. The bat's red eyes were red and hot, with a flash of light in his eyes, and its sharp claws were swollen against the cold light of the sharpness. Squeak! The different bats should have been waiting here for a long time, and when they saw them, they rushed out and shot. But it picked the wrong target. Thunder instantly passed through the sky, and the icy electric light cuts into the darkness like a sharp blade. When the electric light collided with the bat, a strong flash illuminated the entire sky. Tear up! The tyrannical thunder directly penetrated the bat's body, making sharp tearing sounds and howlings. Squeak! A sad voice echoed. The body of the bat was instantly ignited by the current, like a group of burning flames exploding in the air, and the pyrophore was released with a pungent, burning smell. The power of current rushes and runs on the bat. After a strong movement and convulsion, the bat turns into a broken shadow, and the dark shadow dissipates in the electric light. A smoke flooded, and a dissipated electric light remained in the air. Fang Yi's right flash was flashing, which was terrifying. Lin Yi looked at the bodies on the ground and felt scared. Why is there an abnormality here? And it was the morning, and the abnormality was so dangerous that it started to attack. Fang Yi's eyebrows were tight. The abnormality was always under the strict defense of the army and the spiritual cultivator, and they were occasionally in the dark. At present, this abnormality was so arrogant that it began to attack the people in the city, which gave him a bad feeling. He looked like the body that was electro-focused. The 2-star magical axe are not strong, but this thing has the ability to fly, which is still tricky, and the feeling of the cloud makes me uncomfortable. Go home tightly. Lin Yi spoke with a serious look. At this moment, the black cloud on the top was like some ominous sign, standing heavy under the dome. The black clouds press down on the city and are about to destroy it. Under the clouds in the sky, the girl's delicate back stood in the wild wind, and the wind blew her clothes and keys. Abnormal A-level invasions are unprecedentedly serious crisis. Xia has always done a good job in this area. The scope of unusual activities is very small, and it is prevented from being killed without being too big. Compared with, foreign countries have shown a very bad attitude in this regard. So far, there have been many incidents abroad. Not long ago, there was a stampede of the Mother's Colossus in the moon. According to the news, that was because there were too many people traveling on holidays, which led to the accident of stampede. However, only these pioneers know the truth behind it. All the people and tramplings are pretexts. In fact, it was an unusual Class A invasion crisis. The specific situation is that someone unauthorized the pioneers to protect a big man from traveling. He thought there would be nothing wrong, but who would not have expected that the day would invade abnormally, saying that someone saw a huge image, which was a corrupt giant elephant, trampling on the life, and blood finally condensed into a terrifying pool of blood on his body. In the face of the abnormality of darkness, ordinary people had no strength at all, and the pioneers and the troops did not do anything to evacuate all ordinary people immediately, and the city was sank with the naked eye. That unusual invasion finally ended with a desperate attempt. The blood-color invasion caused many warnings from other countries. It was since then that Su Qinghua realized how outstanding Xia was in this regard for protection for ordinary people, and how many times larger the country's land was than that. But there had never been a large-scale abnormal attack in the city. The army and the Spirit Association have established a flesh-and-blooded city to protect ordinary people under their wings. Thinking of this, she stood at the highest point, overlooking this city filled with fire. Hope nothing will happen. Su Qingli raised his wrist, and the detection value on the silver watch jumped from 9 to 9.5 and was still growing continuously. The abnormal concentration is still increasing. According to this growth rate, the abnormality will drop here in the latest 2 hours. She clicked the earmuffs lightly and asked, "How is the situation of each group's patrol?" Soon, the earmuffs were reunited. There is no abnormality in Area A. There is no abnormality in Area B. There is no wildcat from Area C, jumping from my head and snatching me. Area C is no abnormality at present. The D is coming. Sensing the level A anomaly coming soon, Xiagua had already prepared and sent more than a dozen pioneers from the surrounding cities to reinforce. Now, the pioneers have formed 4 teams and are patrolling the city. Wildcat, is it abnormal? Su Qing found the wrong match in Group C. According to the map allocation, Group C is in the area near her. It's okay. It's just an ordinary wildcat. That's good. I'll continue to report in an hour. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qingli glanced at the earphones lightly, and the earphones flashed and ended the communication. She relaxed her voice. The Spiritual Cultivation Association is responsible for maintaining the internal security of the city, and will form 4 teams for the anomalies that will arrive this time, responsible for patrolling the city internally. Once abnormalities occur, the spirit association will be discovered at the first time. If an accident occurs, the spirit association will not stop the abnormality, and in the last step, the army in the far corner of the Taiji will be responsible for taking over the entire city. Those strong men in the military region, with the members of the spirit who are responsible for maintaining daily safety, are powerful and terrifying existences, the final guardian of the city and the cornerstone of the Xia dynasty. There is a top-notch presence among them, and their strength is incredibly terrifying. Once the army takes over, it means that this abnormal clearance has failed. What will be waiting for too much afterwards will inevitably be a staggering battle. The nest is covered with no end. If it is not possible for the military to be strong, the military will not be exposed to the capital. The sky gradually became sunken, and a suppressed breath covered the entire city. The thunder sounds far away, seemed to be warning of the coming rain. The clouds were densely covered, the wind was rising, and the leaves were rattled in the wind, as if they were afraid of the coming storm. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yi was walking in front of the window. It's not like morning this day. I saw that there were clouds outside, and the lightning thunderbirds were covered in darkness. Taiyu Bureau reminds you, in heavy rainy weather, please do not leave for your safety. The Gas Bureau's prompt message is sent to everyone's mobile phones at the time of arrival. Suddenly, a huge sound broke through the sky, and a dazzling flash fell on the trees that were not far away, causing a smoke and fire. Lin Yi's heart jumped suddenly. She looked outside, and then looked at the message, and couldn't help but feel a sense of stress and uneasiness. There may be a problem. Fang Yi turned around and looked at her cousin. After he finished speaking, a more violent flashing wave passed through the sky, and then a huge thunder sounded loudly, and the entire house was illuminated instantly. The flash illuminated his figure, which made people shocked. Cousin, my friend also thinks that the weather is very unfavorable. Lin Yi sent her mobile phone to Fang Yi. Inside is the chat record of the martial arts leader team. Dama Zhu, have you received news from the Gas Bureau? This heavy rain gave me a very uncomfortable feeling. 81-year-old Mei Zi Xiao, +1. Since I woke up this morning, my right eye has been twitching. It was dark this time, and it was no different from night. Just a thunder came down, and my right eye was twitching even more. I won't be struck by lightning, right? The internet was cheated for a huge sum of 5 yuan. It looks so popular this day, and I feel like we have to get together. I suggest going to EE, and I can also discuss a solution together. What does our cousin say? 81-year-old beautiful young lady I want to go to my cousin? Under the whole world, only my cousin can give me the greatest sense of security. There are a lot of content in the group chat, and ignoring the strange things that have been mixed in, the group members all noticed the strange weather and were uneasy. They suggested that they gather together, but in fact, Lin Yi himself thought so. Can they all come? Lin Yi asked Fang Yi's opinion. It turned out that this was my cousin's house, and she couldn't do it. Can. Half an hour later, Fang Yi's house was knocked down. Zhao Meng is the first one to come. Big cousin, is this your family? So you are alone. She wore a raincoat, her long legs, and a pair of black rain boots. Her rustic single item was so fashionable that she was wearing it with her domineering figure. Then, the light ink bamboo also arrived. Dan Mo Wenju is a ruthless man who stepped on a shared car on a thunderstorm. When he saw Fang Yi, he was stunned for a moment and immediately looked at him deeply and said, "It turns out it was you. You are Yi's cousin. It's hard to blame you for saving us from the vines that day." Xiao Wenju never saw the so-called Yi's cousin, the man he remembered that he had cut off the wild vine with a knife. Originally, Gaia was a little dissatisfied with Brother Watch's special treatment, and now he saw Wu Zun and suddenly became convinced. Fang Yi greeted him slightly, saying hello. Finally, the one who came to Lu Jiahe was a little depressed when she appeared. She followed a man and a woman Fang Yi had never seen, which was the two remaining members of the group, Thunder and Dharma King and New and Sweet Milk Sauce, a total of people. At this point, the martial arts pioneer teams have all teamed up with Gallon, and all the members have arrived. Personally, the sand at Fang Yi's house was like a gathering of friends. Lin Yi poured water to them and heard from Wenju inquiry. Is that so? Have you seen the vampire bat of the magic star? Are you referring to the bat with decayed wings and darkness? If so, I saw it too. Lu Jia held his hand with some red blood in his eyes. There's a big hole in my villa and a bat. We cleaned it all night yesterday. It's hard to say. She looked like an empty frame. Wait, villa? It turns out that bats like to be slut in their villas, and their useless knowledge has increased again. Zhao Meng said, I didn't see any bats there. However, when I came out, I found that the house was covered by a strange black fog, which was darker than the sky. I blamed my family for feeling groggy. Black fog. Well, it should be a local change in the area caused by abnormalities. When I left, I found that the surrounding area was unusually peaceful. I guess someone might have been affected by the celestial phenomena. The coma black fog, the strange bat, the combination of various strange phenomena makes the people in the audience feel even more energetic. The clouds in the sky are gathering more and more, and the heavy rain has not fallen. The Taisha Weather Bureau has issued a warning for heavy rain. It seems that there's a feeling of dying. It seems that this situation is unprecedentedly dangerous. Yes, Lin Yi was in a deep mood and sent water to them one by one, looking at her cousin. Fang Yi replied to the news of his teacher. The changes in the astronomical phenomena were too obvious, and my husband contacted him for advice at the first time. The old man is also quite interesting. Since he joined Fang Yi once before, he has become much more polite in his speech. It can be said that his respect for the boss is beyond words. Fan, so, I have some pioneer friends here. I set up a group to bring you all in. As the darkness spreads, the entire city is covered with a layer of scattered haze. The street lights lost their work, and only a faint light illuminated the ground, outlining the distorted shadows. From time to time, two strange sounds came from a secret, which made people feel distracted. Under this unknown horror, residents dare not go out easily. They close windows and tighten doors, and can only rely on their mobile phones and the internet to obtain information. Taisha is about to usher in an unprecedented heavy rainstorm. The Gastronomy Bureau issued a red warning, calling on major enterprises to stay at home during heavy rainstorms. Taisha was on a day off for heavy rainstorms. Please take home measures and do not leave the door the harm of going out on heavy rainstorms. The last thing may even lose your life. Posts about heavy rain in Taisha City have been flying all over the sky, and the popularity is high. The comment area is open a little, and it is full of various warning messages. These are all the erotic hands in the Spirit Association. For the safety of ordinary people's lives, they will implement 24-hour wheel flow monitoring below, strictly prohibiting entertainment content. But even if you try your best to be confused, you cannot achieve true cloak and continuous rumor explosions, and finally many people left traces in their hearts. This heavy rain always feels heavy. Oh, there's nothing going on, right? What's going on recently? As the darkness gradually spreads, an invisible fear of the Taisha city is spreading. However, no matter how many warnings are, they cannot prevent those who are dying. At this moment, the uninhabited streets were coming. A thin and lonely figure suddenly walked. Among them, there was a girl in a school uniform. The wind was blowing wildly, making the girl tremble. Although it was not raining in the sky, it was even heavier than at night. She beat a cold man and just quarreled with her home. After a while, she ran away from home and ran out. As a result, she regretted it after taking 2 steps. It was so dark that the merchants were shut down and no one could see the streets. The alleys that we passed by on weekdays were like street scenes in horror movies, without any vitality. Or go back? This thought just emerged. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the sky. She raised her head in shock and saw a group of unknown creatures flapping their wings and flying towards her. Around the corner, you could see sharp teeth with a faint cold light. What is this? Bah? I just told her that it couldn't be a bat. The rotten wings were swollen. The ape's eyes were like a foul ghost, and the unknown black mucus kept falling with the wings. This cannot be a bat. This is a devil. The girl ran away, But how could she run as an ordinary person as an abnormality of darkness? The sound of the wings flapping behind her was about to be posted on her back. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air and rubbing her face. A pitch-black splashed through the air and shot the bat behind her. He could only hear the bat making a sharp sound and fell on the ground. Su Qingfeng was fully equipped with a weapon, wearing a special protective helmet and a silver-colored gun in his hand, and the gun was still ruthless. Her voice came to the girl's ears. Fang Yi's home. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The silver-like rainwater brushed through the glass window, blurring the outside world into an invisible black shadow. In this shadow, some strange and sharp sounds will appear from time to time, and there seems to be a sound of a slut in the confusion, which makes people's hearts flutter. The gun has always been agitated, perhaps for the sake of abnormality or for different reasons. When social order is still collapsed, the power of warfare is the most effective way to shock ordinary people. As the rain gets heavier, fear and anxiety are covering everyone's heart. Zhao Meng stood up and sat down again, feeling anxious. When will the rain fall? She had a piece of paper the size of a little fingernail on her right eyelid, saying it was a folk remedy to prevent eyelids from twitching, but she looked even more twitching. Maybe we'll stop soon. Maybe we'll take the whole day next. Lu Jiahe twisted and twisted on the chair. Don't stand and sit down again. I'm so confused. Yuzu pushed the eyeglasses on his nose. You should be calm. Don't you both be impatient. Didn't the horny white high in the group say that the Spirit Association has been prepared? Is it okay to believe in the Spirit Association and the official? It's over. Let's have a meal first. The aroma of dishes was already rising on the table, and Lin Yi went to the table, and the quality was guaranteed. However, most people on the venue were not very happy, and they ate the food as much as they chewed the batter. Don't you eat vegetables? Fang Yi's voice suddenly filled Lin Yi's trance. Lin Yi held her back and looked at the video outside the window, put her head down, and chewed it dryly in her mouth. I'm a little worried about my mother. It's okay. My aunt is relatively safe, so you can rest assured. Fang Yi comforted. Fang Yi's words were not entirely for her heart. However, Taishu is thousands of miles away from the city where my aunt is. Even in the worst case, Taishu is in a very slump, and it will take a certain amount of time to reach it. Lin Yi pursed her lips slightly. She still looked a little worried, but she still finished the food first. After eating, Fang Yi asked Lin Yi to go to his room and said that she wanted to talk to her about some family matters. The two came to Fang Yi's bedroom, but the people outside the door did not have any doubts. But Lin Yi's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. After getting off the door, she asked the first time, "Cousin, has something happened?" Lin Yi was very sensitive. Among these people, her strength was only second to Fang Yi and Kuzhu, and she was also the first person to realize that she was not in a relationship. Fang Yi asked her to come and told her about this. What do you want to say next? If you say it outside, it will easily cause panic. Fang Yi did not hide his opinion on this heavy rain. The situation in Taishu is getting worse and worse. If it is not handled properly, Taishu may be overturned. What? Lin Yi's pupils are tight, and she's actually so serious? Although most people don't know, every city is equipped with teams of the Spirit Association. After seeing the abnormality, they will clear the club at the first time. And until now, the gun did not stop. That's all. Dark attributes are a very powerful property of pollution. When social animals are polluted, this pollution will be expanded to the maximum. Those bats are not accidental, they are coming. There are a lot of abnormal numbers, even constantly evolving, and the pioneers of the Spirit Association cannot handle them. The crisis in this city is expanding infinitely. When Fang Yi said this, he looked out the window. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, on the map of Taishu City, the unusual black spots rushed into all directions, and the number continued to increase, and several small silver spots were forced to become tighter. The silver point is the hand ring positioning of the Spirit Association. There were originally 40 silver-colored small points, but now there are only less than 10 left. The predecessor's breath is extremely tempting to abnormality, probably just like red meat for meat lovers. Once those bats lose their target, they will attack ordinary people without any precautions. There are pioneers in the ABD area who have changed their lives and burst out a sea of spirits. At present, the spread of bats is temporarily blocked, and the residents in the above 3 areas are still safe. The most troublesome thing now is that the area of the 10 o'clock direction is that a large number of abnormalities are approaching there quickly. The contact member's voice was heavy, and the positioning lighted up on the ring. Received, we immediately went to the positioning location. Su Qinglai was covered with a transparent, spiritual protective cover. The wardrobe under the protective cover was broken and blood kept spilling out. She took out the hemostatic agent from the stool medical box and quickly processed her wound. Go! After quickly and silently handling the wound, everyone moved towards the residence. Before supporting the market, the only way to occupy the market is to step through the bodies of all pioneers. Condom a high-level area. At first glance, there are many floor-to-ceiling windows. This is the favorite hunting spot for different bats. At this moment, several glasses were already broken by bats, screaming one after another and hearing them in their hearts. Suddenly, oh, they're squashed again. Su Qing's face was solemn. The bats have sucked the flesh and blood of ordinary people and have begun to shave. The spider has completely failed, so why are they no longer ready to shave? A brief experience, the magical 3-star bats among these bats are not even lower than the ones. It's so irritating. The atmosphere became more and more serious. The pioneers of Group C were scattered and violent, and they used their spirit and body as the third barrier between unusual and ordinary people. Continuously, the people next to him fell down. The spirit has already faded away at some point, and only Su Qing and Lu Chili can't wait for their own spirit, just like the light, lingering and breathing. The frame had been completely cleared, and Su Qingzhong was fully igniting the spirit to stop the bats. The blood flowed down from the 7 strokes, making it so exciting. The other people's status is not far away. Ruo Chili cut off a piece of arms, which was torn to pieces by a 4-star magic bat. His bones were broken and pink granulation swept through them. The black gas of the silk was surging. The erosion speed of the darkness was far greater than the turbulent cultivation speed. At the end of this battle, the situation was almost overturned. The battleground was constantly under pressure, and Group C attracted a group attack from the Bat Group. In front of the EU building, the ground was covered with limbs and blood, including bats and theirs. At this moment, Su Qingli and others were like trapped, and all the bats were waiting for the moment when they were exhausted, and then they shared the food as if they were enjoying other pioneers. Squeak! In the dark bat cluster, a shocking sound burst out, as if torn apart everyone's eardrums. Then, the black light burst into pieces, and the swelling air instantly swelled up, and the flowing cloud was torn into countless flaps. Hey, isn't it really so unlucky, right? Su Qingli looked up and felt his blood was slumping. A huge rotten bat reflected in his pupils. Its body is far away from other bats, and it looks like a winged dragon that resurrected from ancient times. Its wings also obscured the only line of skylight that existed between the reinforced concrete. A different bat broke through to the magic star. Huge black shadows covered the sky and the earth floating in the air. It looked completely deserted the bat species, with a pair of decaying double wings open, and the slabs on its body made a harsh sound like metal friction, piping a strong wind, blowing the entire ground, flying sand and rocks. There are countless different bats that fly around it, like the birth of King of God. They really made a king, and in this short 10 minutes the decayed king was born from flesh and blood. We can't wait for support. Cough, cough. Rio Chili lay in the corner with blood in his body. A large number of bats rushed up to separate him. He was forced back by the spirit blade he had knocked out with his hand. His face was irritated, his arms were bleeding, and his lower body was soaked in blood, as if he would die in the next second. The rain was hazy, and the figure rose up. His expression was cold. His eyes were filled with discomfort. A lightning flashed deep in his eyes, and then the thunder swept over the Tang sword held by his right hand. The next moment, turned into thunder and roared out. Suddenly, a red line broke the ugly mouse face and cut the rain to form a curtain. Standing in the center of the two huge lights, it is like a line of Wei and Ming. The next second, it should start to crack, extending to the tail of the body along the knife line. Rush! The two charred pellets exploded in the air, and the flames inside were dazzling, and they were radiant and were radiating a powerful breath. This is a fusion of thunder and red fire knife techniques. The power of thunder, combined with the explosion of treasure, can annihilate the hog in an instant, and everything from the point of the knife pointed to his ashes. Rush! The big guy fell into the bat group, and all the bats were burned in an instant. The fire was surging at the point of the fall, and the blue arc surged, and the bats were whispered. Big cousin! At this moment, Fang Yi held a knife in his hand, and the Tang sword was covered with red as blood, and the tip of the knife hangs down lightly. At this moment, there was no fire on the blade, and there was no fire even visible. However, the window was filled with a burnt smell, and the heavy rain could not shake the flames. It seemed that there was an invisible sun baking the bats. Fang Yi stood in front of the heavy rain, slightly tilted to look at the dream. What's the matter? Jiang! Zhao Ming's seal clapping. The acclaimed expression is the size of the Jia's support. Fang Yi was tempted, and he put away the Tang sword and looked at the slightest snail of broken glass eyebrows on the ground. Let me clean it up. Zhu took the initiative to hold the swipe and came over. He didn't want to admit that he was just a second hard-controlled by this knife, and then he responded after hearing the sound of Zhao Ming. It's so puzzling. Fang, he pointed his head slightly. It's you. Su Qing's voice suddenly rose. Everyone looked at her. Only Su Qingli knew that her heart was beating like a drum, and her heart was about to jump out the next second. He saved her again. Before, he abandoned the factory and killed 2 B-level abnormal people, and he was also him. Save her again and again in the hope. This person, cough. At this time, a painful cough sounded interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. She suddenly came back to her senses and looked at the place where Bai Qiuli was. The cough sound was exactly what he heard, and he woke up. Support, has it arrived? Bai Qiuli covered his arms, and the intense pain made him sweat like water, and his wounds kept emitting black breaths. Su Qingzhang was on the side, and he had time to talk. Suddenly, a hand covered his arms, and the arc flashed, and the darkness was shattered like a mouse seeing a cat. Advanced Thunder Attribute. Bai Qiuli's pupils collapsed. He looked down in front of him, his white lips trembled slightly. You are the mysterious pioneer who killed Yi that night. Fang Yi pointed at him slightly. Cleaning up the dark attributes. Let's just wrap it up. Bai Qiuli's eyes were bright, and he looked at Fang Yi deeply, and his nerves finally relaxed at this moment. My name is Bai Qiuli. The spiritual immortal cultivator will destroy the leader of the team. Thank you for saving me and my teammates. I owe you a life. I have to say that Bai Qiuli looks very cold on the outside, and he has a spirituality of socialism. If I need it, I will go up the mountain of swords and go down the sea of fire. Hissing, Bai Qiuli replied with a wound, and his face turned whiter than paper when he was in pain. Fang Yi glanced at him and said nothing, but patted him on the shoulder to make him suffer. After Fang Yi's sword, the thunder and power are powerful. At this time, it is not only outside the city of Taishu. The crowd in Fang Yi's family also noticed the horror and tranquility above the center of the city. What is that? Spin? I felt a strong dark breath condensed into the center. I also felt that those dark attributes went forward and ran towards the spinning center, like bees surging their nests. I'm afraid something terrible creature will be born there. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, everyone's faces were solemn. The ever-evolving bats are already very difficult, and the abnormality of the magic star caught them off guard. Su Qingli looked at the hand ring, and the numbers on it kept jumping. 79. The abnormality is almost over 80. It's almost time to reach the alert line of the Spirit Association. According to the risk criterion, the abnormal concentration of 80 is already an extreme situation that those who are in the low level must also avoid and should be handed over to the army. At the moment, this abnormal level, an invasion, has completely become something they cannot compete with, and the situation is still getting worse. And in the darkness, something even more terrifying will be born. Is it the king? Su Qing's voice opened his mouth with a trembling voice. What? Everyone looked at Su Qingfeng. On the side, Lu Qiuli's face was called. You are saying the perfect evolution? Su Qingli took a deep breath, and she was a little confused, but her gang was not very good, and the facts were always very accurate. What is the king? Fang Yi asked. Seeing Fang Yi was a little interested in this, Su Qingli explained. Usually, even the same types of abnormalities will attack each other, because in their evolutionary sequences, swallowing evolution is the fastest way to survive. But there are some exceptions, such as the group of bats we see in front of us, which can be seen from the previous invasion of the Pacific that they have organized and disciplined, which is not in line with the characteristics of low-star evolution. There is an explanation for this situation, that is, the family effect. In the face of similar anomalies, perfect evolution has an effect similar to blood pressure. Ordinary anomalies will automatically put themselves into the position of servants. And perfect evolution is the king of these servants, that is, the existence in that giant zodiac. The concept of king comes from the internal data of the Spirit Association. Just as Fang Yi's change of double high attributes is very difficult to be the same, and the existence of the king is very rare. At least so far, members of the Spirit Association have never seen the king. With the entire city as a sacrifice, will the rebirth of King Joseph. After hearing Su Qingfeng's description, everyone fell into silence. The average strength of the people on the scene is based on the 4-star standard of the miracle, which makes it very difficult for them to deal with the groups of ordinary variable bats. If they encounter those miracle bats, just now, they will be at least half of them without Fang Yi. Congratulations, now you tell me that it is just a subordinate. And is there a perfect bat king in hatching about to be born? I don't know if it's not good or bad. Maybe it is because everyone who feels that the scene is overwhelmed. Li Juju coughed slightly and stood up. In fact, things have not reached that point. Isn't the army coming? The military should have experience in handling such a matter. Oh no! Su Qingli suddenly screamed. An ominous premonition caught my heart, and I saw Su Qinglu looking at the ear match, looking at Fang Yi with a terrified look. The army was blocked outside the Taisher city. All teams are in contact. News from the Special Operation Group Coordination Room was transmitted to Su Qingfeng's ears through the earmuffs. In an instant, her body was bleak. Contact? Why is this happening? Is there no one in the same way? Is it difficult to say that the hand ring is collectively damaged? The hand ring is developed by the spirit. Even if it is thrown into the deep sea or high temperature, it will not be damaged. Even if your body is corroded, it will not be damaged. It must be a spirit. If the hand ring does not have a spirit, why may there be no one in the same way? Su Qingfeng irritably interrupted the contact staff. Seeing this, all the sound stopped, and the remaining eyes looked at her with a faint feeling in their eyes. That's a total of 31st. Just in the morning, I greeted them, and they smiled and told me that they would go to a milk tea shop that I was crazy about after this operation. Why did things fall to this point? In this sea of bats, the ring is the lamp that guides them forward, and is their only contact with the outside world. And now, they are disconnected. If the guidance of the ring is not done, what would be the consequences? Su Qingli said, and suddenly felt a wet face, and his visual line became blurred. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Wind and rain are falling. Broken glass, blood-stained room. Countless bats formed a large dark net, covering the entire body, and people felt deeply despair. Those injured members of the Spirit Association are not far away. Every day, a man with iron blood is all in a double eye. That's their teammates who are fighting against each other. This group of beasts, this group of dead beasts, they entered the Taiji together and agreed to protect the stable life of ordinary people. But now, their teammates have joined forces and they don't know how to live or die. Those friends who used to fight together are not drowning in the unusual group at this moment, like a lonely boat in the sea. How desperate they are in there. At this moment, Su Qingli suddenly moved. She stood up suddenly, wiped the eyes from her face with her sleeves, and her thin body burst out with powerful energy at this moment. We can't just sit there. We have to go out. We are specialists of the Spirit Association. We enjoyed the favor of taking the lead. Now we're the time to set an example. Even if the mission is not bad, we should stay with the enemy. The voice fell, and we could only hear a slight sound. The injured C members all stood up one by one. All of them were injured and died. Some of them stopped the bleeding, and some were still wearing belts on their heads. Lin Shuli sat up with a hand holding her body and stood up resolutely in her eyes. You're right. We are members of the Spirit Association, so it's so much. What's the point of hiding here? Go out and fight those beasts. It's 1 to kill 1, 2 to kill 2. At this moment, the injured member's eyes were burning with raging flames. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi and others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. When they had just given up, they knew clearly how severe the injuries of the people in front of them were. Even if they were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, they would be pushed to rescue them. You are so worried. Are you still persisting in going? Everyone's mind flashed through this thought. They also know this answer. Must go. Danger is at the forefront. Special Action Group Coordination Room. The huge room was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely calm. Once a middle-aged man in uniform stepped into it, and at age 40, everyone around him respectfully lowered his head. Long official. The middle-aged man pointed his head slightly and looked at the big screen. On the screen is an enlarged Taishu terrain map. At this moment, the map is dipped in ink, full of black eyes. Report the situation. Every small group is almost completely involved. Group A is in darkness and cannot be contacted at the moment. It took 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes passed. It means that the Ling Association has no movement and no movement. It is so quiet that it is impossible to check this person. If you don't look at it carefully, you can't even find the few points on the map at first glance. In the contact room next to it, the contact staff kept calling the staff, and the communication device was unable to respond for a long time. We are no one. Wei Gong's mouth was dry, and he spit out these words. I don't want to believe it, but it's actually very cool. The middle-aged man's eyebrows formed into the character Sichuan, and he thought for a while. Switch the military area to switch. The operator pressed on the instrument for a few seconds. The next second, the screen flickered, and the area of the Taishu city on the map was enlarged to the screen. The sound is transmitted through the communication device, and you can only hear the sensational sound of the stern and heart-wrenching bats. The military district is trying to enter Taishu city. It will take 30 minutes to reach the central building at the earliest. 30 minutes? That king has hatched. Taishu is intoxicated. What should I stop? There is no way. The number of these bat families is more than 10 times higher than expected, and the degree of evolution is not low. Even if the slaughtering weapons in the army are strong, there is no way to kill them in one blow. What's more, how many dark attributes are killed by abnormal death and cannot be recovered in time? The dark attributes are more than what they want. At that time, there are more than Taishu, and several cities around them will be transformed into dark attributes and oceans. No, dark attributes will never be able to be dissipated. Someone immediately responded, and everyone knew it a little. That is, the dark nature cannot leave the market. Once it spreads out, the entire Xia dynasty will be extremely dark. At the time, the deaths are more than twice as long as the Taishu city. The military strongmen have slowed their progress. Apart from the difficulty of bat evolution, darkness is the greatest constraint. The situation has fallen into two difficult situations. Everyone's skin was numb. The troops could not enter, and Taisher was incubating in every battle. One side is Taisher, the other side is Shaman. It's hard. Is there really nothing to do? We don't want to give up Taisher, but once the dark nature expands, the disaster will spread to other cities, and it will be even more difficult to think about it later. What's the matter with the king? No one can answer. For example, this A-level invasion mission has become more serious than the degree of inconsistency. No one knows how. The middle-aged man's eyes were painful. If the love is true, that step, the only way is to give up the market and then destroy the abnormalities. When they had no choice, they were unwilling to give up anyone. That's when, wait a minute, there's also a specialist moving. There's also a specialist here. This front line he is heading to the central building. What? The huge screen was switched, and everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold when they saw the silver light on the screen. This movement is too fast. It is like a sharp sword, cutting a hole in the darkness. Who is this? Seeing this scene, everyone felt hope. Taisher, Fang Yi was a little speechless. After getting this communication, he realized that there were a lot of buttons on it, and he discovered it for a while. He kept hearing the sound of the opposite side, but he couldn't respond, making him feel anxious. The dark clouds surged at the top, the sky was dim, and the pressure kept coming, and he maintained the posture of moving forward at full speed. Stop! Between the thunder roll, a black shadow fell to the ground, and the smell of burnt came out. The thunder surging in Fang Yi's palm. After dealing with the road bat in front of him, he did not stop and went straight to the central building. Are you a pioneer in Taisher? Can you kill the king? Be able to do it? After a long time, the female contact staff there finally returned, and her voice was so terrifying that she was a little desperate. It's not that he doubts Fang Yi's strength, but that he is just too stunning. What else? Can the spiritual association do it? Fang Yi's counterattack made the other party speak without saying a word. Yes, they failed. The first battle of the spiritual association failed to retreat, and the slightest confrontation was a big blow to them. I don't want to let the market down. If you're a normal bloody food, then let all the contacts contact me, and all your current equipment and information come to help me. A clear and indifferent voice came from the head of the communication device. The contact member looked dim. Most of them are from Taisher. This is their home. With their families, they don't want to see their homes sinking and leaving their homes. Just as everyone was in a fight, suddenly, the sound opened. Okay. The middle-aged man who was the highest point opened his mouth, and his eyes were filled with ink, and he made a sound. Hear him. Everyone put down his work and immediately contacted him and asked him to detect the abnormal sources nearby and tried his best to provide him with information. C02, you are responsible for connecting and guiding him to accurately match. Su Qingfu's contact member pointed. Start. After the order was reached, everyone immediately took their place. The satellite images are densely packed with heat sources, all of which are abnormal. They are near the giant circle, showing a boundary state. The number of abnormalities in the north is smaller, and the distance is more than 10 kilometers, which can be used as a breakthrough. There are abnormalities on the tumbling side. It is recommended to advance from the tumbling side to the southeast. The light on the screen jumps wildly, and a large amount of information is being collected, analyzed, and every digital is jumping, flying. At this moment, the entire information group was surrounded by Fang Yi's movement, and all the machines were moving with all their might, and the man was counting the information around him. Oh no! Someone suddenly became shocked. I found him abnormally. 2 minutes later, 2 abnormalities came. According to the test value, one of them may have reached the level of the Miracle 5-star level. Miracle 5-star? The language sank in everyone's heart. At this moment, the silver point on the screen was moving towards the tester and flying at a speed. In less than 10 seconds, they would face each other head-on. There is an abnormality of 5-star acts ahead of you. 2. Please be careful and avoid it. The contact member roared as hard as he could, but she knew very well in her heart. Now she retreated. It was too late. There was always a surging sound of rain on the head of the communication device, which was like a sea of storm, as if it turned into this disaster-prone background sound. Sizzling. It was pitch black in front of me. I couldn't tell whether it was the black sky or the black wings of bats. My ears were filled with the screams of bats. The entire city of Pacific has become a mouse. Too many. There are actually too many bats. On this must-see journey to the central building, there are already bats, and there are even many wonders and 6 stars among them. Roar! The black shadow plate whirled and whirled, and the dark fog was spit out. The city was instantly covered by a deeper fog, which was covered with darkness. The copper walls in the city were as fragile as a piece of tender tofu under the rotten fog, and were instantly corroded. There was no sound of shouting. The feeling of despair covers the entire city. The location where Fang Yi is located is the focus of all bats. Their ape-red eyes are staring at this uninvited guest. The countless eyes in the dark night light up like ghost fire, and even the only moonlight in the dome is flooded. Suddenly, the bats were moving. There were countless bats around him slammed towards Fang Yi, where Fang Yi was, and instantly smeared a thick shadow on the place where he was. These many bats gathered together to meet Fang Yi. This is how the bat solves other groups. At this moment, the eyes of the red pair of agitated reds ignited, and the figure in it was instantly submerged. At this moment, I absolutely hoped to live. But at this moment, in the midst of the storm, a terrible sword light brought the world's fire, emerging from the bats. The crazy firelight instantly swallowed all the dark anomalies. Wow! In an instant, countless fogs were burned by the fire of the world. The sea of fire is spreading. Stop! Wherever the flames passed, the sound of continuous sounds burst out, and the watch exploded like a mountain and sea. The clearing room in the road ahead. Innumerable bats were burning and were engulfed by this explosive fire. In the Taishu urban area, a sea of colorful seas rippled, and the whole sky was reflected in a ray of red. The sea and sky were the same color, and the atmosphere was majestic. High-level apartment. Lin Yi was looking anxiously out the window. Her fingers tightly clenched the corner of her clothes, exuding her tight feelings. I don't know what happened to my cousin now. Since Fang Yi left, her heart has been in her throat and has not let go. Wait, what's that sound? Zhao Ming's shocked voice exploded in her ears, and everyone turned around, and the dark sky reflected in her eyes. There is nothing, but at this moment, rush. The giant resonates between heaven and earth. I saw a long flame that suddenly broke through the darkness and shook the sky. The flame was extremely bright, illuminating the entire Taishu as bright as white, shaking the ears. Taishu was instantly lit by the flames. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The central city suddenly burned. What exploded with such a terrifying light? What was going on? The flames on that side were so terrifying. For a moment, everyone noticed the flames in the center of Taichung City, and a terrifying look appeared on their faces. In the heavy rain, the terrifying sea of fire suddenly ignited, shaking the darkness. The darkness is composed of countless abnormalities of dark attributes. The abnormalities of dark attributes alone make people feel extremely painful, and a large number of powerful anomalies gathered near the center building, which seemed to be guarding the giant rock. And now, Taishu Local Forum. The traffic is increasing rapidly, and a large number of posts are posted. What happened? Has anyone told me? Why did I hear the horror sounds coming out? What happened to those bats? Help! The bat outside my window is so scary. Why is its wings rotten? Its eyes are so red, and its body is full of blood, just like a demon in the ground. I am hiding in the cabinet. I'm no longer afraid to look at the outside. Although I'm carrying a noise-canceling headphone, the horror sound is still constantly transmitted into my ears. Are they going to come in the next second? I am so afraid that anyone will save me. Countless posts were posted. A photo of the eye-catching heart also included the forum's homepage. Broken glass, bloody windows, bloody bats. People are terrified. The terrible is just a warning for heavy rain. Why is such a terrifying bat suddenly appearing? What's even more terrifying is that these bats are not only strange in length, but also enter the residential building to injure people. Someone saw the bat breaking the window and tearing the neighborhood into pieces. Why does this happen? Everyone's uneasiness was ignited. Under such circumstances, they may be infected. They're eager to get an answer. However, when the post was posted, it was a rock that sank to the sea. No, the post is not a reply, but it is a quick disappearance. I saw a second time ago, so scary. I was eaten by a bat. Post, the picture above is not yet shown, and another word has been displayed when I clicked in. The post you have viewed has been deleted. The number of new posts is declining rapidly. Someone is crazy about posting. Why is this happening? Who deleted our post? My message is completely unsuccessful. I just wanted to send a message to the platform, and I told me that the IP cannot enter this operation. Me too. Everyone is the same. Why is this? Our IP was blocked, and no news can be left in the Pacific. As soon as this was released, it was undoubtedly a big deal of terror on the internet. The heavy rain blocked the signal and also interrupted the only contact channel between Taisher and the outside world. At this moment, ordinary people in Taisher have no way to transmit any message, regardless of the method. They were trapped in this darkness, as if they were trapped. More and more people discovered this. The address in Taisher has been locked, which is the information network. They suddenly felt abandoned. What the hell is going on? That's when, rush. Once the sound of the sky spread throughout the Taisher city. At this moment, a fire dragon covered the sky, and the sun rose, illuminating the sky into a red color. The terrible power surged, and the violent flames instantly lit up everyone's vision. The next moment, those terrifying bats were all burned by this flame, and the fire snake flew away, and were shocked by the terrifying visual. When we move forward, everyone has seen a piece of information released on the forum, and the publisher is Taisher Gas Bureau. If the darkness descends, there are still people who keep coming forward, hoping that the digit will remain calm and bring everything to him. A picture is followed below. A blurry back stood in front of countless bats, and a sea of fire in front of him was heading towards the center of darkness. The official voice of Taisher City. Color. The bloody color spreads, blurring the visual line. Fang Yi has been unable to tell how many dark and abnormal he has killed, but the bats are still coming and going without any consequences. Okay, I'll bring you out before leaving. Fang Yi sighed and took out a small basin of a palm-sized slab from his middle pocket. A small flower was placed in it, radiating white light, and the absurd breath spread out in an instant. Rush! In the flower pot, countless vines were released, and the watches were like spiders spitting out silk and swept across all directions. The surrounding scene begins to change. Green is filled with luster, and a series of vines are formed into a huge net, covering it. All bats are imprisoned. There is no sound of howling, but I couldn't break through the vine jagged caps, and I could only be tightly scattered by the vine and made into dry veins. The absurd nature is crazy about devouring these animals and feeding them back to the flowers. The petals are visible to the naked eye, and the light becomes stronger and stronger. The front is too dark. I can't accurately locate the king's position. Fang Yi said lightly, "Give me a direction." Is it okay to just need direction? I'm positioning the specific coordinates for you. It's too slow. Fang Yi's heart moved slightly, and he knew about a strong and powerful heartbeat, which came from behind the bat. He looked up and saw that at this moment he had arrived at the central building and surrounded the bats, and the giant floating in the central building was located in the central building. The bat's voice was faint, and the sound of the sun became more and more evident. It was like a long-standing war scene, and the tattooed man beat the big drum of the propaganda. This is Wang's heartbeat. Fang Yi held the tang, sword tightly in his hand. In an instant, he flashed countless evil thoughts in front of him. These things can arouse the most evil and crazy desires in people's hearts. This is dark attribute pollution. Once the thought falls into chaos, it will be controlled by evil and become a sacrifice for dark attributes. Checked out. King's position. It's right in front of you. 10 points in the direction. The C02 sound started in time. Very good. Fang Yi took a deep breath and urged the properties of the yang with all his strength. This should be the first time he urged with all his strength, and he exhaled and inhaled, and the golden yang breathing method exploded. The radiant god of sacred, 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 sacred. Sacred, 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 the terrifying sun rose, and the thunderstorm surged, and the watch floated behind Fang Yi like it was torn apart in the air, looking extremely stunning. In that moment, the golden sun burst into the center in an instant, and the watch is like a sunrise river, and at that time, the dark fog was finally melted over the market. Under the sunlight, the watch on the dark side kept shrinking as if it was evaporated. This scene fell into the satellite image and became a terrifying animated picture. The dark spots are fading constantly, and a large number of bat-hot sources disappear in an instant, burning hundreds of times per second, like a single slaughter. True absolutes are soundless. In this situation, everyone could only grit their teeth and look on the figure. At the moment, they are the only hope that they can win the king level. That's this young man. I can only believe him. Li Zhongyue opened his mouth calmly. For a while, everyone looked at the screen. My heart was deeply attracted by the movements in the battle. The sky in Taisha was reflected in a rosy orange-red. At this moment, the sky was like white, no, even more dazzling than white, and it was more eye-catching. A round of golden sun stood in the air. The darkness was slightly dispersed, and the terrifying anomaly was burned in the sky, leaving behind a caldera. Innumerable ordinary people raised their heads from fear and looked at the huge sun in the sky. The number of abnormalities is reduced in emergency dramas. A large number of abnormalities seemed to have been called, and suddenly canceled the movement, and the collective turned towards the central building. Even the abnormal pioneers who were killing each other were much less pressure, and their eyes were swiftly turned to the scorching sun. At this moment, everyone in Taisha is paying attention to the battle situation at the central building, and that is the key to determining the victory in this game. In the broken city, the darkness dissipated and immediately rolled into the soil, carrying a strong wave, rushed towards the knife-holding figure in anger. It seemed that it no longer considered others. The only young man left in their eyes was the hatched by the king. The terrifying long voice returns to the sky, and at this moment, Fang Yi's eyes were lit up, and a golden flame suddenly lit up in his pupils. Rush! At this moment, the sun above suddenly shook and spread, and the unusual bodies kept shaking and shattering. The silence penetrates the sky, and the silence covers the sky. Ped. Fang Yi took 3 steps back. The flower pot in his hand was empty for some time. He pulled out the spirit flower and suddenly slapped it on the ground, causing the ground to shake, as if it was about to crack like a lens. The absurd nature exploded. A bat was soaked, and the bones turned into white dust, scattered in the air, creating a terrifying last scene. At the same time, the flames on the Tang sword spread to the entire blade, and the flames surged like breathing. A fire actually broke through the blade. Red fire sword art. The dazzling sword light swept over the spirit flower, and the flourishing Luyan rolled out a half-moon arc, and a white line penetrated the sky, so fast that it seemed like it was about to cut all the square in half. Whispered in, the abnormalities of the 6 stars and below of the miracle collapsed as much as possible under this attack. The entire army will be overthrown. There were countless ashes scattered, and dozens of figures dancing and flapping their wings in the air. These were abnormalities above the 6 stars of the miracle. It was difficult to kill them with regular attacks. However, Fang Yi's expression remained unchanged, with black hair dancing wildly, Zhanqing's electric arc swept over the knife-holding hand, excited all directions. The golden light covered Fang Yi's body, as if protecting him. The light and flames on the Tang sword in his hand suddenly slashed on a 7-star anomaly body, with only a dark line. Next second, the 7-star unusual body exploded, and the raging inner flames passed through the wound in the moment they were cut down. The pure explosion could not hurt these abnormalities, but the inner flames contained the extremely violent thunder attribute. The fierce thunder blew up all the internal organs and instantly exploded countless pieces. Stop! Fang Yi quickly slaughtered his sword and cleared everything he saw along the way in the dark. The 10 magic axes and 7 stars, and the magic axes and 8 stars were often beaten through and completely shattered. Now, the Pacific Forum was blown into a group. I just saw, what did I see? Explosion sound. I heard a very surprising explosion sound, and after that, the firelight came out from the sky, and the flames burst into the sky. Did you see it? The sea of fire in the sky. All the terrible bats were burned, just like the sky fire in my monastery. The flame was like the dawn that broke through the dawn, so dazzling. Let me fill my sockets. The cloud covering the sky above the city finally dispersed. Is the matter solved? Are we finally saved? The ordinary people who lived after countless disasters poked out from a mess, and a dirty face was filled with joy. The panic brought by the bat was still there, but the panic gradually faded as they ran around and told each other. Looking out the window, the blood on the ground and the broken glass on the building made people feel surprised. But the fog in the city has disappeared. Everything has subsided. In front of the Bell Building and the Central Building, the burning flames continued to burn as if they were never stopped, making crackling sounds, and all traces were erased. The Special Operation Department is also full of trouble. Great! It's really done. We stopped the king's hatching. It's like a dream. His residence really sealed the king's devil. I thought the mission was going to fail. If it really failed, the city would be ruined. We all have to blame. The specialists of the Special Operations Department relaxed their voices and showed a relaxed smile. Hold your hands together and hold your hands together. In the streets and alleys, several pioneers raised their heads and reached out to wipe off the blood on their faces. Is it over? It's really a big deal. When I came back, the bat killed me so hard that my hands were numb. The clothes I bought were gnawed in a big hole. It's so unusual, but all I killed were 1 or 2 stars. The pioneer stopped the giant scattered next time. With the seal of the king, pioneers retreated from the streets and alleys. The spirit revival has not yet fully opened, and at this moment, there are still pioneers hiding the back of the city. At this moment, under everyone's sturdy efforts, the A+ crisis over the market was finally lifted. For the pioneer who solved this A+ abnormality, no one knew its specific strength, but there was no doubt that the other party's powerful strength and amazing spirit made the pioneers and the entire market feel extremely grateful and admired. In the private forum of the pioneer, the Pacific Crisis verse has been read. This is the hot-selling magazine of the vocabulary. That man who saved the city. The popularity continues to be the first, ahead of the crisis in the far Pacific. His deeds were spread out in 10 or hundreds of times, and soon they were heard by many pioneers in other cities. There are several versions of them, all of which were from the pioneers in Taishu. High-level apartment. The windows were broken and the glass had been cleaned, leaving only a big hole, and the summer wind poured in from outside. Not to mention, it was quite comfortable. Cousin, the phone has been completed. The editor said that he would have to wait for 2 days, and there were still dozens of customers waiting to repair the glass. Lin Yi looked helpless. Wang, Yin has been sealed and has been dealt with by the official afterwards. Now the most important thing is to repair the Taishu market and recover to the situation before the invasion as soon as possible. Among these injuries, except for those damaged building groups, this glass love is the most painful. Unexpectedly, the biggest demand in Taisha Repair Project was to be a window repair teacher for the next city. This is also a blessing in disguise. At this moment, everyone else had left, only Fang Yi and Lin Yi were left. Lin Yi was giving Fang Yi oranges, and chicken soup was still boiling in the kitchen to supplement the nutrients. "Cousin, it's not your words this time. Has the Taisha city become a ruin?" Lin Yi remembered that she had come out to see bats all over the sky and the earth, and she was still feeling thirsty. The people were also injured in this battle, so it was not serious. But she heard that a level abnormality can easily destroy a city. So many strange things. She has never seen such a scene, and she was really a bit unsatisfied at that time. It will not be that the army will come, but the death should not be small. Fang Yi. In this incident, the Spirit Association was to know in advance and to draw up 41st responders. The city patrols all over the country, and said that from the abnormal intrusion of Class A, there was no problem in this preparation. What's more, the military region had come to support at that time. But the military area was trapped in the border area of Taisha at that time, and it was a big mess. Despite the difference, the number of casualties in Taisha City is quite large. The only good news is that Fang Yi reduced this number by more than 10 times. Will such a crisis occur frequently after the spirit completely recovers? Lin Yi asked again. It should be. Fang Yi pointed. Before the revival of spirit, all kinds of attributes between heaven and earth began to decline, and there were many great harms, which might bring huge dangers to this world. When the day comes the revival of spirit, only those who have been practicing for a long time can solve that crisis. In speaking, Lin Yi did not make a sound, and put a petal of orange in Fang Yi's hand. Seeing that Fang Yi was still a little rude, she sighed lightly. I have a cousin this time, otherwise the market will be abandoned. They all knew very well that many situations were too sudden. Even if there was a warning, once the love was beyond the pre-protection, the official would be out of reach. Just like this time, the Spirit Association has already prepared the precautions, but there is still an accident. If there is no Fang Yi, the dark nature of the king, under the balance of power, Taisha really may be released. The current situation in Xia dynasty is very difficult. In fact, the whole world is the same. It is like there are fires everywhere in the world, but there are only a few water sources. You can only choose the most tight fires first. From this point of view, Fang Yi can understand the official difficulties. It's a big problem. All cities must cultivate their own strong, first-class candidates. Otherwise, this situation will have to be dead. If you're not your cousin this time, the market will be destroyed. Lin Yi felt relieved. I heard that this unusual invasion of his level A. It seems that the A-level invasion is too terrifying. No. The Spirit Association seems to have defined this time as a plus. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yi was under the building. A beautiful figure was in the door, the left hand and the right hand supplemented, and it was swollen and turned around. Is it too early to visit Brother Fang this time? What should I do if I haven't gotten up? Maybe I should call first, just when she was in a conversation. Suddenly, she heard a huge slight sound coming from the sky above her head. As if a metal collision sound was heard, terrifying power surged, and violent power was released. The next moment, a golden light burst out from the high-level apartment, unable to express the grand and warmth. The golden light burst into pieces, breaking through the clouds. What's the situation? Su Qingli looked up in shock. A huge divine axe projection appeared slowly. His breath was furious, and he was flowing with the swelling of rocks. The rocks were terrifying, like a divine tool. The magic axe moved a little, and then another. Terrible breath shocked. Breakthrough. 7 stars of wonder. At this moment, Su Qingli was able to tell who the owner of this breath was, but because of this, she couldn't speak. Is this just 7 stars? He just broke through 3 stars when I monitored him. A huge magic axe reflected in Su Qing's eyes, and Sun was in his heart. Ever since she knew that saving herself was the one who monitored her, she felt that the world was very small. I monitored him when I was a little ahead of him, but now I have been left out of here. How strong is this terrifying speed of rising star? Don't say it's Taishu. Even in the entire Xia dynasty, this is a top ladder. Not mentioning that he still controls the extreme high-level attributes, more than one. Su Qingli felt sour in her heart. Not jealousy, but admiration. Only those who are about the same level can be jealous. When the other party was far away from him, he could only shout 666. The light on the floor gradually faded, and the breakthrough was over. Su Qinglu took the elevator to the floor. The door was Lin Yi. She saw Su Qinglu outside the door and was slightly stunned. "Why are you here?" "I came to visit Brother Fang for yesterday's representative of the burial campaign." Su Qinglu said hello. Today, Su Qinglu is wearing regular clothes, sports shoes, denim trousers, a white t-shirt with a high-waisted jacket, dressed like a beautiful school beauty who doesn't wear any makeup at university. Lin Yi opened the door and took out the shoe cover. Su Qinglu sat on the sand and swept his eyes and came to his room without any trace. The big hole in the window looks full of joy. "When I'm going to arrange someone to deal with it, I'll help you deal with it. Although it's summer, it's not a bad thing." Su Qingfeng said actively. "Is that okay? I'm so grateful. I've already reported yesterday, but the teacher is too busy to come." Lin Yi poured her a cup of tea. "Of course. What a joke. This saved the hero of Taishu City. The official burial list is not a problem, even if he proposed to change a large villa in the city center. However, Brother Fang probably doesn't like this vulgar and external things." After a while, Fang Yi came out. Tai comes first to follow the inside. Now, the pot has been blown up. I don't know if it was leaked from whom, and the burial was recommended as a team leader in 100 News. This caused a big wave in Taiji. Will the burial be recommended to become the leader? For a while, countless people were shocked. Is this team leader the first to move forward? Is the leader of the burial world the first? Damn, I'm looking forward to it. The burial world? This name sounds a little bit rustic, but the more I hear it, the more terrible it becomes. Yes, a burial world is probably only when I really get to know that only those who have truly experienced the abnormality of the scene can be killed into the center in that place of hope, and a burial world is how terrible it is to be buried in the king of the abnormality of the world. I also went out to help me that time. I thought that the unusual bat was very easy to kill. As long as I had enough power, I could kill it. As a result, I saw the central building, and it was a blow. Just the magical 7 stars could slap me to death without leaving any residue. As a result, he could seal the scribble on the bell and bury the Captain Reese. That's an unusual A+ grade, infinite growth. If the thing in the skull was broken, it would probably be blown away by Tai. His name of burial is worthy of it, which would be too scary. Yes, if it weren't for him, we would have become abnormal. Where we still have time to rush to burial. I announced that the burial would be a shameful leader. Tai's first support was one-sided support. They were all buried and saved people. They knew very well that if they had not been buried, they would have become an unusually evolved mouth. Even if they survived, they would be very damaged. It is even more impossible that they would become the first city of spiritual recovery, which is also a blessing. I heard that the forum that first moves to live is officially taken over by the Spiritual Association headquarters. Since the spirit has not yet recovered, the official has not yet consolidated the number of first moves. But after this incident, in order to maintain order in various places, all straighters will be recorded on the case, and the world begins to enter a regular battle. The forum has now been established as a general forum, which requires real name certification to enter, and it also needs to register information from the local spirit association to confirm the identity first. Isn't this the real name that we should start first? In fact, this is about sooner or later. The team will grow day by day. If it is not managed, it will be even more difficult to recover in the end. The speed of revival is getting faster and faster, and there are more and more abnormalities. If you continue to blindly block information, It will only increase unnecessary panic. Now, ordinary people have opened up popular science, and it should be integrated first. But I think there are many people in the forum who are not convinced of the burial process. National machines are extremely efficient. After determining the number of first-hand deals, various information will be opened in the forum, which is also to make more convenient convening first deals. In the forum, the heat of tie and the burial remain high. Many people are discussing the relationship between tie and funeral. Minister Captain, the relevant information has been blown up. Married out, assisted in solving the abnormal invasion of A+ grade, and made some contributions to seal the abnormal A+ grade. Preparation service for the team leader. That's it. Following the navigation, the three of them came to a high-level apartment. I saw the one in front of me. There was a little old apartment building with scarred male gangster eyebrows. This is the residence of the burialist. He saved the entire Taiji and solved the A+ crisis. How could Taiji not set him up a villa? There must be a large balcony at the beginning. I don't want to live in this thing. Actually, at the very least, I have to choose the center at will. Taiji will really put a door. The next face was silly. It's almost done. You're still upsetting. Didn't you say that the burialist is not worthy of the position and come and give him some hardship? Don't miss the serious business. In speaking, the two of them showed awkward expression on their faces and quickly adjusted their expressions. In an instant, the scarred man's eyes became brighter, and the sharp blade in his hand was flashing with a cold light. The man next to him pressed his duck's cap down, revealing his muscles and arms. His tattoo was very delicate, like blood staining his skin, full of pressure. The naked man weighed a special iron-made shovel stick. The shovel stick was covered with blood for different periods of time. It was frozen and dark at this moment, so it could not be said to be cold and terrifying. The three of them rushed towards the apartment. Their figure was very terrifying under the sun. They looked like a gangster was experiencing revenge. They took the head of the man as a stool. They walked away from the side and walked up 10 meters away, and they didn't dare to take a look. The security guard at the door swallowed and wanted to go up and check it out, but in the end he still left the head and didn't see it. According to the navigation, the funeral holder is on the top floor of 33Z. When the three of them pressed the button when they finished the elevator door, ding sounded. The elevator door opened and a beautiful figure walked out of it. He bumped into each other and started to do it on both sides. Su Qingli glanced at the three people in front of him, thinking about something. The three men followed her, and the elevator shut behind her. A pioneer? I always feel that they look familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Su Qingli watched them leave, but in the end he didn't remember it and walked out. The elevator numbers rise slowly. Finally, I stopped on the top floor, and the location on my phone was in the room on my right hand. At the door of 3301, the scar man and the naked man smiled and looked at each other. It should be here. Just as I was about to break the door, the next second, the door suddenly opened itself. A girl with a single horsetail tied with a long cotton and linen skirt, with a faint expression coming out of the room. She also held a super environmentally friendly shopping bag in her hand, 2 pieces of money, which can be repeated. The girl looks only 16 or 17 years old, with white skin and snow, full of spirit, and is absolutely not an ordinary person. The scar man's eyes narrowed dangerously. After coming out of 3301, he was the pioneer again, so he definitely did not run away. But after she opened the door, she was about to walk towards the elevator as if there was no one around, and her eyes didn't even tilt to the side of the three of them, looking like there was no one in her eyes. Hello, you buried person, we have all come to the door, but we don't take us seriously at all? With one look on his face, Chi took a step forward, blocked the door, and surrounded her. Is it you? The scar man Jiawa looked at her and sneered. What you call the burialist is too long, and the vanguard is the leader of the dragon. I wonder if it is actually a female slut. It's a fit to say that you are a slut, but it's not true, haha. Guangying Wu Xin played with the ball stick, and the metal rubbed the porcelain brick floor, making a tingling sound. I think you're not very strong. You're a 5-star? It seems that it is really too unmanned. You can only introduce you as a leader like a poor pioneer. You can also invade A+ in your level. It seems that this is just a big deal. It is really a joke. This buried person is not just a joke. The muscular man leaned against the wall without saying a word. But his muscles bulged on his arms, his eyes were cold, and he felt a strong and urgency. The atmosphere of the whole field will drop to ice at a time. These three are all powerful pioneers and have good talents. Each of them is 5 stars. Like the 3 Li Juju, their strength is not weaker than Lin Yi. At this moment, they felt that the first person was just a little girl of the same level as them, and they felt even more in line. Fang Yi's door. The 3 of them felt the palpitations. Next second, they turned over and saw a figure at the door. A young man with a sunny air was standing at the door and watching them. The eyes were faint and cold. The expressions of the 3 of them suddenly changed. They can confirm that this terrible breath was transmitted from this young man with anger. Why can a young man exude such a terrifying breath? Even they were a little scared. These 3 people came from Haishur next to Taishur. They were 3 unlucky thorns, which matched their appearance. Before they became pioneers, they were a bit dark and were the kind of gangsters who collected protection fees on the street. The spirit gradually recovers. Their brothers have good abilities and gain strength. Other forces dare not provoke them at all. Once they provoke them, they will definitely make them pay a painful price. After becoming pioneers, they became more free. Therefore, after becoming pioneers, they still retained this style. If they were unhappy, they would go up and step on 2 feet. However, this kind of person is the kind of person who is most desirable and difficult to restrain. They don't want the spirits to unite the pioneers, so they're always trying to block the swing. The captain of Haishur was too strong, so they couldn't beat it, so they looked at the head of the funeral enshriners in Taishur. Before they arrived, they thought it very clearly. With his powerful talent and the embrace of the 3 of them, even the stone head dared to touch it. However, they felt something was wrong at the moment. This buried person, why is it more than the terrifying news? Are you the burialist? Zhao Yu said. Fang Yi did not comment, and they did not get Fang Yi's response and were not in a hurry to take action. Instead, they looked at each other, leaned together without any hesitation, and discussed it in a short voice. The story says he is very mysterious. How could he be so young and feels harmless, and his breath is not weak? And he didn't take it either. The story says that his art was so hot that it was so hot that it was a sea of fire. He even took it. I can't say. Isn't he the funeral entrustment? Wu Xin said, glaring at Zhao Yue. No hacker friend is so unreliable, and everyone is making mistakes. That's when, wow wool wool, a grandma's dog barking. Zhao Yu and others were stunned, and they looked down subconsciously. I saw a little dog squirting out like a dog, trying to pull out the door, while everyone was not careful and fleeing to the free embrace. As a result, he was pulled up by a hand, and 4 small short legs were snatched in the air. Even if you go out today, when you're a stray dog, you have to take a bath before going to wander. Fang Yishuan put his hands on the dog's belly and turned back. Whoom! The puppy licked his hand obediently, trying to sell cute pictures, and his tail turned like a spiral. But Fang Yi was very cold and heartless. He carried the dog's neck and then returned to the bathroom in a few steps. Ayo! The dog's barking comes. Fang Alu turned over and looked at the 3 uninvited guests in front of him with a very confusing expression. I'm going to give the dog a bath. What else do you have to do? Although his eyes were very calm, Zhao Yu's self-esteem was deeply stinging. The smoke is scattered. A burnt meat smell came out from the door. Fang Yi said lightly, I don't like being beaten up by others. If you dare to provoke me again next time, then it will be no more simple. With a bang, the door closed. The dust is flying. Su Qinglu sighed. Su Qinglu stood up and taught with a serious face. You 3, this time you'll be very lucky and lucky. If you let go 2 days ago, the spirit will not be involved in the fight between the pioneers, and it would be alive to kill you. This time, the team leader gave you your life because of the spirit. After eating this teaching, you should know it in your heart. Su Qing's expression was still calm, and he was almost bleeding in his heart. Please, what are your identities? How dare you pick the first person who made the official signature of our spiritual association, the leader of the Taisher spiritual pioneer team? There's also a gap between geniuses. There are some things that are very slightest. You think you are a strange person, but if you practice hard for 10 years, you can only become a 100,000 heavenly soldier who blocks Sun Wukong. What do you think you can do it? The Ling Association will be on your behalf and openly picking the captains of a city. You're giving the Ling Association a medicine. Su Qingfeng is really speechless. Now, these pioneers are too crazy. The Spiritual Association just announced the team leader. You dare to come and choose. This is a face that is openly a spirit association. What's more, people outside don't know the value of the funeral holder. The head of the Spirit Association must know that people who can singly seal off A+ abnormal must be the target of the Spirit Association's headline. How dare you? If the Spiritual Association hadn't been allowed to not allow the rules, she would have wanted to beat the three of them to death. But Su Qingfeng sighed and glanced at their feelings. The three of them were so powerful that they looked so stubborn, that they were so scattered that their bodies were burned and their skin was cracked, just like a crack on the surface of the stiff rock, and hot smoke appeared in the cracks. The clothes were even more swallowed by the fire, and only the torn cloth was covered with burnt pieces. They were more sad than the beggar who had been wandering on the street for several years. It can be considered as a training. Fortunately, he is not as good as you. Otherwise, you will have turned into ashes. If he had drawn his sword, you would have died long ago. Su Qing's heart was silent. Fang Yi, now, it is the fragrance of the Spirit Association. His performance has made the Spiritual Association clearly understand. Fang Yi is the future of Xia. The spirit of the future is the confusion at the top. The more the spirit is, the more confusing the confusion is. Everyone has unknown fears about the future, and it may be dark. But Fang Yi's appearance made them see hope. Therefore, it is necessary for the Spiritual Association to pull these powerful pioneers to increase their resources and to do so that they cannot see clearly the form, which has destroyed the good relationship they have finally established with Fang Yi. This time it's just a killing to warn the monkey. Next time, the Spirit Association will take action alone, and it will never make Fang Yi worry about this. This moment, the three harsh people can only be crazy and want to cry without any loss. Too scary. In the moment, they saw Wang Guan waved, and they almost wrote it on the spot, and the feeling of death was close to each other. All three of them were convinced and even felt ashamed of their previous intentions. Fang Yi didn't know. After taking action, the three unlucky guys made his comments turn overnight from suspicion, shocked, and feared. The next morning, Fang Yi used the routine golden breathing method to start a beautiful day. After these few days of rest, Lin Yi's tenfold soup replenishment method, his body was completely healed. No matter how bad it is, the chicken soup will be flowing in the blood. Can you change a dish today? I see that you bought chicken wings, so why not just make cleach wings? Fang Yi came out and saw that his cousin was busy in the kitchen, and he said with a heartfelt comment, You guessed it. Lin Yi raised her sleeves and began to pickle the chicken wings. Seeing this, Fang Yi relaxed and was about to go to the kitchen to see if there was any work he could do. At this time, his mobile phone was moved. Caller, Gallon. You're the funeral enclosure in Taisher? As soon as the phone was connected, the gala connected to see the mountain. Faced with Gazine's inquiry, Fang Yi was not confused. It's me. Sure enough, it's so familiar to me with one knife. This is your style. I guess it's you. Gazing sighed. The name of the burial person is considered a sticker. At the beginning, she was shocked by the cremation video and looked for someone else. Unexpectedly, the tranquility created by Fang Yi changed even more. She rescued a city and let the Spirit Association go down. She was in a little subtle mood. It was like watching a piece of gold brushing against the dust and shining. After chatting, Fang Yimin observed that Gaia was a little disagreeable. She called her specifically, but there were some complaints in her language. This time the A+ level invasion was actually a bit of a monitoring, and the United Spirit Association made a plan in advance. I thought I could be right. but I didn't think so. I carefully prepared for a long time and almost got over it. After this incident, the military was in great trouble, and many people were involved in the blame. Although you filled this big hole for the official, humans must remember this teaching. If you weren't there, the current situation would probably be out of control and would bring irreparable disasters to Xiaogua. So I really thank you. Fang Yi could understand what Gala meant. This abnormal invasion of A-level change, A+, is probably due to the country to fight emo. After all, I worked hard to prepare for this long, but the military area could not even return a defense, and I was still very worried. No matter who would break the defense. Forget it, I won't say that anymore. Let's have some fun chatting. You have been hitting your card with a very secretive reward. Have you collected it? Check it. Early pioneers like you all regard money as money is soil. This little money probably won't hinder your inner turmoil. Okay, I won't beat you up as soon as I have something to do. Goodbye. See money as soil? Fang Yi was stunned for a moment. When did he cause such a misunderstanding to others? However, Gaia's reminder suddenly reminded him of something. Now he has money to buy a car, and no longer has to endure the suffocating rush hour. Brother, who came here? Is it Sister Gaia? Lin Yi poked out. Don't look at her cold appearance. In fact, she is Gaia's little fan. In the past, Nono had never had a conversation with Gaia in the group. Now, he can finally rely on his cousin to get a back door to pursue stars without any pain. Well, she came to ask me about the funeral and had a prepaid payment settlement. Yes, go to the 4S store in the afternoon. Are you going to buy a car? So good. I'll transfer my money to you. Let's buy it together. Lin Yi's eyes shining when she mentioned buying a car. Finally, I can end my life with a job and just start to have a bad life. While eating the wings of the cold chicken, the brother and sister discussed it carefully. They didn't have to buy any luxury cars. They didn't have to wear any clothes, and an ordinary transportation car was enough. Lin Yi proposed to buy chopped pepper fish heads to modify, but Fang Yi refused to do so because the car could not open too far. On my cousin's car, what did Fang Yi get when he first got to know what kind of heartfelt thoughts? I didn't blink if I was unusual in grade A+. I dare not even relax the safety handrail when I sit on your car. In a certain sense, my cousin's threat of driving is much greater than that of A+. What's the case? Brother, my driving skills are pretty good, right? Lin Yi asked for help. It's very open. Don't open next time. The Spirit Association is extremely efficient. The window repairman, who Su Qingli specially adjusted to, came to the door. Several muscles were tight and came in with a toolbox. I don't know if it's wrong, but as soon as they came in, the space became much cramped, and even their breathing was a little free. Do you think our house is a little small? Seeing the repairman standing in the living room, he would almost meet people when he was changing. Lin Yi clicked the head. He glanced at Fang Yi, shrank his neck, and said, "We only have 2 million left. Is it too luxurious to change the house? Money is something outside of your body. You are really vulgar." Fang Yi slightly shook his head. "Is it possible that others can give us a set?" Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. "Brother, are you reading some novels about the Crooked Dragon King recently? Look less. Who didn't send them a house? Even her mother doesn't give her away. Are you counting on a kind stranger?" The pattern is small." Fang Yi waved and signaled her to see her ears pass by. After some words, Lin Yi's beautiful eyes were slightly widened, and she looked at her cousin's eyes, looking at a black-hearted tofu. "I didn't expect you to look at you with big eyebrows and eyes, so dark-bellied. However, as you are, you have to have a villa." "You said I was dark-bellied? You didn't let them go." The brother and sister smiled at each other. At the same time, Su Qingbing stepped out of the gate of the Taiji Association and sneezed heavily. She raised her head and looked at the sky with a little confusion. The sun is just right, the wind and the sun are shining. Is it hard to say that the empty pressure is too high and you have a cold? Without thinking too much, Su Qing smiled lightly on his face, lowered his head, and sent the address to Fang Yi, and immediately stood under the tree at the entrance and waited quietly. She was in a good mood today and just received a notice that her original mission had been canceled. It was so difficult that they could not even get rid of these members of the Spirit Association. They were all busy to death. The reason why she escaped was because she received a call that could not be refused. Lin Yi, the cousin who was buried, said that they had bought a car so she could go out for a walk. As soon as she reported to the Spirit Association, the Spirit Association immediately gave her a leave of absence and asked her to accompany her to the funeral. If she didn't have enough time, she would have another day. This is the energy of the team leader at present. The Spirit Association also looked as if it was shocked. After all, this is a good opportunity to learn about the burial process. This guy is mysterious outside, but why isn't it mysterious inside? His powerful strength is the greatest help to the spiritual association in the future. It is also the signature of today. You can learn more about his personality and preferences, and you can also help you to move around him in the future. Beep. The soul was slammed by the sound of the speaker. Su Qingli saw a beautiful SUV driving towards her, and Lin Yi waved to her. This car doesn't look cheap. Su Qinglu got on the car and found that Fang Yi was on the driving seat. Brother Fang, didn't you disturb your job? I bought a new car, and Yi said she would share it with you in the first time, so she called you. The Spirit Association is very efficient. On the first day, Fang Yi had a complete villa under his name, which saved even the decoration cost. And probably because the relevant department has notified that Fang Yi has been greening all the way and handing over the handover is very smooth. Brother, we really have a villa in our home. Lin Yi was a little confused. Her family is also an ordinary family, and she has many shortcomings. This is the first time she has the opportunity to live in a villa. Is this wave considered a level leap by relying on COVID-19? Wipe saliva. Fang Yi joked deliberately. The brother and sister were very familiar with each other for 2 hours, but later Fang Yi didn't want to get out of trouble and left his aunt's house, which led to the two people becoming much more unfamiliar. Now, after a while of living in, their relationship has gradually returned to childhood. Logically speaking, after buying the house, they could carry their bags and live there. Just as they were planning to move, Gala called the phone right away. Haha. Our team leader Fang, I heard that the Linghui Association recently gave you a villa. The risk of the Linghui Association is still as always. I like to give you a house and benefits. Next time, even if they pay you a ticket and let you travel abroad, I will not be surprised. Fang Yi looked at the room with a total price of 27 million and said to himself, actually, I think the Linghui Association is quite good and can be maintained. You don't say good things to them. I know you don't like those copper stinky gamblers, but at present, there is no better reward than this. After a while, those spirit resurrect spirits take root and sprout. The spirit reconstruction should be able to give you a piece of food for you. Gallon said, no, I really think it's good. I suggest giving me a house next time. It's best to let my property spread all over the country, and I'm going out to collect rent every day with flip-flops. Fang Yi's wish is actually so simple and boring. Yeah, have you had time recently? I have a mission, an internal mission in the military area, which is a bit risky, and the rewards are acceptable. Do you know, does the Tianbao building be in the sky? Fang Yi recalled, and seemed to have seen it when the news was refreshing. The Tianbao building was very famous and was in the south of the sky. As a result, it has been blocked for unknown reasons, which has caused many people to complain. The fact that the big house was blocked is not big or small. Generally, even if the news comes out, it will appear on the local public numbers. But Fang Yi, who is far away, has seen it, so it is very subtle. What happened there? There's a lot of turmoil in various places recently. Isn't it just that A-plus class invasion happened? There is a similar situation happening there, but it is not so serious. The Tianbao building on that side was originally planned to be built as a landmark building, but it was abnormally invaded and now is blocked. This is the mission of the Ling Association. They have been short of staff recently, so they asked for help from the military. Now, this mission has been handed over to the military. Gaia was also a little helpless. Not only the Ling Association, but actually the military was struggling and abnormalities were happening everywhere. The number of pioneers has not yet been fully established, so they can only run around the world. Shut? That's a bit far away. Fang Yi wanted to refuse in the first time. The reason is simple and too far. When the car is on the highway, even if the wheel is still on, it will take a full 10 hours. If he wants to fly a high-speed rail, what is the meaning of his buying a car? The rewards given by the Angolan are more vulgar than the spiritual association. It's a bit far, so the air tickets and hotels and other fees are reported by the military district, and your consumption there can be reported. After that, there's still 5 million cash. 5 million. Fang Yi said directly, I'll go. The next morning, in the head of the aircraft, Fang Yi took off his blindfold and headed towards the ferry. Outside the airport, a black car had been waiting for a long time. The two men in the military had been observing their teammates. Before they arrived, they received the Gazette news. He said that he asked the great God to come. Sister Gaia also described the foreign aid, but the word God left a large imagination space for people. My God, Gaia said, I thought it would be the kind of 40 to 50-year-old iron blood and hard. Why does he look so grounding? Two eyes shot on Fang Yi, which was incredible and puzzled. This was exactly the same as the hard one, but it could be said that it was not touched at all. It's rainy in summer here, and I often get rainy on the road, so people on the street wear slippers. Considering this, Fang Yi got up early and flew on the plane and dressed simply, a casual t-shirt, white shorts, and a pair of slippers. It can be said that it's a commonplace in the country. It is difficult to put the university student in front of me into the online image and apply it to the military. Please come to the foreign aid of the great master. But I just picked him up and dropped him off to the car, and there were 4 6 links in the car license plate. That is the Star God Army area. Most people have no identity and are not qualified to see this car. The military sent this car to pick it up, which is enough to prove that Fang Yi has a very high status, although he himself doesn't seem to care. Maybe experts are so low-key. When you say this, I remember a person who was so irritating that team leader, the agent called the burial list, said that A+ level was abnormally waiting to be hatched, but he stopped the road and was slaughtered, but he was still low-key. The abnormal level is determined by the combined degree of death and abnormal growth ability of the A-level abnormal invasion case, which was originally too high for death, but the number of deaths was greatly reduced by the enclosure. Yes, but the funeralist seems to have never been exposed in front of others, and he himself doesn't seem to have read the forum very much. There's no news at all. Isn't someone next door looking for him before? I just said that the funeralist is strong, so there is no following. There are different levels for their existence. We are not the same as the one under his feet, so how can we pay attention to us? From this, the experts are all humble. The buried person is now in Xia dynasty, but he has never shown up from beginning to end. To be honest, if you say that he is a net, his current heat is enough to give him a real economic freedom and huge wealth. I have to say that after the argument between the two sides of the forum, the popularity of the buried persons did not decrease, but increased. The reason was that someone in the forum was arguing. In order to be reasonable and resolute, he went directly to the Ling Association to check the data. After reading it, he directly brought the fans to the ground and directly entered the other party. The number was that the leader of the team was not the one who was buried. The strong is respect, and the strength is superior. The buried person's love is a little bit strange. In the face of absolute power, all the injuries are shady. It seems that the position of the team has settled. Yes, I heard that his hand was cremated with a high level of attributes, and his strength was extremely terrifying. He is worthy of being the leader of a pioneer. Here, suddenly, the man in front stopped walking, and the rustling exchange sound stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the high cloud building in front of them. Tianbao building. Above the building, the cloud cover was covered with darkness. The glass in this window is covered with a layer of black fog, making it blurry. From the outside, I can't see what the situation is inside. What is that in the window? There is a hidden ladder at the bottom of the building. Although it is a little dark, you can enter the building by walking along the passage. It was originally a passage, and now it has become extremely dark with spotted blood on it. Everyone followed Fang Yi, lined up in a long dragon, and the people behind him spoke privately. Is it reliable? Even if this person is really powerful, isn't he too crazy? That's when, suddenly, a dark figure suddenly appeared, as if the murderer in the dark night could hear the hissing sound. Everyone didn't see what it was, but just felt a shadow swept through in an instant. No one responded. Then a red sword light suddenly appeared. Puff! The next second, something broke into two pieces in the air, and the bloody pieces fell like rain, falling on the ground and making a terrifying sound, emitting a stench that was difficult to describe. The whole husband is so fast that he can only touch his eyelids. It's over. I haven't seen clearly what that unusual is like, and I'm just stabbed in seconds. Quick knife. The people behind me subconsciously rubbed their eyes and looked at the figure pulling sword in front of me with horror. Drawing the knife and drawing the knife, the whole thing blinks faster than they do. Songqing took a step forward, looked down at the thing that fell to the ground, and his beautiful eyes shrank. It was a gecko with dark bodies, and its skin was full of unruly tumors, as if it was a trace of the plague raging on it, and it was as distorted and terrible as it was. The blood full of blood is now emitting a strong and decaying breath, which is striking. This is actually a strange thing like a miracle 5-star abnormality. What? Is the 5-star abnormality like a miracle 5-star abnormality like a miracle 5-star abnormality like this? How many people have they eaten? Wait. Thinking of another point, their eyes were shattered. The abnormality of the 5-star axe was killed by that man. This abnormality is 5 stars, and I'm also 5 stars. I equals unusual. Then how come he can also kill me in one stroke? Yes, Sutrong. I'm sweating a little bit, but fortunately he is my teammate. Several people couldn't help but sweat from behind. The eyes of Fang, he had already looked at Fang Yi for a few more minutes. This person was too terrifying. Suddenly, there was a mistake in holding Jin's thighs in this mission. What was wrong with this mistake? Go ahead, we have to go in tightly. At this moment, the golden thigh in front opened. Ma Gong. Several people rushed up. Now, Fang Yi's eyebrows rose slightly, and he looked at the surrounding environment. The 5-star abnormality, just now, was a little uneasy. This passage was quite remote, and even there were 5-star abnormalities here. The place where those people gathered was in danger, and it might have been completely lost. There were originally 2,000 people in this big building, and it would have been killed in 1 second. They were trapped here and couldn't even go out. 30 people were killed? Where are the traitors? Fang, he said coldly. 30. Maybe you have to add a 0 in the back. The few people behind him have accelerated their pace. Dark inner world? What is that? Is it related to the nature of darkness? What does Brother Fang mean when they say they are not the same place as us? Is it hard to tell if there is any secret in this big house? We can't see the distance between us. The strange noun made everyone confused, and even the military area, Songqing and others had never heard of this name. Of course, they cannot know these, because even in the military data, this is still their high-level secrets. It is related to the dark nature, and it is like watching from a fog, exploring and collecting it. But the information about dark nature is the most irritating, because people who can touch the dark nature are dead. The official currently does not have a method to collect dark attributes. Many information and data are in a missing state. Naturally, they would not have thought that such a high-level secret would be involved in a small B-level combo. Just this time, Fang Yi closed his eyes as if he was feeling something. Everyone noticed it with keenness that the air suddenly became even more heavy. It turns out that only those dark attributes of black fogs are constantly dissipating, and people cannot breathe, but a stronger evil breath is leaking out. The black wire crawling on Fang Yi's back suddenly twisted, as if he had suddenly come alive. The picture lit up, and his watch was like a pair of indescribable eyes in the air. The tyrannical, deep, evil breath exploded from the picture. The evil breath was like a dense network, completely covering everyone. Everyone felt that their brains were punched like a big lamp, leaving only a group of people scattered into a muddy brain. Hiss! Headache! Everyone was suddenly affected and became even more harmful. Some people have a pale complexion. Some people are constantly suffering from thoughts. And some even more. They suddenly develop aspirations of death, wanting to use their hands to penetrate their abdomen and then roll them over 2 circles. These are all the effects of darkness. Song Qing covered her ears tightly, and her sharp ears were like a sharp nail shattering the glass. The noise directly hit her bones, and she slapped her in the sea of her brain. There was actually no sound around her, but she had definitely heard it from her chaotic brain. The sound kept urging, about to force her to get rid of her. This is the property of darkness. The nature of darkness is terrifying, not dangerous. It may not directly attack people, but it will guide you to walk step by step, and it will amplify even the smallest desires in people's hearts, and then lead to destroying people from the inside. It is like a gray sarcoma that cannot be seen. You don't know where it comes from, nor do you know where it grows. When you observe it, it is already dark. This is why dark nature is the most painful, killing people invisible. Moreover, it is not the case. You think you killed the source of darkness, but maybe it is just spreading the darkness again. Even more terrifying is that the official route cannot capture the dark attributes. It's like this Tianbao building. It looks dark, but the source of darkness cannot be found, so it's hard to remove it. There are also dark properties in this building, but it is too weak to wear the pioneer's spirit protective cover. But it's just that. A stream of essence darkness suddenly exploded, like a flood discharge gate was opened by someone, without that layer of shackles, and without any jealousy. Everyone was slammed by the powerful dark nature. At this moment, Fang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and his heart moved slightly. It's true. Found it. The dark inner world door. As soon as he opened his eyes, the bright light of the picture behind him turned off, as if he had fallen asleep again, and his black breathing retracted it back into the picture again without any wings. At this moment, everyone felt their brains light. The terrifying breath suddenly disappeared. Everyone was awake, and someone suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had stood by the window at some point. He was about to jump down, which made her feel scared and her goosebumps. I was terrifying darkness. A moment, I was almost confused by darkness. I felt like my brain was stabbed and shook, and my brain seemed to stick together, and my mind was a little blurry. Even in just a moment, did you feel the same way? Song Qing gasped heavily, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Fang Yi. Huh, Brother Fang, aren't you? Too many. Not only are they corpses, but also the anomaly of being indistinct. For a while, the members of the team could not feel as if they had passed through the dark inner world, and then they looked tightly, looking at the scene in front of them like a great enemy. Why? Why is there such an unusual here? Not only abnormal, but also a gang. These dead people are all ordinary people from Tianbao building. They have been dead for a long time. There are no living people in this corridor. For the unusual paradise, there are only broken gangs and normal eating abnormalities. These beasts are so fucking dead. The people in the military had red eyes, and the responsibility in the blood was engraved. This scene was particularly dazzling in their eyes. But soon, they saw a scene that was unforgettable in their lifetime. Before the dark inner world, Song Qing had a big guess that the foreign aide, gazing, said, was she a member of the relationship in the military area who tried to intervene in the military area? After all, the assessment of the military area was strict. Many people who want to join the military area would start with the tasks issued by the military area. During the interview, these tasks would become their beautiful performance. But she didn't wait for her to think clearly. Next second, face. In the unusual eating sound like the sea of tide, metal longbirds. Someone draws his sword. Song Qing raised his head and could only see the ancient Tang sword that was plodding across in the air at a very fast speed. In just a moment, the fierce flames spit out from the sword, and the flames were like red flames burning into the 3 realms, and the angrily light gushed. The flames sprayed up to 20 meters long, with a wide explosion effect. In a few seconds, the flames filled the deep and detailed black corridor, cutting their faces like a furious dragon, passing by a hot knife. Everyone was in place and saw the entire corridor ignited by flames. The flames of the sacred gods seemed to wash away all sins, and everything that could be burned was burned. The sound of the blast burst out from the flames, as if some kind of dying beast was dying and dying. The earthquake struck, the buried water pipes exploded, the water columns gushed like springs, and the statues placed on the table collapsed. Everything is like the end of the world recorded in the book. In the face of the end of the world, everyone is as small as a fowl. In front of this flame, a black shadow stood with a knife, and the sound was very light. Abnormal harms people. You are all innocent people. These anomalies will be buried with you. The dazzling fire cut the corridor in front of you. The abnormal, the body, everything was destroyed. A red smoke and flame were as bright as the sun, rising slowly in the terrible heat. All the dead in front of you were like burnt trees. Red fire sword achievement, plus inner flame. The body is a destructive field, and anyone who touches the flame will turn into ashes. At this moment, the corridor in front of me looked like I was experiencing a small nuclear explosion. However, it's a pity for you to walk the road of rebirth with these beasts. Fang Yi looked at the fire in the sky, and the blade in his hand was flashing with a rock-like light, as bright as a flowing flame. It was unusually burned in the air. The bones were shattered and fell like rain, and the bodies of ordinary people were also shattered together. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened at the burning flames in front of them, shocked by the explosion scene full of violent aesthetics. Don't explode. Song Qing's heart was pounding. She took a step back without any intention, accidentally stomped on an unusual corpse body and flew out, and the corpse had no time to see. Cremation with one knife. Is it a little annoying? The high temperature of thousands of degrees condensed, and the swaying fire snakes twisted and took off. The flames rolled into the entire corridor, instantly clearing all the abnormalities. As if they were asked to deal with these first accomplices, one cut and killed, and the number of time was taken. Too scary. Tianbao building. The unusual plates are located, and each floor has gathered a lot of abnormalities. After a lot of abuse and eating, their realm has continued to rise, and at this time they're already at the level of the magic 5 stars. There are 40 floors in total. After cleaning up all the way, it is a big house. Swish! The red light plodded over, and the unusual thing that was still gnawing at the slut was instantly taken, flying out of his head, and a raging fire ignited from his body. Level 15. Fang Yi looked at the floor logo next to him. Along the way, he had already killed a lot of abnormalities. All of these strange abnormalities were not allowed to live under him for a second. After cleaning this floor, Fang Yi was about to go upstairs. Suddenly, a sharp roar came out from the partition beside me, and then a terrifying breath came out. This breath was very strong, far beyond the 5-star abnormality. Fang Yi stepped a step, with some interest on the corner of his mouth. It's an interesting one. The next second, a big bird that was in red was suddenly lifted out, and its feathers were as red as if it had been swept out of blood. When it was in red, dense red rice balls came out, moist, revealing an unparalleled breath. The magic star is this unusual state, and it is not the strongest thing. The red feather on its body is rotten. Once it is inhaled into the lungs, it will instantly start rotting from the inside. The 5 internal organs will be dried and wiped by the feather. Finally, it pierces the chest and is diamond and taken back to its body. As he walked along, Fang Yi saw several gangsters lying on the ground, squirming on his chest. The red, tiny touching hands were still sucking dead blood. The move is this thing and means are really disgusting. Resist. When I saw Fang Yi in an unusual way, a sharp and extremely sharp sound suddenly burst out, and the terrifying flesh burst out with a strong and powerful airplane. In an instant, the red and red instant became extremely sharp and long spears and placed around it. It saw that Fang Yi was much stronger than the people he killed before, and the similar bloody smell along the way all showed that this person was strong. Fang Yi made it feel the powerful threat. not waiting for it to take action. Rush. Fang Yi took the lead. T fluttered his body and quickly headed towards the red bird in front of him. With an unbearable sense, the flame mark on his body suddenly lit up, and the surging flames were emitted. A sea of fire. The fire dragon, made of red flame, was unreasonably flying around the red bird, rushing straight into the bird's brain. Rise. That red bird was not good. The long spear gathers into a shield and is placed in front of the flame. A light sneer sounded, as if mocking its overestimation. Next second, the flames burst out with a terrifying sound that shook the sky and the earth, and then the powerful power swept the world in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The long spear was blown up and smashed, and the red flies were burned by the flames in the air. The bird behind the body had no red flies and was swallowed by the flames. The unwilling long voice was filled with the sound of the sky. So what about the magic star? I can't stand it either. The red bird's body was burned in the flames, making a sizzling response, and there was no difference between the countless things before the. I overestimate you. Fang Yi was a little speechless as he looked at the bird's body that smelled of meat. I also thought it was so harmful. I was a silly beast. When I encountered this situation, could I report it to the National Response Center? Clean up the last abnormality left behind. Tianbao, building 40 levels. There was a flash of fire on each floor, like a little fire in the dark night, which swayed uncertainly and then quickly went out. The pioneers were like following the slut, following Fang Yi up one after another, and their hearts were about to take action. However, they didn't look for any opportunities. It's only 10 minutes, right? In a precise way, it's 9 minutes and 56 seconds, and there's still 4 seconds and 10 minutes away. There's nothing left. Is this the team leader's strength? This is too terrible. At this moment, the pioneers are in a complicated mood. The Tianbao building in front of me seemed to suddenly snatch it, turning from a horror game to a golden finger pulling the biggest horror game. You can hear the unusual howls and see dead bodies everywhere. Every time you think there will be a more terrifying abnormality on the floor, the difficulty will be higher and higher, and you will run after you. But the result was that the elevator that opened was an unusual face kill, which turned out to be their most recent one. Since then, they have never seen any abnormality in life. Yes, nothing is there. Don't say that he was alive. Even those dying people were not seen. Every abnormality that Fang Yi died was completely ruthless and turned into ashes, even if it could not be stuck. The mood of this pioneer is very subtle. What's even more terrifying is that it took only 10 minutes for the Taisher team leader to do all this. 10 minutes. Even ordinary people don't have enough time to climb the building, so the abnormality of the whole building will be terrible. Do you think so yourself? Is that reasonable? It is unusual to say that the good things come true, but you will find the chance to take action at once. The killing action of the book turned into a pure rescue operation. Fang Yi raised his sword in front, and there were 4 of them hanging behind as medical soldiers, and there were definitely one to protect for. For the 4 official pioneers who have experienced 100 battles, this feeling is very fresh. Bite. The elevator has 40 layers. It seems that this operation is about to end as it is approaching the end of the game. The 40-layer doors opened gradually, and this layer of gray, a heavy breath scattered in the air. A back was seen, which was the captain of the Taisher city, the burialist. His back was straight, and he stood on the ground like a silent sword. Phone. The person next to him wanted to call him. As a result, it was suddenly stopped by Song Su. You don't say anything. The captain seems to be fighting against abnormality now. Don't beat him up. Song Qing raised his hand lightly and signaled them to silently wait. Sure enough, their eyes looked over again, and a majestic breath came out from Fang Yi's body, scattering like water waves, radiating on the 40th floor of the Tianbao building. The glass was buzzing lightly. You can see how undercurrent the atmosphere here was under the silence on this surface. What is he looking for? What is he confronting? Is it an unusual in the 40th level? It led to the disaster stricken behind the scenes of Tianbao building. The people around were terrified in an instant. They couldn't help but recall everything about these 40 levels, and the watch was like walking from the ground. If Fang Yi hadn't pushed all the way forward, they would have experienced the disaster that they had in front of them. Judging from official information, this unusual invasion was led by a powerful abnormality, causing the tragedy of these 2,000 people. The pusher behind this scene is absolutely terrifying. The team leader is confronting. This is the confrontation between the king and the king. But at this moment, they suddenly heard a sound. Fang Yi in front suddenly moved, and his fingers pressed against the Tang sword. In an instant, the pressure like a volcano exploded instantly. Sizzling, the bone wings penetrate deep into the floor, like a flag full of humiliation. The bone bird can hear the sound of the numbness of the skin when the knife rubs through the bone. It is proud that the wings are easily cut off in an instant, and the blood is sprayed like a spring. Resist! The bone bird let out a long cry, and it was irritated. Its eyes were filled with anger, and its wings flashed with black fog, and its sharp claws rushed to the opposite side like a life-threatening knife. Rush! The sword light flashed. A huge thing hit the ground, swelling up the green ground. The bone bird's claws were also cut off. The claws flew out in a line of objects, plotted a beautiful arc in the air, and then landed accurately on the trash can, and were thrown in like a useless waste paper group. After Fang Yi cut off its sharp claws, he heard its sharp sound, and did not continue. He just raised his eyebrows and looked at it, as if he was signaling silently. Come again. The bone bird continued to fly, and this knife was another wing. Next knife, another claw. Next knife. From the beginning to the end, Fang Yi always maintained a slow and uneven rhythmic knife. Every time he waited for the bone bird to take the initiative to strike, and then slammed at him. Each time he had a knife, one piece of the parts, and he felt like an elegant dance. In this dance music called single-sided crushing, enjoying the fun of trashing. Seeing this scene first, I took a breath and felt like I was from my head to my feet. I feel each knife of the burial is accurately calculated from left to right, from outside to front. Every time I cut something, the next knife will fall in the right position without any bias. Such terrifying accuracy is because the two-sided force is not equal. Not only did it first, but it was humanized in the pupils. It now became a bird's porch, and its wings and claws were all blocked, but the person in front of him still stopped as the rhythm. He was not in a hurry to kill himself. He was enjoying this trip. Fang Yi's eyes were very cold, and he looked at it as deep as a spring. The bone bird was shocked by this look. It's scared. It wants to escape from the torture of this man. Suddenly, a terrifying breath burst out from the bone bird's body. It was burning its own blood and fighting for a single line of life. Fang Yi just sneered lightly about this. He then slammed the knife again and seemed to act casually. Suddenly, terrifying flames burst out around him. The heat and high temperature turned into a fire ring, and the battleground was closed in an instant. The art of sealing. The flames surround him and the bone bird, like the lines on the boxing stage, dyeing them firmly here. At this moment, the bone bird suddenly felt a sense of horror. This terrifying human being actually sealed him and himself here just to prevent him from escaping. Crazy. Really proved. The bone bird is very accurate. The next second, Fang Yi seemed to have lost his patience, got up and quickly came to the front of the bone bird, slashing down one after another with a very fast speed. The sound of a buzzing bird came out from the blade, and the flames left a shadow in the air that could not be seen clearly. In just a few seconds, countless wounds were left on the bone bird's body, and flames were rising from these wounds and exploded in an instant. Stop! The huge explosion sounded like a fireworks in the roof. The first step was to vaguely capture the sword light and flame in the air to outline the pattern. They covered their ears and looked at the scene in front of them with shock. Watching the bone bird jumping from the ground, he retaliated violently. Then to being beaten. After less than a minute, Fang Yi slowed down. At this moment, the head, wings, sharp claws were all cut off. I don't know where the corner was, and the body of the bone bird was broken, turning from a hole to a hole. The only flaw was that it kept flowing out of dark green blood, and the picture looked full of terrifying. The dark green blood and flesh are like flowing in the river, lifting the bones and birds scattered in scattered bodies. Fang Yi slashed the bone bird with one knife and another. Throughout the journey, he kept strolling in the courtyard, while the bird flapped its wings wildly and was indifferent. Call to headquarters. I am Song Qing, and I am now starting to report the situation. At present, the Tianbao building incident has been resolved. All abnormalities are confirmed to be dead, and the list of injured people who have saved is in the process of conscientious investigation. 0.0. Yes, all abnormalities are dead. No living. I have compiled the photos information, and I will report together with my report. At this moment, the large hall on the top floor. Song Sun was calling to report on this situation in the military district. The incident of Tianbao building was a bit terrifying. After repeated confirmation, the other side said it was very dry for the first time. Song Su was shocked. After all, their chief officials rarely praised others. This award was not only for her, but more likely to be a beautiful account on the file. The matter is about her promotion, which is a real thing. After Song Qing stopped the phone, she looked at the full body and felt a little worried. There was a feeling of being inconsistently unhappy, and the group became the first place in the industry. After all, the buried person was an unusual thing that he had cut off all the buildings. At best, they could only be considered as having been passing by a few steps, and they also worked as a medical soldier. But soon, she convinced herself, why is it not my ability to hold my thighs? On the other hand, the Lingshan Association also learned about the news here. Their people were a little shocked. They also praised the Star God Army. As expected, the two of them were a little embarrassed when they heard that the Lingshan Association were a little embarrassed, and they explained it in a small voice. The super root was not the ones in the Star God Army. At best, they were intermediaries, and the ones who really contributed were the Taisher captain and the funeral. The city spirit agreement was a bit unexpected, but it was still more joyful than surprise. After all, the crisis and mission order of Tianbao building were very high. Otherwise, they would not have been rushing to hire foreign players to solve the problem. However, the speed and results of the resolution of this matter were beyond their expectations. In particular, they had to wait until the report was completed. After both sides were reported, everyone helped the wound men to handle the lower wounds simply and planned to take them away. But at this time, the two people in the Spirit Association looked at the news that their mobile phones received and suddenly exclaimed. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What's wrong? The leader of the city has been selected. Huh? So fast. Song Qing was a little surprised. After all, the previous team leader who decided to choose the funeralist was the funeralist. His example was worthy of being a shame, and the leader of the city could choose this quickly, which actually made her a little surprised. Who is this? This elected pioneer has only appeared recently, and we only discovered when we registered. His current abilities are still confidential, but the number that the Spirit Association will give him is Divine Sword, should be between the 6 stars of the Ghost Axe and 7 stars of the Ghost Axe. Are the pioneers of the Ghost Axe and 7 stars? Without the resources to do this is very outstanding. Yes, he is indeed very strong, and being the leader of the Ghost Axe is worthy of being famous. At present, most of the first accomplices are at the realm of a magical 3-star, and the official first accomplices are slightly stronger because of the resources provided, but several of them are only a magical 5-star. Compared to them, this axeman is indeed very strong, and it is not surprising to be the team leader. I thought it was just a negotiable little episode. But before he could think of it, the person in the Spirit Association suddenly answered a call. After hearing the words on the phone, he was a little startled, and then he showed a terrifying expression. Hurry him! What? He has come! One buoy away from Tianbao building. In a luxury hotel. The swimming pool on the sun is radiating in the sunlight, and the black recorder on the table is playing a comfortable blue tuning. At this moment, Fang Yi is sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, eating carefully prepared afternoon tea. This is the expensive room arranged by Gaia for him. After handling the matter of Tianbao building, he just needs to sit here and wait for Gaia to pick him up. The special machine that picked him up will arrive in an hour. Before this, he only needs to enjoy the afternoon tea in Maya, which is the military's strong attitude towards the treatment. Fang Yi took a bite of the fresh milk that was served in the afternoon tea. This is a local specialty. In Fang Yi's impression, my cousin has made it several times, which is better than the one here. At this moment, a piece of information was sent to the mobile phone. Fang Yi picked up his cell phone and looked at the message from Song Qing, with his eyebrows slightly raised. Captain is looking for me? It's real. Fang Yi didn't want to pay attention to this so-called leader. It is like the reputation of a team leader, but it is actually a spiritual meeting to call him, so he is willing to take charge. In the end, it is just a name. Sure enough, the tree's ultimate move. It seems that I can't hide it. Fang Yi smiled a little, and his fingers gently tapped the tabletop in front of him, as if waiting for something to arrive. At the same time, Baqiao Street, a small area for running health. A hooded Erzo was jogging at a speed. His ears were flashing with blue teeth, and his face was red. A slight sweat soaked his clothes, which seemed to be very enjoying. It's this time. Huolong. A strong wind swept across the top without any warning. Trees around it swayed, and large areas of leaves fell. The hood changed slightly. He could feel the earth under his feet tremble just now. In an instant, the hood first responded and raised its head to look at the top. At this moment, the sky was dim, with only absolute silence and no sound. A dark shadow pierced into the high-rise building like a sword. He shuttled through the city, and the entire world was trampled under his feet. The stormy, like a knife, was quickly rising as the ascendant entered the car, and the bright and cold rain seemed to have become a silver-colored swordlight. A terrible breath. Let's go first. At that moment, the hood shrank its pupils. Soon, the breath disappeared. He couldn't help but follow the disappearance of the sound of the air, and saw a slightest sensational, magnificent top, which was the famous landmark of Tianbao building. This high-ranking star first seems to be heading towards Tianbao building. Now, in front of Tianbao building, a dark shadow fell quietly and silently. He looked at the Tianbao building in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. The dark fog in front of the Tianbao building has finally dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the building, and the dark air has not been left. It can be said that it is completely different from before the abnormal invasion. However, this nothing does not include the appearance of the large building. I only saw that the originally luxurious decoration of the building fell and became very broken. All the walls near the corridor to the west were burned, as if they had been burned by dragon breath. As a leader of a city, the first sentence he said implies that the other leader is concerned about things, which is not actually friendly. What's more, Fang Yi came to handle the matter of Tianbao building after receiving the commission from Gala. When he came, the city was not in charge. Without a team leader, the Spear Association could only ask for help from the military area and contact Fang Yi to help the military area. No matter how you look at this, it is his gratitude to the market. But now, this newly appointed mayor leader seems to be looking for him to make a fortune in the autumn. Fang Yi can probably guess the plan of selecting the team leader. Team leader is a pioneer in the national weight class this summer. The choice of team leader is not only for the simple choice of a city representative. All of this is intentional for the Spirit Association to utter the reputation of the leader of each city, and they originally intended to cultivate the guardian gods of each city to avoid the recurrence of such events as the priests of the kings who were unable to support the king. If this is the case, the Spear Association will not want to see friction between teams in various cities. Maybe in a few months, the team will not be easy to meet after the team leader's plan is truly completed. After all, the team leader's strength will be the top of the entire Xia dynasty in the future. If such people meet, if there is a conflict, it will be unbearable to imagine in the future. It's a pity that is in the future, not now. Fang Yi's eyes gradually cooled down. In the past, he just went out for gazing's sake and won 5 weeks of money. But now, it seems that some people don't want to let him leave so easily. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. He reached into his pocket and then took out his cell phone. Then he lowered his head and typed his words on Yu Fengjiang's face. On the opposite side, Yu Fengjiang was slightly stunned, but he just stood calmly on the ground, but did not urge Fang Yi. He will get angry when he switches to others, but he will really not get angry when the funeralist is, because he believes that the funeralist is like him, a real swordsman. For those who are of the same level, they will always have more respect than others. Soon, Fang Yi finished the message and put away his phone. So what do you mean now? Fang Yi looked at the thin young man in front of him. Next second, only see Yu Fengjiang's lips slightly, showing a smile on his face. Let me borrow the knife on your body, if you don't want to leave the market. Yu Fengjiang's voice was slow, and there was a faint coldness in his dark brown eyes. Rush. The voice just fell. A terrifying sword light shook the dome. A terrifying power burst out from the blade, like a mountain and a sea of swelling, even more prosperous than the scorching sun. At the same time, dong 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 dong. Yu Fengjiang's pupil shrank, his spirit exploded, and he retreated wildly. The earth under his feet was burned up in an engraving, and the scorched earth spread far away. In an instant, the plants and trees were ignited instantly, and the ground kept cracking like a giant python, directly chasing Yu Fengjiang all the way. He retreated for several 10 meters, until he could hardly see Fang Yi's figure clearly, and the terrifying crack of the ground was barely stopped. The scorched earth under his feet was still constantly popping up with smoke, and the terrifying breath spread out. Dong! Suddenly, the huge wave behind shook the sky. Yu Fengjiang looked over with his head. See, the rows of trees behind him were blown up one after another, and the smoke rolled on the ground, and the atmosphere was beyond amazing. The thick yang power, the striking explosion, the terrifying cremation. Yu Fengjiang saw that his pupils were shrinking and his chest was shaking. What? Did the leader of the team meet with me too superior? At this moment, the head of the association, Li Zhongyue, sat in the upper seat. A group of people gathered below, and Helm was a high-level specialist of the Spear Association. The specialists were filled with a passionate and angry face. Our team leader was invited by the military district to help solve the abnormality, but was kept by team leader? What does it mean? Contact the meeting immediately. We must ask them to give us an explanation. The contact officer immediately went to the meeting telephone. This matter is not a minor matter. If it is too big, it will not only be held to 2 levels of spiritual associations, but even the Lianxing Divine Army will be removed from the scene. You must stop that so-called leader quickly. It's this time. Suddenly, a man hurriedly walked in and whispered a few sentences in Li Zhongyue's ear. What? He changed his color. The news he sent was exactly what Funeral said. At the time, the office was silent and everyone's skin was numb. Go to a team leader. This is not a saying. That's what the independent solution to the abnormal A+ burial process is said, and he has the power. How long has it been since he said this? Li Zhongyue asked. We reported the first time we received the message here. We were a kind of force majeure communication marshal. Now 2 minutes have passed, and only 8 minutes are left. The messenger replied, 8 clocks. Since the burial was given 10 minutes, it must be 10 minutes. It's still time now. Li Zhongyue calmed down and analyzed it. The chief plan has just been implemented for a long time, and the team leader's power is not enough. After all, they will be all the leaders of our Xia dynasty and the leaders of all regions. We must handle this matter properly. Yes, if this matter is not handled well, it will easily make the team separate. This will affect Xia dynasty's coming, and we have to follow the chief's plan. The specialists are not angry at high positions, but this matter involves the burial, and they are a little restless for a moment. At this moment, under Li Zhongyue's words, it was calm. But how to deal with it is appropriate. The burial was so provoked, and it was natural for the other party to be punished. I support the burial and punish him. But if that lord was really beaten to death, how could this lord be so ignorant? The specialists were full of contempt for this so-called lord. If it weren't for this kind of burial process, they wouldn't have been anxious here. Have you met with me? Li Zhongyue raised his head and asked. The best way is to send someone to stop the team leader from doing so within 10 minutes, and there is still a turnover in this matter. It will be hurt. Contact, contact. The contact specialist looked pale and grabbed the phone, striking the shocking scene. What do they say? They said the captain will definitely fail. Bang! Fang Yi held the knife in his arms. The fire tang sword was red, and the flames jumped. The fire broke out like water. Swish! One knife was released. The heat and waves are coming. The sky collapses and the earth breaks, and the sea of fire storms. Yu Fengjiang's pupils shrink. This horror and passionate thing made him so simple that he would be burned into ashes. In an instant, he reacted and quickly flew up and dodged. In an instant, the black knife on his waist was also unsheathed. The next second, he landed in front of Fang Yi and used a clumsy posture to make a series of swords. Yu Fengjiang practiced sword skills since he was a child, and this sword skills had already been engraved in his body. This is a kind of flashing sword technique. In the past, the angle and posture are connected, and the enemy is forced to meet him. It depends on who is exhausted first. Yu Fengjiang is the type of force. At the most powerful time, he directly cut off the master's sword. The sword light was like a tide, but nothing was there. Fang Yi did not fall into his trap at all. With just one knife, the light of the sword had already forced Yu Fengjiang to retreat. What a terrifying knife technique. Yu Fengjiang sweated coldly in the corner. The flames burned on the knife, as if they were tailor-made for the Tang sword. With the uneven posture of the knife, the flames would come from the direction of unpredictable, and the pressure could not be predicted. In this kind of scene, the sword technique he practiced was simply unable to extricate the slash. Yu Fengjiang, before often the pioneer, wanted to chop against him and be killed by him. But when he entered Fang Yi's flame knife technique, he instantly entered the sea like mud, and everything he learned was crushed. Yu Fengjiang seems to be a game itself, and with the direction and skills of the effort, the stronger the sword technology, the more powerful the game. But at present, under the light of Fang Yi, he couldn't even get out the knife. This can illustrate one thing. Fang Yi's sword surgery is more domineering, more violent. In this world, is there any other way to fight against enemy swords? Rush. Another knife. The city area was boiling directly. After the Tianbao building was released, the nearby area was separated. The battle point they chose was close to the suburbs, but the fire was too dazzling. You can see the situation here. The fire waves burn the entire city. There are people everywhere on the street. Some ordinary people have already fainted by the heat. This is not simple. There's also a terrible pressure that makes them bleed, and their blood is about to dry up. Unlimited people. What is this? It's so terrible. How did the flame come back? For a while, not only ordinary people, but many pioneers in the city showed a terrifying look. What happened? Why did it suddenly start? At this moment, the skull has been ignited by the flames, and the golden light burst out with infinite pressure, emptied the waves. It is as if it is absolutely evident that the sky, fire burns the earth. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, God, the head of the Spirit Association. The police officer was crazy, and the entire communication room was filled with sharp police sounds. A huge energy source was detected in Xia. The city is shattering. The golden sun sets on fire, and the sky is full of fire dragons everywhere. Rumble. The fire burst out and shocked the sky. The power of the domineering force tore the sky apart, leaving a terrifying wound in the cloud layer, in the fierce light. Once a figure stood up, his back was as tall as a sword. And on the other side of him, as soon as he stood on his back, he was shaking. Yu Fengjiang. It is inconsistent with the previous vigor. At this moment, there was a fire in Yu Fengjiang's pupil, burning his face, and drops of sweat flowed down his extreme angle. The power of magnitude and magnitude. Is this the nature of yang? What cremation? This is obviously the world of gold and sun. His magic watch fell over the market like a big sun, and it was not comparable to other people. With this method, As long as he hits him once, he will immediately make him smoke. But the difference is, the funeral in front of him seemed to be deliberately tilted, and as his thoughts jumped, he came towards him again. That's it. The dazzling golden light was compressed into a line, using Fang Yi's tip as the starting point, and you can penetrate the entire sky. Only seeing the chrome in Yu Fengjiang's hand began to melt slowly. It turned into a flood of iron. I gave the spirit a 10-minute meeting. A clear voice came from atop. The sound is clear and the words are like devilish whispers, bringing an unsatisfactory sense of pressure. In an instant, Yu Fengjiang understood. He was so icy that he suddenly felt creepy. He saw Fang Yi editing the message before, and this was the one sent? It will take 10 minutes for the spiritual association. If the spiritual association does not give him a word, then today he will take office as the mayor, which will be the first day and the last day. In other words, the funeralist in front of him never took him seriously from the beginning. He was like a jumping clown. Since he came to find the Pacific captain, his death had already entered the control of the Pacific captain. Rush. Fang Yi broke into another one. This time he passed by Yu Fengjiang and opened the high building behind him. The glass broke into pieces, and the whole building fell down one after another. The sea of fire swells, and the sky is shining. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the city seems to have become a huge burning furnace, and the swooping fire snake is swinging and swallowing the city wildly. In the city, countless pioneers retreated wildly, and the dangerous warning was as loud as thunder. Rumble. The fog rises and rolls the sky and the earth. The scattered flames scattered all over the world, looking down from the sky, like countless burning red stars, and the scattered and moving fog is the curtain of the cosmic, and the two form the sea of flames that fall between people. In this stunning picture, Fang Yi was tall and rolled up his clothes. His expression was still calm, but his lips were slightly raised, and his words were like a big blowjob. It's still 1 minute. 50 seconds. Is there no words? What can I tell you about it? The more you heard, Yu Fengjiang felt his head numb. The wounds on the face kept bleeding, but he didn't even have them at this moment. Facing the buried man in front of him, his fighting spirit had completely subsided and replaced by the unbelievable. Is that just that one person can come out? 7 stars of the axe. Is it really so unshakable? Time passes a little bit. Finally, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and counted on the beginning. 3, 2, 1. It's time. The commander of the city, I'll send you on the way. The sky was so scared that the funeralist on the opposite side approached him and slowly came out the last sentence. The words fall. Divine fire descends from the sky. Rumble. The armed helicopter plate swirled over the sky, penetrated through the sea of fire, and penetrated directly into the city. The helicopter was riding on the helicopter. At this moment, they looked anxious and wanted to be in the sea of fire, just to see what their helicopter is doing now. The team leader represents the strongest battle among the pioneers in the market. Any discount is a recreation for the market. Then what is that? It's like the commander of the Taisher city is the commander of the god. Then everyone saw the amazing scene. In a boiling sea of fire, a figure held a flame in his hand, and a sea of fire appeared without any scattered sea of fire, burning everything. Instantly, everyone's face changed drastically. The vision of this scene was too big. In the thick and scorching flames, the black figure was like the king who controlled the flames, and he was the world. The captain whom they placed high hopes on is now like a crawler in flames, small and powerless. They couldn't imagine how ill-tempted the captain was tortured during the time they came. If you come later, the leader of the Zhongshan is already reincarnated directly. How could it be like this? The god captain is the only 6-star in the city, and even close to 7-star existence. His talent, even if it is included in the entire Xia dynasty, can rank among the top 10. If he is the leader of the genius, he can actually compete with the top. He can't even meet the corner of the genius's clothes. He is not a match for the genius's leader. If the genius's leader faces him, he will simply be defeated. You must be forced to stop the genius. You must be merciless. Please show your mercy. This is our fault. The specialist grabbed the safety ray and poked out his head, shouting at the dark shadow of the underworld. However, the sound key. As soon as he said that, he was swallowed up by the wind of Hun, leaving no trace, let alone the ears of the buried person. The market specialists were panicked. The helicopter rushed in without regard to everything and tried to get close to it. But at present, the fire seal can only be redirected outside and cannot move forward further. Even after staying in the same place for a long time, there is still a risk of being burnt. The fire is too big and it is not close to you at all. But at this moment, it seemed that it was time. The next second, the funeralist ruthlessly swept out This did not deliberately avoid anything and directly fell on the person opposite. Puff! No matter how hot and waves are, it will be. The waves of fire drowned the captain's figure in an instant, as if they were crushing a thorn to death. The whole scene was shocked. The specialists on the helicopter have a very nice face. The god were swallowed up by the sea of fire. Then the nature is very serious. Even the spirit barrier will melt instantly, and it will be burned into ashes when touched. If something happens to the god, the leader of the city will be finished in one job. The god, the leader of the city, is not easy to recommend. The 6 stars of the magic axe are about to have the realm of 7 stars. Looking at the entire Xia kingdom, it is considered a heavenly acclaim, and even the second-placed Vulcan god, the gap is not a little bit. The City Spirit Association has even invested a lot of resources in him. It is conceivable how important God is to the city. As a result, the team leader who has high expectations and resources piled up is now being thrown away. In a moment, all members of the City Spirit Association were in extreme hope. It was our arrogance and innocence that harmed him. If we were tortured on the way of God, then would all of this be transferred? This matter was their fault. Can no one recognize the beauty of the sea mysterious one? She herself is pure and cold. After the first, the cold temperament of her body was even magnified to the extreme, which was the existence where someone would hit the wire rod while walking on the road. But Hai Xuanja is too cold and is serious, so everyone in the head is full of awe of her. So on the relay, she is in. Almost no one dares to speak. Is it over? As the Spirit Association headquarters recharge or approached, the simulation of appeared in front of us. Even though there were some previews, Hai Xuanja looked shocked. The eyes were full of devastation. The runway of the airport was burnt and the ground was almost blown up, and half of them were brave enough to storm. As I walked along the way, I felt the amazing heat coming, almost flooding people. In this case, the funeral should still show mercy. Not to mention, the light from the power and coverage of this flame should be enough to cover the entire body. Is this the funeralist? His strength. It's really too exaggerating. The power to destroy a city. The first person to massacre the city. The Hai Xin murmured. In the realm of no reason, there are many abilities of the first accomplices, but they are basically spiritual. A small number of attributes can drive special attributes, and their combat strength will be stronger than the next level. Among them, only a few people who can reach the city massacre level are not national players. At this moment, the power she felt from this slaughtering wall was the city slaughtering level. This method gave her a feeling of extreme tyranny. Is this the independent interception of A+ invasion of abnormal people? Before this, the head of the Spiritual Association always put aside the matter and studied the spirit of rejuvenation with peace of mind. This time they were shocked. The flames were extinguished, and the leader of the team, Yu Fengjiang, also changed the flying ashes, and there was no trace of the thin strips at all. The people of the Ling Association swallowed. They knew how strong Yu Fengjiang was, but now there was no complete body left. The burialist. At this moment, several members of the difficult-looking association gathered to come. They were wearing suits, and one face was dark. The first person looks like he is 30 years old and has the most breathing, so he should be on the left side of the magic star. He is the chairman of the Spirit Association. At this moment, he stood in front of the buried person and opened his mouth with a huge pressure on his face. Is it necessary to do that? Absolutely. I gave you 10 minutes. Fang Yi's voice fainted. It makes it difficult to see those people's faces look like a pig's liver. Fang Yi said it was correct, and it gave them 10 minutes, but when they arrived later, they were completely blown outside by the fire waves. Even if they come immediately after receiving the news, it is insignificant because they cannot come at all, and this person wants to kill their captain in front of them. I set up the sea of fire, and I don't want to get you close, but this is when you appeared outside in the last minute. That is, if you didn't come at the first time of getting the news, and it would be useless to tell you that you are here, so he should die. You, and Fang Yi didn't want to talk to them. Suddenly, his voice turned, and a huge breath instantly came over and overwhelmed the crowd. Most of the people in these spirit associations are staff members, and they are not responsible for handling matters every day. They are only 1 star in their strength, so they can resist Fang Yi's pressure. Before Haishuanja came, he had a rough understanding of the situation. After confirming that the leader of the team went to intercept and tried to pick the entangled person, she had already made a decision in her heart, so she looked at Fang Yi respectfully. Captain Fang can rest assured that the spiritual association will give you a satisfactory answer for this matter. Then, she returned her head, her eyes cold. As far as she knew, Fang Yi came to Huan was because he received a commission from a friend, which made him help him solve the problem of Huan. She also knew the situation of Bingyang. She did not choose a team leader before the Tianbao Datang incident, so she did not have the ability to solve such abnormal events. However, after Fang Yi came to help you solve the problem, you not only did not be grateful to others, but also went to challenge him. Where is the responsible person of the Ling Association? Haishuanja's voice was cold. The president of the Ling Association came out. Master Haixuans, I am the chairman of the Ling Hui Association. He was also a pioneer, but he was just a miraculous pioneer. Just under Fang Yi's power, he was quite generous, but his outfit was still as wet as if he had just come out of the water. At this moment, he looked a little wolfish. When he faced the Haishuanja in front of him, he not only had upper and lower levels of pressure, but also had pressure in his realm when he entered. Although Haishuanja looked at the young, the first accomplice in the head is still a first accomplice with a 7-star accomplice. In other words, this person usually follows those strong men in the headquarters to explore the most mysterious portal of spiritual recovery. No matter whether it is identity, status, or strength, it is not comparable to him. So his attitude was very respectful. I'll give you 3 days to calm the public and think of appropriate public relations reasons and quickly press down on the discussion. Haishuanja said coldly. Okay, Wei Ming. The middle-aged man relaxed. They often do this and have become familiar with it. As a result, the next word from the Sishuanja beat them all down again. In 3 days, all of you will remove your current position, and the headquarters will soon send someone to take over the position. In a flash, everyone was silent. The middle-aged man was frozen in place. Everyone else glared and suddenly panicked. All revoked. Is it so serious? Everyone's hearts were shocked, as if they were struck by lightning. In order to relieve a buried person, withdraw all the duties of all the responsible persons in a city. This is definitely not the treatment of an ordinary team leader. Even if it is an up-to-date thing, the headquarters will make the decision to collectively withdraw from the job. The headquarters made this decision and wanted to express one thing. The funeralist. It is an existence that cannot be disobeyed. The rebellious scene is like Liu and Yu Fengjiang, the one who took the initiative to challenge the death, and all those who were not managed in time were removed. As for the death of the dying, it was not considered to be the head of the burialist. This is the attitude of the head. It's okay for the funeralist. We not only have to punish others, but also reward him. I'm going to do it tomorrow. The president said a little, and he knew that there was no meaning in the explanation at this moment. It would be better to accept the result directly and happily if he had some unintentional resistance with the head office. At this moment, the responsible person finally felt deep regret. Star God Warzone, office. Bang. Gala slapped the table suddenly. The table swayed, and the wood chips flew. You should kill these fools. You can imagine Gala's aura at this time. The Star God army she represented is the most powerful military area in Xiagua today. She asked Fang Yi to come here. To put it bluntly, this is Fang Yi giving her face. Will someone like that in 5 weeks? So Gaia knew that Fang Yi was going to go because she was a friend. As a result, the fools in the city actually picked him. Do you really think others will be tempted by these idiots? But I really like Fang Yi's temperament. Galen suddenly raised his lips, and a faint smile appeared on his beautiful face. Fang Yi's wave came to her heart. Now, the market is suffering from bad results and has lifted stones to smash their feet. Seeing the situation where the city was knocked down and swallowed it into its stomach, it is impossible to say that it is not fast. Fang Yiba's attitude is too direct. How dare he pick me? Then cut off the person you pick and kill, and cut off your city. This is the courage that a city's leader should have. Those who kill and cut off the fruits are suitable for being the leader of city. They will not be trapped by the shackles of the old era. Anyone who affects him must be eliminated. Galai's eyes flashed, and his appreciation appeared. But will it be too bloody in this way? At this time, a strong man from the military was standing beside her with tight eyebrows. These news were brought by him, and they were not in a bad mood. As a soldier, he had seen many big waves, but when he first heard it, he felt a little shocked. That's the life of a team leader. The leader of this Pacific city is too cruel, and he is as if he is not at all here and will be punished or even opposed by a city enemy. Gaia shook her head and said, "No, that's the case. It's not long before you came, and you haven't seen the situation of darkness killing humans. That's the real scene of the shrine, the earthly tent." Gaia seemed to remember something, and her eyes were deep. Those forbidden horrors, the contents sealed in the file, are enough to destroy a city. Once those files are exposed, it will cause great panic and shock. Humans will recognize their insignificance, the deadly evil spirits in the deep sea, the special changes in nature, the hidden secrets on the sky. Any published can easily destroy human beliefs. In the future, terrible anomalies like the sacrificial lands in Taishur will continue to appear, and things that are even more terrifying than those are also ready to move. If you look ahead and be gentle, how can you protect the people behind you and protect the land under your feet in that end? Only the character of the buried person can grow in the darkness of the future and go as far as we can't see. The road ahead for humans to fully achieve spiritual recovery is still very long. The team leader's plan was jointly promoted by the military and the Spirit Association. In the current Xia dynasty, the team leader must have the right to master the power and possess the supreme power. When they grow, they will be the true Dinghai God's spiritual recovery in the future. Galen said lightly, "The more innovative the image of spiritual recovery is, there are always times when you can't stay awake." She could feel that day was coming soon. Hi, sure. In a restaurant, several first-timers gathered to drink. "Have you heard that the leader of the city who took office was dead?" Dead in the darkness, abnormality? Ma, I feel that no city has been safe recently. The leader has chosen to pick it up. On the surface, the strongest leader is not ruled out that there are those who hide in the dark. But the team's strength is definitely against the fight, and I am dead? Just take office. I remember this leader of the mayor. Is he dead so soon? The commander of the city is Yu Fengjiao, right? I remember the 6-star magic, but his strength is already comparable to the 7-star magic. Even if he is not an enemy, he can at least stand in a place of invincibility. His sword skills are absolutely unparalleled, and he was once a master of ancient martial arts swordsmanship. He died. The first person raised his question, where is he killed by other team leaders? What? Team leader conflict? Everyone raised their eyebrows. Before the Spirit Association determines the number of first accusers, you don't let me, and I don't let you, and no one accepts. It's common to fight, and it's no different from the black man. But since the Spiritual Association has always insisted on the first accuser, the number of conflicts has gradually decreased, because the spiritual association prohibits the first accuser from pursuing. The team leader conflict is a very sensitive topic. Who kills? Not many people could defeat him, right? Taisher, captain. Who? Taisher, captain, the funeralist who has been famous recently. Damn, everyone showed a striking look. If it's him, then it's okay. Mom, can you solve the people who sacrificed the king alone? That's an ordinary person? That's an absolute monster. Does this Feng really think that he's not alive? But the burialist is really fierce, and he'll kill him just by saying it. More than that, I heard that he called the people of the Lingshan Association of the city, and in front of them, he killed the people. Now, the Lingshan Association said that he's going to make a full decision. These people are all in their brains. The first ones often mix forums. They have witnessed the forums with their own eyes, how the forums reflected their reputation in the 800-round battle. That is a real strength. Now that the cannon fodder of the city captain came out, others really dare not underestimate the funeralist. Just when they argued, on the restaurant screen, a message is being broadcast. The city's chemical factory has a huge explosion. At present, no one has died. Please stay at home and protect yourself. The restaurant owner was brushing his mobile phone and obeying his wife. There's an inside story in the fire in the city this time. It's not the chemical factory explosion. It seems that two teams of people were fighting the fire. They used heat weapons to cause them. They were still holding knives in their hands. Kaifeng Station. Fang Yi held 2 express boxes and came to his house. This was his newly bought dog food, beef flavor. The chicken flavor he had bought before, the little white dog was picky and refused to eat it, which made him withdraw a huge amount from his own savings and buy him a new flavor. If you don't eat this beef flavor, let it go out and continue wandering. Can't afford to raise. Brother, you're here. As soon as the door was opened, my cousin's voice came, carrying a unique sticky feeling between the two. Fang Yi made a little bit. Since he left his father, he has lived alone for too long and has not been too sympathetic to the feeling of waiting at home after a distance. I have to say that this feeling is quite good. Well, what are you doing? Oh, I bought an air fryer and was baking a knot. You're just right. Lin Yi's white fingers wiped the pink dingcat's skirt with her white fingers, put on gloves, took out the volcanic stone roasted knot from the air fryer, and the golden oily potato strips. If I'm not at home, do you secretly make snacks for yourself? Do you carry me on your back? Fang Yi smiled at the smell of the smell of the smell of the smell of the nose. Practice. I'll wait for you to make the most perfect food for you to eat. Brother, don't tame me. Lin Yi conned. Fang Yi pinched her little face lightly, and her feel slippery as if it were a chicken egg. What kind of hands do you want to practice for the air blowout? You can put this thing in and drip it for a while, and it's over. It's as simple as a microwave. Do you still want to scold me? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do again next time. Lin Yi was vague and served her roasted kids with both hands to pay for her crime. Seeing that the baked one could almost get the color of the shop, Fang Yi naturally generously urged her. The brother and sister were eating roasted knots from fragrant sprays, and they were talking nonsense when they were together before. As long as they gathered together, they would be 8 together. Lin Yi's cold-hearted domineering woman was broken. Brother, do you think about the forum? You go to the market and have become the star of the first place. My cousin is famous, Lin Yi, and you are honored. In the forum, it is now a large-scale burial scene. In the top post, I wrote a burial scene to go to the city, which easily resolved the abnormality of Tianbao building and even killed the commander. Violence and blood are eternal eye-catching points. What's more, this kind of turmoil happened between the 2 team members, which caused a lot of impact. If the human literary figure in the forum, whose ID is the burial leg hair, is great, it would be like a scene of writing that battle, with every move, and while talking and laughing. Fengjiang was flying in a gray smoke. It was exactly the same as the next scene of the king-level evolution and the king-level sacrificial garrison that Lin Yi saw with her eyes before. The news that you killed the captain is now blown up in the forum. Is there anyone coming to swear you for a while? Fang Yi lightly chewed the fried juice and roasted her chest, leaving a fragrance on her lips. My cousin's grilled kidney is still powerful even if it is taken to the night market to snatch it. That's right. Recently, my strength has been stopped. I can continue to practice. Oh, practice, huh? Practice? Haven't you broken through the 7 stars of the axe? Do you want to practice again? Brother, let us ordinary people have some way to survive. Lin Yi's beautiful eyes were slightly wide, and she was full of her eyes and wrote incredible. Are you the king of the books? The water at this boundary is very deep, and what is now appearing on the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. Yi, don't be too slim. After the breakthrough, Fang Yi was sweating all over and went back to take a shower. Whoa. The sound of the little paws slitting the door came from the door, and a dog's head was poked out the next second. The little dog hit Fang Yi and rubbed his hair. You are so fat. It seems that the food Yi has opened you recently is very good. Fang Yi pinched its thick dog legs, which was very sensible dog legs. The thin puppy now became round and squeezing, and even saw a layer of double chin, making the fat puppy even more cute, and she didn't see her skinny before. Has. The little dog slammed her tail and licked Fang Yi's hand, her tongue dripping. Sure enough, love will bleed. I don't know if it was the reason why Fang Yi brought it back at the beginning, even if Lin Yi took care of it every day, whether it was still very close to herself. Lin Yi gave it a nickname for this. Little-eyed wolf. What a stinky little dog I haven't worked with. Fang Yi rubbed the dog's head and said, You don't seem to be afraid of my breath. After breaking through, Fang Yi's breath is a magical 8-star level. At this level, even if he did not actively dissipate his own breath, there was an invisible pressure in the eyes of others, just like Lin Yi, who would subconsciously be awe. As for this puppy, it was not afraid of his pressure, but instead ran forward and approached him. If you are an individual, you are also a genius of cultivation. Touching the dog's head, Fang Yi began to think that this puppy also needs to be implanted with certain templates before it can be used. This puppy is close to him and can also be his own thug in the future. The template implanted by Fang Yi belongs to him completely. As long as he wants, he can immediately be recycled from the other party. So the pressure is not a problem of the little flower puppy eating master. There is no template on you now. I'll give you a piece of cake after 2 days. Fang Yi touched the puppy's head, but the puppy didn't know anything and licked his saliva again. The implantation template is also very cumbersome, and it is not possible to choose any one of them. He recalled the destruction force of the wildflower. That simple is a big killer. If it weren't for the powerful flower of the wildflower, then it would be very troublesome if Fang Yi wanted to seal that perfect body. As the strongest attribute of a plant, adding it to the plant is the best. It also unexpectedly developed the horror feature of infinite growth. If you choose a template for a puppy, you can also refer to this idea and choose a template suitable for a puppy. After implanting, you can achieve twice the result. Suddenly, I remembered that I hadn't paid attention to my flower for a long time, and I don't know how it's growing now. Thinking of this, Fang Yi raised the puppy with his arms and went to see his little flower. The flower pot is placed in the living room. Now, the petals after the change still maintain a very strong color. I had sucked a lot of abnormalities before, and the color of this flower became much thicker. It probably ate too much, and the whole flower entered a dormant state, which was somewhat similar to that of the scalyptus, and had no reaction to the outside world. For safety reasons, Lin Yi made a transparent cover of special materials for the flower. When she was covered with the cover, the flower looked more like a fake flower. I have done this flower to protect it, for fear that the dog will suddenly encounter it. Lin Yi happened to be arranging flowers in the living room, and saw Fang Yi looking at the flowers and explaining. She had seen the power of this flower. As soon as she continued, the entire earth became deserted and was instantly absorbed with vitality. She howled countless times and was absorbed by thick roots for blood. As a result, when she passed by this flower, she would think of the scene where blood was bursting, and her heart would be beaten with a subconscious mind. Start the car outside the Tianhai forest. As soon as I saw the outer silhouette of Tianhailan, I was slapped by 2 soldiers wearing military gaits, and a black dragon was painted on the epaulette. That is the Star God Army District tag. In the military area, the silences are not close. The military personnel stood up and trained well and revealed the storm of the meeting. Unlike the establishment of the 019 ban zone, the Star God Army has been standing in Xia for many years and has experienced the establishment of border defense heavy lines in various places. Less than an hour after taking over Tianhelan, they had already surrounded the Tianhelan layer and set up strict defense lines around them, so even a single boom could not fly in. Hello, we are the pioneers, and it is Sister Gaia who let us come. Lin Yi opened her mouth. Hearing the name of Gaia, two soldiers guarding the door looked at each other, but did not let them in immediately. Do you have tokens? No. We have to ask the chief officer to verify your identities, and only then can you let you in after verifying your identities. Generally, you need to get into the military area. Kazakura just raised his mouth, as if he had forgotten to give them a token. Then you go and report. We'll wait for a while. Lin Yi frowned slightly, thinking that Sister Gaia would have such careless times. Wait. He was about to go to the military man to turn over. His expression was cold, and he looked at the man in the driving seat that had not been talking to him. This young man on the driver's seat looked not old, but he felt an inexplicable pressure. What else is there? Is this possible? Fang Yi stretched out a hand, and there was a pitch-black token in his palm. The token could not see any material, and he could only feel that it was as smooth as black water, with a black dragon pattern engraved on it. The soldier's eyes suddenly became tight, and they stepped forward and looked carefully. It was okay. This was a token made of starstone. Starstone came from a cave guarded by the Star God Army. It was a rare material. It was not invaded by a knife or gun, and water and fire were not invaded by water and fire. Even the property could not make it have an extra gap. This token is only qualified to own in the Star God Army area. Their expression suddenly became respectful. Of course, please ask you. Tai City Commander, they call me the Funeralist. This second-year name was told from Fang Yi himself, and he was still a little embarrassed. But after hearing the three words, the Burialist, the two soldiers were even more respectful. We are the leader of the funeral team of Taisher City. We checked it before, and it was not deliberately tricky. We will open it for you now. Understand. Fang Yi pointed the head and collected the token. Lin Yi, who saw this, saw a slight look on her mouth, and her pretty face was very shocked. Sister Gaia, when did she secretly stuff a token to my cousin with her back? A Whaleway passed through the warning line and drove towards the important interior of the Star God Army. This scene seemed a bit abrupt in the military. After Fang Yi went in, the two soldiers looked at each other. Is he the buried person who has been in a turmoil recently? I heard that Yu Fengjiang was beaten to death by him. What a thunderbolt method. Sure enough, just looking at me gave me a lot of pressure. He is more terrifying than reporting on me. At this moment, the entire mountain and sea forest are under a burning state. The black flames surround the forest like an endless ghost, making a squeaking sound of fire. The flames were like those long-lasting lights in the ancient tomb. Fang Yi saw that he had taken many measures next to the military area, including fire-killing machines, sprinkler cars, and even pyrodisiacs. No matter which one it was, it could not snatch the strange flame, so it threw the explosives in it. The explosion in the fire was silent. Fang Yi stood in the mountains, sea, and forest, and reached out to feel it slightly. He could clearly feel the breath of death that was coming out of the wildly, crazily. It was clearly a flame, and the feeling it gave people was that it was so cold that it was extremely cold, just like it was carrying a breath of death. Rather than saying that it is a sea of fire, it is better to say that it is more like a stagnant water. Very confusing description. This is what Fang Yi thought at this moment. This flame cannot be extinguished, and it will continue to spread out. At first we found out that it was in that cave. In less than half a month, it dominated the entire mountain and sea forest. This expansion speed is too fast. If it is not stopped, it will soon spread to nearby villages, which will only be more troublesome by then. Song Qing said before that they will deal with the dangerous and the rapid expansion speed. The mountains, seas, and forests are now the latter. I'll go in by myself. You can wait for me outside. Fang Yi's head was slapped. Lin Yi knew her cousin's strength and realized that the things in it were extremely terrible. She could not intervene at all, so she was obedient. Brother, be careful. Song Qing stood beside him, staring at Fang Yi, and opened his mouth hesitantly. Taisher Captain, I know you can control the nature of fire. Be careful after you enter. The army sent several powerful pioneers in a few days ago. Those people are the best in our army. I thought that even if they could not handle it, they could at least give me information. After they entered, there were 3 deaths and 7 levels of injuries. The flames inside would actively attack people, and it was extremely difficult to get rid of them. In those severely injured people, we could not extract any information. Fang Yi spoke in a speech and smiled lightly. It's still a difficult bone to gnaw. The strange black flame in front of him reflected in his eyes. Such a great change in the world would never appear in the news, and it would only circulate within. It seems that there are indeed many resources in the military area. The key is that if you want to get it, you need to have corresponding strength. This exchange method is really good for Fang Yi. At this time, the Star God Army District held a clerk. Gaia brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the opposite table, with a look of little restraint. A thin old man in the military dress sat opposite her. His face looked very red, and a strong breath was emitting from his body. Is this the little guy who saved me? Well, he is famous in Xiagua's circle of pioneers. He has a very famous reputation. He has solved the abnormal A+ invasion incidents by himself. He also solved the previous B-level incidents in Tianbao Datong. He also easily killed a leader of the Spirit Association. His current realm is the 7 stars. When it comes to Fang Yi, Gala talks more than usual. The fire waves surging. As soon as Fang Yi entered it, countless black flames rushed towards him, like a wave, filling the entire cave with a wave, like a fire dragon with a huge atmosphere. Fang Yi was not surprised at this, and pressed his fingers on the hilt of the knife. Swish! The next second, the Tang sword was unsheathed, and the sword light exploded, and it drew a beautiful curve in the air. The fire dragon was shattered, and the flames burst into pieces, shattering into thousands of stars, illuminating the vast, dark mountain walls around the cave. But Fang Yi knew that this was just temporary. The boiling flames deep in the cave are like giant beasts lying deep in the sea. The flames that poked out of the sea are just the tip of the iceberg that floated on the water. Since entering the cave, the sound of the flames' burning sounds kept rushing around my ears, as if wild animals were lying in the dark and constantly breathing, carrying the destruction that was sure to be won. Broad, the next second, te terrifying son like donner exploded, antes maliong, The flame here is already stronger than ordinary fire. This black flame seems to have a strange weakening ability, which will suck and consume the spirit on people's body. Even if a pioneer with a stronger star level comes in, if he cannot find the method of controlling this flame, he can only carry the energy consumption and enter with force. In theory, those with high levels can go in, but no one will do this because the closer you get to the cave, the more dangerous it is. Who doesn't know how long this road is? If you are exhausted after entering, it will be like sending your neck onto the other side's knife. It is difficult to blame the strongest military zone, and there is no way to deal with this. Unfortunately, this is invalid. More fire waves were coming in front of him, and he was about to swallow Fang Yi, and the golden light was storming around him like a little golden man. The moment the flames came up, they were quickly swallowed by the golden light. This pace went too fast and disappeared as soon as it came up. It looked like a wave of fire was afraid of avoiding this faint golden light. Without, even the special fire attribute is still fire attribute. In the general category of this attribute, the sun attribute is supreme. Fang Yi murmured in a low voice and continued to move forward. The next scene looked familiar and walked as if it was walking along. Under the depth of the cave, there was a rock scattered, and the fire was constantly gushing, and the black bubbles quickly bulged and shattered. It is somewhat similar to the underground river I saw before, but it is different. The schist scattered with a deep breath, which was far more powerful than the breath on the underground river. Looking down carefully, there seemed to be a skeleton under the silence of snow. Fang Yi approached and touched with his hands, and his hands showed a gold-like color. Check the scene of the great changes in the world, and initially test the fluctuation of the twilight fire. Please use your finger to touch the twilight fire attributes. The system will automatically start to obtain data and start writing data dash. The writing will get 50 points for writing. Fang Yi was lying on the rock, and his touch was similar to that of the flames, and he always brought a breath of destruction in the burning breath. You can obtain the attribute of the twilight fire, the twilight god realm. You can swallow the surrounding attribute power and enhance the attribute of the yang according to the power of the devouring. As Fang Yi finished writing, the violent breath that was filled with the cave suddenly became sluggish, and the energy of the world changed greatly, seemed to be dried up. The restless fire flames became much weaker, and they were all wilted all of a sudden. The dusk fire is a product of change caused by the great changes of heaven and earth. The growth and expansion are extremely reliant on the great changes of energy. Logically speaking, the power of heaven and earth is endless, and no matter how many dust fire comes, it is impossible to drain it. However, Fang Yi just wrote it and sucked all this power. The next one is very simple. Fang Yi looked at Muhua, stood up, and lifted Tang to lightly go down. Rush! The roar of the fire dragon transformed into the sky condensed from it, lying above the black dusk fire, showing the force of thunder crushing. Circles of fire rings rippled out of the dragon's body, and the terrifying sealing power instantly covered the entire rock turbulent sky. The Nine Dragons' heavenly fire, like this, is an extremely flame attribute. Under the terrifying force of the town, Duke Fire was unwilling to give up. Only see the sky fire and the dusk fire collided. Every time the collision occurred, a powerful wave broke out, causing the cave to storm, and the fire dragon and the black dragon to bite each other, and did not let each other go. Finally, under the pressure of Fang Yang's nature, the black dragon came down. The boiling evening fire gradually became smaller and smaller, and the circles of fire burned around it, as if it was a sheath that suppressed the air of war. In the end, the black area turned into a pool of stagnant water, and there was no breath. The Nine-Dragon Heavenly Fire Seal is a top-level sealing technique. If this dusk fire grows for a period of time, or has no yang properties, it may be able to fight against it. Unfortunately, Fang Yi's 2-to-1, both are stronger than dusk fire, and the dusk fire is not as hot as it is, and it has lost its temper and has shrunk to the depths of the ground. As the black fire gradually faded, the burning air around it gradually dissipated, the endless breath of death also dissipated, and the temperature in the cave gradually decreased. There should be no threat in this dusk fire, and it can be regarded as a change in solving the crisis here. Without the light of the evening fire, the cave was darkened. Seeing Muhua calmed down obediently, Fang Yi's mission was completed. I am planning to retire successfully. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyebrows burst into tears, and at the moment when the fire disappeared, he felt an unsuitable gaze coming from the darkness, which was very cold. What? His eyes swept over the bottom of the cave. There was a boiling black rock stake. Now the rock stake has faded, revealing the blackened rock bed at the bottom. There was a strange creature on the stone, staring at Fang Yi's Fang. The thing had a long tail and fell from the stone. Its mouth was long and black, and two transparent wings grew behind it. The dark black flakes were lightly shining in the dark. Dragon, Fang Yi murmured. But the next second he realized that the thing was not a real dragon. It was 4 feet long. It was a different lizard, but it was about to evolve into a dragon. Fang Yi suddenly realized that the horror that might be about to revive was not really touched by humans. Those who have already voiced absent can only be passed down through myths or through the passage of speech. It is precisely through this revived spirit. The more abundant the spirit, the more unknown there are threatening the human living environment. The crisis faced by humans is not only simple dark attributes, but it seems that the reason why dark attributes are so difficult is only because of the large scope of radiation. For example, this monster should be a lizard that has changed, evolved, and gradually evolved. If it truly evolved successfully, it would probably be a disaster. If you give you some time, it may be possible to evolve successfully, but it is just a 4-foot snake from the west. Fang Yi sneered. His unequivocally attitude seemed to anger the distorted half. In the darkness, 2 golden eyes suddenly shone brightly. Han Long stretched his neck and opened his wings and roared at Fang Yi, and then a dark twilight fire formed in its throat and ignited and shot out. The troops rushed into the cave, and the deeper they went, the more they felt a little surprised. The dark evening fire carrying the breath of death along the way was completely gone, and there was no burning heat left. Is this a thorough solution? They finally got to the depths of the cave and saw a scene of them being afraid of. In the dark cave, the dusk fire scattered. Only the dark cave wall was lowered, and there was a circle of terrifying fire rings covering the surrounding area, looking into the sky, as if you could hear it, as if you were not a dragon chanting. The fire ring locked the dusk fire firmly in the middle, leaving only the finger-sized dusk fire, so hard that it was actually lying in the hole, and it didn't even see the previous Zhang Kuang Ting's appearance. And even more terrifying is that the other side of the cave is. The Taisher team leader was standing in it, pointing at an abnormally evolved object on the ground, and blood was dripping from the tip of the skin on the body was rough, like thin pieces of squid, with blood on the film wings, and the light golden pupils were cold and irritated. Is this dragon? Did he decide a dragon? This incredible thought popped up in everyone's heart. How could there be a dragon in this world? Isn't that something in myth? But whoever sees, it is a Western dragon. Its throat still has the dusk fire and flames. It seems that it has just condensed the dragon flame. It seems that it should be trying to attack the Taisher captain and then be killed. Because now, that dragon is a bit intriguing. It should have not yet evolved successfully and still had limbs, but the limbs were now broken and fell to the ground, and it was so scared that it was watching the captain of the Taisher city, bleeding all over the ground. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Yi hurried forward, ran to Fang Yi's side, grabbed his hand, and checked up and down. Fang Yi slammed her head and patted her hands lightly. Gaia also came. She saw the dragon's body on the ground, with a solemn look. She quickly walked to the old man, who had just arrived here. At this time, she looked at Fang Yi with surprise, and her eyes were full of excitement and relief. "What's wrong with the front? You just arrived here first. What did you find here?" Garal asked. "This kid, is he really growing up to now?" The old man answered the question irrelevantly, staring at Fang Yi and Tang in his hands with both eyes. "It's so strong. This is really a treasure." The morphed lizard has evolved to a full extent. After successfully transforming into a dragon, its real power will increase in speed, becoming an existence beyond the genius realm, a spirit-creating realm, and it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. But it is also very scary now. The genius's first affair should not be his genius. It turned out that the old man had just come in first and happened to witness Fang Yi and explode the scene. The picture was simple and exciting, completely crushing it. This kid is really beyond expectations. Gala language is shocked. In her impression, Mr. Wu was in a high position and strong. He was the top pillar of the Xia dynasty. He was serious in his daily life. He rarely praised others. Even the geniuses in the military were difficult to get acquainted from him. Now, do you like the Pacific commanders so much? Moreover, as Mr. Wu said, the spiritual realm of evolution, even if it only evolved halfway, is extremely dangerous. Just like the one in the Pacific market that was previously equipped with infinite growth and perfect evolution. The more fragile these powerful evolution bodies are before hatching, the stronger they will be after the hatching is successful. After this alien lizard evolved, it only had a spiritual realm, so before it evolved, it was at the top of the miracle realm. Often, the miracle 8 stars would only be killed by it in seconds, and Fang Yi would be killed in seconds. In this terrifying food chain, Fang Yi is truly at the top. Fang Yi walked in the end and was talking to Lin Yi about something in the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze falling on him and exploring with a faint slightest. Fang Yi looked up and faced her with 2 black eyes. This is like a certain battle signal. When Fang Yi saw it, the man's pupils suddenly became full of enthusiasm. For a while, the sword was drawn. Everyone suddenly felt the spirit of fighting, and their faces changed slightly, and even the gamblings were slightly tightened. It's just because these 2 people are top-notch pioneers. They are very stressful to others. Let me introduce it. The Star God Warzone is a genius and a pioneer of wood properties. I have been closing the door before, and now I am breaking through the 8 stars of the ghosts. The old man stood between the 2 and introduced with a smile. This is the leader of the Taisha funeral. Please come and help us. Do you have to respect others? Captain, Rusu showed a somewhat confused expression. Before he closed the meeting, the Lingsong Association had not yet implemented the team leader's plan. The military man next to him explained a few sentences. After listening, Rusu's expression became subtle again, and his eyes looked at Fang Yi with more interest. A team leader can solve the problem that even those who are strong in the military area cannot solve. When will the spiritual association have such great ability? He can also go beyond the military. The whole family of Lu Su is a military man. Since he was a pioneer, he has been staying in the military to practice. He can be regarded as the group of pioneers with the best resources and the highest. For those pioneers without resources, he does not look down on their talent, but as a vested accomplice, it is impossible for them to feel better without them. From the short introduction of Mr. Wu just now, he smelled something unusual. Mr. Wu respects his forwards very much. Not only does he have a superb status, but his strength is also a top-notch xia. He heard from Mr. Wu that he admires this young man, which can't help but arouse his curiosity and also arouse his enthusiasm. Thinking of this, Rusu looked at Fang Yi and smiled with an air of intent. I just broke through. I have a little trick. Taisha team leader, come and try. Fang Yi's eyes flashed slightly. Yes. The voice fell, and the 2 of them released a powerful airplane when they entered, and the soldiers around him instantly felt the terrifying air collision. The golden light burst out from Fang Yi's body, and a magnificent and warm light shone on everyone. On the other hand, the green light burst out from the body of Lu Su. The light was filled with a vibrant life, and the golden light reflected each other without any help. The 8-star realm of the magic axe. Gaia raised her head slightly, and a faint sensation flowed in her eyes. Fang Yi said in her last story that it was a magnificent 7 stars, but has it now broken through 8 stars? It's really a monster. Although he was just starting to be closed, he has been closed for a whole year. There are also various resources piled up. In Gaia's mind, Rusu is still inferior to Fang Yi's in talent. The whole Tianhalen was transformed into their battleground. The soldiers were busy all the time and stopped their things and looked here. His must be in trouble. As soon as he got in touch, he started fighting with the Pacific commander. 2 top monsters are in conflict? Damn, I have to see. The 2 of them were breathing strongly, and they burst into terrifying waves during the collision. The whole sky and forest were in trouble, and the trees were swaying wildly. Friendly, and pay attention to the right attitude. Mr. Wu looked at him from the side and looked forward to the performance of these 2 people. One is that he believes that the genius is, and the other represents the face of the Star God Army, who will be more popular in this battle. As a military genius in the military area of thousands of people, when did Rusu suffer such humiliation? Who can't stand it if they change, and they just broke through and were crushed hard by the advanced level? Bang! Suddenly, a hint of craziness appeared between Rusu's eyebrows, knelt on the ground, and slapped his hands at the ground. The green light stormed, and countless trees were coming, growing wildly as if they had lost control. The old man saw the state. His eyebrows were slightly bent, and he said in his heart that he was beating. It's just a competition. Is this kid so desperate? But what's even more terrifying is the Pacific commander. He could actually force him to force himself to do his best. What a pressure. The old man looked at Fang Yi, who looked unchanged in the opposite direction. He was too determined and seemed to have no effort at all. Just like this, will Musua be unable to hold on? The old man couldn't help but secretly sneered in his heart. It seemed that it was a big surprise. There was still a big gap between Lusu and the captain of the Taisha city. Everyone felt the change in the sky and sea forest. The more powerful the atmosphere spreading around Rusu, his face became more and more troubled. He instantly pulled his sluts, as if he had lost 3 times in a flash. In contrast, the vines behind him grew wildly, trees surged, and the scale was almost over into the sky and sea forest. He actually recreated a wooden version of Tyann Halen. Did he get crazy? As soon as I broke through, I drained my body's spirit. The old man wanted to step forward to stop him. However, it is too late. The green light and shadow of the vast land condensed into reality, and the breath of the forest spreads out, and countless leaves float in the air, like a raging condensation, forming countless rotating blades, spreading and shooting towards Fang Yi. Is this only a rogue? Fang Yi's voice sounded, and the roar was lingering throughout the army. What? Everyone in the scene was stunned. At this time, the Star God Army, the strongest military powerhouse in Xia Dynasty, actually heard a flaw of disappointment from his language. He was disappointed with the power of the Star God Army. He thinks that the strongest man in the strongest military region is not caught in his eyes. The people in the Star God Army wanted to rebel, but they found that they had no reason to rebel. At present, the voice out of sounding contrast with the lightly described Taisha team leader there. They also saw that Rusu, who was praised as a genius by the Star God Army, was forced to this extent in front of him. There are countless blades shooting towards Fang Yi like rain. The cold light flashes. Each blade is no sharper than the sword. The sound of the blades is as fast as a flash, and it is fleeting, making it impossible for people to distinguish their specific blades. Swish! The red light flashed in the air. With one knife, the rainstorm melted. Innumerable leaves dissipated as soon as they hit the flame. The sea of fire began to spread from the tip of the knife, and the trees were even more scattered by the sea of fire when they were breathing, directly scattering the sky into gray. Next second, Fang Yi moved. His figure disappeared from the ground, waiting for the reappearance. The tip of the knife was already lightly fixed between Lu Su's eyebrows. It's over. Fang Yi's voice sounded faintly. The pupils of Lu Su are tightened. At this moment, all the trunks in the sky and the sea are quiet. The sky gradually shone. The cloud covers the sky, carrying a storm of wind and rain. The fierce wind passes through the forest. The leaves are rustling, and a faint water vapor is already spreading in the air. The areas controlled by the military are all prohibited areas. The deep meaning of the forbidden area is the great change of heaven and earth with abundant energy. The sky here is more grand than that of outside. Looking up, the gray sky revealed a deep purple color. What a majestic, thunderous breath. Fang Yi raised his head and looked at the sky. Such pressure and depression. The sun sinks to the extreme. It shows that there's a great thunder coming from the sky, and the army is close to the deep mountains, which is indeed a good place to repair the turtle. Fang Yi decided to stay here to repair the god of thunder and hundreds. He greeted Lin Yi and went to find a place to sit down. Lin Yi knew that her cousin's book King Jean had been developed again, and she also planned to practice with her cousin. However, with her strength, it is impossible to follow Fang Yi's thunder center to undergo quenching, so she chose a little farther away, within her cousin's visual range, and feel at ease. Hurry, it's going to rain again. Go quickly. The action is quick. The thunder here is not comparable to those outside. The thunder here is like a tide, and the finest thunder here is as thick as a century-old ancient tree, and even the first one can't stand that. The great changes in the world, The broadening is the choice of evolution and reincarnation. People in the military have a shadow of this terrifying thunder, not their smallness. The thunder attribute, as the most violent and explosive attribute of all attributes, is the most perfect attribute in the hearts of many men. Before, many people tried to get a thundering attribute from it and ran to thundering. The continuation, it's very energetic. The rain fell and soon became a puddle. The people in the military had already retreated to hide from the rain, and Fang, who was the only one left in the forest. The thick thunder climbed into the dome. The terrifying purple light illuminated the world, and the divine thunder surging everywhere, instantly occupying the entire sky. Rush. Numerous people narrowed their eyes and saw the explosion in the air, which made the earth shake under their feet. Anyone will feel panic in his heart under such circumstances. The terrifying thunder radiates a panic. The power of heaven and earth is so powerful that it makes people feel involuntarily afraid. Are there anyone else here? Is that too, Captain? What is he doing? He tried to touch the thunder? Everyone took a deep breath. He already has a very strong yang property. The trade contact with the thunder will only cause two extremely high qualities to hit him. Is he not sure about this? The yang property is so strong, or maybe he wants to use it to get some tempering from the thunder, but this move is still too risky. Should I send someone to stop him? At this time, they saw a terrifying scene. On Fang Yi's head, the terrifying thunder was gathering rapidly. The glorious purple light cover, the majestic spirit gathered, and the terrifying thunder came in a wild manner, and the wind and thunder gathered together, looking like they were no match for the enemy. And Fang Yi, who was sitting on his knees with his lower body, was thin and firm, forming a huge contrast. Fang Yi took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his lips. It's coming. The thunder with no energy quality than terrifying qualities, and the heavy spirit wrapped in the thunder. There is no threat here in Fang Yi. He decided to urge the divine thunder and quench the body while seeing if he could absorb the full amount of the thunder power this time. This day, over the sky and sea forest, divine thunder condensed, thunder poured backwards, and terrifying thunderstorms were falling, as if they were about to create a vast thunder river from the earth. It seemed to be more terrifying than ever before. Fang Yishuan sat in the thunder river and kept moving. Thunderbolt washed all his flesh and muscles. Now his flesh strength is extremely terrifying. A faint thunder pattern appeared on Fang Yi's eyebrows. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright purple light flashed through his eyes, which was the external power of the thunder. He punched the hill ahead. Rush! A clear crack appeared on the hill, and the crack spread like a spider net, and then it exploded without any air rush, and it began to explode from the inside, and then it quickly expanded outside, and gravel flew. Blast! The military area's pupils shrank. The hill was blown to pieces. The punch was unique to the power of thunder. Under the quenching of the thunder, the Taisher team was extremely terrifying. He casually punched a punch that could often be blown by the spiritual, nourishing hill at this time. It's so terrible. It's just a punch. Are the pioneers of the thunder attributes so deteriorating? I feel like they can break the brain with one punch. Someone couldn't help but shrink his neck. Even the strongest troops in the military were like Yun, and they were shocked by the commander of the Taisher city. Under the pure power, other techniques were gloomy. In other words, the higher the realm, the stronger the physical strength of the pioneers will also increase, and the pioneers of the thunder attribute will have a strong advantage. After long-term quenching, the physical strength of the flesh is not the same level as that of the same level. When he enters the spiritual realm, the physical strength alone is directly the best among the spiritual creation. This is actually acknowledgement. In the realm of the spirit, 1 star and 9 stars may not be visible in the early stage, but in the future, each star is the pioneer of practice and diligence, and it is used to cultivate resources with all its strength, and blood is also the top priority. And the Pacific Commander, although I have not entered the spiritual realm, The strength of the flesh is almost comparable to that of the spiritual realm. When he remembered that he was already terrifying, what would he look like when he truly entered the realm of creation? Rush. The thunder power of the head became weaker and weaker. Finally, the last purple thunder was absorbed by Fang Yi. This scene could connect the earth thunder of heaven and earth and finally ended. The thunder in the sky gradually faded away, showing blue sky clouds. Fang Yi sat under the sky, breathing calmly, digesting and absorbing every inch of thunder. Nowhere in the office. The old man was very precious, and he was just here to help Taisher Captain solve the problem. Unexpectedly, the Taisher Captain did not need his move. The Taisher Captain solved the problem by himself. Later, he fought with Lu Su again and used thunder to quench his body here, which gave him too much surprise. At the moment, finished the matter of the Star God army. Fang Yi and Lin Yi boarded the car. Originally, the two siblings wanted to travel around, but after they finished the travel plan, it started to rain heavily and the whole city was flooding. Before making plans in the future, you must check the weather forecast first. Lin Yi was furious and recorded this in her diary. Fang Yi opened the car, laughing and crying about it. The places you want to go to will not run away. Isn't it the same for keeping them out for the next time? You said, "You can go away, brother. You don't understand me." Lin Yi was angry. Other things are beyond words, mainly because the circle of friends has been released. This dead rain. Fang Yi really doesn't understand. He lives so much in Taisher City and has never checked in the red nets around him. When he watched Lin Yi do a guide, he realized that he seemed to be living in a tourist city. The fact that I can dig out so many net red check-in points is that my cousin is also incredible. The black car drove into the small area smoothly. Thanks to the blessing of heavy rain, it was blocked for an hour. The road was unobstructed and there were no obstacles on the road. No one on the road could see it. Since the great change of heaven and earth began to appear, major companies and schools have begun to allow bad weather to work/learning at home, making it feel good to touch the fish. The moment the door opened, a white, glutinous rice flake penetrated into Fang Yi's embrace. Lin Yi opened the lights and looked at Fang Yi's Fang Qi with a sore voice. The little ungrateful wolf is coming again. Next time he is not at home, don't come and I will open the can for you. The little white dog seemed to understand and fell in Fang Yi in grievance, as if he was accusing Lin Yi. I'm still getting on the verge of the food. You and I are not so good at home. You have to be like a wolf, and the sound is so powerful. I'm so arrogant. Fang Yi, who is nestled among the human and dogs. It's so come and help me get some food. The roast did not last time was a bit too, and it was a bit too late to get on the car. Fang Yi held up the little white dog and walked towards the living room. I had always wanted to give this little white dog a suitable template, but now I finally have it, so he has to tightly implant it in. Lin Yi heard the air blew up, leaving Fang Yi and Xiabega in the living room. Fang Yi put the dog down and ordered it, sit down. The little white dog was sticking on his butt, swaying his tail, and his eyes were bright. Will you die and implant it in this object? Yes. In an instant, the little white dog's eyes turned completely black, with blood-colored patterns swelling inside, which looked empty and strange. Its hair became extremely soft, and it seemed that its weather had changed, just like the feeling that the cave gave people, filled with a depressed breath of death. The huge black air scattered from it, like some ominous, giving people a distorted, strange feeling. When Fang Yi-sin just implanted the template, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the little white dog in front of him. It has actually grown automatically. Has it been able to output its abilities? Fang Yi murmured. I saw a faint black flame appearing in the little white dog's eyes, and something seemed to jump in the flames and disappeared in a flash. 3 days later, early in the morning, a shocking sound broke out in the apartment. Xiaobai, what have you been holding back again? Lin Yi held the swipe and looked at the dark thing on her door. I saw a stinking thing lying on the ground like a stinky fish that had been stuck in the trash can. Even the lenses were stuck in the trash can, and they had died for 10 years. That smell can smoke the 80-year-old man into the ICU. The culprit, the little white dog, took the thing back, squatted to the other side, revealing his pink tongue and exuding his anger, looking like he was asking for a show of his wish. It even stepped forward, stretched out its claws, and pushed the black thing towards Lin Yi, as if showing off its battle. Brother! Lin Yi was furious. What happened? Fang Yi just came back after vomiting from outside. He was taking a shower. Before he could even blow-dry his hair, his cousin dragged it to the door. After listening to my cousin's complaint, Fang Yi was also silent when he looked at the stinky fish in front of him. What did you come back this time? Dead bird? Dead rat? Xiao Bai, how many times have you told you, don't snatch the wild gang outside? Fang Yin was helpless and patted the little white dog's brain. Since it was planted with the death template, this little white dog seems to be not suitable for this double eye. It often goes home to pick up some dead frogs, sometimes birds, sometimes rats, sometimes frogs stomped by foot on the pond, and the bones are broken. It slids back. One is the death that sees the properties of the spirit, and the other is trying to use the resurrection ability. You can live once a day. Unfortunately, the effect was not good, and no one of the bodies that was brought back was resurrected. In just 3 days, Fang Yi's family was almost peaceful, and he was dedicated to funerals. The good news is that Xiao Bai is becoming more and more familiar with the use of his abilities. Unlike before, he cannot tell the difference between living things and spirits. Sometimes the things he catches are still alive, and there is no way to resurrect it. But the bad news is that my cousin seemed to be about to be raped by it. After dealing with the dead body that Xiao Bai brought back, Lin Yi put on a mask and put on an alcohol barrel. She started spraying and disinfecting the whole family without any dead corners. Fang Yi took Xiao Bai into his room and took on the important task of educating Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, sit down. Wang, I won't be able to pick my body at home in the future. Do you understand? If you continue to pick it up, it will really force her to get rid of you. I can't save you. Fang Yi looked at Lin Yi, who was full of martial arts and was waxing blood, and said unashamedly that he had never seen his cousin's appearance as a cousin. If Xiao Bai is abnormal, I feel that Lin Yiling has been blown away hundreds of times at this moment. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Bai didn't know if he understood it, but he responded very diligently anyway, and he stuck out his tongue and wanted to lick Fang Yi's face. On the wet tongue, I don't know if there was any liquid contaminated with the dead rat. Fang Yi ruthlessly pulled his hand back and pinched its dog's mouth with a belt. Before planting the template, Fang Yi never thought that Xiao Bai would wake up this ability. When he planted it, he only felt that touching the death mark requires a weak body. The weaker the body, the easier it is to hit the death mark. For example, in this era, he was full of dangers and was already strong, but before the unknown future arrived, the more cards he had, the better. What about 10,000? When Fang Yi looked at Chenruo also felt secretly surprised in his heart. At the beginning, when I heard that the Pacific captain solved the A+ level abnormality, many people actually didn't feel anything in their hearts and felt it was a big deal. Chenruo thought so too. It's unusual. She has killed a lot, saying that it's A+ level infinity. But who knows how A+ level is? To put it simply, it is just a standard set by the Spirit Association. In addition, the official Spirit Association promoted the team leader at that time, which gave people a feeling of being a strong appearance of the team leader and pushing the team leader's plan. Really proved. This surety has put out the sign of the captain plan. Many people first came to know the team plan and compete for the team leader's qualifications after this A+ crisis. For example, in the Xia dynasty, there are already a total of 100 team leaders who are expected to be born, representing the strongest aces among all cities. Some may have some disputes in their city, but it is undeniable that with the captain, the aces in the city have become more stable and orderly. This is a good thing. It can be said that the Spirit Association has begun. But I didn't expect that Chenruo himself became the leader of the team and realized that the real pressure actually put the leaders. When the team leader leads a city's pioneers, they also have to be responsible for the abnormal crisis of all sizes and small in their own city. This is a very common problem. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. But no one told her that these abnormalities were so powerful. When the A-level abnormality appeared in the market that day, Chenrua Tsai knew the value of the Taisho captain. Nimas, that kind of thing can be solved by humans. Chenrua Ji felt a little confused when he thought of that terrifying abnormality. It was a terrifying existence that she could never resist. In front of that abnormality, she could only escape for a lifetime. However, even the less powerful person than her was unable to escape, and they were all trapped in that abnormality, life and death. This is just a class A abnormality. The Land of the King's Sacrifice appeared in Taisho at that time was an A+ level anomaly that was called Infinite Length. How terrifying was it? Chenrua felt more and more surprised. She looked at Fang Yi in front of her, as if she was looking at the last hope. I really have no choice. I hope you could take action. Chenrua was extremely angry, but Fang Yishuan on the opposite side did not answer, but just lowered his head and sang a tea quietly, as if she was singing a solo role alone. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little stiff for a while. Before this, Chenrua had already thought that it was not that easy for him to come this time. After all, this is all due to her incompetence, and no one has the right to buy orders for your incompetence. At this time, Chenrua took out a box from the silence. With just one glance, you can see that the box has a special quality, which is somewhat similar to the tokens in the Star God Army. It is also made of a special material that changes the world. It is filled with various spirit runes, and a strong breath is emitted from the trunk, as if it is sealing something inside. As long as you can help, this is my thank you. Chenrua put the things on the conference table and pushed them towards Fang Yi. As the leader, if you lower your head, you will still bring such a valuable gift, which is enough to show your sincerity. Chenrua really has no choice. But Fang Yishuan thought about another thing. Is the situation in Tianshi really serious? Although the leader is the leader of a city in his name, does not have a spiritual alliance in every city, there is a strong relationship in the spiritual alliance. And no matter how unfair the situation, you can ask the army for help. Tianshi is a very small city with a total population of only 1/3 of that of Taisho. Generally, people will be reminded of local specialties only when they mention local specialties. It is worth mentioning that the quality of pioneers here is quite good, and the general level is actually among the top 10 in the country. Chenrua drove by herself, and her skills were much better than Lin Yi, and she was a veteran CG who had been fighting for the weekend. Along the way, Fang Yi finally felt more comfortable. There was a comfortable music on the car, and the air conditioner slowly spit out a gentle breeze with a suitable temperature. Fang Yi looked down at his phone. His fingers circled on the little white head, and the little white dog was lying on his lap, sticking out his tongue at the outstretched mouth. A very warm scene. If their destination is not the unusual Tianshi, Chenrua even thought that the man and dog were on a trip. Is it a bit too much? Chenrua's long fingers tapped the direction plate lightly, and his eyes passed through, and the lens swept towards the back seat, and a faint ripples appeared in his heart. The chief of the Taisho team was a little bit too bad when he heard the number. The partner was unexpectedly silent, and he almost had no trouble with himself along the way. It was simply like a silent setboard. Is this just a master who doesn't speak? A serious master is usually taciturn and cherishes his words as gold. Especially the Tang sword with its waist, the one-knife rumor in front of us was so powerful. However, why do you have to take a dog when you go out? Does he really have such a strong foundation? This is to solve the abnormality. Why does it seem like you're going out for a tour in the suburbs? Chenrua's eyes turned to the little white dog. Chow and the dog met each other, and suddenly her heart sank. The next second, she felt goosebumps. Only when the puppy raised his head and looked at her, she felt that the two dogs had dark and deep eyes and could not see the whites of their eyes, as if two obsidians were embedded in them, and there was no trace of emotion. And a slight sense of dissatisfaction arose in Chenrua's heart. She felt that she was not a living thing, but a heavy, dead thing. It was during the day, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Ruo was surprised that the puppy, the leader of the Taishu city, should not be simple either. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel relaxed. The more the commander of the Tai City team, the greater the possibility of her sister being saved. The car is approaching the sky. As she was about to reach the point, Ruo began to introduce an unusual situation. She had a 6-star awesomeness and strength, and her paper strength was similar to that of Yu Fengjian. Yu Fengjian was good at swords, while Ruoyan was better at gunning. Her rapid shooting scores were every time. For abnormal parts of this time, the pressure cannot be solved by guns. There are all rural villages nearby. When I came out, there were no abnormalities around me. All the people who were in the farm went to the city, and no one was affected. This unusual situation was very different, unlike what I had seen in the past. There was no record of such a copy in the Ling Association's file. When we met, we had no experience. Ruo was angry. The love that is not even found in the Ling Song file. Fang Yi was a little surprised. The Ling Association file contains unusual files from all over the country. Under normal circumstances, almost all invasions can be solved in the file, but the kind of sacrifice to the king does not count. Yes, in recent years, the abnormal invasions have actually happened all over the world. It was only once every few years, or even 10 years ago. A month ago, the speed of abnormal invasions has accelerated a lot. Ruo is a pioneer for a while. In the eyes of them, the operating rules of this world are not only on the surface, but also on the turbulence below. The world is now covered with unlimited tombstones. There are dark tombstones standing in the streets and alleys, and even the roofs. The black fog scatters, covering the entire city, and there are strange and dark atmospheres everywhere. Crack! Suddenly, a sound came from the surrounding area. A new wave of tombs has begun. Ruo opened his mouth with a serious expression. As soon as she finished speaking, the tombstones began to shake, as if a hand was climbing hard underneath, turning on the soil above her head. A rattle is diamond from under the tombstone. They only have human-shaped bone frames, which are stiff and slow, as if they are suitable for Yawa. They are quick, and they move quickly on the street, like a strange one. The streets of Tianshi have been divided into fragments. Looking down from the sky, there are all rogues everywhere. Since the tombstones drop from the sky, this thing can only move at night, and now the sky has started to move, and their revival rate is getting higher and higher. The average strength of these skeletons is probably only a 3-star magical star. The number is too large and dense. They cannot kill people. They are extremely powerful, so even the first ones will be dragged into the tombstone. Drag into the tombstone? Fang Yi looked at her. Yes, the tombstone seems to be a dark seal. Once dragged in, it can bury people forever. Ruo looked at the dense, almost dyeing the city a colorful bone, and only felt the skin numb. It was only half a day since she left the market to the present day. As a result, the number becomes so large. Is it difficult to really want A+? These bones do not feel pain. As long as they are not killed, they will keep getting up and attacking you. This number of words, even if they are killed, they will be killed. Ruo's expression was solemn, and he was even a little desperate. A rival who is not afraid of death or pain, an indestructible skull. People always have times of exhaustion. If you're tired of killing, then isn't it just the way to be dragged into the tombstone by the ruling bones? In the end, the entire city will be eaten clean with a little bit of rice, until the last person is also sealed into the tombstone. What to do? You should die. It depends on my review. For this level, B+ is normal. At this time, Fang Yi's faint voice came from behind. Ruo was shocked by his plain language. She turned around and saw him lowering his waist slightly and put the little dog in his hand on ground. The next second, he pressed his hand on the hilt of the knife. Swish dash. The moment I drew my sword. Ruo clearly felt that the temperature around him was rising, and the air seemed to be dyed red and red, as if terrifying flames were jumping in the air. There was a wave of heat in her breath, as if a huge golden sun had passed by her. The nearest small bone even melted directly into this extremely scattered flame, turning into a stagnant water, flowing on the ground. Is this Yang property? For a while, Chen Ruo was stunned. Oh, only with Fang Yi's sword. The long sword burst out with a terrifying sound that shook the sky and the earth. And then, the terrifying power swept the world in an instant. Stop! A skull instantly blew up the street, and the skull instantly blew the gray ashes, and then burned by the swelling flames. The flames opened, the swords were shattered, and all the bones that were within their eyes were burned, and the ashes were shattered under the ground, like a heavy snow of grayness. Too scary. Is this the funeralist? Chen Ruo's pupils shrank. It was the first time she saw the funeral draw his sword. Under this terrifying power of destruction, the painful skeletons instantly turned gray. So what if you're not afraid of pain or death? Anyway, it was just a single blow. Too strong. The hope that just arises in my heart immediately turns into a vigor. I went to Taichung this time. I was right. He was in a state of silence, and he was scattered on this road. And at this moment, Fang Yi opened his fire, and his body was filled with flames, and the terrifying airplane swept all the way. In the current situation in Tianshu, the tombstones have occupied the entire city, and there are skeletons of two people everywhere. As long as they don't solve these skeletons, they will drag people into the tomb. A cool job. At this time, Fang Yi's mobile phone was transferred, which was the special number of the Spirit Association. They had a magazine-based 88 opening, which was different in the numbers behind different regions. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard that the voice of the face was very sweet. Captain of the Burialist, I am very grateful to you for helping Tianshu solve the abnormality. We thank you for the whole Tianshu. The call came to Tianshu's Spirit Association's responsible person, and they should have got his number from the Pacific. I called him specially to thank him. Of course, it is impossible for the regular team leader to receive such treatment. The enemy is a different person. As soon as he stepped into the world of heaven, they immediately received the news and called the phone with excitement. I took money to save money and slaughter the disaster for others. Fang Yi replied lightly. He hadn't finished his work yet, so he just thanked him, but he was quite up to date. The chief of the Burialist, the situation in the sky this time is very strange. Currently, the extraordinary value is only B+, and there is no breakthrough in A. The situation is currently in progress. It is much more difficult than A. You must be careful. The attitude of the Taishu Spirit Association is full of respect. After all, they heard that the people in the Lingue Association were all dismissed and showed no mercy. They asked the Taichung team leader to help, and their attitude is naturally grateful. However, what puzzles them is, at the same time, the abnormality has been maintained at B+, and it has never been static. They even wondered what was wrong with the instrument. At present, the entire city is dominated by tombstones. Why is the abnormal concentration not moving? A hidden worry floated in the hearts of the Tianshu Ling Association. They always felt that this time was not that simple. However, the arrival of Taishu Captain is like a sea-calming god pin, inserted into the hearts of the people. That's the funeralist, a truly powerful existence. As long as he is there, even A+ grade abnormalities can be solved, but B+, it is absolutely no problem. They were originally focused, but after calling, they all relaxed their voices, and their hearts were filled with confidence from Fang Yi. Fang Yi gave them a sense of security, which was almost beyond the military. The Pacific City Chief is here. It shouldn't be wrong now, right? In the Sky Market, we will first enter the museum. This is a newly built office common by the Spirit Association. After the registration, they are gathered here to discuss solutions. What should we do now? It's so desperate. How can we solve this abnormality? It can't be solved. I can't compete with it. I saw the city crying sadly. Everyone will be buried in the tomb and buried forever on this land. We have no way to solve it. Spiritual Association, we're like laughing. The leader said he's going to ask for help. You don't know the situation outside the city. Someone suddenly stopped. There's a complete tomb that is surrounded by a complete tomb. Even if the captain really asks for assistance, it will be useless. It will not come in. In a desperate situation, it spread across the hearts of the people. When they went to see the situation outside, they had to walk on the road. The tombstone was completely blocked. There were too many skeletons there, and there was no way to solve it. At present, tombstones are everywhere in the city. Tianshi was blocked by the tombstone and his way out. Cannot cannot exit. Didn't the market be an isolated city that day? Can these people be trapped here and waited to die? You should die. Although the captain had made a lot of effort, the situation was not so terrifying before she went out. When she left, there were only 2 tombstones at the intersection, and now there are tombstones everywhere. What exactly is this thing? Why do so many tombstones suddenly fall from the sky? What exactly is under the tombstone? Someone's eyes were full of horror. He had seen a companion who was stronger than his superiors being dragged in, and then quietly drowned under the tombstone without a single piercing, as if he had been swallowed up by a swamp. The skulls have a chance to kill them, but after being dragged into the tombstone, there are no traces of being stabbed. It's hard to tell. Is there something more terrifying than the abnormality of the skeleton hidden under the tombstone? His watch was like clouds, heavy pressure on the heads of the crowd. Even the skulls in this city are still in a way that they can't help. So are they really able to solve the horror and abnormality buried below? Is it hard to say? Is the Tianshi really going to be destroyed? Their hearts began to tremble. Don't say anything. If we give up, then there's really no hope. There is no hope. Those skeletons are in vain. Even if you kill them, there are still thousands, and we can't handle those tombstones. As long as the tombstone is there, the skeletons are like the endless sea water, and there's no way to deal with the spirit alliance. What can you do if you let us do? With the psychological fragility of the psychological defense line collapsed, and now was yelling. Even if they gathered a city's first move, they could not think of any solution in the current situation, and even their hope of escaping was slim. Is it hard to say that's the only way? The anxiety, and the expectation cover the entire museum. The team is back. Suddenly, a sound full of hope rose, and a long sky light broke through the darkness, pulling the crowd out from the extreme. Everyone looked towards the door. Only Chen Ruo's familiar face appeared at the door, and he was as heroic as ever. Seeing her come back, everyone seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden. Before the last step, why did you give up first? Chen Ruo's voiceover was powerful. Will it be solved? At this time, everyone was watching the chief of the burialist, only existed in the current Xiao myth. Many people say that he is the pioneer of the summer country today, with great strength, luxury, and mysterious past. The tombs of the Tiantian are their physical experiences. The pioneers of the Tiantian are not small or powerful. They're almost all above the average of the Xia dynasty. They still think that the current situation is so powerful that even pioneers cannot face it. It's indescribable. Yes, it's incomprehensible. When those dense skulls crawl out of the tombstone, you will feel that your world is being crushed by the white skulls. It is very difficult to be removed for a while. In terms of speaking, Chen Ruo spoke lightly, and his mood was completely different. If she hadn't seen the team leader take action, she would have the same worries. When she really saw the scene of the world and the world before the Thai team, the terrifying flame and the powerful nature made her understand a truth in an instant. He can do it, absolutely. Chen Ruo suddenly realized something. All the pioneers of Xia China today, whether strong or not, are different from those of the team in dealing with abnormalities. Even if it is a powerful pioneer, the solution to abnormalities can only be achieved by relying on the spirit and the power of nature. No matter how you fight, it will be a lasting battle, and you cannot quickly clear the battlefield. But it's too different. Sun attribute. The sky is the dark attribute. His extremely powerful nature has made the strength of these people reach a height that they cannot understand. That is, use violence to fight violence and clear the scene with one knife. No one can re-engrave the burialist because they cannot control the extremely high attribute, and even more because they reproduce the terrifying and magnificent scene. That kind of shock can only be believed when they see the horror of a knife with their eyes. At this time, in Tianji City, the world is moving and thousands of people cry. Fang Yi stood at the highest point of the Pioneer Club and looked down at the public. He heard the sadness from all over the place. Just standing here, he could feel the sorrow of countless people. This is this era. Move. If you're not strong enough, you will have to die. As the city breaks, the number of tombstones is still increasing. They no longer grow from the ground, but fall directly, with countless tombstones falling from the sky, and there are white skulls walking on the streets. Those skeletons have no thoughts and will rush up and drag them away as soon as they see a living thing. How can ordinary people exert the power of the samurai? Many people held the pole and refused to leave. Their feet were dragged directly, and blood was flowing all over the floor. Innumerable people were dragged under the tombstone, and then the tombstone gradually disappeared, and each tombstone gradually fell into silence. This terrifying scene in every corner of the sky made people tremble. Dad, where are these things? My son is just coming back from university holiday today. It has been difficult for him to get into college for 10 years, so he was dragged into that tombstone by these animals and no longer heard anymore. The crying voice spread to the world. There are countless people who are in danger. And at this moment, in the corner, a little girl in a floral skirt was crying, holding her hands tightly and snatching a torn doll. In order to protect them, her father was dragged into the tomb, and now she and her mother are left to depend on each other for their lives. But how could my mother protect her with her weak shoulders? I could only hold her tightly in my arms, hold a jade Buddha in my hands, and the transparent water drips on it. God, please save us. Xinyuan Square. This is the largest venue in heaven. Heaven is a city with a strong atmosphere. They are enthusiastic about various activities to worship God. Every time they cannot escape on various festivals, they worship God. Tianshi. At this moment, everyone saw the fierce light in the sky, like a divine ray. Those who knelt under the feet of gods and Buddhas, one of them crawled on the ground, staring at the figures of their heads. The ashes fell all over the sky, and the ground was covered with colorful colors. God, he can actually kill these evils. That's too strong. Everyone was happy after the disaster, but soon they felt relieved again. There are so many skeletons, he only has one person. Can he kill them all? Now, Fang Yi glanced at them, and immediately his figure disappeared. At this moment, everyone saw the terrifying power falling from the sky. Swish! Once a terrible gas machine fell, and the majestic flames fell down like a surging divine fire, descending into the world. Fang Yi is off. Another street next to the Godfire Square was instantly cleared, and suddenly, all the skeletons were buried under the light. In the entire space, you can only see the red light movement. The breath was extremely strong, and it burst out with no force. The pressure was actually stronger than that of the tombstone. The sky market was covered with colors, and 2 gaps were suddenly made on the map, making the strong flame sweep the world. The minds of countless people were shocked, and their eyes were rounded. They couldn't help but follow him and watched him fall into his skull, but he was faster than the light. Fang Yi stood above it, holding Tang in his hand, with golden light surging, and a terrifying bomb exploded. At this moment, where his golden light shone, all the movements of skeletons appeared in an instant. The yang attributes are the dark attributes. In just a moment, another thunderous battle was cleared again. This is so eye-catching. After countless people watched this scene, some people hit it home, seeing the surging fire and ashes. They couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate. God, he can really exorcise these evils. That's so strong. There's a God to save us. God selves, this is the real God. Countless ordinary people in Tianshi were shocked, and they actually knelt down and kowtowed away in the direction of Fang Yi. The little girl held the jade plaque and kowtowed her head with a pious expression, as if she was worshiping the real God, with her eyes full of excitement. Her mother's eyes were filled with gratitude and kissed the jade Buddha. Did you see that, old man? We pray for it is really useful. God is really here to save us. No, we are. In the desperate situation, someone stood up. Support the great building to be destroyed and turn the crazy down. He is God. I thought this is the strongest place, but it was just a short time to spend it. However, the next moment, something really shocking happened, and everyone saw it remotely. That fire started from the God Fire Square and killed it all the way, pushing all the way. The world was red, and the wind was illusory. That figure was like a gangster, terrifying breath that suppressed the world, and terrifying. Without any fluctuation, it was opened all the way, making everyone feel excited. Tianshi Ling Association monitors the screen area. The alarm was furious. The abnormal value in the ocean area is restored to normal. The abnormal value in the stable area is restored to normal. The abnormal value in the Boruto area is restored to normal. The sound of the tumbling sounds continued to rise. Numerous cities are being liberated, and that route is the route of Fang Yi's route. The gentry specialist followed Fang Yi and was responsible for help, but at present, they couldn't even catch up. Fang Yi's speed was too fast. Every time he passed the zone, he stayed for less than a minute and went to the next one. They had to stay and clean up their clothes. When they snatched the Jinming district, the members of the spiritual association looked at each other and saw the shock in the eyes. The area where the amazement 8 stars are unusually seated. That's so easy to solve. The same goes for no more than a minute. It's hard to worry. The burialist killing of the 8 stars and the 3 stars are nothing different. Are they both clean? They did not see the terrifying knife. They were able to receive messages from the association, and all regions were quickly liberated. In each area, no matter how many tombstones you have or how many skeletons you have, the burialist will be a terrible knife that burns everything in the sea of fire. The power of the most stern and sunny instantly dispersed all the darkness. Is this the existence of the A+ level sacrificial, king sacrificial landlord? Numerous people were shocked by this coldness. Such terrible power is not comparable to other cities. Before, they thought that they would give him some help when necessary after the funeral animator. This also made them look like the world market was not that deserted, but it seemed that their clothes could not catch up with them, and they were definitely a waste. You should know that the original leader of the burialist team was not so strong. I have news about Xiao Zhong. At that time, he was just a 6-star power. A specialist was amazing. 6 stars in the axe. Just solve A+ independently? For a while, everyone was shocked. So, this B+ incident that caused all of them to be trapped, was the funeralist actually a little kid? More simpler than what he had handled before? Where's his upper limit? The burialist is simply a miracle. After I sacrificed the king's earthly lord, I followed him all the time. He had only 6 stars of the magic axe, but now 8 stars of the magic axe. This upgrade speed is simple enough to be a rocket. That's not to say that he solved A+ with 6 stars of the magic axe, and 8 stars of the magic axe to solve B+. Isn't it to him that he captures it by hand? It's against Tiangang. I used to read a very exaggerated novel. I thought the upgrades of the protagonists in it were fabricated. Anything that the 10th level in a day, the higher the level of challenge, are all false. But after seeing the funeralist, I realized that the protagonist comes to me. No wonder the funeralist. It's hard to imagine how terrifying his future will be. Just when everyone was shocked, someone suddenly wondered, have you discovered one thing? Did the dim light column in the sky look like and not less? Instead, it looks like more. When he said this, everyone looked into the sky, and when they saw the scene above, their faces became difficult to look. Logically speaking, the buried people have pushed forward all the way, and more than 10 urban areas have been liberated and have been often cleared, and those light columns should be reduced. But at present, those light columns have not decreased, but have shown the sky in a dark and dark way. It seems that something terrifying is hiding after the sky is falling and is ready to move. It's not just them. Now, above the dome, it spanned many cities, and the terrifying flame breath that was unstoppable also stopped. Fang Yi looked at the dim light column covering the entire city, and also observed that the opposite was true. Will the light column be reduced by abnormal death? He looked at the sky with a slight brow. This abnormality was only B+ from the perspective of abnormal energy value. But this scene was extremely special. In terms of strict meaning, if it is abnormal, there is no standard for the body, but the spirit will make a rough judgment based on the abnormal value, and the specific analysis must be handled for specific analysis. He remembered that the abnormal value at that time was already high as A+, and it was still the conjunction that had not been hatched. If the king had successfully hatched, it would definitely be a terrible existence. Could it be that the same situation in Tianshi is the same? If this is true, it would be irritating. The breath of death and the breath of hope suddenly broke out into the sky, and the black light spread out, directly dyeing the entire earth like a feathered black, and above the black. In the blink of an eye, the dark side covered the world. The king's shadow stands silently, as if it is stepping into reality, and the shadow is gradually becoming clear. It is in the moment of his coming. Innumerable terrible tombstones floated over the dome again, densely packed with lines, like a vernacular hole. It's coming again. So many? Why did this tombstone keep landing? It seems like it's endless drops. How many are there? If it's been a continuous decline, then isn't it a heaven forever? Everyone looked at the sky. Dong, 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 dong. As if the time limit was set, the tombstone emitted a terrifying black light and suddenly landed towards the city. There were high-rise buildings in the middle of the city, and the crowds were hiding or escaping. If this tombstone really falls down, countless people will leave their homes and lose their lives. That's when, rush, suddenly, the sword light flashed, and a red glow appeared in the sky. The red glow could not extend outward. Looking carefully, it turned out to be red flames and fireworks. The majestic fire point lit up the sky above the city. There was a prosperous golden light spreading in the fire glow, which looked particularly eye-catching. The sword light began to stir outside the sky above the god fire square, shaking 3 times, as if it was a round of sturdy and relaxed fire wings, which would protect the entire sky of the sword light. Rush! The fire wings and the tombstone collided, and the terrifying golden light rippled into ripples, stirring up thousands of layers of fire and waves. Bang! In that moment, the flames swallowed up all the erotic tombstones in the sky. At this moment, the heaven and earth were separated into black and red. Under the black dead air at the dome, the red fire penetrated into the sky, and the tombstones in the sky were cleared. As countless people watched this scene, the firelight falling from the top was like a concrete divine hand, holding up their humble lives. It turns out, there are really people on this, and they won't give up them no matter what. The tombstone exploded, not because of prayer, but because of the domineering shattering by the sword light. The firelight, accompanied by the tombstone fragments, descended into the sky, as if the whole day was burned. The sky was red, illuminating the black ancient zodiac. And in front of the ancient corpse, a figure was finally standing in front of the crowd. The man held a fire dragon plate in his hand. Even when Wang appeared, he had never taken a step and had a red sky curtain for the sky. At this moment, Fang Yi raised his head slowly. He raised his eyebrows when his eyes reflected the pitch-black sky like ink. Tianji Ling Association. The monitoring broadcasts the overall situation of the world meticulously, and everyone sees the scene of the tombstone falling without a single knife. For a while, the monitoring room was soundless, and it took a while before someone responded. The buried man said he was here to help, which is too terrifying. Maybe he could really stop the king from his birth again. After all, he once sealed the unborn king. Someone opened his mouth with hope, but the next second, the alarm sounded, breaking his beautiful fantasy. Beep, 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 accompanied by a deafening warning. Everyone's vision once again showed the tombstones all over the sky, and they couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? The tombstone appears again, just as the same scene was played repeatedly, The monitoring screen seemed to be stuck at the moment when the tombstone appeared. The terrifying doomsday scene appeared in the air again, but the rain of fire that was constantly falling around them made them realize that this was not stuck, and the tombstone was indeed appearing again. Not an illusion. At this time, everyone was shocked. What did they see? A drop of pure, black slaughter water fell from the ancient slaughter and floated from the air without emitting any waves, nor did it have a strong breath. It was like a drop of ordinary black pearls, which looked extremely fragile. When it was dismantling the ancient corpse and crossing the flames on the blade, it even worried that it would be burned directly by the flames. But no, it flew to the site of the burial. The speed is very slow, as if it has been stretched out the slow lens. But when the seemingly weak water droplet touched the burial moment, burial was followed by death in an instant. The burial was lying peacefully on the ground. The fire knife that buried the heaven and earth also lay there quietly. Everyone couldn't believe it. He is dead? The chief of the burial team. What happened? The Tianshi was in a panic. The burial was the moment when he was touched by the womb water. The veterinary machine was pulled away. Without the veterinary machine, his body function stopped instantly. To put it in medical terms, he is definitely dead. This is a rule of death. If you touch the water, you will die in an instant. Rules are unreasonable. It's over. All are finished. Everyone was stunned for a moment, as if they were taken away with Fengzong in the moment. They couldn't believe the scene they saw in front of them. Although the burial was so strong, he was just in the burial group with one knife. He obviously should be fighting, but why did he die suddenly? But at present, all the instruments are proclaiming his death. Even when the biological detector scanned, he did not respond at all, and his heartbeat had stopped. The only person who could fight against the Darkness King was dead. For a while, everyone's hearts were empty. I don't know whether they have burials as faith-like beings. He is so powerful that he can overcome the difficulties with him. Whether it is the king's life or the even more terrifying unknown, it seems that he cannot pass through the fire wings. Under that flame, they were protected so well. So much so that now, the burial was killed by the rules, and their first reaction was unbelievable. I was the one who killed Fengzong. I was the one who killed him. Chen Ruo covered his face with both hands and started crying with a loss of voice. She didn't cry even if her sister was dragged away by the skull. She didn't cry even if she was killed in the blood of her own. But now she saw that Fengzong fell down. She could no longer hold it in. The feeling of finally seeing a little hope from the absolute hope, and then falling into a deeper feeling of hope again. Now, how should she explain to Taisher and Xia? The crisis in the sky is being broadcast on the forum. At this moment, the forum for the first angel has exploded again, and everyone is desperate. Is he so lost, the burial leader? Does he die? It's clear that the captains of each city have been confirmed. The captains of Tianshi are not capable of solving the abnormalities of his own city. Now he is going to come and harm the captains of Taisher. He is so lost. Did he actually go to the captains of Tianshi? Didn't you see? That king is about to be born. He is using rules and regulations. That is a fate that cannot be resisted. It directly cuts off your fate. How can humans resist fate? Even the leader of the burial team. The reason is the rules is because once it is used, it cannot be reversed. If the king cannot be sealed, what will happen to the sky? What will happen to Xiaogua? The burial was dead. This news was unacceptable for a while, especially the responsible persons of the Taisher Spirit Association. Tianshi was once a red online tourist city. The god worship and statues of gods and Buddhas were filled with countless people coming from the world to watch the photos. I'll be waiting for you in Tianshi. This is the check-in wall on the Xinyuan Plaza, leaving traces of countless people on it. At this moment, the wall of this sludge, carefully made by the collapsed and shattered. The word Tianshi broke from the middle, and the red paint fell like blood, like a big grinning mouth, showing a thorny smile. Such scenery appears in various urban areas of Tianshi. Without the burialist's fire tang sword, the tombstones all over the sky are not jealous. Under the black sky, smoke was rolling and the walls of the city were shattered. Looking around, The broken Buddha statues and the ground were devastated, and the tombstones occupied all the visual lines and were covered with white space. The tombstones all over the sky fell down, and the city suddenly became a tomb ruin. Under the disaster, there was a dead silence. Is this the king? The world seemed to have lost all the sounds, and those things were densely floating in the sky, increasing in popularity. And right in the ruins of this place, a white figure suddenly flipped over. Its body was strong and jumping between the walls, making it look particularly eye-catching. Now, Chunruo was hiding behind a ruin. Her eyes were burning, staring at the pitch-black ancient corpse on her head, with a storm of anger in her eyes. You should die. This thing took away her sister and the funeralist. Are you going to come and go to the whole world again? She is not convinced. The burial team leader was so strong that he would be killed by him. Even if you know that you can't fight it, you're the mantis arm that carries, and the mayfly shakes the tree. Chunruo must do his best to burn himself once. Chunruo was thinking of a way to approach the king in the air. Anyway, her hope for escape was slim, so she might as well try to tear a hole for the spiritual association. But at this moment, her eyes suddenly stopped, and she shrank violently. What a joke. Is that a puppy? Is it the puppy brought by the chief of the burial? She noticed a figure passing through the ruins. Although it was small, in this dead city, as the only living creature running wildly, it was hard for people to pay attention to it. This dog is a buried person. Is it special? Chunruo suddenly thought about this, but she looked up again quickly. The death rules that even the buried person cannot escape. What can a dog do? It's just an ordinary little white dog. Maybe it just wants to pick its owner up home. Chunruo's heart suddenly started to thrive. This weak and impoverishable creature just comes out to play with its owner. It didn't know what the king of darkness is, nor did it understand what death is. It just thought that its master had been away for so long and should go home. So it started to set off, and even crossed thousands of mountains and thousands of water to pick its master up. Unfortunately, its owner has disappeared, and since then, it has no home. This puppy is just like them. Soon, they all turned into a ghost in the huge tomb in Tianshi. Not only Chunruo, but also the survivors in the sky market also paid attention to the running little white dog. Their eyes followed it, heavy and desperate. Everyone thought that this was a funeral journey for loyal dogs. The purgation blurred their visual lines. However, the little white dog ran hard. In the eyes of the two round dogs, the white turned black, as if black ink was injected with it, filled with a heavy breath of death. The black traces began to flow into its eyes, which were constantly changing like a very extreme figure of the yang wheel. In the world where no one can see it, in that dark dog eyes, the entire is a piece of gray patchwork, supporting the broken down and rotating, and among the blacks, countless small white spots appear. This white spot is not a tombstone, but a floating spirit. There are countless white spirits floating in the air, like smoke blocks flying from the land. Lying in the ruins of the land, the little white dogs shuttle through the smoke blocks, as if walking in the endless purity. Messenger's ability, development. It was looking for Fang Yi's spirit in this endless purity. It's at this moment. Rush. The puppy, who seemed to be dead in their eyes, stood up again. Its body was flexible and as if it was not dead. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, and everyone was stunned. What's going on? Is this not dead? Or is it alive again? But how is this possible? The reason why the rules are rules is because they are inevitable and cannot resist, and the dog must be dead. But fuck, how did it live? They didn't wait for them to figure this out. The next second, another drop of water fell. As the moment it touched, the little white dog was once again robbed, and it fell down again. The little white dog died again. But in the blink of an eye, it got up again, continued to jump around, and ran forward with its tail. The whole scene was repeatedly pulled and pulled, dead and alive, jumping left and right. In a word, it's all. The puppy died again, and lived again. What's going on here? This is going on? Everyone was creepy. They suspected that they had already had an illusion. The existence of this puppy broke their perception. At this moment, They looked at the little white dog who died for the third time, as if they were looking at something more terrifying than a ghost, with shock in their eyes. Wait, no match. Just when the puppy got up for the third time, everyone in Tianshi felt a very special breath. Suddenly, a terrifying wave broke out on the puppy and spread out in all directions. Next second, the terrifying heavenly fire suddenly descended from the surrounding area. The terrifying power of the yellow spring seemed to penetrate the underworld. When it stepped into the human world, the black space above the dome began to shake. In that heavenly fire, Su contained power that no one could understand. Rush. In an instant, the sky fire came, swallowing up the tombstones in the city as much as possible, as if it was a grand sunset fireworks, exploding in the screen. This unique sky fire was reflected in everyone's eyes. What exactly is the leader of the burialist? The puppy he carried actually has such terrible power and ability? Everyone was shocked. This is the legendary pioneer, a powerful person who can resist the abnormal invasion of A+ level. Unfortunately, the man who had died forever. After his death, his puppy was still guarding the sky market for him. He is the hero of the human race and the true guardian of the country. In that spreading morning, the flames spread out, and it actually extended the speed of the tombstone landing. The tombstones were burned into dust in the air, as if the sword was buried again, and the grand scene of the ashes of the whole city were ashes. Everyone discovered that the sky fire caused by the puppy could actually resist the tombstone. At that moment, their already silent hearts were once again ignited. They couldn't help but be shocked and guessed. That little white dog is doing the same thing as the leader of the burialist. It is against the king. Is it hard to say that the leader of the burialist has already predicted his own death, so he left this puppy with us? Countless people were stunned by this feeling. What replaced it was his deep admiration for the burialist. He had thought about this scene, and even his death was counted, leaving them a way out. But everything was a foregone conclusion. Everyone was deeply saddened, and they began to feel deeply regret and admiration for the death of the buried person. The sky fire burned the tombstone. But no, the death rules set by the king are still continuing. Pick. When the puppy landed again, the puppy was killed again. This is its sixth death, and even the Spirit Alliance, who had been shocked by its continuous development, became numb. Nothing changed, and Wang Hao would have been born soon. The little white dog sky fire can only delay this speed and cannot make real countermeasures. There's no way. Most people have given up. However, the little white dog soon resurrected again. When it resurrected for the first time, Qinruo found that the death breath on its body was already extremely depressed and terrifying, which made her feel shocked. Her perception is extremely sensitive. The king above also had a very depressed breath of death. Now that the little white dog has been dying continuously, the breath of death has exploded. She has a slight feeling that if this puppy survives like this infinitely lingering resurrection, how can he catch up with the king? Suddenly, it seemed that in order to reflect her premonition, Qinruo suddenly raised his head and looked at it. Above the dome, the body floating in the air and covered with dark green patterns began to gradually fall in the body, and the odor of evil spread out. His body had begun to break and collapse, and he seemed to be a man. The king's life was broken by this little white dog. He is collapsing. It was not just Qinruo. The Tianshi Ling Association also paid attention to this point. Everyone gathered in front of the monitoring screen, staring at this scene without turning their eyes, and began to guess wildly. The king is a special rule property. There's only death and destruction in his brain. Now, he killed the little white dog again and again, and the little white dog resurrected again and again. The rules have been implemented again and again, and they have dragged both of them into an endless cycle. In that cycle, regeneration and death are constantly substituting. The king cannot jump out of this cycle, so it began to collapse. Can one bring death, and the other one live infinitely? This is everyone's guess about this scene. Can this puppy fight against the king who rules as death? This is so scary. But at this moment, pick. The sixth drop of water fell on the little white dog. Little white dog died for the sixth time. However, this time, it was not unrelated to any previous one. At the moment when the little white dog died, something seemed to be shattering. In a moment, everyone felt a more profound force than before. If the raid bridge, which was said before, appeared in front of you, pushing you up without sound, then this time, the death chain directly locked its throat, and you can even hear countless ghosts roaring under the river. Sign 6. Death collapse touching. Stop. The tombstone in the sky suddenly burst out and began to collapse and disintegrate. In that moment, countless stone chips and thick black juice fell to the ground, shattering endless dust. What a terrifying scene. Everything is collapsing above the sky. Even that dead body. Rise. The green lines of his body flowed, filled with the breath of death. The terrible death corpse covered with black smoke suddenly began to fall, and the black smoke disappeared from his body, and the terrifying power of death made everyone breathless. He is constantly corruption and collapse. The black smoke escapes faster and faster. It's even about to collapse. This is a scene, the confrontation between the king of death. The puppy seems to have an indestructible breath of death, spreading like sea water, vast and boundless. What ability did it use? All this in the sky is corrupted. Even the hatching king was affected by this force. Such a surging power of death actually suppressed the power of the king. This terrifying force that could cause everything to collapse would appear on a dog. Can a puppy actually resist the abnormal darkness? From this perspective, then aren't we even worse than dogs? For a moment, everyone saw hope and felt incredible. The power that the dog released. It can actually be comparable to the king of dark attributes in the dark nature, domineering and ultimate, gathers all the dark, evil forces in the world, which are similar to the yang attributes and are also extremely high attributes. Even the strongest men in the military cannot stop the spread of darkness, and they can even retreat to avoid enhancing the power of this king. This puppy is too scary. It's just a puppy in awe. Why is there such a powerful force? The tombstones on the sky are broken. The black air is scattered, and the scene of the dead body is incredibly and intriguing. However, that's when, woof, 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 suddenly, the puppy made a thrilling sound. It seemed to have done something big, barking wildly in a direction, shouting at the birds, and a golden light ray in its dark eyes. The tombstone burned by the sky fire turned into stars and fell down, covering the visual line and making everyone's eyes blurred. It's at this moment. Suddenly, swish, a huge force surged up, and the falling figure in the ruins was locked. Suddenly, the world is quiet, with only the ashes scattered, falling into ruins. This, like a suspended lens, the dust all over the sky seemed to be sleeping. What's going on? Almost fell. A sound rose slowly. Anyone who has heard the words of the buried person will never forget that sound, and will be calm and leisurely, as if nothing can cause any slightest wave in his heart. The voice came from the sky and earth, and in an instant it spread throughout the sky. Everyone was stunned when the sound came out. What's going on? It's hard to tell. Instantly, shisha rolls and red smoke explodes. The temperature between heaven and earth was exploding, and it was like casting a huge incinerator in the boundary, and the terrifying sound exploded in the air. Only those landing tombstones turned into powder in an instant and danced in the sky in the fire. The buried person, after confirming death, he actually stood up again. Next second, Fang Yi stretched out his hand, and Tang appeared in his hands in an instant. The moment he held the handle. Huolong. Now, this silence can be seen throughout the sky. I saw the man's golden light storming, like a round of golden yang rising into the sky. In an instant, the terrifying aura scattered all the darkness around him. The golden light suddenly appears, and is even more dazzling. The suffocating and terrifying dark smoke before was swallowed up by the endless golden light. The aura, caused by the golden light, was actually terrifying. There's also a breath of calmness in the horror, and the figure stood in the golden light, and it was really like a god. Now, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they couldn't believe what they were watching. The funeralist of the Taisho team leader, who had no chance of heartbeat and stopped beating, alive? He actually died. True or fake? At this moment, while the sun was igniting on his body, a sensational black air was surging above the abundant golden light, oozing the power of death. The world is silent. There's only one sound that is particularly abrupt. Whoom! The little white dog barked at Fang Yi excitedly. At this moment, its expression seemed to be a child who had done a good thing and was calling for a prize. It finally successfully used its own abilities once. Resurrection. Death and new is an anonym. When death and new appear at the same time, who will laugh at this competition in the end? The little white dog stuck out his tongue passionately and tried to lick Fang Yi's palm. However, Fang Yi just looked at the mud stained on the snow-white dog, and his eyebrows slightly rose. If Xiaobai was carrying a mud back like this, he would be washed away by his cousin, which would make the chickens and dogs jump at home. This puppy plays mud every day and gets slapped every day and is so stupid. It's really hard to save the gods. It's at this moment. Fang Yi turned slowly, and he looked at the tombstone that seemed to never dissipate in the sky, his eyes full of impatientness. It's really a matter of no dissipation. He took over. In that moment, the sharp light shook and shook the sky over the entire sky market. The sand rolled up the tombstones all over the sky. Between the terrifying wall collapse, a strong force swept over it. The tombstone exploded in an instant, looking like countless smokes exploded at the same time, dazzling. Rush dash. The tombstone all over the sky exploded like a terrifying bomb. Ashes burn in the sky. Stop. Blasting sounds rose in the sky, and even nearby cities could hear the deafening sound, and even the collapsed ancient corpse was attracted by this silence. Burial? He actually got back to death. This is simply a more difficult news than the death of the burial. Although the spirit is revived, it is possible to develop. But at this moment, everyone still couldn't help but show a shocked look. It's fine if the dog brought by the chief of the burial team can be resurrected. Why can even burial people survive? This is beyond my expectations. I have never heard of anyone who can still survive like this. I escaped the power of rules. It's so amazing. Isn't it a good thing for us to survive? At this time, other people who are closely following the tranquility of the sky market also received the news. Li Zhongyue, the responsible person of the Taisho Spirit Association, saw this and his pupils narrowed. True or fake? He was happy at first, and then he raised his eyebrows deeply. Children, Feng Meng is not dead. He is alive again. Su Qingli suddenly walked in, her face filled with smiles, and there was still a red corner of her eyes. The news that Feng Meng is dead just now came. She couldn't help but burst into tears on the spot. Now she finally came. He is resurrected, I know. Li Zhongyue sighed and showed a cheerful and slightly helpless smile. We don't know the burial process at all. His strength is actually too terrifying. Just now, he was killed by the rules without exercising all his strength. Now he doesn't know what power he has resurrected again. This happened one after another, and I almost couldn't calm down. In this situation, even no matter how determined the people were, they had no way to calm down. Now, they looked at the monitor screen, Feng Zong's figure, and their eyes fell on the little dog beside them. And that little dog. The little dog was pierced by the slaughter several times before, and all of them were resurrected. Is it hard to say that the death of the burial is somewhat related to it? Every Ahmad has more or less secrets on it, especially a powerful monster like the burial. It is normal to have a secret. However, is the burial leader really as light as he likes? Isn't he really living 100 lives? This one shouldn't be in his prediction, right? That's too scary. For a while, the entire Taisho Spirit Association, a smug past, was filled with the atmosphere of joy. The moment the burial came alive, the horror that had been scattered between their hearts was gone. But everyone knew that the current situation was not over yet. And at this time, everyone looked at the screen, and the man who snatched and slashed the sky. They all showed a look of shock. This terrifying scene is actually more violent than before. It seems that before, the burial has been fully exerted. But at this moment, suddenly, at the top of the sky, the figure that had never been static suddenly began to move. He was a posture standing floating above the sky. Now he suddenly lowered his head. The silence was just such a small action, so far away. However, at this moment, all the spirits in the entire Tianshi seemed to feel the silence of this figure. In an instant, everyone's pupils shrank. That moment, another drop of dark water fell down. It is a loss of water symbolizing death and corruption. Just one drop was needed to directly sentence death. The slaughter water moved slowly like a dead body of death. When it fell on whom, it would reap whose life. Not good. Fang Yi. Someone looked at Fang Yi in shock. However, the terrifying drop of water just drifted over the buried figure and floated directly on the little dog. Zong. The little dog fell to the ground again. But soon, it resurrected again, just like the previous few times. This time, everyone saw it very clearly. That drop of water can instantly escape the machine. But little dogs can die every time. For a while, I couldn't tell which one was more terrifying. At this moment, Fang Yi was thinking, is it true? As long as you set a goal, you must kill the other party to death. Rules. The languid water descends, and the world is quiet, as if it is calm before the storm. The ninth death. Everyone recited this number silently in their hearts, and their heartbeat became faster and faster. What's special about the ninth time? Is there something even more terrible happening? At this moment, under the eyes of thousands of people, the little white dog recovered again, but this time, its recovery was even more terrifying than that of the king. The appearance of the king blocked the entire sky market, blocking everything from outside the city. And the resurrection of the little white dog sprayed out the terrifying power of the yellow spring, swallowing the king's black smoke in as much as possible, and later gave birth to a brand new terrifying domain. This is a change that no one expected. Fang Yi laughed. He held his arms leisurely, as if watching a good show that was about to come. The king in the sky realized that he was not in opposition, and he wanted to sacrifice the water again. But the first 9 times of languid water could not kill the little white dog. The king had no chance. The power of death was indeed indissoluble. The moment it contacted, it swallowed the living organs. No living spirit could resist the power of the rules, even at the strongest level, and the difference was different. Every time it died, it was preparing for the next recovery. Print 1 to print 9, multiple death methods. There's always one that suits you. If you were unable to kill me and be recorded in the past, it would be even better. You will pick you up and send you to the west. The landlord is not just me. I come and knock on the ground lord. Sign 9. Funeral of the landlord when the little white dog recovered for the 9th time. It stood up, and a pitch-black light burst out from the eyes of a pair of round dogs. Instantly, above the dome, a crack broke open, and terrifying power burst out, and the whole city flies, sand and stones, rumbled, and terrifying ghosts wailed in the gaps. The sky was dark and smoked, and the entire sky instantly became an open door. Knowledge and fear filled everything, making people feel cold and fearful in their hearts. The door of the landlord is open. The whole sky turned into a pure blackness, like the dark spring water reflected in the sky. The ghosts crying and the waves were shaking, and the heaven and earth turned, which seemed to be shocking. Simplicity is like a real earthen sect opening a gap, and everyone can see a glorious scene from it. In the underworld, all ghosts cry together. Is that the Huang Quanlan gang? Can you actually do this? Is that little white dog really just a dog? It is a little more terrifying than the king. I didn't expect that the life of a person can actually see the earthly dog alive, which is considered to be only in this life, but the puppy can actually lead to the earthly dog. This is beyond my understanding of power. At this moment, everyone was wearing this terrifying pressure, seeing the terrifying scene, showing a terrifying look. How is that possible? Is it really a dam? A spirit, when this spirit is about to come, It is already terrible to be able to fill the mountains and seas, but it can even summon the earth to open a large door. What a terrifying power. In their opinion, even if the king finally surrendered, he could not compare to this land where only one line of scenery could be seen. The sound of ghosts crying lingered in the underworld for a long time. When I heard the sound, it burned my brain wildly, as if thousands of spikes pierced into the depths of the brain and the cold breath invaded, making people crazy. And this is just one line open. How terrifying would it be if it was a real terrorist? Woof woof. That's when Shinruo looked at the familiar city in front of him, as if after an earthquake, and looked around. Even though it was a collapsed ruin, his eyes were full of destruction. But this is the most effective result. If that king surrenders, Tianshi doesn't know what kind of charcoal they will suffer. Even if it is covered, it will be just a matter of the king's thoughts. It's hard to imagine how terrible that is. All of this was the burial leader. He stopped the king's surrender twice, and such a monster had never been seen. As the leader, she even felt that she and him were in a position to be in trouble. Such a terrifying genius. Is there really something he can't solve in this world? Shinruo suddenly remembered the sentence he wrote lightly before the burial came. Be trusted by others. As long as it is his answer, even the king can kill you. Such a heavy promise. I'm afraid that there will be no one in the world who can give it. Captain, the burial leader, has helped us all handle it thoroughly. Now we only need to solve these still on the tombstones. The dark properties on these tombstones have been buried. Hiss, the burial leader is really strong. It is really not a false name. Yes, I was influenced by the forum before, and I thought he was just a little stronger than other team leaders. Now it seems that it is a billion. Without the burial, we are now one of the howling ghosts in the ground. The chief of the burial team is my god. The pioneers of the Tianshi made a sound of admiration. For people like them, strength is the most beautiful medical beauty, and the worship of no conditions is strong. Above the sky, the terrifying dark breath disappeared, but no one would forget the horrible scene when the king almost surrendered and the desperate breath was suffocating. There is also the extraordinary figure of the sacred sword. No tombstones draw the opportunity to welcome the king's surrender. This is the whole process of surrender. I believe that the same is true for Taisher before. Taisher's level is still an A+, and that king should be even more terrifying. It seems that the burial leader is even more terrifying. They're not lucky at this moment. The support of Tianshi is not others, but the burial. This time, if others change, they will fall into trouble. This is the first time that a king appeared in Xia dynasty. Moreover, Wangzhu was halfway through the rules and used the rules to fully demonstrate the power of the rules. Those people at the top of Xia dynasty are about to start to get busy. No wonder people from abroad are reluctant to expose the information of King Zaheo. The king's surrender is the rule of surrender. At present, this is incomprehensible, and the current state of the country is in opposition. This kind of news is completely strategic, and it is impossible to break up. If it is a country that does not know this news, when the king's surrender is temporary, it is the beginning of their disaster. If it weren't for the burial leader, then the sky market would be destroyed, and nearby cities would also face major blows and be seriously injured. Everyone knows this news is precious. If the king's surrender is a nuclear weapon, then the secret of the surrender is the way of manufacturing nuclear weapons. All countries will firmly grasp this secret in their own hands. Who will show off on the streets? Whether it can be done is a matter, but the secret is sufficiently important. If it is not a burial, even if Xia Guo mastered this secret, he had to pay a huge price. On the round table, Mr. Wu took on a seat, looking like the Dinghai God's bell that suppressed Xia dynasty. At this moment, he smiled and looked at the burial information sent by Tianshi. What a precious monster, he didn't miss him. The future of my Xia dynasty will be more shiny than our present. The burial was indeed beautiful when it was buried. This crisis in Tianshi was too sudden and there was no preparation, and even the military area could not be moved. If it could not be solved, it was actually a major crisis in Xia, and the military's confidence would be doubted. Fortunately, There was a burial man who provided them with a guarantee and solved it directly from a source. As soon as this wave comes, Xiagua has to be grateful for the burial process. This is the first time that a king has truly surrendered. For Xia, this is a good start. If you encounter the same love in the future, even if you cannot directly solve it like the burial, when you think that this kind of love has been resolved before, you will also give some strength to those who are in the forefront. However, although the burial has solved this love for Tianshi this time, it will revive people's hearts. The information about the burial must be listed as the absolute file. Mr. Wu opened his mouth without doubt. As soon as this was released, everyone in the entire conference room thought it was a pity. For example, the ability to enshrine is the trump card of the entire Xia dynasty. It will never be known to those in other countries. In addition to such a terrifying first move, Xiagua's ability will also make some powerful moves to other countries. It's not just a burial, but also his puppy must be listed as a destruction file and sealed together. The responsible person of the head of the Spirit Association pushed the eyeglasses, a spirit that can directly confront the king. No matter which country it is placed, it is a worldly and custom. A puppy who can kill the king of death and decay. This is definitely the ultimate weapon of Xia. Yes, when they were cleaning the battlefield, they also found a dark crystal, which should be Wang Hao. The one on it contained the king's death power. When they were buried, they directly sent the crystal to the stone. It was considered a thank you for helping him. The army was very satisfied with the arrangements of the Spirit Association. This crystal containing the power of death is no one can use it except for the burial process, and no one can use it. The burial has solved the crisis for them many times, and can only give out some vulgar money, and these crystals and the Spirit Association is even a little ashamed of this feeling. After this, the king has appeared, so in the future, the shape of Xia will only become more severe and more severing, and the spirit will become more and more abnormal in various places. The surrender situations of those kings will only become more and more frequent, so you should be more guarded. After hearing this sentence, the meeting room was silent. King, for them, it is still a heavy mountain with a pressure on the top. Just the decline of the situation has already made them so busy. What if it is true that the decline of the situation? What's more, this is just the king born of the dark nature, and there are other powerful properties in the spirit of heaven and earth. The situation in the future will only be more harsh than it is now. Not only Xia, but the entire Earth Star is the same. Here, the Star God army had a half-dragon derived from the property of flames. It happened to be buried by him, and he stopped him. The people in the military smiled bitterly. For example, the various abnormalities in Xia dynasty are indispensable for the figure of burial. They can't rely on burial to support the entire country by relying on burial, right? Xiagua has a burial and blessing, which is Xiagua's atmosphere, and it is Xiagua itself that he should stand up. The lizard has evolved halfway. If it is allowed to evolve successfully, it will be a terrifying creature that directly pushes the world. Before, this kind of thing only appeared in the forbidden area and was hidden by the military region, and now the military region had to inform the spiritual association so that they could prepare early. In the future, everyone's living environment will become even worse and invincible. Xia, I'm afraid it's going to face the unprecedented difficult problem. Early the next morning, the scorching sun is empty, and summer mornings are always very early. Some night cats are already bright before they can sleep. Fang Yi also kept breathing at Jinyang, and today, when he was swallowing and spitting, Lin Yi approached and told the scene with great enthusiasm. Cousin, those foreigners are really too serious. What's the matter? Fang Yishio asked. My cousin usually doesn't look like someone who reads gossip news. What kind of quarrel is there? After asking, I found out that she was talking about the first accomplice. Lin Yi didn't know where to find a clip, which shows a Japanese translated into Chinese. I don't know where a big prophet appeared from Zaihoa. He said that he built an ancient prophecy brand, and then calculated that it said that Xiagua was not in his first year of revival. Now it's a big prophet online. Oh, prophecy. Fang, he was a little surprised. The news sounded like the beautiful president was out today and was scattered in his pocket. At first he heard it. However, just like the fact that the beautiful president is so far away from the pocket, the news is actually true, and it comes from the forum of the first assistant in Hualien. The forum of the first aggressors in the Hanhua Kingdom was slightly earlier than that of the Xia Kingdom. Not because they were stronger or something than Xia Kingdom, but because the forum of the Hanhua Kingdom believed in these strange things very much. As early as when it was unusually common, the forum of the Hanhua Kingdom had already established forums of all sizes to discuss this matter. In the end, the official sect added all the forums of all sizes into one, and finally became the predecessor of the forum of the Hanhua Kingdom. This message has been redirected. Fang Yi logged in to his account number and clicked into the link given by his cousin. The link is open one by one, but it is more detailed. I saw that the earth and the sky are intersecting, the cracks are wide open, the scenery of the yellow spring reflects the Xia, and people are like bamboos. Xia dynasty cannot survive the first year after the spiritual recovery. This content is displayed on the Great Proverbs Intercession platform. The content that is more exciting than this passage on the Lincoln platform appears in his comment area. The following popular reviews can tell me a glance. The first popular review of the first time is, "In a dog day, they're only a few pounds in my own country. I don't know if Xia dynasty can survive the first year, but I know that your mother will die today. I'm a testimony that the building is our great prophet. I remember to hide your mother from the wrong ones." After a few popular reviews, every word is full of love. This is obvious that the Xia dynasty's pioneers flipped through the wall to get rid of it. There is nothing small before the country, and all the first accomplices are in agreement. No matter what friction we have, we will first destroy the country. Since the Xia dynasty had a large number of first accomplices, a large number of people, and was very quick, the commentary area of the prophet was finally subsided, and we could only ask for some comments from the Han Chinese. What a pity! I still can't see what Xiagua's performance after his spirit recovery. But it's quite good now. Although Xiagua started his spirit recovery, he eventually died in the first year of spirit recovery. It's too interesting to see the fall of Xiagua without beginning. As a matter of great country, only I, the strongest country. Fang Yi looked at the war between the two sides, which was also quite interesting. Let's talk about the forum first. Click on the first page. Countless people are rushing to the flower country, disgusting and fighting against the heart. Page 2. The curse of the flower world was poisoned by nuclear wastewater and turned into an island of death. Page 3. Team of the Hanhua Kingdom takes in heartbreaking JK female students, unemployed female teachers, showing everyone was so disgusted by this move. The land of the Pangs in the Hanhua Kingdom is also equipped with the prediction of our great country's destiny. In the feudal dynasty, they will be conferred the 9 tribes. After the resurrection of the spirit, I asked the people to wash the land of the Hanhua Kingdom and finally recover it. The resurrection of the spirit is opened, our first little flower. The group was inspiring. That's when, suddenly, a post was posted quietly without any comment. Strangely, this post was not officially released, but its popularity was rumored upwards in the self-developed rocket trend, and soon became the first in the forum. At this moment, when I saw the ID of the post clearly, many people are tired of being tired. Burial. The 3 simple words contain the meaning behind them is terrifying. This ID has never been mentioned in the forum. Moreover, there is an official team leader's logo next to the ID, which means that this ID is not a fake, and the person under the skin is the famous team leader. The big boss in the burial world said it. Is it hard to blame Xiao Fenghua? Let's take a look. After countless people clicked, they thought they could read what long articles there were. For example, the owners of Xia people, the public city, resist the abnormality of attacks or official anti-counterfeiting, don't believe any country's rumors. They have made psychological preparations. But as a result, the burial was not done. There is only a short line of words inside. Breakthrough, the 9 stars of the axe, plus a picture of the axe. That's it. That's it. The words of the burial are simple and simple. and there is no word that humiliates the burial of the Huagua. But miraculously, everyone's heart seemed to be suddenly ironed by an iron, and they were worried and panicked, and they disappeared in an instant. Their hearts miraculously returned to their original place. At this moment, all the thoughts that were ahead of the question were discussed, and the comments instantly exceeded 99+. The news from Xiao was that when he solved the Taiji crisis before the burial period, he had only had 7 stars, but now he had 9 stars. Fruit is the god of Xia, standing in the era of spiritual rejuvenation. This progress is actually too terrifying. It's only less than a month, the future of Xia. With such a leader, why are there any rumors? Wait a minute, don't you think it's strange? The beautiful scenery of the yellow spring in that little day's prediction opened. Did you appear above the sky before? It was the cave that opened that drew the king of the absurd king. I proved that I am the existence of the heaven. I saw that scene with my own eyes, which was shocked. I will never forget this life, which is even more profound than the scene described by the prophet in the little day, and it is indescribable. What? The earth-crowned Huang Quan has appeared? Did he swallow that king away? Was that the burial done? Student, I don't understand what you mean. Chu Qingli calmly came down and sat in her seat. You don't need such a hard-working person. Chu, I admire your personality very much, and I know it very well. You are very proud of the so-called academic dominance you have, and even some of them are indifferent to the point of being uninhibited. The student said. Chu Qingli couldn't respond, and she herself knew that she was indeed extremely proud of her learning talent. Otherwise, she would not have cleared the boundaries with her ex-boyfriend who passed the college entrance examination in the first time after being admitted to Tsinghua University. Sister Chu, I'll say something about you. You can have such a compelling social status now. This is entirely because society advocates learning. These reputations are rewards for those with strong learning abilities, so you and I will be praised, and we will be criticized by society only after we go out. It doesn't mean we are very strong. Everyone has their own talents. Some people are good at singing and dancing, and some people can spend their whole life doing a simple thing extremely well. You don't see those people now because you think you are very good. Have you ever thought about it? When the social evaluation standards change, reading is no longer the only way. What is the difference between a genre like you and me and the so-called social base? Student, what's going on with the spirit you say? Chu Qingli asked. After the spirit revival, everything in the future will enter the spirit era. Everything in society will be completely reshuffled, and the social evaluation standards have been changed. Learning is no longer the only standard for evaluators. If you really want to say anything, there should be only practicality. Spiritual revival. This vocabulary is a bit strange to Chu Qingli, who has never read many novels. She didn't know everything about her. She heard this from the discussions and guesses of the great changes in the world by the people around her. Just like the high temperature in the North Gate in front of the goal, the flames fell like the sky fire falling. There is no reason, no way to come. It is like a change given by heaven and earth. This has caused a very big impact on her, who has believed in science in childhood, and the bigger impact is what the students said. From small to adulthood, Chu Qingli is the perfect daughter of others in the eyes of others. In order to maintain perfection, she abandoned everything, and now everything needs to be reshuffled. Thinking of this, Chu Qingli suddenly felt dazed for a moment, and the young man quickly settled down. To be better, she can ignore everything. Student, do you tell me these things? Can you tell me about the so-called spiritual path? Have you stepped on? Chu Qingli suddenly raised her head. The student was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect that she would ask such a connection. Schoolgirl, you are as sensitive as the teacher said. Yes, I stepped into it and became a pioneer. Preliminator? The student did not say anything, but followed her to show her the so-called pioneer ability. He seemed to suddenly feel a pure spirit rippling out of his body, and he couldn't see clearly, but then he pressed a finger, and the next second, a cup that was far away suddenly blew up and broke. In this scene, Chu Qingli's pupil shrank. Taisher, in front of the villa alone. A little black dog was running wildly in the garden, followed by a cold girl with a cold hair hanging on her chest, and her beautiful little face was twisting at the moment. Xiao Bai, you didn't just run around in the garden. After taking a shower, I'll break your legs. Outside the villa, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but be astonished as he looked at this scene. My cousin was so beautiful before, but now she was forced to start swearing. Is this the next place for the naughty child? Su Qingtian, as a representative of the Ling Association, came to deliver things to the burial. After entering the villa, the burial lying on the top of the food chain in the news was lying on the sand, holding an Icetown watermelon, digging and eating it on the spoon. Seeing Su Qinghua coming, Fang Yi pushed the watermelon on the table towards her and said with peace of mind, sit. Then he continued to eat Icetown watermelon and Fat House Happy Water and ate it happily. Su Qingfeng sat down on the opposite side of him a little restrainedly. Even though he and Fengzong fought so many times when she saw him, she still felt a little involuntarily nervous. After all, who can contact the little one who is drinking kale and eating Icetown watermelon in front of him with the burial of the king, who is a knife in the burial of the abnormal king? Not waiting too long, 10 minutes later, Fang Yi finished eating the watermelon. Heavenly, will the Spirit Association come to me? Yes, Brother Fang, I am here to deliver something. This was delivered by the Spirit Association of the Heavenly Spirit Association. It was said that you left it. Su Qingli said, taking out a square black wooden box from his bag. At first glance, this box is made of special materials. This material can only be produced in a prohibited area managed by the army and can make a certain separation of the things inside. This is something produced by the King of Death. Fang Yi opened the box and opened a line and felt a slight, depressed breath of death coming over the face. The feeling was very stressful and dull. The lower the level, the more likely the person was to be affected by the negative side contained in this. Fang Yi was fine, and the expression on the face of Su Qingli was a little painful. He glanced at Su Qingli and immediately put the box on. The moment the cover was closed, Su Qingli's expression gradually returned to normal from Luo Bai. Thank you very much. Fang Yi xiao. There's a black crystal inside. For such a crystal, he still had a piece of crystal on his head, which was the Yang attribute crystal that the Tianshi team leader who invited him to save his sister had given him. In this way, he had 2 crystals. This is called a spiritual crystal, which is probably a collection of certain attributes, such as the Yang attribute spirit crystal, which is pure and extremely depressing. Absorbing spirit crystals is of great benefit to Fang Yi's attributes. Unfortunately, the world of the Yang attribute is still too rare. Except for the time of Tsinghua and Peking University, this attribute should not have appeared. After a brief chat, Fang Yi returned to the room and began to absorb the spirit crystals of Yang properties. The Yang attribute is sealed in a box of special quality. The moment the box opens, the terrifying power of the attribute is coming out, and the entire room is instantly covered by golden light, and the white smoke is steaming, and the watch is as if it is baked by heat. It was clearly the scorching sun, but the temperature in the room seemed to be several times higher than that outside the room. Fang Yi pinched the Yang attribute spirit crystal and began to feel it in detail. Check the Yang attribute fluctuation. Initially test the Yang attribute spirit crystal. The ultimate computing power is being activated, and the writing is being written. Editor's skill dash. You can gain the Yang attribute ability. The great Yang god can produce the tall, sure statue of the Yang god, appear in the air, burning the world. The palm of the palm was exploding, like a hot golden Yang being pinned into the palm of 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 the power of the yang attribute spirit crystal to attribute is extremely pure, and the new abilities are even more terrifying. In the sacred light released by this terrifying giant, it is accompanied by the power of the yang attribute, which can instantly resist an evil spirit. Not bad. Fang Yi felt lightly. Now, there's another life-saving skill. After that, Fang Yi looked at another dark spirit crystal, which gave the little black dog a righteous look. "Little man, come in." The little black dog ran to the room with his head shaking. A moment later, a dark light burst out from the room. For a moment, the world was silent. It was like a dead body, like a dead shadow covering the head, which made people feel extremely stressed and suffocated. The black light was strange and lasted for a full 10 seconds before it subsided. The boiling power of death remained in the air for a long time. It turns out that it has burned over and now it has turned black and finally died. It is like sealed in a dry well. It is filled with decay. This is the dark nature. It is opposite to life. At the moment of contact, life will feel the strength and discomfort. It feels that any life cannot bear it. It is too suffocating and too stressful. If those foreign students see this scene, they will probably create a new terrifying call like 10 seconds before death, and the land is coming. The world is full of colors, and after the darkness scatters, the light gradually returns to its peak. A long ray of sunlight shone into the room and fell on the little black dog. After absorbing the dark crystal, the little black dog's skin changed again, causing the extreme death force, which made its hair evolve into pure black, as if it had no vitality. At first glance, I feel even more handsome. I don't have the energy of life. I am full of ghosts or divine nature, and it is a bit close to the existence of the myth. It is very different from the public, making it look like an ordinary dog with extraordinary temperament. Even if it is put on a stray dog again, it will not be regarded as a stray dog again. Many people's breathing becomes more and more powerful after practicing, which makes it difficult to describe, but walking on the street is completely different from ordinary people. Fang Yi was a little disgusted when he saw the little black dog absorbing the spirit crystal smoothly. Most people absorb this extremely sharp crystal. Even if they have their own properties, they will be a little too much to bear. Just like a thin man who eats it, it takes a lot of time to digest it. However, after absorbing it, Xiao Yi immediately jumps around and licks his hand. Fang Yi rubbed it and rubbed it. There are actually many types of dark attributes, such as death, corruption, and absurdity. These are all considered dark attributes. The one that the little black dog absorbed was born by the king of death this time, and gave it a new ability. Ability, darkness and walk. Effect, travel through the darkness, with darkness as the face, and travel through the air. People say that a dark fog appears, and in the black fog cover state, you can directly shuttle through the air and appear in other places. The sun is the space where the spirit is born. The Dark Messenger's ability can make the little black dog short and open the sun, shuttle through the road between the sun, and pass through the space. The principle is a bit of a draw, but in fact, when it is really used, this ability is quite teleported. You are really a group of people who save your life and run away from each other. Woofy woofy. Fang Yi patted the little black dog's brain. How could he feel when he could teleport the city within one breath? Thinking of this, Fang Yi stood up again and looked at him. The next day, 10 o'clock, a dark car parked at the entrance of the villa. The rare car number car sign made people pass by quickly turn back. Is there any big man living in this villa area? The car stopped at the entrance of the Taisher Spirit Association headquarters. Fang Yi once visited the Taisher Spiritual Association, but that time was too hasty and did not take a closer look at what it was like. Captain Fang is here. Who shouted at the door. In an instant, the door had already been waiting for the 2 rows of people to line up, wearing the same uniforms, and the members of the association stood in a row, as if welcoming a boy. They tilted their waists, welcome to the team leader." The sound was bright, and the atmosphere was grand. It's so awkward. Fang Yi stepped out of the car with a foot, and now he wanted to take it back. No need for such a big battle. Fang Yi snatched his hand. This makes him look very much like the Dragon King or some crooked-mouthed war god. "Brother Fang, this is not an arrangement of the spiritual association. They all set up their own arrangements, knowing that the buried person is coming, so we want to come out to welcome you. We have all remembered it in our hearts when you saved Taishu before," Su Qingli explained. Speaking, Fang Yi glanced at the experts. Sure enough, they looked at themselves with curiosity and respect. Among them, many of them fought for the labia and the first accomplices in other cities on the forum. Today, we can finally see the leader of the Taishu city, which is difficult to get excited. Under the passion of the staff, Fang Yi stepped into the headquarters of the Taishu Spirit Association. At this time, the Spirit Association has undergone a renovation and the floor is lit. It has been damaged by the crisis and has disappeared. After entering, the chairman of the Spirit Association, Li Zhongyue, came forward and shook hands with Fang. "Hello, Chief Fang. Welcome to the Spirit Association. Below the file room, I will take you to visit first." Okay. The Taishu City Commander visited the Taishu City Spirit Association for the first time, and this is also a very new love. At present, the biggest reason for sitting in the first gazebo in various cities in Taishu is that there are buried people sitting in the town, and the gazebo is also fighting with the light. Taishu City does not open the funeral, or even the team leader's plan, only rely on the funeral to push the funeral. If there was no such knife, the team leader's plan would not have been as smooth as it did. There are several departments in the Ling Association: installation, research and development, files, and there are various small branches. Many specialists wear the same clothes to travel through it, like a busy workplace. "Captain Fang, what do you think you sent a Sin crystal before?" "It's good." Li Zhongyue spoke in his speech. "We will try to condense AS spirit crystal, but the rate is very low. At present, only half of the Yang attributed elbow crystal has been condensed. After condensed, someone will be sent to you to the villa to come." Vocational. Fang Yi was lightly rude and did not recommend it. Anything that rejects is shaved. Fang Yi wants to become stronger, and the Taishu Ling Association also needs strong team leader to support the door, and both sides will get what they need. Before, they could only give Fang Yi money, but now they can finally give some great changes in the world. The Spirit Association is also very grateful to Fang Yi for not giving up before. Bang! At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from his side. A man hurried over and said, "Grandmaster, what's wrong?" The installation room exploded again. The man looked like nothing to worry about. Li Zhongyue sighed and smiled bitterly. "No, failure is the mother of. As long as you persist, you will be able to one day." "What is this?" Fang Yi looked at the white smoke and asked in a vein. "Let me introduce it. This is our martial arts research department. We're trying to create some martial arts that can have greater threat to abnormalities. I have created a standard handgun before. It is okay to deal with 1 star and 2 stars, but higher than that. We know that the team leader knows that we are long, and the abnormality is the same. Maybe the 2-star, 3-star abnormality was already B level, but now 7 or 8 stars can be counted as B. This is not the association of the judging errors, but all the spirits are flying at a speed, so the level continues to change." At this time, a skinny old man suddenly rushed out of fire, looked at Fang Yi with his eyes wide open, and held his hand tightly. "This is what the leader of the burialist I've been obsessed with for a long time, and I'm busy with research, and I have no choice but to welcome you. The change activity is an opportunity to lose resources activity. Although you may encounter some dangers when you enter the great change of heaven and earth, everyone wants to occupy a place in the future regeneration world, and they are least afraid of crisis. This time, the Solid Association and the Army were selected by the team leader and the team. The Solid Association was selected among the leaders of all cities in Xia. There were 3 groups in total, which were considered as team benefits. Except for the funeralist, the remaining 2 names were won by the team leader of the other 2 cities. The two team leaders, one from High City and the other from Blue City, will gather in Thai Market and then go out together. Airport Hall. The waiting room in Guizhou District has been emptied by the Spirit Association and is dedicated to this operation service. Fang Yi wore a short-sleeve pair, and her backpack was stuffed with her cousin to tidy up her clothes. At this moment, she was sitting alone in the waiting room and was flipping through a book on the shelf. The protagonist realized that he had woken up his ignorance and thought he could leave from now on. He was very arrogant. As soon as he left the novice village, he was beaten up for a whole 1,000 chapters. The readers now have a unique taste. Fang Yi put down his book. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and two figures walked in one after another. Hello. We are here to participate in this extraordinary event. You're the Taisher team leader, right? I'm the Haisher team leader. This is the blue team leader. A slightly fat man pushed the door in, smiling as warm as a wind. Behind him, there was a man standing, half a head taller than him. He didn't say anything when he entered the door, and didn't even look at the two of them. He went straight to the sofa and sat down. Hi, sure. Aren't these the 3 ancestral lands that were scammed into skewers? At that time, Chuhai City also asked someone to apologize to him, and Fang Yi had some imprints. As for the Blue City, this is a small city that is not known for its business. It is very backward, and almost no one has heard of it, but their team leader is quite unique. Fang Yi was a little surprised that this Blue City team was actually stronger than the C City team leader. Fang Yi shook hands with Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked at him, then looked at Song Yifeng sitting aside, and said with a little apology, "He should be such a person, and he didn't give me any good looks along the way." He approached Fang Yi and added a little voice. "A pride is very." Fang Yi pointed a little. "Proud, yes, but it must be effective. Otherwise, this kind of person dies the fastest." After a while, there were also troops in the military. Among them, there is actually a familiar face in Fang Yi. Gallo walked in the front, and among the hard and hard iron, her slim figure was very prominent. Seeing Fang Yi, she took the initiative to walk forward. Ife met again. The two shook hands. Gaia made a joke. "This time, I'll have you come and cover us." Fang Yi smiled faintly, and he noticed that Kanan's breath became much more depressed. Gazette guy has improved his strength really quickly. The 7 stars of the axe are now the top-size tops of most teams. It seemed to be observing Fang Yi's thoughts. Gaia helplessly. "I can't compare to you. I've been forced to pour out the spirit crystal, so I can do it. If you really want to make a real difference, it's much weaker than those pioneers with the power of nature." After saying this, she looked at Fang Yi a little angry. The possessor of single attributes is already strong, and the one who is extremely attributed is even more capable of leaving in Xiagua. The guy in front of him is actually carrying 2 strong attributes on his back. Otherwise, why would he be the choice of heaven? Alas, he is still very awesome. The Yang attribute is powerful, and its attribute is extremely terrifying and capable of controlling dark attributes. Just use the burialist to bury the world with 1 knife, and the power is simple enough to cover a city. But unfortunately, the Spirit Association consumes a lot of energy and cannot rub a complete Yang attribute spirit crystal. The only extremely attributed crystal before Ko was dropped by the King of Death, and now it has been given to Fang Yi. The stronger the attribute, the more difficult it is to condense the spirit crystal. After the assembly, they set off on a plane. On the aircraft, the Wei and Wei are divided into different parts. The military district and the military district were sitting together, and Fang Yi and Jialan sat together. The 2 spirit leaders did not sit in a single box. The proud blue captain went directly to the last single position of the aircraft. As soon as they got on the aircraft, they put on eye masks and Bluetoothed earphones, completely ignoring the sea captain. Fortunately, the Haisher team leader was not angry, just smiled awkwardly, and sat down on the other side alone. Where is that team leader coming? Is this arrogant? Does the team leader even enter his eyes? Gabbard raised his eyebrows and asked. She doesn't have any partiality with the Otis, but you have no grudges with others. She is so unworthy of being a task for the first time, and she is still a little rare. I don't know. Fang Yi was not interested in them. Gaia didn't know how to use the method to hear the message, and then told Fang Yi about gossip. That very proud, named Song Yi Feng, is a fire attribute, which is also considered a rare war. Its strength is about 7 stars of the miracle. In the city where he guarded the miracle before, he had a B-level abnormality and was killed by him. No wonder these qualities. Those with attributes are so powerful and proud. However, those who look a little weak and have a special attribute, have a straight attribute, and are about to break through the 7 stars. His personality is actually like spring style, which makes people feel much more comfortable. Is that right? It can be seen that Fang Yi is not interested in these 2 people, and she is very proud of her. Yes, this time, the location of the forbidden area is in the border of Xia. Maybe we will meet the foreign pioneer team there. Oh, Fang Yi was stunned for a moment. Foreign pioneer team? Nearby. That's normal. Black Sun Pond. Report to the chief. The captain of the spiritual association and several people from the military are heading here, and they will arrive in 10 minutes. A man in a military uniform is coming to the chief to report. This senior official is not very high in realm. He only has a magic star. However, he is responsible for consolidating the strategic deployment of the entire border. Haiyangtang has a special geographical location and is located on borders of various countries. The people coming here are all with different forces and fish dragons. This chief has been here for many years. Whether in combat or management, he is a good player. With the experience of his time, they are responsible for receiving the previous Iangzi who came to participate in the change event. Does the people in the Spirit Association rely on the competition? They're all the top leaders in Xiagua. They said that some time ago, the Spirit Association pushed out a plan to attract monsters from various cities. This time, the monsters among monsters are even more powerful. There should be no problem. No problem? Are you sure? Do you have to know the situation of the forbidden area? How popular are they? As soon as this was said, everyone in the military was silent. A rare forbidden area appeared on the Black Sun Pond, and the most direct benefit should be these people. But because that forbidden area is too terrifying, they cannot enter at all, so they need to choose to pull out powerful people to meet this world. Is it a great thing for those who have sent this time? I heard that there was a Taisher leader who had blocked the A+ level abnormality. Is there a sword to bury the King of Darkness? At present, the young people in Xia, shouldn't they be able to get out of it? Is it still a rare young property first? These people are always in the border area, not interested in others, and are only interested in the various powerful and weak forces that appear in the country. At this moment, they are very surprised by this group of Iong who has entered the forbidden area, especially the so-called spiritual team leaders, but they naturally have some sense of superiority for these flowers in the room. They will tell you, but they have just started to go to the forbidden area. Their talent may be stronger than us, but it is not clear whether there is any experience or relationship between the war. Once there is something in the forbidden area, aren't we going in and help? If they can only go there, it is such a forbidden area. If they can't get a fight in the Xia territory, how can they become stronger? This time, when they come to the border, they may get some help. It's okay. There is friction in the surrounding area, and it is inevitable that everyone will not say anything. They said that these were not any opinions on the predecessors from the Xia dynasty, but were notoriously uneasy. Recently, with the emergence of the forbidden area, the efforts of various countries to guard the border have begun to try again. There have been many trial actions before, and they have had friction with them. This time the Spirit Association came with the military people, and they said they might encounter them. At this moment, a black car drove slowly and stopped in front of them. A man walked off the car. The leader was Gala. Her face was cold, and she brought people from the Star God Army and met with the soldiers from the Haiyangtang Army. The commander followed her, and Bang Fang Yi walked at the back of the team. As soon as they saw them, the expressions of the army changed. Although this guy looks very young, the breath emitted from his body is terrifying, and they feel a strong pressure. What's even more terrifying is that from those team leaders of the Spirit Association, The black suntan soldiers even felt a kind of pressure that only the abnormal killing was felt is a kind of killing that can only be exerted after a real bloody battle. They had heard the spirit association before that. One of them had faced the abnormality and thought that the abnormality within Xia was too different from the edge, and the team leader should be inferior to them in the killing. But now it seems that the opposite is true. Before the car arrived, the people in the army were still laughing before, but when they saw this, they instantly smiled and accepted it. Everyone felt very dangerous for them. Song Yifeng slashed the dark curtain. Rush. Suddenly, the entire surface of the Black Sun Pond shook violently. After the terrifying flames opened the dark curtain, a dark long appeared in front of him. On that long, golden light waves floated on the head, baking everyone as if facing the scorching sun, and instantly sweating. Only Fang Yi and Song Yifeng were slightly better. Under the golden light, it was just evil black like a lush and sticky swampland, and people dared not step on it. Seeing this scene, the eyebrows of the people in the military were slightly slight. These two attributes are clearly opposite. Just like when the burial team fights against abnormalities, the gold and sun can suppress all darkness. They didn't expect that they would blend together. This is incredible. I don't know what kind of magical skills are, but they can even see such a strange scene. They glanced at each other and walked in. Inside is a narrow valley. There was a dark air flowing under the cave, and the darkness was surging while the golden light on it stood still, as if a layer of oil and water were incompatible. The feeling here gives people a wonderful feeling. At the junction of gold and ink, there was a strong pressure. Fang Yi couldn't help but lit up. It was indeed the nature of the yang. He had been looking for the nature of the yang for too long. If it is because the dark nature and the yang nature are merged, the gold and black are almost blending. Here we should have discovered some changes that we cannot understand at the moment, resulting in the two opposing natures being forced to share. Gazette was also a little surprised. The two properties here survived in another completely new way. In a certain meaning, it can be considered a kind of change or evolution, someone asked. Whether the gambling head is evolving depends on the meaning of the institute. There is no sufficient information at present, so it is hard to say what it is. The only thing I can know is that the attribute here is yang attribute, and it is very special. This extremely natural nature is a torture for everyone. The huge golden light ball was like a full sun at the top, and the golden light fell like gold powder. This scene was very impressive, and everyone could not get close to it, so they could only avoid the gold powder. Because the power of nature is too strong, the ability to move forward will be subject to great constraints. In particular, the yang property on the top gives people a feeling of heat, and their bodies are about to explode, and their eyes are not open. The dark nature under the feet is nothing compared to ice, as if walking on a black ice. This extreme feeling of ice and fire makes everyone suffer. The dark attributes and gold attributes that blend together are not something they can touch with, and the extreme attributes of the swelling are constantly released and irritated. Can such a grand and terrifying natural power really be borne by the human body? At this time, they couldn't help but see that the only normal person in the team, Fang Yi, walked in front. He walked in the back. Everyone's pace slowed down, but he was walking normally, and he was walking in front without thinking. Others walk like strange behaviors, just like using their feet, and Fang Yishuan is out of place. Not only does he have to deliberately slow down his pace, but he is willing to wait for them unintentionally. Is this kind of yang property in him? Is there really a way to take advantage of such a powerful force for my own use? How terrifying is he? Just then, suddenly, in an instant, the black under his feet shook a little, and the terrifying long sound exploded in an instant, shaking everyone's ears. Everyone's body shook, and they couldn't help but stop and looked ahead. In that cave, a deep dark breath was swaying towards them. Is there something unusual here? The people from the Han Dynasty were still muttering. Gaia's face was cold. This is Xia, and what is born in the border areas of Xia is the essence of Xia. What qualifications do you have to stay here? Gaia opened its mouth, is a chant. I thought the opponent would lose something. But I didn't expect that those Chinese languages had no intention of quitting. They showed an arrogant smile to Gala and said something. The gamma face color becomes increasingly difficult to see. What did they say? Fang Yi asked. They're fighting me so hard. What era has changed? The powerful talents are allocated to resources. Gazette said in a low voice, his pretty face angry. This group of pioneers in the country are too arrogant. Standing on the shaman plane, pointing at Shaman Baba, he told the Xia people that if you have strong strength, you can take it away. Isn't this a mess? According to their logic, if someone else's stuff is strongly slandered, then it should be his stuff. Not a problem. It is human nature to bully people. But it seems so unpredictable. It must be a country. It can be seen that the pioneers of the dynasty have not brought back the young people in front of them. Those who dare to travel around the border think that they have two tricks on themselves, and even ordinary people are not easy to mess with. They had a breath of energy on their bodies and could tell the same type. So when they saw this team, they knew it was from the Xia dynasty and was very close to each other. It is estimated that Xia will let them out, called Shenhua. Unfortunately, even the troops in the border areas will not easily have conflicts with them. These young people have never taken the pressure from the pioneers of the country to heart. This group of people is really over the top, which makes me disgusted. They came here to deliberately snatch this resource with us. This battle cannot be avoided. The resource is there. Even the pioneers in the Xia dynasty will have conflicts. But like Yukong, it is still the first one. Just in the anger of everyone. Suddenly, he patted Gaia's shoulder with a hand. Gaia was stunned. When he turned around, he bumped into a pair of light and smiled black eyes. It's Fang Yi. His eyes were faint, and he opened his mouth with a smile. This is not better, and people know that. And as for them, they feel even less serious and nothing to do. Garrison's expression was bright and bright. She looked at Fang Yi and felt a little nervous. Yes, there was a funeral here in them. This was a super monster. If he takes action, don't even think about taking a bite of soup for this group of people. They bully people too much. I'll put them down. Wang Ping, who has always been good-tempered, was a little angry at this moment when he heard these slander people ridicule. His eyes were blazing, and he wanted to take a step forward. But he stepped out and was stopped by Fang Yi. Let me come this time. Fight, and fight quickly. Fang, he said lightly. Everyone was shocked. He wants to take action on his own? Fang Yi did not take action all the way because their teams were very powerful. And now, I finally can't help it. On the other hand, the pioneer of the dynasty has no idea what he will face next. A face that is domineering. One of them stood up. The man was about 40 years old. At this moment, he watched Fang Yi walk out, and his eyes showed disdain in his eyes. Xia, I sent my youngest out. I'm a little too arrogant. Don't look down on our country. Don't cry when you are. In an instant, all the team leaders' eyes became dangerous. It's really worth dying. This group of people's mouths and faces really want to let someone chop them up with a hard knife. I really want to see how they cry when they are. This is the first time. The Chinese people in the Han Dynasty felt that it was nothing, and they inexplicably heard a strange smell of yang. Are they wrong? I feel that this person's words are obviously very quiet, and he is full of ridicule. The captain retreated to the side. Song Yifeng hugged the long sword and stared at Fang Yi with his eyes tightly. He was eager to know what was the difference between him and the person in front of him. Yet the next moment, rush, a strong breath suddenly burst out from Fang Yi's body, and in an instant, the face of the man opposite changed drastically. The breath was sank, almost crushing him. How is that possible? He has controlled the attributes of the nether poison, the 8 stars of the ghost axe. And he has been at the realm of the 8 stars of the great axe for a long time, far beyond the ordinary, the 8 stars of the great axe. Now my waist was instantly pressed by the breath. The next second, Fang Yicheng drew out the Tang sword. Take a knife away. Swish! The traces flowed over the Tang sword, and the golden light flashed. This knife actually cut the middle-aged man into 2.5. This knife was so fast that it was too late to hide. A bloodline fell on the middle-aged man's body, and his internal organs were split into 2.5. That knife was almost a bit like a piece of his entire body. At this moment, his chest cavity was covered with green mucus, and he was covered with disgusting colors. He could see some traces of surgery. That is the consequence of extracting the properties of the uterine poison and implanting them. The terrifying changes in the uterine poison are said to be poisonous to humans, and their internal organs are corrupted by this property. In that moment, the whole scene was shocked. The middle-aged man in the Han Dynasty had a striking shock. Fortunately, the man opposite him did not use all his strength. In addition, the dark nature of this place was sufficient, so he could not die, but he just slashed and he was almost dead. This was unscientific. I guess you will absorb the power of darkness next to repair your wounds. The property of a nether poison is not satisfactory. The property of a nether poison is actually a child. Even if it can be borrowed to increase the power of the darkness to repair it, the power of the deepness is still too weak. Fang Yi looked at him, revealing his chest, as if he was looking at some garbage. Next second, the middle-aged man realized that he was not in a match. His body was severely suppressed, as if a cat had seen a mouse. He could not adjust his spirit, and came to repair his body. What the hell is going on? Bang! The next second, the middle-aged man's body exploded into a rain of blood and fell on the ground. In an instant, the middle-aged man lost his breath and was still silenced before his death, dying with his eyes open. Too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the strongest war in the country, the most powerful. At this moment, those people in the Han Dynasty had already practiced in their hearts. How could they get rid of their faces when they got the winner? As a result, they would see the middle-aged man's body, just like being imposed on the body, with a stiff smile on their faces. There was no terror in my heart. What happened? The attribute of the nether poison, the attribute of the darkness, isn't it invincible? Why didn't he even have a chance to make a move and was stabbed in seconds? Just this time, Fang Yi turned over and looked at the others in the country. In his hand, the Tang sword and stew were covered with a layer of golden light, like a golden squid, which was invincible with all poisons. What's wrong? Yang's attribute? Someone in Xia Dynasty actually controlled Yang's attribute? That's the power of the extremely high attribute. How could someone control this power that is close to the king? Everyone in the Han Dynasty looked pale at the moment. Their eyes showed fear, and they looked at Fang Yi's eyes as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The pioneer of the nature, no wonder they killed the strongest team leader here, and the team leader had no chance to resist. How could a son beat his father? They were careless. Fang Yi smiled slightly, and his smile was very kind. The next moment, everyone in the country felt trembling. Hot air machine is installed. Rush. A round of terrifying gold and sun condensed, enriched the powerful energy, and rushed towards Fang Yi from all directions, gathering on his sword. His sword seemed to be a hot red line, hiding extremely warm. The heart of the lunar country was shocked. Oysteric properties. In this forbidden area, all his mother is Yang property. This pressure root is not the main venue of Kodasang. This is the main venue of this person. All the properties of the natural and natural areas are for him. Don't say that they are killed. Even if they are cut off, they will not be able to resist. In the midst of fear in countless people, rush. The terrifying light burst out, and the Yang-attributed powers almost condensed into reality. Waves rippled in the golden light air. When the power is strong to a certain extent, the surrounding space will be affected. Fang Yi came out with a knife. Above the Tang sword, a fierce flame burst out, and the flames in the sky condensed into a sparkling fire dragon, storming towards those people, killing them in the sky. It was a kind of terrifying hindrance that could not be expressed in words. No more powerful. The pioneers of the country of Wu will be buried here. The people of the Wu retreated wildly, and then they saw the golden light rippling with no waves. The power of the stinging power contained in the flames was almost about to slam the forbidden area. How is that possible? At that moment, all the pioneers behind Fang Yi were also shocked, especially Song Ichio. At this moment, he looked at the figure in disbelief. He is too powerful and brings the entire forbidden area to the sun. This sword has exceeded the miracle realm and should have a level. No matter how powerful a miracle realm is, he cannot get his sword. It is so terrifying. The Chinese people in the miracle realm are harder to see than them. They wanted to shout and run away, but their strength was not as good as the team, so it was impossible for them to hide from this knife. That terrifying sound was like a roaring sea, and the entire ground was shaking. Rush. Next second, the owner of the Han dynasty was buried in this surging fire, and there was no sound in an instant. Rush. The golden flame swept the sky and earth, burning the pioneers of the Flower Kingdom in full swing. The terrifying golden flame, even the first axe with more than 7 stars, could not withstand it. All the blood on the body were burned. Just a monster. Xiagua's several people were also confused. Unexpectedly, the Pacific commander was so straightforward and killing everyone directly. Speedy battle. You can get it done with one knife. The golden light fell, covering the slim, knife-removing figure. Fang Yi looked at the scumbags. He walked straight towards the depths of the cave. The rest of the people behind him were shocked. Real man, never look at the explosion? Very good operation, the first time I saw it in reality. But this wave, they can't say anything. There's a very correct sentence. They are often genius, but when they see Fang Yi, they can only say genius. The gap between people is sometimes difficult to measure. It's like the same magical realm. The burialist can fight a retaliation and destroy them all. Even if you run, you can't run. They had no doubts that Fang Yi could do it. He is definitely the most deserving first person in the team. Are you fucking me in a daze? Keep up. Wang Ping hit Song Yifeng's shoulder, and Song Yifeng came over the divine moment. Song Yifeng turned over, his eyes were red with blood, and his devilish look surprised Wang Ping. Are you okay? You were also fumigated by the flames of the buried person? No, I was too stupid before me. Wang Ping, from the back, I will hang the portrait of the buried person on the head of the bed, and urge me to cultivate the carving day by day. I will move towards him and fight to truly walk into his eyes one day. Song Yifeng's eyes were ignited with a strong desire. Wang Ping, it's not a guy. He has heard of things that ward off evil spirits and contraceptives. If you put the chief of the funeral captain on the bed, is it a bit crazy? It's not just a crazy person, but it's just a little bit frightening. However, the small universe in Song Yifeng's heart had been ignited, and he could not hear him at all. Come on, I took a knife and licked the opponent's dog. I heard that the buried person does not have only one yang attribute, but also a thunder attribute. He is the owner of 2 higher attributes, said to Han's little voice from a military district next to him. But his burly body was there, and even when the sound was lowered, it was still as loud as thunder. This private word was heard in everyone's ears without surprise. Wang Ping saw it clearly, and Song Yifeng's body shook violently. As a genius, seeing that those who were dissatisfied with this dissatisfaction, one day, I suddenly realized that the person I saw as my opponent was more than twice as strong as me. Why isn't it tremble, and forced to be M? This terrifying gap between Go is like a small whip of humiliation. Although it did not fall on Song Yichio, it fell in his heart. Double attribute. There's still high level. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiang Tian will be unable to understand the gap in this place. Wang Ping was a little worried about Song Yifeng. Fortunately, he is not their super genius, and he is always crushed. Just between them talking. Arrive. The man in the silence had a blue face. When they dealt with Xiagua for a long time, of course they understood that sentence. They were even a little suspicious. The sound of the people deliberately turned so loud to make them hear it. The sound of the military boots knocking on the floor sounded. The Xia dynasty high level, which they had been waiting for a long time, was slowly stepping into the meeting room. It was a thin old man with a trembling spirit, and he was waving in anger like a gray grass. He smiled while walking, and his temperament was not angry and powerful. This is the high-level military officer of Xia, Lu Qinwei. When he walked in, he smiled like a spring breeze, elegant and harmonious. As if the person outside was not his, he said with a smile, I'm welcome to visit our conference room. I've been here so many times. Why do you still drink white water? Come and give them chrysanthemum tea to reduce the heat. Lu Qianyue was no faster at this moment. Just now, the first team of the Han Dynasty who secretly entered the forbidden area was completely destroyed by them. It's really shocking. At this moment, he used tea to mock the Chinese cuisine. However, the public in Wuhan did not feel it, but instead he was a little overwhelmed by his sticker and didn't know how to respond for a while. Just this time, in the middle of the Han Dynasty, a classic Taijun with a small beard on his lips slapped the table and said in a difficult manner, Lu Qianyue, I need you to give me an explanation. Now, all major countries have to fight each other and should revive their spirits. Do not interfere with each other, nor fight against each other. But now we have actually defeated you, Xiago first. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. It's very confusing. He came to ask the scholar for his crime. His voice fell. The next second, the elegant and peaceful old man suddenly sank his expression. His voice suddenly sank, and his voice could not speak of the coldness and strength. Say it. You deserve to let me explain it to you. After hearing this, everyone in the Han Dynasty looked at him in disbelief. Lu Qianyue, an old man, is the best at fighting too hard on weekdays, which makes them very frustrated. He didn't fight too hard today, but he performed very strongly, which makes people even more frustrated. Faced with the question of the Han Dynasty, he was not afraid of it. The atmosphere of the conference hall instantly dropped to ice. You gangsters first entered our Xia Dynasty and took my Xia Dynasty from this land. Now you still want to ask me to tell me about it? What's more, this time it's your first move. Lu Qianyue was not polite. He even talked to these people, sneaked into other countries, missed the resource and died. And he still had a face to ask? Why, if I kill you, I have to ask you first if you want to die. It is a great blessing to be able to send the bodies of those people to the country. When I heard Lu Qianyue's cold words, the leader of the Han Dynasty had dilated pupils. What evidence do you have? It's our first mover. What did I say about Xiag was first mover? Don't you agree? Otherwise, you will let you live the words first. Lu Qianyue sneered. They were instantly excited. This angle is too tricky. Everyone is dead. Do you let them live? But they couldn't resist. There's a feeling of a grievance that is strongly pressed. Seeing their inconspicuous expressions, Lu Qianyue couldn't say anything in his heart. He took the initiative to chase and said coldly, You can think of the country of guilt in an island. I'll say it again, killing me. These dogs should be killed. You, the high-level face of the Hangua, was so hard that it was hard. They are even a developing country, and their identities are now defeated by Lu Qianyue. The strongest people stood up in an instant, bursting out a terrifying atmosphere, filling the meeting room like a flood, surrounding Lu Qianyue and posing a monstrous power. For a while, the sword is about to get on. Lu Qianyue saw this and sneered. Oomph. Suddenly, a stronger atmosphere broke out from behind him, and Xiagua appeared strongly. After he was in his arms, the atmosphere instantly slammed the boundless air in front. The breath suddenly dissipated. Several strong players in the country hummed and took a step back. The high-level man in the Han Dynasty was full of fear and stared at Lu Qianyue. You Xia Dynasty killed us Han Dynasty, and you dare to be so arrogant? You Xia Dynasty are simply arrogant. Wait until you accept the verdict. Lu Qianyue had to pay attention to him and could not bark wildly, so he turned away. During the journey, he smiled and said, Is it a burial period? I haven't been so proud of it for a long time. I really want to see the captain who created a miracle this time. Buzz. Just this time, Fang Yi, who had absorbed a lot of spirit, suddenly burst out a strong breath and instantly led to the forbidden area. Everyone noticed a terrifying love affair, but he was alone at the deepest point of the forbidden area, so no one could see his current situation at this moment. I saw that the black pool water under Fang Yi's foot had been drained, and the black and golden yang was as if it was being sucked. At this moment, in Fang Yi's eyes, circles of mysterious waves rippled slowly, mysterious and strange, and a powerful force rippled out of his eyes. This is the mark of the eye pupil. In the moment of control, Fang Yi realized the horror of this pupil. This is the illusion ability that can pull others into the realm of absolute hope. And in the realm of absolute hope, everyone will be exposed to the realm of absolute hope forever, shining by the sun and the big sun, and finally die. After obtaining the Viagra pupil, the most impressive manifestation is that Fang Yi can drag people into the illusion and kill them. Although he can effectively kill people, the torture tricks are even more heart-wrenching. Not to mention how harsh the state of absolute hope is. I have never had such a skill before, but I suddenly got it, and it is quite fresh. It's too much skill to make you feel weak. Slowly Forbidden Land. As soon as the figure walked out from the center, every inch of the skin on his body was radiating majesty, giving people a sense of terror. The funeral of the burial teamster has been intensified again. He walked towards us, and I only felt the tremendous breath above Mount Tai. There was a wave that made me afraid of it. I wonder if it was wrong. Wang Ping, who was in a state of style, showed a terrifying look. As a person, he feels more sensitive about property than others. Song Yifeng, who was standing beside him, also noticed this point. He silently put on his phone and pointed at the back of the slut. He decided to hang this shot with a click. At this moment, everyone stood up. The spirit inside the forbidden area was fucked. Together, they only drew less than 1/10 of this spirit, and the rest of the spirit was sucked away by the burialist. His body was like a huge bottomless pit. After he sucked it, the rest was given to these people. However, the captains and the military people had no complaints. If there were no funerals, these spirits would be separated by the disgusting sex, and it would be better to give them all to the funerals. Galen sees Fang Yi, who walked out slowly. He was tall and handsome, and compared to the first time he saw him before, he seemed to have lost his fetus and changed his bones. As if he was talking about the first time, he teared the darkness open like a magic sword that was just unsheathed. After experiencing an unusual event, he became a magic sword that shone brightly. In just a short time, he grew into this model. At the beginning, I thought it was because of the illness, and the doctor went to the doctor to find an ordinary first-timer to go and take it to the dark. But unexpectedly, Fang Yi gave her a huge surprise. His comes radiant. Maybe the next time he meets him, he will enter the realm of creation. 6 stars. Finally 6 stars. Ha ha. The sky doesn't give birth to me, Jiang Lu, and the summer country is as old as a long night. I'm here. It's terrible. 3 o'clock in the morning. On the top of Jianglu Station, the violent aura radiated from his body, which was radiant and fierce than the ordinary 6-star realm of the miracle. Jiang Yu has made a breakthrough again. In this park area, no one is his opponent. His roommate sighed. After Jiang Yu came back from being beaten and cried, he became addicted to Turtle Day and Night and broke through in a row. Now he finally reached the 6 stars of the axe, and he was not a good deal of the same realm. What's more, he is still a violent fire person. Even if he is more advanced, he is a possible challenge. Mysterious man, where can I run? This time I will take you under the horse and bring back everything I have lost. After Jiang Yu successfully broke through, he began his true nature of fighting and screamed wildly. Before, a mysterious thunder nature first affair made him burn out on the outside and tender on the inside. When he came back, he was still crying in the quilt for a whole day. That was a very humiliation and a dirty spot that Jiang Yu could not erase. Now he practiced hard to press the thunder nature first affair to rub the thunder nature first affair to the ground. Time is different from the past. I, Jiang Yu, are back. With my miraculous 6-star realm and more refined and powerful fire attributes. I want the whole world to know that this lunar calendar is Jiang. I'll come back crying after a while. The roommates looked at Jiang Yu, who was thrusting out proudly, and swung his head. Those who can beat Jiang Yu to cry once will definitely be able to cry a second time. What's going on? The Taoist and Fang Yi in front of him disappeared suddenly, and the darkness in front of him seemed to be invisible. Jiang Yu punched him hard in the air and almost threw himself out. In this case, he seemed to be conscious of something. New trick? Is he not a pioneer of thunder attributes? Why is he still so different? At this moment, Jiang Yu probably guessed that he was dragged into a space by Fang Yi. You have to think of a way to leave first. Jiang Yu walked in the darkness, but the more he walked, he felt more and more anxious. It seemed like he was not as deep as he could. After staying in it for a while, he felt a deep and desperate feeling. We can't continue like this. Jiang Yang's heart became heavier and heavier. The next second, he gathered flames, and the temperature around him rose, and he'd become a 6-star magic star. His flame control ability also evolved a lot. The red light flashed in his eyes, like a firelight overflowing, looking extremely shocking. Rush! A scattered flame power hit the top of the head, and the terrifying airplane almost burned the entire air. The flames added together and gradually formed a raging fire, as if a stone was smashed down by a fireball, carrying terrifying power. It's not bad, very energetic. Fang Yi commented lightly, and then the pattern in his eyes began to change. In an instant, the temperature in the illusion began to rise sharply, and the temperature of the rising temperature was much more terrifying than Jiang Yu's full force. Rush! A huge sun appeared in the black air that Jiang Yu saw. The sunlight was no bigger than the sky. The big one could not see its full picture. He could only perceive the power of the sky and earth. A heavy and rotten air machine expanded in the air and instantly dried the flames of Jiang Yu. Miss Grass, is this something that people can make? In the air, Jiang Yang looked at the swollen sun, his pupils collapsed, and he felt extremely anxious in his bones. It was very unreal. How did this swollen smell, full of corrupt sun? If a single order is a grand day, it may be extremely sensible. However, this big day is filled with a dark black golden light, and Jiang Chun feels afraid from the heart. I thought he had been practicing hard for many days and had cultivated into the 6 stars of miracle. The improvement of fire attributes has changed a lot. This person has changed even more. He has transformed from the thunder attributes to the 6-sided warrior. What is this TM? Don't say that the 6 stars of the magic axe can't break his empty illusion. Not to mention that the big sun shines on the rotten sunlight. Not only does it feel like there is no warmth on him, but he also feels shining. What kind of opponent did he touch? In this deep and pure illusion in Jiang Rong's body, he could not feel the specific power of Fang Yi, and he could only feel the surging spirit of his body, and even a lot of energy that was pressing against him was spreading. This is impossible. Jiang Yu looked at him. He thought he was going to fight him as a pioneer of high-level thunder, but what is it now? He beat him with all his might, and it was like a striking in the other party's eyes, no less relaxed, so why could he not go crazy? Continue. Fang Yi's voice sounded again. Jiang Yu was angry, and his eyes were full of red. All fires are burning the prairie. Jiang Yu laughed loudly, and he used all his energy. The flames rushed like thousands of troops. The illusion of the sky was shaking, and the terrifying and powerful force was swept. Fang Yi was terrifying, leaving a sensation in Jiang Yu's heart. He looked at Fang Yi's eyes, which was even more terrifying than seeing a ghost. It was estimated that from now on, Fang Yi would have a nightmare dream. Fang Yi saw him disappearing on the corner of the street in an instant. This guy, his legs and feet are still quite strong, and he'll try his best next time. Xiaobai, I'm here. He came to the villa. Fang Yi looked at the clean room being kept clean and felt a little sad. When she lived in an apartment before, her cousin always kept the room clean. Now she has changed her villa, so that's what it is. No one responded to the room. Did my cousin go out? Fang Yi thought more. Xiaobai suddenly came out of the garden and sprinkled Fang Yi's feet. Little guy, have you been at home these 2 days? Have you ever repaired it? Fang Yi pulled it and felt that the little guy's breathing was stable, which was even more terrible than the average pioneer. Hey, isn't the puppy practicing day and night? Mister, if this person is a top-level scroll king. Fang Yiqing is very versatile and has already implanted the horror template. Now the strength of the actual war has exceeded the strength of the Xiao Pioneer. If this continues, it will be a top-level strongman for Earthquake. They are powerful, and it is a big deal for Fang Yi. After all, they are all considered Fang Yi's trump card. What's more, the absurd attributes and the dark attributes are inherently scarce and top-level attributes, and are extremely powerful and long. Fang is also looking forward to it. Can they give him some surprise when they are in the late stage? Now, Fang Yi has a more comprehensive and three-dimensional understanding of his strength. Regarding the trump card, others will never compare with him. At present, his strength in front of others is less than 1 or 2, but it is enough to be a common person. At this moment, I was rushing out of the door. My cousin is here. Lin Yi hurriedly walked into the room, and her anxious expression changed when she saw Fang Yi. Her eyes lit up, as if she had seen her heart. Brother, something happened to my mother. What? Fang Yi pressed Lin Yi's shoulder and felt that she was trembling constantly. She was very scared. She was like, "Don't be anxious." Slowly, what happened to my aunt? It turned out that at present, the spirit is gradually reviving, and various cities are in a daze. An unusual invasion incidents have occurred. Originally, there were many mountains and forests in the city. I don't know why the wild animals in the mountains suddenly stormed and the wild team invaded the city. I called my mother many phone calls, but no one answered. Brother, will something happen to my mother? Lin Yi tightly held Fang Yi's sleeve. Her temperament was already choked. Her family has always been harmonious. Her father is kind, and her only daughter has gone from childhood to adulthood. Now she has heard the news of the invasion of the hometown of the Tide. When she thought of the invasion of the Tide, her father would have a chance to have something to do with her father, and she would not be able to suppress her love at any time. Don't worry. The city has a spirit association and a team leader. They will protect their aunt and uncle. Xiao will not give up any ordinary person. Fang Yi patted his shoulder. For his aunt, his impression was a little blurred, and he only remembered that it was a gentle woman. When he lived alone, his aunt wanted to take him to the city to live with them several times. After being rejected by himself, her aunt also called him a phone every week to care about him. Every time she went on a business trip, she would specially walk over to see how he was doing and secretly bought a bunch of things. In fact, Fang Yi had a very bad impression of his aunt. Before, he was young and didn't want to go to his aunt's house to send him a gift. Because he didn't want to be slapped, he turned his aunt and the others away. But this does not mean that he forgot that his aunt had accused him. On the contrary, he kept it in his heart, otherwise he would not have agreed to Lin Yi to stay there. At present, something happened to his aunt's family, and he would never stand by and watch. Let's go to the city, Fang Yi said in a low voice. Don 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 don. A wild animal with red eyes and a large body shape shuttles through the city. You can feel the movement on the ground in a slight way. In the escape passage in the mall, a woman who was nearly 50 and was hiding in the passage at this time, hugging several old sisters beside her, trembling. Help! Most of these women live for half their lives, and when they saw such a terrifying thing, they were all scared to death at this moment. What are these? The soil was flying in the air, countless crawling and running wilderness were straight on the street. The earth was trampled and collapsed, and the trees were directly knocked down. What's this all about? I don't know what happened to Yi and Xiaoyi and others outside. Don't have any trouble for the children. Zhang Yulan panicked the Buddhist beads and prayed in a low voice. Now, most ordinary people have been arranged in advance by the Spirit Association to enter the underground air raid shelter. Hearing the terrifying sound of tramplings and destructive sounds outside, the police station, the Spirit Association, the pioneer team, even thousands of ordinary people were crazy about calling and sending messages to the outside world for help. We have a turbulence here. Please support. Save us. There was no news, and cities outside the world ignored it or recommended it. Sorry, our unusual invasion here has not been resolved, and my love can't help. We just deal with the sea level abnormality, but we can't get out of nowhere. City? It's too far away from us. It takes one day for one time, and it can't be done. What a joke. Every city is full of bright eyes. The city has offended the funeral enclosure. The buried person, Ru, was the leader of the pioneer of Xia and the treasure of the town. What is the difference between offending him and offending Xia? What's more, the funeral envoy himself is powerful and has made Taishu as a solid capital. And its future is even more immeasurable. Such a person must have a relationship with him. The funeral envoy had offended a wave of funeral envoys before. They didn't want to offend that person because of the funeral envoys, so they didn't want to help the funeral envoys openly. What's more, this vengeful violence is of great scale. If they're not careful, they will lose all the support of these things. By then, they will lose their fighting power. What should they do in their own city's defense? At the bottom of the story, major cities are troublesome to protect themselves and do not want to spend time to help a city that offends the barrierists. Several pioneers in the city were furious, but they could do nothing about it. They hated the former leader. Yu Fengjiang is not very good at all. He offended that person. Now our entire city is about to die because of him. It's over. What should we do? Escape. The only way is to leave this city and escape. Is that the only way? At this moment, the pioneers of the city were filled with fear. They didn't want to leave their cities from small to large. In the future, they planned to come out first to see the situation. Above the city, Black Cloud Relief City. At this moment, inside the city, dense black anisals spread over the streets and the ground was shaking. The city has been destroyed so badly, trees collapsed, the earth is sinking, and high-rise buildings collapsed. Looking around, a piece of walls and a city that has been surrounded by ruins has become a ruin. Over the sky, a black circle appeared and the sky was dim, which made people feel depressed and terrifying. With the black circle as the center between the sky and the earth, the black smoke is leaking out, and a hole is only seen in the center of the gate of the land in the history. The demon head is as if it is hidden in the smoke, and the next second, 3 figures emerge from the dark door. 1 man and 1 woman and 1 black dog. It was Fang Yi and his group. Importer's ability, walking in darkness. They benefited Xiaobai's death and traveling through the power of death and reduced their influence. But when they saw the scene clearly, both of them were one face. Inside, the birds are constantly rushing. A car was thrown and exploded in the air, and the heated fire waves rolled in all directions. The abnormal value is very high, and the number of abnormalities here alone is high, thousands and thousands. The tide of the beast has occupied the entire city. Lin Yi looked in a difficult face, and there was an explosion in her eyes. A figure appeared in the smoke. It was a giant snake with a black body, like a steel skeleton, with a red and blood-like flower pattern on its head. Its body was half tall with its tail rolled and swung, and the car was like a toy. A huge wave appeared beside her, and a thick thunder suddenly appeared, like a roll of storms swept across the river, and a straight snake was 7 inches away. Roar! The giant snake had a bloody mouth. The snake's novices shook, and it roared like thunder. It swung its head wildly, and every inch of the tablet was filled with red light. Rush! Next second, the black exploded inch by inch, and the giant snake with both heads was violent and thunder. The head was covered with slums, smashing towards the earth. The surface cracked, and the thunder arc ran away with the cracks, shattering the slags. The slags were violent, and the slags were left. At this moment, ordinary people hiding in the ruins next to them, and when they looked up at this scene, their faces turned pale. God, what kind of power is this? It's okay that he squeezed out the thunder with his bare hands? Did thunder come down to earth to save us? Is the next to him an electric horn? Lin Yi walked and heard this, almost squirming her head. Thunderbolt. These ordinary people have a lot of imagination. If she was given a young woman in this position, she should have changed into a cheerful monkey. The lightning was thunderous, and the golden waves burned everything. Fang Yi cleared the battleground as fast as possible. Along the way, there were actually many people hiding in the broken ruins. There are violence and great changes in the world. If you suffer, you will always be ordinary people. Fang Yi said quietly. These people were the first to die. Cousin, what should we do now? Kill me in. Fang Yi was very concise. The tide of the beast came suddenly and violently. Although the Spirit Association had arranged for ordinary people to retreat at the first time, many people still stayed on the streets for various reasons. At this moment, those people were hiding in the ruins, terrified and afraid of it. Suddenly, slide. The crisp sword geese, like the sound of a divine geese, even roared by a roar. A figure of cultivating was holding a tang sword in his hand. Thunderblade, fire. A fierce and dazzling sword light appeared and slashed towards the raging beast. After, in everyone's eyes, the sky is shining brightly. Rush. Thunder and fire roared, shining the sky, bringing heat to burn all the beasts. Wherever I went, all the beasts were killed. His sword also fell into full view. The tall figure appeared in the huichi, killing all the big beasts. He was like a plan to break through the haze, sky, and thunder suddenly, making people look like they were the only monsters in front of the world. Wow, I'm so scared. Shasha, inner city area. This place was once the most prosperous commercial area, and now there are several powerful and unusual gatherings, wearing armor and covering themselves, and creeping in the middle of the body like a ghost. In a modern human residence, those monsters look inconsistent. They scream, roar, and sharp. The evil spirit is breathing and the sky is bound by the earth. They seem to be searching for something, gathering constantly, approaching a certain shopping mall. The excitement stopped at the abrupt end. Fang Yi stopped at the edge of the city, closing the scene in his eyes with a slight brow. I feel my aunt's breathing wait for me for a while. The wind blew his face, and the wind blew his clothes and made a bullet sound. Rush dash. Suddenly, his sword was unsheathed, and the fire was like a dragon, lying in the lightning, and now he directly leveled the world. Roar. Afar, there was a slough of several meters high. A pair of pupils were like road lights, igniting black fires of evil spirits. Each hair was burning with fires, and black armor covered the whole body. The air flowed, rolled up the yellow sand all over the sky, and held it with one claw towards the high building of Fenglu. Suddenly, a thunder and fire came from a distance. Next second, the tiger is like being severely beaten. The chest is sunken. He was penetrated by a tang sword, burning it with high temperature and burning it in an instant. In the ashes, the tang sword swirled and returned to Fang Yi's hand. He looked cold and silently approached the high-rise mall. Don't find us! Don't find us! In the passage, Fang Yulan tightly covered her ears and hugged her sisters. She heard the terrifying sound of the tiger getting closer and closer, as if she was close at hand and could only pray repeatedly. But the next second, that sound stopped. Not only that tiger. Suddenly, I felt like all the sounds disappeared in an instant. The world suddenly became peaceful. Axie, what happened outside? I don't know. Suddenly, in front of them, the passage door opened. A line of skylight shone in, and everyone was squinting their eyes. Only a thin figure appeared inside. The black hair flew, and when the face appeared in front of the crowd, Fang Yulan was stunned. Little E, she shouted inconclusively. Aunt. Fang, he had a slightly tall head. Isn't he too much? How did it appear? And it was still the same. Fang Yulan looked at the tang sword in his hand with some uncertainty. Even though she was an ordinary woman, she could still feel the sword coming from the murderer's sword. That's when, Mom, a slightly crying voice sounded from behind her, and Lin Yi rushed into Fang Yulan's arms, like a bird's forest, and hugged her tightly. E, why are you back too? Fang Yulan was a little surprised. She hugged her daughter happily and let Lin Yi check her injuries. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. I'm scared, Mom. Lin Yi's eyes were watery, and the sweat had not been wiped. Yi Xiaoyu. Fang Yulan's eyes froze on the man. Now, Fang Yi stood at the door, and most of the shopping mall was shattered. The door was covered with collapsed giant rocks. He lowered his waist and gently lifted all the giant rocks. Are you Superman? The new president of the Lingsong Association is in full swing. If the market is invaded and trapped by this tide of the beast, and, as the chairman of the spirit, he will be in trouble. Suddenly, the phone number of the president, The chief of the burialist is asking you to find. A specialist entered the room and sent him the phone. Is the funeral leader willing to answer our phone call? Wang Madeo concealed his excitement. A smile appeared on his face, full of pleated snares, and he quickly picked up the phone call. Captain of the burialist, how do you do it? In the outer city of Lang City, the abnormality concentration in each city exceeded 80, and the abnormality quantity exceeded the 5 specified in standard. This large-scale invasion crisis is at least B. I will report directly to the headquarters of the Spirit Association and ask for support from the neighboring city. Do you still want me to teach you this? Along the way, I didn't see any number of members of the Spirit Association. Each city has at least one Spirit Association team. This is the imperial law of the Spirit Association, right? Where are you fucking? Wang Mu was so angry that he was as soon as he connected the phone. He heard the faint sound of the phone and suddenly felt refreshed. This was the burialist. The buried person is now in Zhucheng City, and he is really here. Now, I'm here to connect with the city. The current situation in various cities in the city is not very detailed, so I tell me everything. Fang, he took a deep breath. Yes, go and take the information and report it to the funeral one by one. You all, let go of your hands and directly contact the funeralist. Wang Mu immediately ordered. The burialist. Is it willing to conquer the market? The eyes of the members of the Spirit Association lit up, and they all looked up at the president, as if they couldn't believe that the news was true. Original? There is no grudge between the buried person and the city. What's the matter? Wang Mu covered the phone and scolded him in a low voice. The buried person is willing to come to the market. To put it simply, everyone's guesses before were actually nonsense. The buried person did not have the small-bellied chicken they imagined, and he had no intention of giving up the market. At this time, I heard the sound of the buried person in my ears. Although I was urging him, my brother felt his eyes flushed. How terrible this is the matter that the buried person gave up. It is conceivable how huge the pressure this newly appointed president is under. Fang Yi was originally in the air and was stunned when he heard the low voices there. Those who can fill in the positions of the spiritual association are all elderly people who have passed the spiritual association training. Fang Yi knows that these processes have been engraved into their DNA. But along the way, the situation in the city was a mess. What is wrong? Fang Yi never took this matter between him and the mayor. So I didn't think about this. It seems quite strange now that the invasions within the city have been severely severe. Not to mention the local pioneers. Even a pioneer who has sent a delegation to support them has not seen them. You asked for support. No one would respond. A guess appeared in Fang Yi's mind. Could it be because of me? Wang Mu dare not answer. The silence of his own is an answer. Fang Yi's heart was filled with tears. With the burial team, the aid troops instantly flew. In the nearby cities, several of them first flew out, like entering the river and flowing towards the sea, entering and gathering into a splendid army. When they reach the edge of the lunar area, they can raise their heads and see the flames in the sky that are dazzling, hanging on the top of the head like the rising sun. Looking far away, the entire sky was covered. This is an extremely shocking scene. Cloud City collapsed and separated. The red light burned through the long space, and the entire long space burned. Numerous people looked at each other with their feet, and their expressions were condensed. Am I dazzled? I felt a fire in the sky. Is this a burial line? Wu Yu came forward and helped her. Her eyes widened, and her mouth was slightly ignited. No, it's not wrong. This is the burial of the burial, a cremation. Do you think this isn't annoying? Someone was looking at the burial of the burial of the burial. He was the one who had watched the burial video before. Few of them have seen the burial attack, and they all hear it. At this moment, they finally felt the terribleness of the burial. He is simply a bug. The sky is covered with dust, and you can see the black fog. But when the light is overwhelmed, all the black fogs are wiped out, and then the golden light spreads, landing like a rescue. In the smoke, a man in black walked out. He held Tang's hand very stable. His body was red, and the golden light was surging on the tip of the and a terrifying pressure on the dark attributes was stimulated. This scene fell into the eyes of countless people. They saw the wild animals he mentioned, and the heads of those wild animals were blown up and destroyed in the flames, making them mountains, bones piled up, and blood everywhere, which made people feel at ease. This is the news. Is it a burial? Suddenly, a loud baby crying sounded from afar, attracting the wild beast's visual line. The skeleton with rotten wings suddenly turned around and headed towards a ruin, staring at the baby who was dancing with both hands. The baby's mother kept him tightly and was covered in silence. The next second, the sound of the fish stopped. A bloody fish shattered above the horn's head and fried its head to pieces. Go quickly and go to the nearest shelter. The man couldn't help lifting the huge rock to help the mother and son get sleepy. He was the first abbey of the zombie. Since the first wave of beasts, he has cleared wild animals on the street, but the number of these wild animals is actually too many. There are too few people and are moving around again. It is already exhausted at this moment. Now his hand holding the giant stone was shaking slightly. If the aid troops do not come, they will be unable to hold back. But when he raised his head and saw the flames above his head full of fire, his eyes were shaky and he stared at this scene. His heart couldn't help but feel excited. The aid troops finally arrived. No. When a man heard the sound of the headphones, he was shocked. The burial has my own life. The one who came here came from a burial. Is the burial being mentioned by the burial being? When a spirit will spread the news, the one who was so tired that he was in a state of confusion, one of them opened his eyes, filled with thunder. The burial has come, and the tide of the beast is saved. The abbeys of the skull were holding their bodies and walked out of the ruins. They fought on their own for a long time, exhausted and out of breath, but they couldn't fall down. Behind them were thousands of ordinary people. They could only fight constantly, squeezing every potential in their bodies and sleeping for a while. Before, there were too few people and too low combat power. If we were to kill these abnormalities, we would not kill them at all. The number of these animals is too many.